Hello everyone's like subscriber and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Hezhu, the eldest son of Shangdang County, a luxurious mansion hangs a tall plaque, and the word Jiangfu is vigorous and powerful. In the backyard of Jiangfu, a 10-year-old boy was lying on a large bed of pearl-scent flowers, his forehead wrapped in gauze, and he seemed to have suffered a severe blow to his head. At this time, the room did not know why there was no one. A crack suddenly appeared above the teenager's head, ding, a silver-white ring fell from the crack, fell on the teenager's head, the crack disappeared instantly, the ring suddenly flashed white light, into the teenager's head. The ring was like a liquid that had turned into mercury flowing to the teenager's right hand, wrapped around the index finger, and reverted to a silver-white ring, and the whole room was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the teenager's eyelids moved slightly, and he opened his eyes blankly to look at the pillar carved by the dragon and the phoenix above his head, and couldn't help but be stunned. Where is this? Did it cross again? Oh, why should I say again? The young man's name was Zhang Chuan, originally a high school senior in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. He was an orphan since he was a child. He mixed with the country's compulsory education to the third year of high school, a summer of stormy weather. No one gave him an umbrella, braving the rain to go home. The result was a lightning bolt from the sky to split him into the world of the Terminator. This lightning gave him a gold finger, a silver-white space ring. The space inside does not know how big, do not know whether it is bad luck or luck. He just appeared in a huge warehouse, looking at the robot full of warehouses. He held the attitude of trying, and directly packed the warehouse with the space ring. As a result, the self-destruction device was triggered, and it was immediately overwhelmed by a huge explosion, and the body turned into ashes, but the soul became a white light, which was absorbed by the ring, and the ring suddenly moved out of thin air, and a space crack appeared, and Zhang Chuan appeared at the beginning. Zhang Chuan shook his head, quickly accepting the memory of the original owner. Zhang Chuan, whose name was the same as his, was born in the Zhang family. The Zhang family was a strong and powerful member of the party, originally very strong, but the Hu people often came to fight the Grass Valley, so that the Zhang family also began to weaken, but compared to the general family, it was still much stronger. Guanghe 6th year, Hanling Emperor. Well, this TMD is not the last year of the Eastern Han Dynasty? That is to say, the Yellow Turban Rebellion will break out in a year. God, play me. The Terminator world stayed for no more than 5 minutes, just get me to the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. This time span is also too big. Zhang Chuan thought of this unusually terrifying era of war, and quickly looked at his space ring, carefully sensing that the dense robots inside just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Chuan suddenly thought that there was no electricity in ancient times. Wasn't this holding a pile of scrap iron? His face changed, and he hurriedly released a robot out. Only to see a silver-white robot appear next to the bed, originally still a steel body. Suddenly the body of a stream of water movement. A young and beautiful girl wearing a school uniform appeared in front of Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan was confused, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, stuttering, You are machine. Robot. The beautiful girl said expressionlessly, Master, T1000 Model 01 is for you, please issue instructions. Zhang Chuan was confused again and again, T1000, isn't TMD a liquid metal robot in the Terminator? Sensing the dense Terminators in the ring, there must be 100,000 to say the least. This is to go against the rhythm of the sky. Zhang Chuan took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstatic impulse in his heart, and asked, Do you need energy? No. 01 coldly replied, Report Master. After time and space, all T1000 have mutated, and now we can ingest solar energy as energy. The utilization rate is 100%. And the solar energy of one day can let us fight for a month. We were able to reserve energy for a year in advance, so the hosts didn't have to worry about our energy. Zhang Chuan was overjoyed. Didn't that become a perpetual motion machine? Haha, wouldn't it be possible to release these 100,000 Terminators yourself? Zhang Chuan suddenly laughed. I'm sorry, Master, no, you can only release 5 T1000s now. 01 suddenly opened his mouth. Zhang Chuan's face stiffened, and his smile was completely fixed on his face. No, 5. What is the use? Zhang Chuan did not believe in evil and began to release the Terminator, and after releasing 5, sure enough, he could no longer come up with a Terminator. Zhang Chuan asked No 01, what's going on? No 01 still coldly replied, it is because of this ring, the master's soul is too weak, when traveling through time and space, our CPUs are bound to the master's soul, and the master can only control us 5 now. Zhang Chuan nodded thoughtfully, then I still have to cultivate. 01 shook his head, no, master, as long as the people under your rule highly recognize you and generate the power of faith, your soul can become stronger and stronger. Zhang Chuan looked at No 01 curiously, how do you know so much? No 01 said coldly, it was this ring that actively connected to my CPU to tell me, he said master, your soul is too weak, you can't connect with him, you can only tell you through me. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but be speechless, and quickly asked, then you ask him, what is he really doing, how did he choose me, and does he still have any ability? No 01 closed his eyes, opened them in a few moments, brushed countless codes in his eyes, and then returned to normal. Master, he said that he came from a 9th level civilization, but the civilization was destroyed by a powerful monster, and he has been wandering in the universe, and then unknowingly reached the earth. As a result, he was struck by a lightning bolt, and then fell on the master's head, triggering the recognition process. In addition, he is now exhausted by forcibly opening the space barrier, traveling through time and space, only the basic ability, you can exchange positions with us at any time, ignoring space and distance. Zhang Chuan's eyes lit up, this is a life-saving excellent ability think that he is about to be killed, suddenly and 01 exchange positions, the other party is not facing a Terminator, that is not desperate to die. No 01 seemed to see Zhang Chuan's expression and said, Master, in fact, you don't have to worry about your own safety, the ring can keep you in the mirror space at any time, and no one will hurt you in reality. Zhang Chuan looked at the ring on his hand and couldn't help but wonder, then why don't you have this ability in the Terminator world? No 01 said coldly, because the master is too greedy, you have taken all the Terminators in at once, and the ring was in the Terminator at that time, because our CPU suddenly failed to receive instructions and was about to start the self-destruction procedure. The ring is suppressing us and can't take care of you at all. As a result, your flesh completely disappeared, there is no way, the ring can only break the space barrier through time and space to find a body that matches you. Zhang Chuan's mouth twitched, TMD this can also be counted, this is not a pit himself. Then what energy does it take to restore the ring? 01 Cold Ice Road the power of faith. Zhang Chuan was shocked, isn't that trying to rob me? Road 01 the power of faith required for the ring is enormous, and it is estimated that you have ruled this planet before the ring can begin to absorb, and it will take a long time. Zhang Chuan heard the words and looked at the ring on his hand, this guy turned out to be a big stomach king. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside, and Zhang Chuan hurriedly took back the 5 Terminators. The door was pushed open, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman walked in, followed by a few beautiful maidens. The beautiful woman saw Zhang Chuan was leaning on the head of the bed, stunned, and then pounced on it with ecstasy, pulled across Zhang Chuan and cried, Ah, Chuaner, you finally woke up, the mother told you not to ride a horse, you just don't listen, you look at you, your head is broken. Zhang Chuan felt a warm embrace, this feeling, he could not feel it at all when he was an orphan, perhaps there was also the influence of the original owner. Zhang Chuan had some good feelings for the beautiful woman in front of him. Mother, that was an accident, you see, am I not well? After struggling to leave the arms of the beautiful woman, to be honest, he was really not used to this enthusiasm. The beautiful woman looked at Zhang Chuan's face and smiled slightly, Yo, I still blush. Well, it's all right, I'll see your father later, he's also anxious for several days, but you're the only one in our Zhang family. Don't have an accident. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, well, knowing the mother, I am really fine. After saying that, he lifted the quilt and jumped off the bed, which frightened the beautiful woman, until he saw that Zhang Chuan was indeed fine, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, you are still so rash, you want to scare your mother to death. Zhang Chuan came to the bronze mirror, looked at himself, sword eyebrows, starry eyes, handsome face, do not know whether it is because of ancient times, the height is not low, 10 years old have a height of 1 meter 7, if it is longer, it is estimated that it can go to 2 meters, it will be a little scary. The beautiful woman and Zhang Chuan talked for a long time, leaving 2 servants to serve Zhang Chuan and leaving. Chapter 2. Zhang Chuan likes white clothes, since it is in ancient times, or white clothes are flattering and beautiful, under the service of the servants, Zhang Chuan is wearing a moon-white costume, wearing a jade crown, the whole is a big brother. Zhang Chuan looked at himself in the bronze mirror with satisfaction. The 2 men looked at Zhang Chuan, who was standing in front of him with a smile on his face, and his face turned red unconsciously. Zhang Chuan pushed the door and walked out, and according to the memory of the original owner, he came to the study of his father, the head of the Zhang family, and Zhang Feng was frowning at this time, and his face was showing a look of embarrassment. Hearing the sound of pushing the door, he looked up with displeasure on his face, and saw that it was Zhang Chuan, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chuaner, how is your body now? Zhang Chuan smiled and said, Father, it's all right. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled, that's fine, don't be so reckless in the future. Zhang Chuan nodded, looked at Zhang Feng's face very ugly, and wondered, Father, is there something wrong? Zhang Feng heard the words and sighed deeply. It seems that our Zhang family is going to move away, but it is a pity that this piece of foundation, alas. Zhang Chuan was stunned and wondered, Father, fine, what do you want to do when you move away? Where to move? Zhang Feng sighed again and said, Alas, there is no way, the Hu people are coming to fight the Grass Valley again, can't they not move? Well, move to Hanoi. Zhang Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not have a good feeling for the foreign nation, he was a standard angry youth in his previous life, and said, Father, don't we have private soldiers? Can't beat those Hu people? Zhang Feng looked at his innocent son and said, Chuaner, you don't understand, our Zhang family does have hundreds of private soldiers, and we can indeed fight 100 or 200 Hu people, but then, those Hu people will definitely bring a large number of cavalry to attack us, then what should our Zhang family do? Zhang Chuan nodded, it is true, fighting snakes does not die, and there will be endless troubles in the future. Suddenly thinking of his T-1000, he couldn't help but smile coldly and said, Dad, how can we move away from such a big family property immediately, or prepare for defense first? Zhang Feng said helplessly, Alas, it is true, after this time, we must move. Zhang Chuan's heart moved, there was nothing in history that merged with the Zhang family. Was it that this time it was destroyed by the Hu people? Zhang Chuan did not stay long, and chatted with Zhang Feng for a while before leaving. Back in his room, Zhang Chuan closed the door and released the 5 T-1000s, making them all dressed up as inferiors, and No 01 became a main. Zhang Chuan said lightly, You scattered and protected the Zhang mansion, especially my parents, do you know? No 01 suddenly said coldly, Master. Zhang Chuan interrupted, Call me Gongzi later. No 01 paused and said coldly, Gongzi, in fact, your soul power can be connected to our CPU, you can see everything we see, and you can also contact us from a distance. Zhang Chuan was overjoyed, and even had this ability, immediately closed his eyes, and sure enough, as if he was looking at the surveillance, 5 green dots appeared, and he casually found a green dot to go deeper, and sure enough, he saw himself and the other 4 Terminators, which was crystal clear. Zhang Chuan gave a 2-step instruction to a Terminator in his mind, and he did take 2 steps. Zhang Chuan smiled, Haha, this ability is good. Go carry out the order, and whoever dares to maliciously break into Jiang's house and kill him. The 5 Terminators said in unison, Yes, son. After saying that, he opened the door one by one and walked out, hiding everywhere, and No 01 stayed by Zhang Chuan's side. Zhang Chuan leisurely spent a few days with his parents' love, don't say, basically what Zhang Chuan wants, Zhang Feng and Zhang Mu will give whatever they have. Zhang Chuan has been visiting Changzhou city in the past few days, and he can't help but shake his head, the streets are full of beggars, there are countless hooligans, and the people are also dressed in rags, which simply makes Zhang Chuan have a subversive understanding of this era. On this day, Zhang Chuan walked out of the house to another street. Suddenly, Zhang Chuan saw a row of people with straws on the side of the road, and couldn't help but walk up curiously, and 01 had been silently following him. Zhang Chuan saw an old woman of 50 or 60 years old, holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old, and both of them had straw inserted in their bodies. Zhang Chuan's arrival quickly attracted the eyes of these people with straws. All of them looked at Zhang Chuan with expectant eyes. Zhang Chuan felt inexplicable. These people did not look like beggars, looking at the old woman and saying, "Old man, what are you doing with straw?" The old woman kept her eyes closed, heard someone asking, opened her cloudy eyes, saw the prince in the Chinese dress in front of her. Her eyes showed a surprise and hot light, tears flowed from her eyes, and she prostrated her head. "Gongzi, you are doing well, buy a house, and then follow me as an old woman, she will starve to death." Zhang Chuan was stunned and looked at the skinny little girl. "You want to sell people?" The old woman was also stunned when she heard this, and pointed blankly to the straw on the little girl's head. "Doesn't the prince know that this straw is the one who is willing to be sold?" Zhang Chuan inhaled a cool breath. "Insert the label to sell the head. This is the live-action version of the insert bid to sell the head." Zhang Chuan looked up at this long slippery person, his heart trembled slightly. At this moment he suddenly understood how hard people in this era lived. Zhang Chuan calmed his mind and took a breath. "Well, you two come with me." The old woman was pleasantly surprised. "Son, you are willing to buy us?" Zhang Chuan nodded heavily. "Well, you guys, I bought it." The old woman prostrated her head repeatedly. "Thank you Gongzi, thank you Gongzi, thank you Gongzi." Quickly kowtowed to Gongzi, "We have been bought, you can live." Saying that he put the little girl down. The little girl seemed to know the meaning, knelt down and seriously prostrated her head, and said, "Thank you Gongzi." As soon as Zhang Chuan waved his hand, 01 helped the two people up. At this time, the other people who inserted the bid and sold the head saw this scene and surrounded them. "The prince bought me too, I have a lot of strength. Dude, I can cook and do laundry. Son, I can ride a horse and shoot arrows." Zhang Chuan looked at these people and thought, "Well, okay, you all bought it, follow me." Everyone immediately cheered. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my head, "The power of faith +1+1. Zhang Chuan was happy and looked at 01 Dao. "You heard no, so you also have the power of faith." 01 Indifferent said, "That's my voice, so that you can more intuitively see the value of the power of faith, and these power of faith is not lasting. It will soon disappear and will no longer increase." Zhang Chuan heard the words for a moment, and then nodded his head clearly. "You can just tell me the final value later, you don't need to remind me of +1+1 all the time." 01 nodded, "Yes, the instruction has been received." Zhang Chuan returned to Jiangfu with a group of people and asked the housekeeper to arrange these people in his family's field and let them become his own tenants. The old woman and the little girl Zhang Chuan stayed in the mansion and let the old woman clean the yard, and the little girl did not arrange anything for her. Let him and the little girls learn needlework and do what they can. Zhang Chuan checked that the power of faith was only 57, and couldn't help but wonder, how much power of faith do I need to put another robot out? 01 Cold, it takes 1,000,000 faiths. Zhang Chuan glanced at his poor 57 and couldn't help but be speechless. Zhang Feng called Zhang Chuan to the study, looked at Zhang Chuan and smiled. "Yo, I didn't expect that Prince Chuan also had a big heart, you weren't so kind before." Zhang Chuan smiled bitterly. "Father, this time I broke my head, looking at these miserable people, I suddenly felt in my heart whether I should do something, otherwise it would be a pity to come to the world and do nothing." Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Chuan strangely. The previous Zhang Chuan was not like this, and he couldn't help but say, "Chuaner, you want to be an official?" Zhang Chuan heard this, his heart moved, and he nodded, "Yes, it is best to govern a local official alone." Zhang Feng smiled, "Oh, how about you see this eldest son county, how about I give you a county order?" Zhang Chuan was shocked, and then said happily, "Father, can you really do it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Of course, Don't underestimate the Zhang family. Your father and I are very good friends with Cai Yang. Use some more money, a county orders office, and grab it. Zhang Chuan knew the strength of these powerful people at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, and he couldn't help but wonder, since this is the case, why didn't you become a county order? Zhang Fengguan smiled and said triumphantly, when the county order is good, it is not to see the faces of our powerful people, in addition, it must be controlled by the imperial court, where I am so free. If you are not young, or if you are too conservative in this Shangdang county, I can also get it for you. Zhang Chuan took a breath. Chiang, this is not what the Earth Emperor is, no wonder Cao Yuan Xiao Lu Bei wants to win over the local powerful family and give benefits to the officials. Zhang Chuan nodded, Father, for the time being, a county order is enough, but it is not good to be big. Zhang Feng smiled and said, okay, Daddy help you get it, it depends on whether you can do this county order well. Chapter 3. Taiyuan County, not far from Shangdang County, here has been invaded by Hu people for many years. The people are not happy. Hu people do not dare to go to Jinyang, such a big city. At this time there are 1,000 Hu people are coming towards Shangdang County. Shangdang County, because it is still far from the grassland, the number of Hu people do not come much, but they can barely survive. These Hu people also knew that Shangdang County was still relatively rich, and this time they specially sent 1,000 Hu people over. Zhang Feng thought that there were only 100 or 200 Hu people, and he definitely did not expect that there would be 1,000 Hu people. Late at night, everything was quiet. The city of the eldest son fell into silence. At the city gate, a few people dressed in black suddenly quietly opened the gate of the city of the eldest son. Outside was 1,000 Hu people riding on horses. Seeing the city gate open, a Hu man led by a Hu person suddenly laughed and said, "Little ones, rush in, rob everything inside, especially those big households. Women, grain, money, and wealth are not spared." As soon as the words fell, he took the lead and rushed into the city and went straight to the luxurious Jiangfu, mainly because the Jiangfu was too conspicuous in the Changzi city, and these Hu people were not stupid, first robbing the richest people's homes and then talking. Jiangfu, the sound of rumbling horseshoes outside woke everyone up. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, really came, looked at 01 standing in front of his bed. Zhang Chuan said coldly, "You also go to help, let me see how strong you are." 01 said coldly, "Yes, son." After saying that, he stepped out and walked out. Zhang Chuan slowly got up, called Yagui, saw her panicked look, and smiled slightly. "What are you afraid of? Ben Gongzi is still here, come and dress me, this dress is really too troublesome." Seeing Zhang Chuan's calm and self-assured appearance, Yagui calmed down a little, stepped forward, and carefully dressed Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily and smiled, "If you are afraid, stay in the house, and I will go out to see." Yagui hurriedly said, "Thank you Gongzi." Zhang Chuan smiled, walked out, came outside, saw the panicked underling, and coldly drank, "Panic anything, give me back to the house." The next people paused, saw Zhang Chuan looking at them with cold eyes, did not know why, they instinctively produced a wave of fear, obediently returned to the house. Zhang Feng Zhang Mu also ran over at this time, saw Zhang Chuan, showed a panicked expression. Zhang Feng said urgently, "Chuaner, you are about to leave from the secret passage, there are too many Hu people who have come this time." Zhang Mu also said anxiously, "Yes, Chuaner, there is one less person they can't see, don't worry about us, you go fast." Zhang Chuan felt a warm current in his heart. This feeling was something he had never experienced when he was an orphan, and smiled slightly. "Father, mother, don't be afraid, Chuaner protects you, little Hu people, go, take you to see the strength of your son." Zhang Feng Zhang mother looked at each other, the son is not crazy, at this time is still talking nonsense, but seeing that Zhang Chuan has taken the lead and walked forward, shook his head, "Alas, it is good to die together." When he came to the gate, Zhang Chuan suddenly said coldly, "Come out." The 5 figures of brush came out from all corners of Jiangfu and stood behind Zhang Chuan. Zhang Feng Zhang Mu looked at these people dressed differently in surprise, and Zhang Feng was surprised, Chuaner, these don't seem to be the subordinates in the palace, where are they hiding? Zhang Chuan listened to the sound of horses' hooves getting closer and closer outside, and said, Father, I will explain to you later, open the door for me, and meet the enemy. Immediately, one person stepped forward and opened the door. Zhang Chuan stepped out, 5 people followed, and when they came out, they all stood in front of Zhang Chuan and lined up, and Zhang Feng Zhang Mu even followed out and came to Zhang Chuan's side. Zhang Feng looked at the 5 people in front of him and said in surprise, Chuaner, don't you want to use these 5 people to block those Hu cavalry? You're crazy. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and asked, 01, how long will it take to kill them all? 01 suddenly lit up a red light in his eyes, shot straight into the distance, waited for a while, and coldly replied, Gongzi, the enemy is 1,000, and 5T 1,000 will take half an hour. Zhang Chuan was stunned, is it so precise? I couldn't imagine that these Terminators actually had the ability to scan, so he laughed and said, well, then it's up to you, leave a living mouth, and ask where they come from. 01 said coldly, yes, son. Subsequently, a shocking scene appeared, the hands of the 5 people suddenly began to glow silvery white, the arms were elongated, and a 2-meter-long metal knife appeared, glowing with cold light, replacing the hands. The cavalry on the opposite side could already be seen, and the leader of the leaders saw the 5 people blocking him in the street, and he couldn't help but smile contemptuously, and his eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. The 5 men suddenly raised their heads and looked at the cavalry on the opposite side with cold eyes, and all of them stepped on the ground with their right feet at the same time, banging the bricks and stones under their feet. 5 silver rays of light crossed, 01 was right on the leader, a knife split, directly split the horse in half, the man was unharmed, the leader fell, looking at the horse that had been half in half, showing a frightened color, 01 raised his foot and kicked, right in the middle of the chief's head, fainted, 01 threw the leader aside, and then killed into the cavalry group. Almost all 5 people in the cavalry group were even men and horses split in half, it was too cruel, the cavalry behind them hurriedly shot out the body of the arrow, but an arrow penetrated the body of the T-1000, leaving a small pit, and recovered in a flash, and the cavalry behind them was stunned and panicked, Ghost! Ghosts, run away! Too late alas! Zhang Chuan looked at the horse that had been split in half and hurriedly said, leave the horse behind. The 5 people heard Zhang Chuan's voice, the sword momentum changed, and the body suddenly raised a section, from even people leading horses to only cutting people's heads, so an even more frightening scene appeared, and the heads of the people in the sky flew together, simply not too frightened. In a few moments, all of these 1,000 people, except for the leader who deliberately left behind, all died, none of them escaped, and the blood on the ground flowed like a stream, as if it were hell on earth. The surviving war horses mourned. Zhang Feng Zhang Mu looked at this scene with a shocked face, looking at this scene in disbelief, 5 people slaughtered 1,000 people, it was too exaggerated. Zhang Chuan was also stunned. Although I knew that these Terminators would be easy to deal with these cavalrymen, I didn't expect it to be so simple, this TMD is a naked slaughter, and there is no good chance to ask for forgiveness. The 5 of them walked over neatly, son, the task is done. Zhang Chuan suppressed the horror in his heart and nodded, well, you go back and continue to guard the Zhang family. The 4 immediately left, entered the Zhang mansion and disappeared. Only 01 was left to stand with the leader on his side. Zhang Feng walked over with a sigh, looked at 01 in fear, and whispered, Chuaner, these. Both. It's your men, you. Can you control it? Zhang Chuan naturally knew what he meant, and smiled, Father, rest assured, these people are 100% loyal to me, even if I let them commit suicide, they will not resist. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Chuan suspiciously, really? Zhang Chuan nodded seriously, Dad, you don't believe me. Mother Zhang walked up and said happily, good, son, you have these people to help you, the mother will be relieved, they are really very powerful. In the eyes of Mother Zhang, the son is naturally as powerful as possible. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, Father, send someone to deal with this, otherwise tomorrow will scare people to death. Zhang Feng couldn't ask any more questions, since his son had said so, he could only believe his words. Nodding his head, he looked at the unbearable corpses on the ground, felt a chill in his heart, and hurried back to the house to call someone to go. Zhang Mu was just too excited and now she was tired, and she told Zhang Chuan to go back. Zhang Chuan looked at 01 and asked, "Will the interrogator be?" 01 said coldly, "Gongzi, I will have 1300 kinds of criminal laws." Zhang Chuan shivered, "Well, then, this man will be handed over to you, and all his news will be put out." 01 nodded, "Yes, son." After saying that, he went back to Jiangfu and found a place to interrogate him. The next day, as if nothing had happened in the Changzhou city, many people discussed, last night obviously heard a lot of horseshoe sounds, and thought that the Hu people came, but nothing happened, which made many people very confused. Only the people of the Zhang family know that the Hu people really came last night, but they were solved by the Zhang family, and the people of the Zhang family saw that the main family was not even afraid of the Hu people, and their sense of security in their hearts increased greatly, and they worked harder, lest they be driven away. Chapter 4. Zhang Chuan got up from the bed. 01 was already standing by the bed. Zhang Chuan asked, "How? What did the Hu people say?" 01 Dao said, "Gongzi, he said it all, they are Hu people in the Taiyuan county, and they did not dare to provoke the Jinyang Dachan, so they hit the idea to Shangdang county, and originally planned to rob the Changzhou city first, and then rob other places." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Then how many people are there in Taiyuan county?" 01 There are still 1,000 people in Taiyuan county, and they are from a tribe. Zhang Chuan's eyes flashed coldly, "Well, it seems that we still have to solve them, so as not to lick the trouble again." After saying that his mind was moving, the two subordinates in the Zhang mansion went outside, and they had already received Zhang Chuan's order to go to Taiyuan county to kill the 1,000 Hu people. Zhang Chuan was all right now, so he took this 01 around the Changzhou city, thinking about how he would govern in order to improve the power of faith. Walking along, Zhang Chuan suddenly asked 01, "Do you know papermaking?" 01 immediately replied, "Yes, basically all modern knowledge I have stored." Zhang Chuan was surprised, "You will make gunpowder, guns." 01 shook his head, "No." Zhang Chuan was stunned, "Impossible, don't you know all the knowledge of modern times? How can you not even make gunpowder?" 01 Cold passage. The ring seals all my ability to make heat weapons. Zhang Chuan was stunned, "Ah, why is this?" 01 Dao He said that science and technology can only be used in life, if it is used in war, the world will be destroyed, if people are gone, where can there be the power of faith? Zhang Chuan choked, saying it so well that I was speechless. Zhang Chuan thought for a moment, "Then you will also govern the country?" 01 shook his head and nodded, "Yes, it will be governed, but it may be too rigid to execute." Zhang Chuan said, "That's also better than me, I don't understand anything, now I can only go up with you, it's a big deal that I look at you. Alas, it seems that we still have to find more talents in the future." Back in Jiangfu, Zhang Chuan looked for a place where Zhang Feng wanted a bigger point, and Zhang Feng gave Zhang Chuan a dock fort outside the city, and there were many people inside. Zhang Chuan called those people over, found AT-1000 to come over. "This Terminator is an ordinary man in his 20s, Zhang Chuan looked at those people, "You all have to obey the command of this person next to me in the future, he tells you to do whatever you want, you just call him Zhang Er, you know." Those subordinates all knew that Zhang Chuan was the only concubine of the Zhang family, and naturally obeyed honestly, "Yes, Gongzi." Zhang Chuan said to Zhang Erdao, "Your task is to make the paper for me first." Zhang Er immediately said, "Yes, Gongzi, the order has been received." Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily and left with 01, so as not to stay here and add to the chaos. In the middle of the night, in a small town north of Taiyuan County, the people inside lit a bonfire, the people inside hissed on their horses, and the noise came from far and wide, and from time to time you could hear a series of screams. In the dark night, two figures suddenly appeared under the city walls, and they looked like two unarmed ordinary people. One of them suddenly raised his feet, banged the gate of this small city and flew out with a kick, and several Hu people behind the door flew out with blood spurting, fell to the ground, tilted their heads, and died. The two men walked straight in. Many Hu people couldn't help but look back and see that it was just two ordinary people dressed in hanfu, and immediately quacked and shouted, "Haha, where are the two-legged sheep who don't know whether they are dead or alive, are they sending us meat?" The two of them looked at each other coldly, ignoring them at all, and suddenly one of them began to glow red and shot out, forming a grid of light in the air, and as soon as his head was lowered, the light fell and covered the entire town. 1,000 enemies, 1,500 horses, 112 other personnel. The man's mouth began to coldly report the number, and then the red light in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. The Hu people on the other side were shocked to see that the other party's eyes were shining, and the leader of the Hu people shouted in surprise, "Who are you, less pretending to be a ghost in front of us?" The two suddenly strode toward Hu Ren, and their two arms quickly turned into two long silver-white knives. When the Hu people saw this, they were so frightened that they cried out, kill them for labor." The Hu people also felt that it was not right, and they quickly took out their bows and arrows and shot at the two people. The arrows shot at the two people, making a ding-ding sound. The two still walked slowly, seeing that the two people arrived in front of them. The bows and arrows had no effect on them. The leader of the Hu people was a famous warrior in the grassland, and he gritted his teeth and pulled out his own large knife more than 3 meters long and slashed at one of them, tearing the person was split in half, and the leader of the Hu people excitedly raised the long knife, "Ahaha, I killed him, and sure enough, both legs of the sheep are very weak." But the strange thing is that there is no Hu people cheering, but one by one, they are stunned, looking at him in disbelief, as if they are seeing a ghost. The leader of the Hu people was not stupid, and he quickly turned his head to look at it, only to see that the person who had just been split in half by himself was standing in front of him intact, and as soon as the silver light flashed in front of his eyes, the head of the Hu leader flew into the air, and his bones fell to the ground, and his eyes were full of fear and disbelief. The Terminator coldly said, "You are terminated." When the other Hu people saw this scene, they immediately exploded the pot and ran towards their horses. "Ghosts, ghosts, everyone run, we have encountered ghosts." The two Terminators looked at them coldly, and suddenly two pairs of arms turned into long knives appeared on both sides of their bodies, rushing into the crowd and killing wildly. Zhang Chuan was lying on the bed at this time, watching this scene carefully, and in a minute, all the Hu people died completely. At this time, Zhang Chuan controlled a T-1000 to walk to the door of a house with a sound. Looking inside, Zhang Chuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that it was really cheap to kill these Hu people like this. Many of the women inside are lying on the ground weakly, not wearing clothes at all. Many men are either arms are cut or feet are cut, none of them are intact. In several cauldrons, Zhang Chuan actually faintly saw a small child's arm. It's hell on earth. Zhang Chuan took a deep breath and let the two T-1000s go all out to rescue them. For these Terminators, as long as there is information, they can immediately become the most powerful doctors. The crowd saw two people dressed in hanfu coming in, and they were relieved, and a young man with his arm cut off endured the pain and said, "You were also caught by Hu dog." One of the T-1000s replied coldly, "No, we were ordered by Gongzi to kill them, and now they have all been solved by us, and now Gongzi asks us to rescue you with all our might, and then bring you back, and please cooperate." As soon as these words came out, the house became quiet, and everyone's eyes were on the two people, even the women, who seemed to have some kind of brilliance in their eyes. The young man was sluggish for a moment, and immediately ran out in pain. As soon as he went out, a thick smell of blood came over his face, and then he saw the broken limbs and arms on the ground, and the young man suddenly knelt down, his eyes were red, tears flowed down, and he roared in grief, "Haha, Hu dog, you also have today, die well, die well. Daddy, you can be blind, ha ha ha." T-1000 ignored them, and began to deal with the injuries of these people with self-care. The technique was skilled, and the palm of the hand became a variety of surgical tools from time to time, which was simply not too convenient. These people heard the cry of the young man outside, they all knew that what these two people said was true, and they all looked at the two people excitedly, and only then did they notice that the hands of the two were changing, and one of the young people could not help but say, "You are people and ghosts." Zhang Chuan smiled and controlled the T-1000 Dao, "People, they just know some strange tricks." These people suddenly thought that the two of them had killed 1,000 Hu people, and they must be high-ranking people. At this time, the young man had already run back, and poof fell to his knees in front of the two Terminators and said, "Benefactor, the life of the little man is yours." One of them, T-1000, said, "What do we want your life to do? We came here on the orders of our sons." The young man hurriedly asked, "Then your son is?" T-1000 said in unison, "The eldest son of the city of Jiangjia Zhangchuan Gongzi." The young man nodded silently and did not speak again. Zhang Chuan asked the two of them to put everyone on their horses and prepare to bring them back to the eldest son's city. He needed the power of faith, and of course, the more people in the eldest son's city, the better. Chapter 5. A few days later, Zhang Chuan was moving his body in the courtyard, and Zhang Er suddenly walked to Zhang Chuan's side with something in his hand. "Gongzi, paper is made." Zhang Chuan was overjoyed, and immediately took the paper in Zhang Er's hand, and stroked it with his hand, light and white, similar to modern paper. "How about the output?" Zhang Er replied, "Under the current conditions, there can be 10,000 pieces of paper a day." Zhang Chuan said, "For the time being, you will teach the people of the dock fort, and then you will find a way to get the cement out." Zhang Er immediately said, "Yes, Gongzi." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Chuan looked at the 01 Dao beside him. "Oh, you will be called Zhang Yi in the future." Zhang Yi said, "Yes, son." Zhang Chuan took the paper to Zhang Feng's study and let Zhang Yi stay outside. Zhang Feng was kneeling at a small table, holding what Zhu Jian was looking at, when he saw Zhang Chuan come in and smiled. "Chuaner, is there anything looking for me?" Zhang Chuan smiled and put a stack of papers in his hand on the table. "Daddy, what do you see here?" The more Zhang Feng took the paper, the more solemn his face became, and he looked at Zhang Chuan. "Is this paper?" Zhang Chuan was stunned. "Daddy, have you seen paper?" Zhang Feng nodded. "The paper I've seen is not as smooth and beautiful as yours. Where did you get it? This paper is probably worth a lot." Zhang Chuan nodded. "I originally planned to sell it for money, and I found someone to make this paper." Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this, and then he thought of those people and was surprised. Those people did it, and they will still do this. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. "Father, don't underestimate them, they will not only kill people." "Well, Dad, can you find a way to sell these things?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Yes, our Zhang family originally had its own caravan, but this thing is too valuable, I am afraid they can't protect it." Zhang Chuan smiled. "That's all right, I'll just let one of them go with me, absolutely foolproof." Zhang Feng nodded. "Chuaner, do you want to sell it all for money?" Zhang Chuan shook his head. No, I want to change it all into grain." "Dad, don't look at the big Han is peaceful now, but I guess it won't be long before there will be chaos, we still have to make preparations early." Zhang Feng was shocked. "Really, Chuaner, this kind of thing can't be nonsense, where do you see it?" Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. "Well, they told me, in short, I don't panic when I have grain in my hand." Zhang Feng was now a little blind to trust those people, after all, they were really too powerful, and his heart tightened, nodding his head. "Well, I will let them start hoarding grain now." Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily. "What is the most important thing in the chaotic world?" Zhang Chuan feels that it is grain. Fighting a war is also grain, and if there is no grain, he will also spank a fart. More than 1,000 horses drove more than 100 people into the dock fort. Zhang Chuan looked at these people, although he had seen them through T-1000, but now looking at them, he still felt that they were miserable, and the two Terminators stepped forward and said, "Gongzi, the mission is completed." Zhang Chuan nodded and waved his hand to let them go down. More than 100 people had already dismounted and looked at this prince curiously, and Zhang Chuan smiled. "This dock fort is mine, you will live here in the future, just do what you can." More than 100 people suddenly knelt down, thank you Gongzi for saving your life. An electronic voice suddenly sounded in my head, the power of faith plus 112, now 169 points of faith power. 112 faith powers are offered once a month. Unless they change their faith. Zhang Chuan heard that this did not mean that he had a fixed income of 112 points every day. Looking at the eyes of these more than 100 people, they also became kind, and they were quickly arranged for them to rest. At this time, the young man was carefully looking at the river, did not speak, and silently went to rest with those people. On this day, Zhang Chuan was called over by Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng took out a cloth and handed it to Zhang Chuandao. Your appointment has come down, Changzi County order. Zhang Chuan was overjoyed, and when he finally arrived, he could drastically transform the eldest son city. Thank you so much daddy. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Xie doesn't have to do it, I just want to see my son's ability. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, Father, wait and see. After saying that, I turned around and left. As soon as Zhang Chuan took office, he posted a notice on the city wall, first, encourage the people in the city to open up wasteland, and the land reclaimed is exempt from tax for the first year, and only 30% of the tax is paid to the government in the second year. Second, all servitude and other taxes are abolished in the 30% tax. Third, private hoarding of land is not allowed, and each person is allocated land according to the head. Zhang Chuan wrote more than a dozen articles, all of which were said by Zhang Yi, and Zhang Chuan did not understand these things at all, and he wrote them all in one brain, and the specific ones could only be known after implementation. As soon as the announcement was announced, the whole city boiled over, and many ordinary people did not believe it at all. However, Zhang Chuan took out all the land of his family and began to distribute it, and there were several large households in the city who were unwilling, and as a result, Zhang Chuan directly let Zhang Yi go to each family to lie down, and everyone was honest. The first thing Zhang Chuan asked the people to do was to build roads. The white paper was already being sold, and Zhang Chuan was not short of grain now, and directly distributed grain to the people who were working, and one person had 3 or 2 grains a day, barely enough for them to live. When the people really received the grain, they were all excited, and many people immediately went out to open up the wasteland. It is not too simple to have cement to pave the road, especially Zhang Chuan sent 2 Terminators to the past. These 2 people are humanoid tanks. One person can push a huge stone mill to quickly flatten the road. The people can only fight next to the hand. Zhang Chuan suddenly found that these Terminators seem to be used to build more reliable than killing. A wave of the hand, in addition to leaving a Terminator at home, the rest of the whole sent out. This time, the efficiency is not too high. Turn the ground, hehe, have you ever seen the T-1000 by the hands of the ground to turn over the scene again? Still without rest, don't be too fast. The people next to them were stunned, and they shocked the Terminator into a god. All the hooligans in the city were arrested and sent to work, and the whole city of Changzi was almost half empty during the day, and the people all went out to work. For a whole month, the area around Changzi city was completely changed. The road was all wide paved with cement, 2 horse-drawn carriages could walk side by side. The villages were connected to the cement road. It was much more convenient for the people to enter the city, and almost all the fields outside the city were planted with grain and had begun to sprout. The city is scanned by a Terminator at all times, and it is strictly forbidden to defecate on the ground, which is what Zhang Chuan hates the most, and every time he comes out, he can smell the pungent smell. Zhang Chuan let the Terminator build a lot of public toilets, and every day someone sweeps the streets, and the city is almost one of the new. With the development of the road, many merchants are willing to come to Changzikan to trade, making Changzikan more and more prosperous. The change in Changzi city naturally attracted the attention of several surrounding cities, and they found that almost all the people in their cities ran to Changzi city, which was enough, and one by one they all found Zhang Feng and let him take good care of his son. Zhang Feng is completely in the left ear in the right ear. Where does he have time to find Zhang Chuan? This white paper business is simply a daily gold. In exchange for the grain has been built several large granaries before barely fitting. Chapter 6. In Changzi County, Lu Li's family was originally a villager in an ordinary village in Changsa County, and the family had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and in previous years, this time they were ready to sell their daughters, otherwise the family would not be able to survive at all. However, a month after Zhang Chuan took office, their family had completely undergone earth-shaking changes. There were many people in the family, there were hundreds of acres of land, and then let the family members go to the government to do some work, almost every day can eat, the life is not known how many times better than before. At this time, Lu Li was wandering around in his own field, looking at the tender shoots emerging from the field, not to mention how happy he was. Suddenly, as soon as the afterglow was swept away, I saw more than a dozen people walking on the wide official road, with tattered clothes, yellow faces, and thin muscles, and a few children were even more unfocused, mechanically walking forward, really afraid that they would fall down at once. Lu Li was not surprised to see this, and many people who dragged their families and mouths passed by here every day. Lu Li slowly climbed from his own field to the official road, and their conversation also reached his ears. A woman said weakly, "How far is it to get to Changsa County, is there really that good there?" A middle-aged man in the crowd had hope in his eyes. It should be true, didn't the second uncle let his cousin come back to tell us on purpose? Everyone in Changsa County can have land and seeds, and the second uncle will not deceive us. Suddenly another woman in the crowd wondered, this will not be a lie, maybe the eldest son county is not so good at all, what can the county order do if it is a more terrible corrupt official? Nonsense, Chuan Gongzi is a good official, if you people dare to slander Chuan Gongzi again, be careful that I call everyone in our village out and beat you to death. Lu Li couldn't listen any more. He knew that his current good life was all given by Zhang Chuan, and he had already written down Zhang Chuan's name at home, offered it up, and had to pay homage every day. Those people were also shocked, they all looked at Lu Li, their eyes showed a look of fear. The middle-aged man saw that the situation was not right, and quickly walked out and smiled, "I'm sorry, brother, these women have not seen anything in the world." Lu Li looked at the women and children who showed frightened eyes, softened their hearts, and sighed, "Alas, in this world, old man, I tell you, don't say bad things about the county order in Changsa County, otherwise it is easy to be beaten to death. You have all heard about the situation here before you came." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly, "We were originally villagers in Jeodu County, but the county order plus taxes are too heavy, there is no way. I heard that Changsa County now has very little tax, and there are land seeds, we will drag our families with our mouths, if we can't get by, who wants to leave their hometown?" Lu Li nodded, and then smiled, "Then you have come to the right place, follow the official road, you can go to the city, there are people who specially receive you, and then someone will arrange a place for you to work, you go quickly, there is also food provided there." Hearing the word food, all eyes lit up, they had been hungry for days. The middle-aged man said happily, "Brother, really?" Lu Li said triumphantly, "Of course it is true, that is, our eldest son Chuan Gongzi Bodhisattva has the heart and is willing to take in those of you who have fled." The middle-aged man wondered, "Old brother, I have always listened to you talk about Chuan Gongzi, what kind of person is this Chuan Gongzi, is it more powerful than the county order?" Lu Lihaha laughed and said, "Prince Chuan is now the county commander of Changsa City, well, you go quickly, remember not to say bad things about Prince Chuan, otherwise it is easy to be beaten to death." The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly, thanked Lu Li and walked towards the eldest son city with hope. They didn't take long to go, and soon they reached the city gate, and immediately someone came up and asked, "You are fleeing?" The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, nodded his head and said, "Yes, sir." The man nodded, "Then you come with me, register first, and then take a shower and eat." They honestly followed the man to accomplish something they couldn't understand at all, until they changed their clothes and devoured a large bowl of rice, and at this time, one by one, they seemed to be in a dream. Coincidentally, these people were arranged to Lu Li's village. Lu Li was still very happy, their village was built by the robot of the Zhangchuan sect, and randomly chose one for them to live in. Of course, this house has to pay money, it is deducted in the future tax, this is not a problem for them at all, happily settled, hundreds of acres of fields have been turned, seeds have also been distributed to them. The middle-aged Hanzi family looked at a large area of land and worked hard excitedly, which was their hope for survival. Zhang Chuan asked Zhang Yi next to him, "How much faith power do I have now?" Zhang Yi said coldly, "Gongzi, 1,000, is still rising every day, please keep it up." Zhang Chuan was overjoyed. He didn't feel any change in his soul anyway, the only feeling was that he seemed to be getting more and more energetic. Alas, this kind of faith is also too demanding, but don't you say, these robots can do their work much faster than people. Zhang Chuan sighed. It is estimated that the precious Terminator can be taken to the field to plow the ground and build roads, and I am afraid that Zhang Chuan will do so. On this day, Zhang Feng suddenly called Zhang Chuan over, and now Zhang Feng's study has changed greatly, with tables and chairs and benches readily available. These are the credit of Zhang Er. After the cement was made, it brought a lot of craftsmen apprentices, made a lot of furniture out. The Zhang family is naturally the first to use, and now these furniture is also a major source of income for the Zhang family. Zhang Feng was sitting comfortably in a chair. When he saw Zhang Chuan come in, he smiled and said, "Chuan, you are here." Zhang Chuan sat down in the chair next to him and said curiously, "Daddy, are you looking for me?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously, "Chuan, seeing that you have managed the eldest son city so well, this is really unexpected to me. Do you want to make the official bigger?" Zhang Chuan was confused and asked, "Father, what do you mean, you want to give me a promotion?" Zhang Feng smiled, "I'm going to find a way to make you the Taishao of Shangdang County, how do you see?" Zhang Chuan was shocked in his heart, and then said happily, "Really, so soon, haven't I only been doing the county order for a few months?" "The imperial court allowed?" Zhang Feng brushed the corner of his mouth and said dismissively, "Now the imperial court is like that, as long as the money is in place, what officials can't do, and our family is not a common man." Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, then daddy, you will get me a too conservative." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "There is a trouble in this matter, if you want to be a county 2 guard, you must go to Luoyang to meet the emperor." Zhang Chuan was stunned, "So troublesome?" Zhang Feng scolded, "What's the trouble? You can bring some precious things to Luoyang and give them to the emperor. You don't care about anything else." Zhang Chuan thought about it, and he was not afraid of any danger. He nodded his head, "Okay, then I will go to Luoyang to see. To tell the truth, I have not been to Luoyang yet, just to see and see." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Well, when the time comes, you will take my letter to Bozhao, and you will just live in his house for the time being." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Father, how long will I go?" Zhang Feng asked, "What do you think?" Zhang Chuan thought for a moment, "Tomorrow, I'll arrange things for the county first." Zhang Feng smiled, "Okay, do you need me to prepare manpower for you?" Zhang Chuan waved his hand, "No. Just kidding, what else do you want with the T-1000? Zhang Feng didn't insist either, knowing that Zhang Chuan would definitely take those people with him, so there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 7. Zhang Chuan returned to the county yacht, thought about it, and left a Terminator in the county yacht, almost enough. Zhang Chuan can switch the perspective at any time anyway, and he can correct the problem himself. He was ready to take Zhang Yi and the other Terminator with him, one of the other 2 Terminators at home, and the other to continue to work. The next day, Zhang Chuan took Zhang Yi on the road, and another Terminator received the ring, and Zhang Chuan asked Zhang Er to build himself a huge palanquin with a large bed and a small table in front of the bed. It was full of snacks and pastries. Zhang Chuan was reclining on the bed, and the 8 big men easily lifted the palanquin and headed towards Luoyang. Zhang Chuan did not let Zhang Yi get on the palanquin. With his weight of half a ton, Zhang Chuan was afraid that as soon as he got on the palanquin, it would be destroyed. After all, it was made of wood. This palanquin still looks very gorgeous. Just out of the Changsa County not long ago, a group of more than 100 mountain thieves blocked in the middle of the road. The people carrying the palanquin are all seen the Terminator powerful. The heart is not panicked, did not stop at all, continue to go forward unhurriedly and slowly. Zhang Chuan can hardly feel the bumps inside, simply not too comfortable. The leader of the mountain thieves, a bearded man, saw several people on the opposite side carrying a strange thing towards him, and he was not afraid of them, and his heart was angry, and he immediately shouted, "The people in front of me all stop me and take out all the money, otherwise, they will all give labor to die." However, it was useless. The 8 people who carried the car were specially selected by Jiang Chuan, who ignored them at all, and continued to walk forward, but this made the mountain thief leader angry, and roared angrily, "Little ones, kill them for me." Zhang Yi suddenly moved his steps, and the silver light flashed, sneaking up in front of the mountain thief leader, punching him in the head, and the whole person's head exploded like a watermelon. The mountain thief in the back had just raised his knife and saw this terrifying scene, and for a moment, a clever mountain thief threw the knife away. "The boss has been killed, run away." A word awakened the dreamer, and the mountain thieves dropped their weapons and scattered in all directions. Zhang Yi was about to chase after it, and Jiang Chuan's voice came out of the car, "Don't chase, they are just some small mountain thieves, everywhere, and they can't be killed." Zhang stopped and obediently returned to Jiang Chuan's palanquin. Jiang Chuan's palanquin passed away all the way, which aroused the curiosity of many people, but no one dared to really check it out. Along the way, several waves of mountain thieves were solved, and Jiang Chuan couldn't help but have a new understanding of the Big Han, chaos, really chaos. On a mountain, 500 people in armor and holding bows and arrows crouched in the woods, staring dead at the official road, and a soldier next to him suddenly said, "Chief, do several county commanders really want us to kill that river?" The middle-aged man called the head had a long knife scar on his face, and his whole face looked very vicious and terrifying. Coldly said, "The adults give a lot of money, there is no way, who let this Zhang family's children mess around." People all ran to him, "The tree is a big trick, we take the money to do things, other things are less managed." The soldiers stopped talking, and they were still very afraid of this leader. Soon, a palanquin appeared on the official road, and Scarface had already received the news. Knowing that Jiang Chuan was sitting in a boxy thing, there were a total of 10 people, and the situation below them was the same as the news received, and the cold glow in Scarface's eyes flashed, "All are ready for labor." The 500 soldiers immediately tensed up, clutching their bows and arrows, and the arrows pointed at the palanquin. Seeing the palanquin pass beneath them, Scarface immediately shouted, "Kill!" The soldiers all let go of their hands, and a small rain of arrows shot toward the palanquin. Zhang Yi's body froze, looking at the arrows that were shooting. Suddenly the whole body became wider and longer, and a metal plate appeared in front of the palanquin, jingling just blocked all the arrows, and none of the arrows shot onto the palanquin. Jiang Chuan heard the voice in the palanquin, stunned, with the help of Zhang Yi's perspective to see, these bows and arrows are not like ordinary mountain thieves. "Ah, think about it, put the Terminator out." This Terminator came out, the eyes began to emit red light, scanned the mountain forest. Enemy 500. Elimination time is 5 minutes. When Jiang Chuan heard this, he hurriedly said, "Don't do it, just destroy the one who took the lead, and the rest of the people will be taken prisoners for me." The Terminator nodded, "Yes, the instruction has been received." After saying that, he took a big stride and walked towards the mountain. Scarface and his men were looking at the metal plate in a daze. How could a person become like this? They wouldn't have encountered any monsters. At this moment, I suddenly saw an ordinary person walking toward them unarmed, and everyone was a little weak in their hearts. Scarface thought of the benefits promised by those adults, and gritted his teeth. "Kill, what to be afraid of, no matter what kind of demons and ghosts he is, are we so many people still afraid of them?" Everyone thought to themselves, too, that ants can still bite elephants. Everyone immediately turned their bows and arrows and shot at the man. But it was completely useless, the clanging sound did not stop, the Terminator could not hide, and the pit where the bow and arrow shot at the body instantly returned to its original form. The Scar leader watched the Terminator come up against the rain of arrows. His heart was cold. He pulled the bow and arrows, the bow became a full moon, the whizzing arrow cut through the air, shot at the Terminator's head. A sound, the arrow hit the Terminator's eyebrow, the force was too great, it actually passed through the head, and a thumb-thick hole appeared on the head. Scarface breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face, and he looked up at the sky and laughed, haha, what a ghost thing, it was not shot by an arrow by labor. Head. Boss, he seems to be still. I'm not dead yet. A soldier next to him suddenly said in a hurry. Well, what? Scarface was shocked, and quickly looked down, only to see that the Terminator was still walking towards them. The hole in the head was visible to the naked eye, and there was no scar left on the face. Sizzle knife. Scarface inhaled a cool breath, the Terminator is not far from them. Suddenly the Terminator raised his hand, stretched out a finger, coldly looked at the knife. Scarface, the finger changed, rapidly extended, instantly to the front of the knife. Scarface, the front end of the finger suddenly became as sharp as a needle, wow, stabbed through the head of the knife. Scarface, the Terminator suddenly said coldly, you are terminated. Scarface had a look of fear and disbelief in his eyes, his head tilted, and he died. The soldiers looked at the corpse of the leader in a stunned manner, all stunned in place, and the Terminator withdrew his fingers, looked at them, and said coldly, you, immediately lay down your weapons and surrender, otherwise, die. The soldiers looked back and said in fear, Yukai, the leader is dead, run. The soldiers immediately scattered and fled. The Terminator looked at them coldly, and suddenly the 10 fingers of his hands began to explode, and the soldiers who escaped first were all pierced by the long and sharp fingers of the Terminator. After the first 24 soldiers who fled fell to the ground in the blink of an eye, all the soldiers froze in place, not daring to move again, and many soldiers' bodies trembled slightly, and the color of fear in their eyes became even more intense. Chapter 8. The Terminator said coldly, lay down your arms and surrender. All the soldiers hurriedly dropped their weapons and crouched down, and the Terminator glanced at the crouched man, assigned a dozen soldiers to collect all the weapons, and then one by one the dejected soldiers followed the Terminator out of the woods to the official road. Zhang Chuan lifted the curtain and looked at the people, you take all these people back, let them build roads and work, and then you come back. The Terminator immediately said, yes, son. The soldiers looked at Zhang Chuan, who commanded this monster, and the look in Zhang Chuan's eyes became strange, and they doubted in their hearts whether Zhang Chuan would be a big demon. Thinking of this, the soldiers shivered one after another, did not dare to look at Zhang Chuan again, lowered their heads, and honestly followed the Terminator. Zhang Chuan returned to the palanquin and continued to head towards Luoyang. After observing along the way, Zhang Chuan found that the whole Han was just a word, chaotic. Mountain thieves did not say anything, a large area of farmland was deserted, and from time to time there would be skeletons on the side of the road. Zhang Chuan really could not imagine that the Tang Han Empire had become like this. Zhang Chuan suddenly understood the Yellow Turban Uprising. This TMD is not the opposite, that is the strange thing. No wonder the Yellow Turban Uprising can sweep through the 8 states, too normal, replaced by Zhang Chuan every day hungry, no clothes to wear, no place to live, but also have to join the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Luoyang. Zhang Chuan looked at the imposing and majestic Luoyang city not far away, and couldn't help but nod, this Luoyang is worthy of being the capital. The palanquin was lifted to the city gate, and the soldiers guarding the city gate looked at this strange thing in front of them and couldn't help but stop it. Zhang Yi stepped forward, took out a piece of cloth and handed it over. The city gate officer took a closer look. The Shangdang Zhang family's concubine Zhang Chuan, the eldest son of the city and county order, his face changed. These local heroes and strongmen are not what these soldiers can afford, and they hurriedly and respectfully give way to the road and let Zhang Chuan enter the city. Zhang Chuan opened the curtains, looked at the streets on both sides, frowned, shook his head, his face was full of disappointment. This Luoyang city can still look at it on the outside, but entering the inside makes people can't help but frown. Even if it is the capital city, it is still dirty and messy, there are so many beggars, and the pungent smell makes Zhang Chuan can't stand it. It was not easy to get to the residence of the magnate. Here is obviously much better. Zhang Chuan was relieved. The palanquin directly stopped at the gate of Cai Mansion. It was too easy to find here. Zhang Yi scanned and found the place. Cai Mansion. Cai Yang was lying on the desk, writing something on a piece of white paper, and he simply loved these white papers. Suddenly, a housekeeper hurriedly ran in. Lord, a man outside who claims to be your junior, called Zhang Chuan, wants to see you. Cai Yang heard this and quickly stood up and said, hurry up, please hurry up and invite people in. The housekeeper rushed out, and soon, Zhang Chuan stepped into the hall, only to see a 40 or 50-year-old Confucian old man looking at himself with a smile, and Zhang Chuan knew that the person in front of him was Cai Yang. Hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted, Chuan has seen Uncle Cai. Cai Yang brushed his beard, looked at the young man with red lips and white teeth, handsome face and extraordinary style, nodded his head and smiled, oh, you are Jun's son, and you are indeed a talent. Zhang Chuan was stunned, and then he remembered that Jun's was his father's word, so he smiled and said, thank you uncle for your praise, your father often mentions you, but he is highly respected for you, well, this is the letter from your father to you. Cai Yang took the letter, opened it, and smiled, well, since you have arrived in Luoyang, then you will stay with me, and in a few days I will take you to see your majesty. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, well, thank you uncle, what you just gave to your majesty has not yet arrived. Cai Yang's eyes lit up, is it this kind of white paper, well, you seem to call it Jiang's paper, he, Xian nephew, you see you live here with me, isn't it? Zhang Chuan couldn't help but look at Cai Yang amusedly, not expecting that this great Confucian still had such a side, and smiled, Uncle Cai is assured, your share will also be sent. Cai Yang listened, and said happily, hey, the old man doesn't mean that, but since you are so gracious and generous, the old man is not welcome, haha. Cai Yang asked the housekeeper to take Zhang Chuan to see his room, and only then did he notice Zhang Yi, who was dressed as a maid, and couldn't help but ask, Xian nephew, this. Zhang Chuan quickly smiled and said, let my uncle see and smile, this is the maid that my mother arranged for me, my mother said that I am still young, I must be by my side to serve me, I can't do it. Cai Yang heard the words and smiled, and then remembered that the teenager in front of him was only 10 years old, and he couldn't help but nod his head in understanding, well, or your mother thinks thoughtfully, you are only 10 years old, are you still young? Zhang Chuan couldn't help but be speechless, looked at Cai Yang, arched his hand, followed the butler towards his room, passing a small garden, Zhang Chuan suddenly felt a flower in front of him, a 12 or 13-year-old, elegant and dignified girl, with picturesque eyebrows appeared in front of him, looked at Zhang Chuan, and wondered, Qin Butler, who is this? Are there any guests at home? Qin Butler hurriedly said, Miss, this is. Zhang Chuan interrupted, well, Zhang Chuan has seen this young lady, I came from the Shangdang Zhang family, because my father and Uncle Cai are good friends, so I went to the palace to live for a few days. I wonder if you are? The young girl smiled, I am the daughter of your Uncle Cai, Cai Yan character Wenji has seen brother Chuan. Zhang Chuan laughed dumbly, Zhang Chuan has seen sister Wenji, I don't have a word yet, you can call me Zhang Chuan. Cai Yan nodded, turned, and left, leaving a sentence, brother Chuan can come to me to play if he is bored. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan's back, his eyes were complicated, this woman can be described as a big name, but the fate is too tragic. Zhang Chuan quickly followed the butler to his room, which was still very large, and the decoration was very elegant and fresh, unlike the luxury of the Zhang family. Zhang Chuan was very satisfied with this environment and planned to make such arrangements after he returned. Zhang Chuan lived in Cai mansion for a few days, rarely went out, but became more and more familiar with Cai Yan, only to find that this guy was still a bit eccentric, dignified and elegant on the surface, who knew that the personality was actually like this. But Zhang Chuan liked her mischievous personality. On this day, Cai Yang took Zhang Chuan to the palace, and Cai Yang entered the main hall first, letting Zhang Chuan wait outside. Emperor Han Ling was also a difficult time in the morning today, sleepy eyes, no spirit at all, and finally when the ministers said almost everything, Emperor Han Ling got up happily and was about to leave. Cai Yang hurriedly stood up and bowed his hand, Your Majesty, Changsa County ordered Zhang Chuan to come and ask for a meeting. When Emperor Han Ling saw that someone was disturbing him to go back, his face was full of displeasure, and he was about to refuse. At this time Zhang Rang suddenly took a step forward and whispered, "Send money." Zhang Chuan had already sent someone to send a batch of white paper to Zhang Rang, and Zhang Rang naturally had to speak for Zhang Chuan. The Hanling Emperor was shocked when he heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he waved his big hand Xian. Chapter 9. Zhang Rang immediately stood up, and a sharp voice resounded throughout the hall. Suan Changza County Ling Zhang Chuan entered the hall. Zhang Chuan heard the words and stepped inside, and the ministers looked at them one after another, only to see a white-clad teenager walking in unhurriedly, striding with his head held high, his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his temperament was extraordinary, and he couldn't help but see a bright light, a good young man. Emperor Hanling also showed a smile. Good-looking people can always make people comfortable. Zhang Chuan walked to the front and arched his hand. Changza County Zhang Chuan has seen your majesty. Emperor Hanling smiled and was about to let Zhang Chuan not have much courtesy, who knew that suddenly an angry cry sounded, "Bold, Xiao'er dared to be so rude," and did not kneel down to see his majesty. It turned out to be He Jin, the general of the charioteer next to him, because he looked full of flesh, and he hated good-looking people the most, and Zhang Chuan was so outstanding. Naturally He Jin was not pleased, and the mistake of catching Zhang Chuan immediately broke out. The ministers all frowned and looked at He Jin, who had originally looked down on He Jin because of his previous status as a butcher, and now he felt more and more that this man could not get on the table. Zhang Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, he stood up straight, and looked at He Jin Dao. "I don't know which adult this is, how can he interject and grab words before his majesty speaks, so rude, don't you put my Han Emperor in your eyes." As soon as these words came out, He Jin's face turned red and he hurriedly saluted the Hanling Emperor, "Your Majesty, this is not what the subject means." The ministers looked at Zhang Chuan strangely, and they couldn't imagine that the eloquence of the young age was not bad. Emperor Hanling waved his hand and smiled, "Well, He King, I don't blame you, Zhang Chuan, is there anything wrong with you coming to see Yuan?" He Jin stood to the side with a stubborn look in his eyes. Zhang Chuan did not pay any attention to him at all, smiled slightly, and arched his hand, "Your Majesty, Wei Chen specially brought the specialties of my eldest son county, Jiang's paper 100 boxes, dedicated to your Majesty." The Hanling Emperor said with great joy, "What you are talking about is the Jiang's paper that has just appeared and is worth thousands of gold." Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled, "Your Majesty, this paper is not easy to make, and we have stored it for a long time to gather 100 boxes, so we dare to present it to your Majesty." Emperor Hanling heard the words and was pleased, "Good, good, you Zhang family are all loyal servants of my great Han." Zhang Rang suddenly attached a few words to the Hanling Emperor's ear, and the Hanling Emperor listened, smiled, and nodded, "Well, good spirit, you want to be the Shangdang County Taishao, Shu Tong. Wait, your Majesty, what an important position it is to be the Taishao of Shangdang County, and to guard against the Hu people. How can a small child take on this heavy responsibility?" He Jin rushed out to stop Dao. Zhang Chuan's eyes narrowed, it seemed that He Jin was going to be completely unable to get along with himself. Zhang Chuan looked at He Jin and said lightly, "General, he means that as long as I can prove that I have the strength to guard Shangdang County, I can be a Shangdang Taishao, isn't it?" He Jin nodded his head reasonably, "Of course, you are still too young. Do you think that it is good to be too conservative? Don't be unaware that the sky is high and the earth is thick, and General Ben is also for your own good." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Then let's fight." Everyone was stunned, "What fight?" He Jin was the first to ask what fight. Zhang Chuan looked at He Jin and said lightly, "If I send someone to fight with your army, and if I win, it means that I can be too defensive, and you have to apologize to me, and if I lose, you will do whatever you want." The hall was quiet for a moment, all of them looked at Zhang Chuan with strange faces. He Jin had 1,000 forbidden troops in his hands, what did Zhang Chuan take and He Jin fight? He Jin laughed loudly, "You, as far as you still want to fight with my soldiers, boy, I'm afraid you'll cry if you lose." Zhang Chuan smiled coldly and suddenly bowed his hand to the Hanling Emperor, "Please also ask your Majesty to agree to Wei Chen's request." Emperor Han Lingdi smiled playfully, and came to be interested, where did this boy come from, and dared to compete with He Jin? Well, Shuo agreed, tomorrow in the Imperial Palace School Field Competition, Zhang Chuan, do you have a problem? Zhang Chuan smiled confidently, the subject obeys the will. He Jin was stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't imagine that the emperor had actually agreed, but he didn't pay attention to it, and said to Zhang Chuan fiercely, boy, you ask for more blessings tomorrow, you lose, but you want to let me dispose of it, he. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, General He, remember to bring more people, otherwise I am afraid that you will lose too badly. The ministers looked at the way these two people were fighting each other, and looked at Zhang Chuan's confident look, which should not be nonsense. Cai Yang was sweating profusely, the Zhang family did not send troops, did he not know yet? Tomorrow Zhang Chuan will fight with He Jin's 1,000 forbidden troops, will he go up on his own? When Zhang Chuan returned to Cai mansion, Cai Yang split his head and covered his face, boy Chuan, are you crazy, 1,000 forbidden troops, what do you take to fight, your father did not send soldiers over, what do you really think? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yang's anxious look, and his heart was slightly moved, and he smiled, Uncle Cai, since I said so, naturally there is a way, do you see the boy as a fool? If you are not prepared how to fight with He Jin, you can rest assured, just watch the play tomorrow. Cai Yang Wen's face slowed slightly, and he looked at Zhang Chuan with half a doubt, really? You didn't lie to the old man. Zhang Chuan cried and laughed, and had to persuade each other to finally let Cai Yang calm down. The next day, Zhang Chuan walked out with Zhang Yi, and although Cai Yang was persuaded by Zhang Chuan, he still couldn't help but worry in his heart, if you regret it, the old man gave up this old face, and He Jin would not dare to take what you did. Zhang Chuan smiled helplessly, believe me, Uncle Cai. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan's determined look, sighed helplessly, and led Zhang Chuan towards the Imperial Palace campus. Cai Mansion, a handsome young man Lang was looking carefully in the mirror, and the little maid next to him worried, Miss, do you really want to dress up like this and go out? The old man knows what to do. Cai Yan turned around and gently patted the little maid's head, you don't say, I don't say, who knows? The little maid said aggrieved, but the place of the test is the palace, how do we get in? The corners of Cai Yan's mouth revealed a hint of cunning, see what this is. He said and took a cloth from his arms. The little maid covered her mouth and exclaimed, Lord's official documents, you. Miss, you're too bold. Cai Yan chuckled, what are you afraid of? When the time comes, we will come back and put it back where it was, how will daddy know? What a fool. The little maid couldn't do anything with Cai Yan, the two quietly sneaked out of Cai mansion and went to the palace, and sure enough, as soon as the cloth was taken out, the two came to the school unimpeded. He Jin had come here early, saw Zhang Chuan coming, looked behind him and sneered, boy, what about your soldiers? Zhang Chuan grinned, far away in the sky, close at hand. General Ho, didn't you see that? He Jin heard the words for a moment, looked around, and finally looked at Zhang Chuan, why didn't General Ben see it, isn't it just the three of you? Zhang Chuan was about to speak, when suddenly, Zhang Rang's sharp voice sounded, Your Majesty has arrived. The ministers all performed the salute one after another, and the Hanling Emperor looked very interested, and smiled, all of them are exempt from the ceremony, have all the people come. Let's get started. Chapter 10. He Jin quickly smiled and said, Your Majesty, the minister is ready, Your Majesty please see. After saying that, he also pointed to the bottom. The Hanling Emperor looked down, only to see 1,000 forbidden troops wearing armor, holding long knives in their hands, neatly arranged on the side of the school below, looking like they had a mighty power. Hanling Emperor nodded with satisfaction, looking good. Emperor Hanling looked around the school and looked at Zhang Chuan in doubt, Zhang Chuan, what about your people? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and said to the Hanling Emperor, Your Majesty, General He's forbidden army holding a sword, is it the meaning of life and death? Emperor Hanling also looked at He Jin doubtfully, and He Jin laughed when he saw this, boy, what, are you afraid? Real knives and real guns are interesting. If you are afraid that your people will die, as long as you ask me, I will let them use sticks. Zhang Chuan nodded, and suddenly said to Zhang Yi, kill me all. Then he looked at He Jindao, I hope General he will not regret it. Zhang nodded, and said coldly, yes, Gongzi. After saying that, he walked down. He Jin looked at Zhang Yi strangely and hummed coldly, everyone will say big words, and I hope you can still be so arrogant later. But, boy, you wouldn't just send this little girl down, would you? Zhang Chuan turned his head and smiled at the Hanling Emperor, Your Majesty, this is my person. Emperor Hanling and the ministers all looked at Zhang Yi with stunned eyes, and now Zhang Yi was still dressed as a beard, and his appearance was still very sweet, and he was a beautiful girl. Cai Yang hurriedly said, Zhang Chuan, isn't this your maid? You let her go. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, Uncle Cai, don't underestimate her, rest assured, I won't mess around. Emperor Hanling, they all turned back to God, looking at Zhang Chuan with strange eyes, this maid has offended this one, a girl went to fight with 1,000 forbidden troops, isn't this sending to death? It's cruel to think about that picture. He Jin laughed loudly, boy, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, you actually let a maid go to death, you might as well admit defeat as soon as possible, rest assured, as long as you admit defeat and ask for forgiveness, General Ben can mercifully let go of your maid. Zhang Chuan didn't bother to respond to He Jin again, but looked down. At this time Zhang Yi had already walked to the other side of the school grounds, and Zhang Chuan bowed his hand to the Hanling Emperor and said, Your Majesty, you can start. He Jin saw that Zhang Chuan ignored himself, his eyes were eager to spew fire, and his face showed a vicious color, good boy, I want your maid to crush the corpse into 10,000 pieces. When Emperor Hanling saw that Zhang Chuan was still so calm, his heart was also curious, and he waved his hand, okay, let's start. He Jin immediately waved his hand to let the forbidden army next to him play the flag, and 1,000 forbidden troops immediately moved, and the sound of stepping on the ground resounded throughout the school ground. The faces of the ministers became solemn, they couldn't imagine that these soldiers were so elite, and the Hanling Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at He Jin. He Jin looked at Zhang Chuan triumphantly at this time. Where Zhang Chuan had time to see He Jin, he gave Zhang an order in his mind, let's start. Zhang Yi responded in Zhang Chuan's mind, yes, Gongzi. The river below moved, and he stepped forward without hurrying, and each step was as if he had measured it, and it seemed that he did not pay attention to these forbidden troops at all. In the crowd, Cai Yan was covering her small mouth and looking at Zhang Yi with wide eyes, she had seen Zhang Yi, she had been following Zhang Chuan's side, she was Zhang Chuan's maid, and she couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan would let his maid go to the forbidden army to compete, which made Cai Yan feel unbelievable. The little maid next to her had already covered her eyes, little son, that sister will not die, it is so terrible. Cai Yan had time to talk to the little maid, his eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Yi, and his heart was very nervous. The people on the stage looked at Zhang Yi, who was calm and self-assured in front of 1,000 forbidden troops below, and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi. When the forbidden army saw that their opponent was actually a woman, they couldn't help but frown darkly, was this looking down on them? With contempt in their eyes, many of the forbidden soldiers behind them even relaxed their hands holding the sword, thinking that it would be okay to rely on the brothers in front, and where would it be their turn to get a shot? Zhang Yi walked to the middle of the school field, suddenly stopped, and then stomped on the ground with his right foot, clicking the stone slab on the ground shattered, and the whole person rushed out like an off-string arrow, and came to the first forbidden army. Zhang Yi punched at the head like lightning, bang a loud noise, the entire head of the forbidden army burst open, and the blood-brain plasma sprayed everywhere. The corners of Zhang Chuan's mouth twitched a little, it was really too fierce, and he was thinking about whether to let Zhang Yi linger. Zhang Yi's speed did not stop, the kung fu of the first dozen forbidden troops in the blink of an eye was all blown up, the people on the stage had their eyes wide open, their jaws were about to fall off, fake, they only saw a green skirt dangling around, and as a result, more than a dozen forbidden troops were all dead. The forbidden army behind them reacted after a shock, after all, it was an elite soldier. Knowing that they had underestimated the woman in front of them, they quickly pulled out their long knives and went all out on guard, not daring to be careless. He-jin was also taken aback, and stood in front of him and roared, "Are you idiots? Kill the woman for General Ben, or else." When the forbidden troops heard He-jin's roar, their hearts tightened, and they did not dare to be careless, just as the two forbidden troops were relatively close to Zhang Yi, and immediately slashed at Zhang Yi's arm with a backhand. Zhang Yi raised his arms in a gear, the knife just slashed at Zhang Yi's arm. When a metal collision sounded, a hole appeared on Zhang Yi's arm, but in a blink of an eye, two arms suddenly grew on both sides of Zhang Yi's body, and the arms became long knives, slashing at the necks of the two forbidden soldiers, and the two heads flew up to the sky. Zhang Yi also completely let go of his hand, and the long knife did not resist when it came, waving four long knives to greet them on the neck, and the people on the stage only saw their heads flying in the air. Blood was flowing on the ground, and the whole school field was full of heads. It was simply a large cultivation field. At this time, some of these ministers smelled the smell of blood wafting in, and they couldn't help but vomit, and their eyes looked at the dancing figure in the field with fear, and the more they looked at it, the more frightened they became. However, the Hanling Emperor stared at Zhang Yi deadly, and his eyes showed a greedy look that occupied his own interests. As time passed, seeing that half of these 1,000 people had been killed, He-jin looked at the school field with red eyes, gasping for breath, and hysterically shouted, "Stop, stop the labor, don't kill again." Zhang Chuan said lightly, "What, did General He concede defeat?" He-jin suddenly turned his head, looked at Zhang Chuan deadly, and said word by word, "Labor told you to stop." Zhang Chuan schemed his lips, "This is the rule set by your majesty, the competition is not over, you do not admit defeat, how to stop, are you older than your majesty?" He-jin was almost choked to death by this sentence, and suddenly saw that the Hanling Emperor was looking at himself with a smile, and his heart was sudden, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "Good, good, labor and capital admit defeat, admit defeat." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, but instead of immediately giving the order, he looked at the Hanling Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Emperor Hanling was very satisfied with Zhang Chuan's attitude, and he smiled and said, well, stop, look at the general who rides the car of the decay to the emergency." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, came to the high platform and waved his hand, secretly ordering in his mind, "Zhang Yi, you can stop." Zhang Yi had already killed more than 600 forbidden troops at this time, and the hundreds of forbidden troops who survived were even more frightened by Zhang Yi, who had long ago thrown away their weapons and fled in all directions. Zhang Yi just caught up with a forbidden army, and with a knife in his hand, he slashed at the neck of the forbidden army. The urine under the forbidden army was already scared out, a large piece of wet on the ground, dead closed his eyes and waited for death, did not think that Zhang Chuan's words just came. Zhang Yi's knife immediately stopped at the neck of this forbidden army. Zhang Yi withdrew his long knife, and his body changed back to its original form, looking like a well-behaved maid, not at all able to see the brutality of just cutting off people's heads. Chapter 11. At this time, Cai Yan's mouth in the crowd had turned into an O shape, and he looked foolishly at Zhang Yi in the schoolyard, who was on the bloody ground and walked outside step by step. Is this really a woman? It was so powerful that there was a glint in her eyes, but the little maid was already crying with her hands blindfolded. Zhang Yi walked up to the high platform and came to Zhang Chuan. His body was spotless, and not a drop of blood was left on his body. Everyone watched Zhang Yi approach, and Chi took a step back, looking at the maid with fear in his eyes. Emperor Hanling, on the contrary, looked at Zhang Yi with his eyes shining, and it was interesting to conquer this kind of woman, so he immediately said, "Zhang Yiking, well, you are a good maid, you like it very much, or you will send her to me as a concubine." Zhang Chuan listened. "People are stupid, boss, this is a Terminator of Moda's feelings, you actually want to sleep with her, as soon as you think of that kind of restrictive picture." Zhang Chuan snorted, "Is the Hanling Emperor thinking that his life is long? I dare to send, do you Hanling Emperor dare to really play?" All the ministers looked at the Hanling Emperor with strange eyes. This one was really bold, even such a dangerous person dared to play. Jiang Chuan shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this person is a person without feelings, and the minister has only barely been able to summon her from childhood to adulthood, and the minister is willing to give it to His Majesty, but in case she starts a madness. Said and pointed below. Emperor Han Lingdi looked at the scene of people's heads rolling and blood flowing into the school field, and suddenly felt that his neck was cold, and a cold sweat appeared behind his back. Zhang Rang was also shocked. If there really was such an uncontrolled female demon head in the palace, it would not let anyone live. Your Majesty, this is too dangerous. The old slave still let Zhang Gongzi control it. Zhang Rang quickly stood up and said softly. Emperor Han Ling also woke up. He was really confused, and he quickly borrowed the donkey under the slope and smiled. Well, Zhang Iking is very good, just now he is just testing your loyalty to Yuan. Well, it seems that Zhang Iking is indeed a loyal servant of my great Han. Since you have already won, then let you do it. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. The subject obeys the will. Then he stood up straight, looked at He Jin, who had lost his soul, and smiled. General He, how can you fulfill the agreement? He Jinyan raised his head and looked at Zhang Chuan Dao with fire-breathing eyes. You killed so many forbidden soldiers of mine, and even want me to apologize to you. Ahem, think again. Zhang Chuan smiled playfully, and was not angry, but instead bowed his hand to the Han Ling Emperor and said, General He, our bet was made under the witness of your Majesty. If you want to settle the account, then you have not put my Han Emperor in your eyes. You are sure to do this. He Jin looked at Zhang Chuan with disgust and suddenly felt that this boy was so hateful, and he was eager to kill him. Turning his head to look at the Han Ling Emperor, he suddenly found that the Han Ling Emperor was staring at himself coldly. He Jin suddenly felt in his heart, but his soldiers were only a few hundred remnants of the defeated soldiers, his strength was sharply reduced, and he was now the meat on the Emperor's board, eating as much as he wanted. He Jin gritted his teeth fiercely, came to Zhang Chuan, and bowed his hand. Prince Zhang Chuan, I'm sorry, I am He Jin reckless, I should not look down on you because of my young age, and later I will send someone to prepare a generous gift to send to Cai Mansion. All the minister's eyeballs were about to fall. He Jin had been flying around, and he had never seen him look so embarrassed. It was an eye-opener. He couldn't imagine that He Jin had such a humble side. Even the Han Ling Emperor looked up and down at He Jin strangely. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand. Good to say, know that mistakes can be changed, and good is great. General Ho, quickly please. He Jin nodded with a smile, but unfortunately his face was full of flesh, and he felt that the smile was too vicious. He Jin turned his head, his face immediately became incomparably blue, his eyes were eager to breathe fire. Since his sister became the Empress, he had not been so depressed. This vendetta, he would definitely repay. Zhang Chuan successfully obtained the appointment documents of Shangdang County's Taishao, and he was overjoyed, so he was ready to leave Luoyang and go back, who knew that he had just returned to Cai Mansion and was about to mention to Cai Yang about his return, when suddenly the housekeeper rushed in. Zhang Gongzi, someone outside wants to see you. Zhang Chuan was stunned. He did not have acquaintances in Luoyang, and asked curiously, do you know who it is? The butler nodded, it's Cao, Lord Cao. Zhang Chuan heard the words, Cao thief, cough, well, Cao, this is a big man, it seems a pity not to see him. Zhang Chuan took a look at Cai Yang, and Cai Yang caressed his beard and smiled, you have a hard time coming to Luoyang, it is also good to make some friends. Well, you don't have a word, it is not convenient to make friends with people, it is better for the old man to give you one. How? Zhang Chuan said happily, that's really good, my uncle is a great Confucian, and if there is a great Confucian to give me a word, I naturally can't ask for it. Cai Yang smiled and said, well, your name is Zhang Chuan, then the word Renayuan, I see that you are too murderous, I hope you can have a benevolent heart in the future, like the sea like a Yuan. Igawa murmured, Renayuan? Renayuan thanked his uncle for giving him the words, and his uncle's teachings Renayuan must be remembered. Cai Yang nodded satisfactorily, and the more he looked at Zhang Chuan, the more he liked it. Well, then you should go first, don't let people wait for a long time. Zhang Chuan performed a salute and walked out. When Zhang Chuan stepped out of the Cai mansion, he saw a middle-aged man approaching 30 years old, short in stature, with a round face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a short beard, which did not look like the famous Cao in history at all. When Cao saw Zhang Chuan, his eyes lit up, and he smiled and arched his hand, under Cao mend, this is the young and promising Zhang Chuan, Zhang Gongzi. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, well, it's me, Zhang Chuan, the cousin Renayuan, I don't know what Lord Cao is looking for me. Cao smiled warmly, brother Renayuan is now famous in Luoyang, and those who dare to make the general apologize to the Che rider are the only ones who love to make friends with heroes, so I want to invite your brother to have a drink. Zhang Chuan paused, well, it is better to be respectful than to obey orders, and Chuan is not welcome. Cao laughed loudly, well, this is the real man, if you twist and squeeze, it is not happy. Zhang Chuan nodded, Cao did have a different kind of charm, so that people could get close to him unconsciously, and sure enough, there was no simple celebrity in history. Zhang Chuan followed Cao and walked out together. Suddenly Cao glimpsed Zhang Yi following behind him. Thinking of the horror of this person, he only felt a chill in his back, his steps suddenly slowed down. Zhang Chuan saw this and said curiously, Brother Mengda, what's wrong? Cao wiped the cold sweat that unconsciously flowed from his head and whispered, Brother Renayuan, are you going to take this maid with you? Zhang Chuan found that Cao was already sweating, and looked at Zhang Yi again, and couldn't help but feel funny, this guy will not be suspicious. Chapter 12. Zhang Chuan suddenly played with his heart and nodded, alas, there is no way, the mother at home arranged, she must be with me at any time, Brother Mengda does not have to be afraid, my maid has a very good temper and is very obedient. Cao really wanted to roll his eyes, his temper was good, he was a good fart, and the blood on the school field had not yet been washed clean. Cao swallowed his spit and reluctantly laughed, haha, Brother Renayuan, you can really laugh, I Cao will be afraid of a maid, you misunderstood. Zhang Chuan looked at Cao with a smirk, and the sweat on his head never stopped. Cao saw Zhang Chuan's look and smiled bitterly, well, Brother Renayuan, you still let your maid stand next to you, she follows, I always thought I would give it to me. Zhang Chuan heard the words and laughed, well, Zhang Yi, come to my side. Zhang Yi took an expressionless step forward and walked side by side with Zhang Chuan. There was no threat behind him, Cao was relieved, his face finally returned to normal, and the cold sweat was gone. Luoyang Chunfeng Building, which was the place where Cao often invited people to eat and drink. Downstairs in the spring wind, Cao said to Zhang Chuan, Brother Renayuan, there are 3 of my friends above, you don't mind. Zhang Chuan shook his head and smiled, it's okay, it's good to make more friends. Cao's face was happy, go, I will take you up to meet and know them. There was just a 4-sided ventilation room above the Chunfeng building, which had basically become Cao's exclusive room. Cao walked in with Zhang Chuan, and the 3 people sitting immediately looked over, and the 3 of them saw Zhang Chuan following Cao behind, and their eyes flickered. When they saw that Zhang Yi had also followed in, the 3 of them immediately jumped up in fright, took several steps back, and their eyes were full of fear. When Cao saw the 3 of them look like this, he smiled and finally vented his previous frightened grievances. Zhang Chuan smiled helplessly, Zhang Yi, you are guarding outside. Zhang nodded and said coldly, yes, Gongzi. After saying that, he turned around and walked out, not looking at them at all. When the 3 of them saw Zhang leave, they breathed a long sigh of relief and sat back down again. Cao smiled and said, I said Brother Renayuan, where did you find such a powerful person, with her around, it is estimated that no one can hurt you. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, I don't know who she is, I only know that she was raised by my mother since she was a child, and as for why she is so powerful, I don't know. Cao saw that he couldn't ask anything, and immediately introduced himself to Zhang Chuan, brother Renai Yuan, this is Yuan Shao, the table character Ben Chu, next to this is Yuan Shu, the table word highway, and Ben Chu is a brother, all from the Yuan family in Runan. This is Su Yu, Su Ziwan, our good friend. Then Cao smiled and said to Yuan Shao, next to me, you should all know who it is, haha, Shangdang Jiangjia Zhang Chuan, Zhang Renai Yuan. Zhang Chuan smiled and greeted everyone, then sat down and carefully looked at the three people on the other side. Yuan Shao looked handsome and extraordinary, very affinity. As for Yuan Shu, I don't know what's going on. Zhang Chuan always felt that this guy was looking at people with his lower eyelids, giving people a feeling of arrogance, and with his ordinary face, standing with Yuan Shao, it seemed obscene and ugly. As for Su Yu, he was a demure and elegant person, and he seemed to have knowledge. Yuan Shao raised his wine glass and smiled, meeting is the fate, Renai Yuan brothers, come, let's have a drink first. Zhang Chuan smiled and raised his wine glass and touched them, and then drank it all. Zhang Chuan was still very cautious, quietly let Zhang Yi scan the wine, and found that it was not poisonous before he dared to drink. Who let the people of the three kingdoms be more insidious than the other, be careful without mistakes. A sip of wine into the mouth, Zhang Chuan was stunned, found that in addition to a little bit of wine, it is bitter, this thing is wine, no wonder you have to drink with the altar, otherwise how can not get drunk. Cao looked at Zhang Chuan and said, Brother Renai Yuan, according to your family lineage, you can do a very good job in Luoyang, how could you think of being a Taishao? Yuan Shao looked at them curiously, and they were also very confused in their hearts. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, can I still tell you that the big man will be chaotic immediately? It is estimated that these people sold themselves to Hejin when they changed hands. Well, the little brother has been growing up in Hezhu, alas, I am used to seeing those Hu people bullying my big Han people, the little brother is not talented, he just wants to return to his hometown and drive those Hu people out as soon as possible. Cao, Yuan Shao and Su Yu couldn't help but be in awe, and they couldn't imagine that a teenager could have such ambitions. Cao raised his glass, well, the Renai Yuan brothers are so brave, Cao is ashamed of himself, come, I wish you can get rid of those damn Hu people as soon as possible. Su Yu and Yuan Shao also raised their wine glasses, and Yuan Shao smiled, I also respect you, you are a man. Su Yu continued, hero out of youth, respect you. The four of them drank a cup and drank it all, and Yuan Shu suddenly said without yin and yang, not very old, the tone is not small, I think it is a child living in the house, but also to drive the Hu people out, don't be killed by the Hu people when the time comes. Cao and the three of them looked at Yuan Shu with dissatisfaction, and this guy seemed to be jealous of others again. Zhang Chuan looked at Yuan Shu and smiled, well, Brother Highway doesn't have to worry about me, after all, the maid next to me protecting me is not a problem. Yuan Shu was stunned when he heard this, and then he remembered that this guy still had a big killing weapon, and if he said so about him, would he let him release the female demon head and kill himself? Thinking about Zhang Chuan's age, it was the time when the teenager was impulsive, forget it, the little life is important, or don't say it. Yuan Shu lowered his head and stopped speaking, but his eyes were full of jealousy, if he had such a powerful maid, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Luoyang? Cao's three people saw Yuan Shu frustrated, and couldn't help but feel funny, this one even Hejin dared to be tough, aren't you Yuan Shu bored with yourself? Then Zhang Chuan and Cao chatted, and Yuan Shu had been sullenly drinking and no longer talking. I don't know how long it took for everyone to talk about it, everyone separated. Zhang Chuan also had a new understanding of these people, when the Han was not chaotic, these three may really be able to minister, but unfortunately, Zhang Chuan has already vaguely sensed the ambition from Yuan Shao's words, and it seems that the Yuan family has already made preparations. Zhang Chuan wanted to go to Cai Mansion and came to the gate of Cai Mansion. Zhang Chuan looked up, stunned, and stopped. There was a luxurious carriage parked at the gate of Cai Mansion. Zhang Chuan frowned and slowly walked forward with Zhang Yi. Seeing that Qin Butler was directing his subordinates to move things, Zhang Chuan was curious. Qin Butler, who is giving gifts to his uncle, it seems that this gift is quite valuable. Qin Butler smiled and said, "Oh, this is a gift specially prepared by the prince of the Hedongwei family to propose to his relatives." Chapter 13. Zhang Chuan heard the words and showed a look of thought. Hedongwei family, well, remember, 6zi Wei Zhong said, this guy originally came to mention his relatives now. Thinking of this, Zhang Chuan stepped into the house, and at a glance, he saw a pale teenager sitting under Cai Yang, coughing a few times from time to time. Cai Yang saw Zhang Chuan come in and smiled. "Renayuan, come back, come, I will introduce you to you, this is Wei Zongdao, the concubine of the Hedongwei family." "Zongdao, this young man is Zhang Chuan Zhang Renayuan, the concubine of the Shangdang Zhang family, and you are all young people who should get along." Zhang Chuan looked at Wei Zongdao and ordered in his mind, "Zhang Yi, invisibly scan Wei Zongdao's body, don't be discovered by him." Zhang Yi looked at Wei Zongdao, the white light in his eyes flashed away, and replied in Zhang Chuan's mind, "Gongzi, after the scan, this person has terminal tuberculosis and will die at any time." Zhang Chuan nodded, as he expected, this guy is a short-lived ghost, or don't come to the misfortune of other people's little sisters. Cai Yang is good to himself, he can't always watch it. Zhang Chuan did not look at Wei Zongdao anymore, but instead looked at Cai Yang and said, "Uncle Cai, is this Prince Wei here to propose to him?" Cai Yang was stunned, and looked at Zhang Chuan suspiciously. Zhang Chuan was not such a rude person, and nodded, "Well, the Wei family is also a big family, and the old man is considering." Zhang Chuan suddenly interrupted, "Uncle Cai, don't think about it, refuse such a family affair." Cai Yang and Wei Zongdao were both stunned, no one expected Zhang Chuan to say such a disrespectful word. Wei Zongdao's originally pale face was flushed. "Zhang Chuan, do my Wei family have anything to do with you when they propose to the Cai family? What do you plug in?" Cai Yang's face was not good looking, he was still satisfied with Wei Zongdao, and he was ready to agree. "Renayuan, you went to drink too much, what nonsense." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and looked at Wei Zongdao, "The prince of the Wei family is right, this time the proposal is for yourself." Wei Zongdao was stunned and nodded, "Yes, in order to show my sincerity, I have come to the door to propose to me." Zhang Chuan continued, "What about your illness? Do you know what's going on?" Wei Zongdao's face changed, and his eyes stared at Zhang Chuandao. "My illness is not a big deal, I will be able to raise it soon, it will not affect the matter of becoming a relative. Boy, do you want to offend my Hedongwei family?" There was a threat in his eyes. Snort, Zhang Chuan sneered, "The Wei family is really calculating, you are terminally ill, and you are ready to let you become a relative, you want to rush to the joy, oh, I really think you are not dying fast enough." Cai Yang saw that Zhang Chuan was talking more and more outrageously, and he wanted to reprimand him for a few words, but when he heard the words terminally ill, he immediately closed his mouth and looked at Wei Zongdao with a suspicious look. Wei Zongdao's face had changed greatly, and he suddenly coughed violently, while a mouthful of blood spewed out. Cai Yang was shocked and stood up, the teenager vomited blood, this is a premature death. Cai Yang's face turned blue and he pointed at Wei Zhong, You really have a serious illness." Wei Zongdao saw that he could no longer hide it, and looked at Zhang Chuan with a look of resentment in his eyes, and said to Cai Yangdao, "Uncle Cai, Zongdao is indeed ill, but it does not affect the formation of his own son, and he also asks his uncle to be perfect." Zhang Chuan laughed out loud, attracting the eyes of Cai Yang and Wei Zongdao, and Zhang Chuan laughed, "Zhang Yi, tell me how long Wei Gongzi can live." Cai Yang heard the words, his eyes froze, but he knew how powerful this woman was it so good to see a doctor? Zhang Yi said coldly, "This person has already had many holes in his lungs, and he will die in less than 2 years." Wei Zongdao's face changed drastically, which was almost exactly the same as the conclusion of the divine doctor he was looking for. Cai Yang looked at Wei Zongdao's face, and his heart sank. It seemed that Zhang Yi was right, this Wei family should not be a good bully. Cai Yang said indifferently with a cold face, Wei Gongzi, this family affair old man does not agree, you go back, right, by the way, bring those gifts back, my Cai family can't stand it. Wei Zhongdao's face turned even paler, he glared at Zhang Chuan fiercely, and directly turned away, ignoring even the basic etiquette. It seemed that he was angry. Cai Yang sighed and said to Zhang Chuandao, fortunately, you found out, otherwise Wen Ji's life would be ruined. Alas, Wei Zhongdao is still good, but unfortunately he is sick. Zhang Chuan laughed, Uncle Cai, Sister Wen Ji is so outstanding, are you still afraid of not finding a good family? Don't worry. Cai Yang nodded, suddenly looked at Zhang Chuan, his eyes showed a strange look. Zhang Chuan inexplicably felt a chill on his body, looked around, nothing happened. At this time, a thought popped up in Cai Yang's heart, isn't this teenager in front of him a good candidate? It seems that he has to write a few more letters with Jun's, and such a good son-in-law can't run. Zhang Chuan suddenly found that Cai Yang looked at his own eyes very wrong, and his heart suddenly said, he would not be calculating what he was, with the level of his high school student, he did not have to be played to death. Zhang Chuan hurriedly said, Uncle Cai, I am also ready to resign from you, tomorrow I am ready to return to Shangdang County, these days are really troublesome for you. Cai Yang touched his beard and smiled, well, it's okay, your father and I are old friends, isn't it supposed to take care of you? You might as well go back early, or by the way, help me bring a letter back to your father. Zhang Chuan was not suspicious, and nodded, well, okay, I will definitely deliver it to my father personally. Cai Yang smiled and nodded, and the more he looked at Zhang Chuan, the more satisfied he felt. Zhang Chuan really couldn't stand Cai Yang's strange eyes and made an excuse to slip away. The next day, Zhang Chuan got up early, moved his body in the courtyard, and prepared to leave after breakfast. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he found that there was a flash of white. Zhang Chuan raised his head, scanned the surrounding circle, and scanned Zhang in his mind. Yes, son. Zhang Yi immediately responded in his mind, after the scan, it is Cai Wenji, hiding behind a tree. Zhang Chuan nodded his head and a smile appeared on his face, Sister Wenji, I have seen you and I can't come out yet. As soon as the words fell, a figure wearing a white dress slowly stepped out from behind a big tree. Renayuan, how did you find me? Well, was it Zhang Yi's sister who found out, she is so powerful. Zhang Chuan was stunned, how did Cai Wenji know that Zhang Yi was powerful? Suddenly, in his mind, Zhang Yi said, on the day of the school competition, Cai Wenji was also there. Zhang Chuan suddenly realized that this guy had actually slipped away to the palace, so the bloody scene also dared to watch. Zhang Chuan had to admire Cai Yan's thick nerves, not ordinary people. After Zhang Chuan saw Cai Yan come out, his eyes kept looking at Zhang Yi, and he couldn't help but smile, Sister Wenji, did you come to me for anything? Cai Yan then shifted his gaze to Zhang Chuan, well, I learned that you are going back today, so I came to see you. Zhang Chuan nodded, well, Sister Wenji can come to the party to play in the future, it is not good to stay in Luoyang all the time. Cai Yan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, yes, you said it well, but then you have to convince my father, well, thank you for the Wei family yesterday. Zhang Chuan heard the words and immediately lost his smile, this little girl was really well informed, and smiled, it's okay, I can't watch such a beautiful Sister Wenji marry a leprosy ghost. Cai Yan's face was slightly red, he took a serious look at Zhang Chuan, reached into his arms, took out a white and flawless jade pendant, which seemed to be carved with a bird, and reached out to put the jade pendant into Zhang Chuan's arms, Brother Renayuan, this is my favorite piece of jade pendant, I gave it to you, it is a thank you for what you did yesterday. After saying that, he bowed his head and hurried away. Zhang Chuan inexplicably picked up the jade pendant, looked at it carefully, and found that the bird carved on it did not know himself, and he did not care in his heart, just as Cai Yan's thank you, he casually threw it into the space ring. Chapter 14 Luoyang he fu, He Jin's face is very ugly, this time it is a big face in front of the 100 officials, but also by a 10-year-old child to be bullied, this said who dares to believe, but this is the truth. He Jinyan looked at Cao Yuan Shao and the others below with a calm face, and said viciously, you are all people with great talents, and one is smarter than the other. General Ben wants to kill that Zhang Chuan Xiaoer, do you have any good methods? Cao they looked at each other when they heard the words, and they were very ashamed of He Jin's personality, they were still not convinced when they lost, and they still wanted to find them back from somewhere else, and they were really evil and would be repaid. One by one, they were silent, and no one spoke. When He Jin saw this, his eyes were burning with anger, and he was about to get angry, when Yuan Shu suddenly smiled, General He, just a little, where do you need to do it yourself? He Jinyan looked at Yuan Shu and asked incredulously, oh, Highway, do you have any good methods? Cao also looked at Yuan Shu curiously, this man's strategy was not high enough, and he did not know what method he would come up with to deal with Zhang Chuan. Yuan Shu saw that everyone was looking at him, and couldn't help but smile triumphantly, isn't Shi Zhangji just in charge of Shangdang County? At that time, General He, you only need to let Zhang Yi give the order, let Zhang Chuan lead troops to attack the most dangerous places of the Hu people, hey, Zhang Chuan will be killed by the Hu people sooner or later even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. He Jinyan immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled, clapping his hands, well, Highway, General Ben really underestimated you before, worthy of being the concubine of the Yuan family. Yuan Shu looked at Yuan Shao triumphantly, and Yuan Shao turned his head to look at him too much to look at him. Yuan Shu couldn't help but feel very unhappy. Cao frowned, looked at Yuan Shu, and had to say that Yuan Shu's idea was still very good, and it seemed that he had to find an opportunity to remind Renai Yuan, otherwise if he was really killed by the Hu people, the Big Han would have one less pillar. The owner of the Wei family in Hedong was looking at Wei Zhong with a gloomy face, what you said is true? The matter was supposed to be done, but it was destroyed by Zhang Chuan, the concubine of the Shangdang Zhang family. Wei Zhongdao's face was still pale, and there was a glint of hatred in his eyes, and he nodded, yes, father, that little boy of the Zhang family is too hateful, and we can't fail to repay this vendetta. The owner of the Zhang family stroked his beard and pondered, Shangdang Zhang family, recently they are very active, I heard that they have made a kind of jiang's paper, worth thousands of gold, it can be said that Nijin Dijin is gold, ahem, if so, then don't blame me Wei family. Wei Zhongdao's eyes lit up when he heard this, Daddy, you want to? The owner of the Zhang family nodded and smiled, yes, 1,000 cavalry of our Wei family can also come in handy, since the Zhang family has such a good livelihood, how can it also score a piece of soup? Wei Zhongdao felt a little better in his heart, but he couldn't forget Zhang Chuan. What about Zhang Chuan? Just let him go. Yin, the owner of the Wei family, smiled, how is it possible, isn't Qingfeng village in Hanoi still in contact with my Wei family? Let them solve the Zhang family's children. Wei Zhongdao worried, but I heard in Luoyang that he has a very powerful bodyguard, just in case. The Wei family lord sneered, Zhongdao, you are still too young, what is the use of a bodyguard no matter how powerful, he can hit 10, 100, can he still kill 1,000 people? With all the arrows firing, even the most powerful people will fall. Don't put too much emphasis on personal force, remember that the army is king. Wei Zhongdao nodded in agreement, Zhang was still old and spicy, Wei Zhongdao thought that Zhang Chuan could die under 10,000 arrows, his heart was much more comfortable, it seemed that even the cough was much better. Zhang Chuan bid farewell to Cai Yang and continued to sit on his palanquin and headed towards the city gate, while Zhang Yi still followed next to the palanquin. As soon as he left the city gate, Zhang Yi's voice came into the palanquin, Gongzi, Cao is in the front pavilion, it should be waiting for you. Zhang Chuan was stunned, could it be that Cao had come to send himself off, opened the car curtain, and sure enough, he saw Cao walking around in the gazebo on the side of the road, and he had not found Zhang Chuan's palanquin. Zhang Chuan got out of the palanquin, walked to the gazebo, and smiled, Brother Mengda, are you here to send me off? Cao raised his head and saw Zhang Chuan's look of joy. Brother Renayuan, Cao finally waited for you, do you think you have already left? Zhang Chuan said curiously, Brother Mengda, you are waiting for me here, is there anything wrong? Cao glanced around and said in a low voice, Brother Renayuan, back to the party, you have to be careful and assassinate Shi Zhangji. General, he was humiliated and decided to let Zhang Yi embarrass you. Zhang Chuan's eyes flickered slightly, he nodded, and smiled. Chuan Duo thanked Brother Mengda for coming to tell me this news. Cao laughed and said, I am also afraid that the big man has lost a talent, and now that I tell you, I will be relieved. Zhang Chuan looked at Cao and nodded. Cao at this time was indeed for the sake of the big Han, not the tyrant. The two talked for a while before Zhang Chuan left. Just about to enter Hanoi, Zhang Chuan made people stop. Zhang Chuan waved Zhang Yi back to the ring, and then found the Terminator in the Changsa County home in his mind, silently thinking that he wanted to swap places with him. Shiu, a slight voice sounded. Zhang Chuan had returned home, and a Terminator appeared in the car. Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily, yes, this ability of this ring is to be used well. Zhang Chuan let the Terminator become Zhang Yi's appearance, got off the palanquin. Those sedan men continued to carry the empty car on the road. The Terminator followed the side of the palanquin. Nothing seems to have changed. Zhang Chuan releases Zhang Yi and another Terminator, letting the Terminator continue to guard the house, and he himself takes Zhang Yi with the paperwork to find Zhang Feng. Pushing open the door of the study, Zhang Feng looked up at Zhang Chuan in surprise. Chuaner, how did you come back so quickly? Zhang Chuan did not answer but said, Father, I have taken back the documents and am ready to take office tomorrow, do you have any suggestions? Zhang Feng suddenly smiled mysteriously, suggestion? That's not true, you better take a closer look at the current Changsa County and then talk about it. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Feng confusedly, seeing that he was just laughing but not speaking. He could only helplessly take out a letter and hand it to Zhang Feng. Father, this is a letter from Uncle Cai to you. Zhang Feng nodded, took the letter, opened it directly, looked at it carefully, and gradually his face became strange, with joy and doubt. Zhang Feng looked up at Zhang Chuan, you have a word. Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled, Uncle Cai took it, Renayuan, how's it going, it's not bad. Zhang Feng nodded, well, yes. You didn't do anything at his house, did you? Zhang Chuan was stunned and shook his head, no, what's wrong, what did Uncle Cai say? Don't say bad things about me, show me. He said. He reached out and took the letter. Zhang Feng immediately avoided Zhang Chuan's hand, this is the letter of the elders, what do you see, you really haven't done anything. Think about it. Zhang Chuan shook his head helplessly and thought about it carefully, oh, it may be that I let the Wei family not have a commission. By the way, Dad, we have to guard against the Hedong Wei family, he won't come to annoy us, if he really provokes us, I will destroy him. Zhang Feng doesn't care about the Hedong Wei family now, nodding his head clearly, then it is no wonder, I can't imagine that my son is still a sought-after commodity, the daughter of the Cai family. Instead, consider it. Zhang Chuan suddenly found that Zhang Feng was actually wandering, and asked busily, Father, what's wrong with you? Zhang Feng looked back at Zhang Chuan, well, yes, Daddy is fine, you should go outside to see it first, it is guaranteed to surprise you, your people are really too powerful. Zhang Chuan was suddenly interested, and nodded, okay, I'll go and have a look. With that, he turned and left. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Chuan's back and said to himself, 10 years old, will it be too early? Alas, take care of him, he is too guarded, and he should also consider it. Chapter 15. Zhang Chuan came out of the study, directly opened the door of the house, walked out. At a glance, Zhang Chuan was stunned in place. TMD, don't tell me that this is the eldest son of the city. Zhang Chuan raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. After repeatedly determining that this is true, I can't help but complain madly, this TMD is not too much to change, the wide cement pavement I will not say, but this row of brick houses is the ghost, and this person crowded the street, People are not too many points, the most important thing is where the aroma of wine floating on the street is from, that is the grain, it is extravagant for wine making. The people saw a handsome white-clad teenager coming out of the Zhang mansion, and everyone looked at him in unison, and suddenly someone shouted, "It's Zhang Gongzi!" Boom! The whole crowd seemed to explode the pot, and then as if practicing 1,000 times, all the people all knelt down at once. "Thank you very much for the grace of the prince's life." Zhang Chuan suddenly froze in place, looking at the kneeling crowd of black oppression. The whole person was in a huge shock. In the end he was still just a high school student. The scene in front of him completely subverted his world view. It turned out that the ancients were really so simple and kind, they just wanted to get the power of their faith and did a little thing. I didn't think they would be so grateful to date. Zhang Chuan took a deep breath. This 3 kingdoms let themselves end, the people are innocent. Everybody get up, it's my duty as a county, it doesn't have to be so. The people still prostrate their heads fiercely, and then stood up. A pair of eyes gratefully looked at Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan helplessly, "Well, everyone dispersed, I still want to see what Changzhou County has become now." Zhang Chuan said in a word, "Boom," and all the people gave way to erode in unison, "Gongzi, please." Zhang Chuan was speechless, nodded, and stepped out. Fortunately, the people behind him scattered spontaneously, otherwise Zhang Chuan would definitely have to swap places with the Terminator at home, and hurry home. In a restaurant on the street of Changzikan, which is a 2-story brick house, a young man with a broken arm is accompanying a polite middle-aged man in his 30s drinking wine. "Brother Yuanhao, the younger brother is right, Chuan Gongzi is really a good official." One of the 2 men was the young man with the broken arm that Zhang Chuan had rescued, and across from him was his cousin Tian Toyota Moda Xiao, who had written a letter and called, and he had just seen the scene where the people had just knelt down, and to tell the truth, he was also shocked. Tian Feng nodded, "Yes, but unfortunately it is only a county order." "Well, then see you first." Tian Lixi said, "Okay, I'll lead the way." Tian Feng looked at Tian Li's surprised look and shook his head. Zhang Chuan was his savior. Zhang Chuan looked around carefully. The Changzhou city seemed to have been completely rebuilt, the city walls were gone, and the city was almost full of brick houses, which was a bit exaggerated. When Zhang Chuan looked outside the city, the crops of a large field had begun to grow a little, and the green was lush, the ditches were crisscrossed, and the water wheel was also erected. Zhang Chuan took a deep breath and smelled the faint aroma of earth. Zhang Chuan suddenly asked, "Zhang Yi, how much power do I have in my faith?" Zhang Yi replied, 150,300. Zhang Chuan said helplessly, "How can it be so much? Alas, it has become the Taishao of Shangdang County, it should be able to do more." Shangdang County is not the eldest son of the city, there are a total of 12 counties, but to manage these 12 counties, obviously beyond his ability, always cannot send a Terminator in each county, that is not enough, and let the Terminator manage a place is okay. If the place is big, it is estimated that there will be a lot of chaos. Zhang Chuan began to walk back, ready to go to see the place where the sake was made, not knowing whose idea it was. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stopped. "Gongzi, there is a rush to us in front." Zhang Chuan was thinking about things with his head down, and when he looked up, he saw a one-armed young man walking excitedly toward him, followed by a polite middle-aged man, whose pace was not hurried and quite graceful. Zhang Chuan stopped, not knowing what the one-armed young man was looking for himself. "Son, I'll introduce you to a great talent." Tianli had not yet approached Zhang Chuan, and he said excitedly. Zhang Chuan heard that he was really going to be lucky, and he could meet a big talent at will. "Curious, you? Well, you are still like the people my men saved from the Hu people." Tianli was even more excited. "Gongzi, it turns out that you still remember me." Zhang Chuan was speechless. "Isn't your broken arm reminding me of the dangling Ming? Except for the people who were rescued that time, they lacked arms and legs, and no one did this." Tianli hurriedly reached out and pulled Tian Feng Dao, who had just come over. "Gongzi, this is what I mean by great talent, my cousin Tian Toyota Yuanhao, my cousin is extremely smart." Tian Feng couldn't help but blush. Was it really good to brag about himself like this? I am afraid that I will be treated as a liar by others. Jizhu Tian Toyota Yuanhao has seen the Prince of Chuan. Tian Feng quickly interrupted Tian Li's words and threw his hands at Zhang Chuandao. Zhang Chuan was confused for a moment, and then woke up and said happily, "You are really Tian Feng, haha, I didn't expect to send a pillow when dozing off." Tian Feng looked at Zhang Chuan questioningly, "Does the prince know me?" Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Mr. Yuanhao, why don't we go into the house and talk about it later?" Tian Feng looked around and nodded, "Good, Gongzi please." Zhang Chuan excitedly brought the two back to the Zhang mansion, and after sitting down in the hall, Zhang Chuan said, "Mr. Yuanhao, I really don't want to hide anything, I am already too conservative of Shangdang County, and I am worried about the governance of Shangdang County. I did not expect that Mr. Yuanhao you actually came. If Mr. Yuanhao does not mind, I am willing to treat him as a county magistrate." Tian Feng took a breath of cool air and looked at Zhang Chuan with twinkle in his eyes, "Gongzi, you don't even know if Tian Mao's ability to be a big position will be too dramatic." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "What, Mr. Yuanhao does not dare to take up this position?" Tian Feng looked deeply at Zhang Chuan, then looked at Tian Li, and arched his hand, "Yuanhao has seen the adult." Zhang Chuan waved his hand, "Don't call me an adult, just call me a prince." "Well, since that's the case, Mr. Yuanhao, you can go directly to the Taishao mansion with me." Tian Feng heard the words, "So fast?" But since he had already promised to come down, he didn't say anything, and went to the Taishao mansion with Zhang Chuan. Originally, the Taishao of Shangdang County was a decoration, basically obeying the words of the Zhang family, and now that Zhang Chuan had done too much, the handover was extremely smooth. Zhang Chuan appointed Tian Feng as a county clerk and then gave up, letting the Terminator of the town Shao County follow Tian Feng. Zhang Chuan directly told Tian Feng, "If there is anything he does not understand, ask him directly." At first, Tian Feng still felt that Zhang Chuan was playing a child's play, but after spending a few days with the Terminator, he immediately shocked the Terminator into a heavenly person, posing as a student asking for advice, watching Zhang Chuan smile darkly, and his heart was also looking forward to what Tian Feng, who was affected by the Terminator's modern knowledge, would become. In the county orders of the 12 counties, Zhang Chuan let Zhang Yi go through it, and under Zhang Yi's scanning, he killed all corrupt officials, reappointed the county order, and extended the policy of Changzhou County to the entire Shangdang County. Zhang Chuan sent the Terminator of the family to other counties, specially repairing the land and roads, working day and night, and he didn't have to rest anyway. Chapter 16. Hanoi. Because it was already an empty palanquin, so the 8 people carried the palanquin and ran fast, all wanting to return to the party as soon as possible, and the Terminator silently followed alongside. Suddenly, the palanquin stopped, and the Terminator looked indifferently ahead, only to see 500 cavalry in the middle of the road, led by a rough-looking man, looking at them coldly. At the Zhang family of Shangdang County, Zhang Chuan gave a soft sigh, immediately focused his attention on his mind, and saw the cavalry on the opposite side through the eyes of the Terminator. Zhang Chuan thought for a moment and gave the Terminator an order, "Don't kill anyone, take them all captive." The Terminator said coldly, "Yes, son." After saying that, he stepped forward and walked toward those people, and the big man saw the Terminator come out and shouted, "Brothers, these people in front of you are our target, the Wei family has given a lot of rewards this time, kill them, we can go back to eat meat and drink." The cavalry behind him had a look of excitement and bloodlust on his face, "Well, the boss is right, kill them." The big man heard the words and smiled fiercely, killing and saying that as soon as he slapped the horse, he rushed up with the cavalry rumbling. As soon as the Terminator stepped on it, the whole person rushed over, punched the boss on the horse, banged, the whole horse flew out, the boss fell directly, the silver light flashed, and the bang of the boss's head was smashed by the Terminator's fist. The boss tilted his head, fainted, the Terminator punched one horse after another, and in 10 minutes, all the horses were lying on the ground, and the cavalry fell down and were stunned by the Terminator, and in a few moments, the horses and people lying on the ground were lying on the ground. The Terminator left his hand, and the horses stood up in a moment, and the Terminator tied them all to the horses and drove the horses on their feet. Zhang Chuan looked at all this in front of him with satisfaction, and the Terminator's ability was completely speechless. The door was pushed open, and Zhang Yi said, "Gongzi, Lord Tian is here." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Well, let Mr. Tian come in." Tian Feng walked in, sat down in a chair, and then looked at Zhang Chuan. "Dao, Gongzi, several counties have changed county orders, and the policy of Changzikan has also been implemented throughout Shangdang County." Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Mr. Hardfield." Tian Feng looked at Zhang Chuan and stopped talking, and Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Mr. Tian, if there is anything to do, you can just say it." Tian Feng no longer hesitated, "Gongzi, what kind of person is the assistant you sent me?" How Feng feels that this person's knowledge is profound, the novelty of his ideas, and his talent is simply beyond Feng's too much, just being a subordinate of Tian Mao, is it too condescending? Zhang Chuan smiled, "Mr. Tian doesn't have to mind, their talent may indeed be very rich, but the specific handling of things, it will be unsatisfactory, you can just call them." Tian Feng saw that Zhang Chuan insisted on not saying more, and asked again, "Gongzi, have we not prepared an army in Shangdang County?" Zhang Chuan was stunned, and finally remembered what he was missing. It turned out to be the army, but think about a Terminator can kill an army of 10,000 people at will, do you really need an army? Looking at the dense Terminator in his ring, what is the army, can it be eaten? "Mr. Tian, I'm not going to set up an army. Zhang Chuan is a good whole way." Tian Feng was confused and said with disgust, "Gongzi, you are crazy, there is no army, how to protect Shangdang County, how to resist the Hu people?" Tian Feng was able to fully exert his talents in Shangdang County, and looking at Shangdang County, which was gradually prospering under his own governance, he was naturally reluctant to let people destroy it and destroy his own efforts. Zhang Chuan smiled mysteriously, "Mr. Tian, don't worry so much, I naturally have been prepared." Tian Feng was naturally full of disbelief, but Zhang Chuan was too defensive after all, and since he insisted, he couldn't help himself. Tian Feng frowned, his heart was still very worried, helplessly sighed and took out a letter from his arms. "This is an order sent by Shi Zhangji, the assassin of Hes Hu, let you send an army to Jinyang, what do you think?" Zhang Chuan was stunned, took a look at the paperwork, and then smiled, "Mr. Tian, I know, you go busy, you don't care about this matter." Tian Feng nodded, "Well, anyway, Gongzi, you are the one who is too shao." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Chuan heard that Tian Feng was still worried about the army, and he smiled helplessly. Before seeing the power of the Terminator, it was estimated that no one would believe that one person could kill an army. Suddenly, Zhang Yi said next to him, "Gongzi, your faith power has reached 2.5 million. Zhang Chuan was shocked and said, "How can it rise so much?" Zhang Yi replied, "Shangdang County is less influenced by the Hu people, most of the people in the prefecture are here, Gongzi. After your policy is implemented, many people who know the changes in the Changzi city are naturally grateful to you, because they are very religious, so the power of faith will skyrocket, and it is estimated that it will stabilize after a while." Zhang Chuan nodded, it was quite likely. With a wave of his hand, 2 Terminators appeared in the room. "Originally, there was no Terminator at home to guard, I was not at ease to leave. Now that there are 2 more Terminators, let's go to Jinyang to see it, I want to see what ghosts Zhang Yi wants to do." Zhang Chuan said lightly. Zhang Chuan left 1 Terminator at home, and the other sent out to continue working in other counties. Then he spoke to his parents and set off with Zhang Yi. Zhang Chuan stuffed a lot of food clothes in the ring this time, rode on a black horse loaded with saddle stirrup and horseshoe, took Zhang Yi directly and set off. Zhang Yi was still walking below, even if Zhang Chuan galloped on the horse, Zhang Yi still followed easily. Zhang Chuan had to sigh that he was worthy of being the Terminator, powerful. In Hedong, a caravan carrying the banner of Jiangzi marched toward Shangdang County with hundreds of horse-drawn carriages full of grain. Leading the team was Zhang Tian, a collateral disciple of the Zhang family, who looked at the Terminator in front of him in awe. He did not know his origin, only that it was Zhang Chuan, the concubine of the Zhang family, named Zhang Wu. No matter how ferocious the bandits along the way, or the army sent by the official government who saw Kunyan, all of them were completely destroyed under the killing of this person, and the terrible scene of Sholuo made him still have nightmares from time to time. Jiang Tian felt that the person in front of him was actually not a human being at all, not to mention the strange and varied changes, that is, once he saw Zhang Wu's head being cut off, and as a result, he was taken back by him hard. Is this something that people can do? When they arrived in Hedong, they were not far from Shangdang County, and the caravan did not lose a single person, and everyone was very happy and eager to fly back to Shangdang immediately. Suddenly, the dust in the distance, the huge sound of rumbling came over, Jiang Tian's face changed greatly. The cavalry, definitely the cavalry. Looking at this situation, it seems that these cavalry are rushing towards them. Chapter 17. The Terminator. Zhang Wu stopped, a faint red light in his eyes looked at the front of the smoke and dust. Jiang Tian ordered the entire team to stop and look at the opposite side cautiously. The cavalry dressed in black armor and holding long guns began to slow down, and slowly walked up on horseback. Zhang Wu looked at them and stepped up. Who are you? The black-armored knight who was the leader took a look at the Zhang family banner and said lightly, "You are the people of the Zhang family." Zhang Wu looked at him coldly and did not speak. The black-armored knight laughed and said, "That can only be blamed on your bad luck, who let your sons offend my Hedong Wei family. Now that the immortals have come, they can't save you." Zhang Wu just looked at them coldly. He had already informed Zhang Chuan, and Zhang Chuan used Zhang Wu's perspective to see clearly what had just happened. "Kill these cavalrymen, you take a trip to the Wei family. Since the Wei family dares to provoke my Zhang family, then they don't need to exist." The Terminator suddenly said, "Yes, son." Zhang Chuan was still in a hurry at this time, and he didn't have the energy to pay attention to this side anymore. Zhang Wu received the order, and did not say much, stepped on the foot, rushed over, and the knight led by him smiled coldly, "Ha, look for death." After saying that, the spear in his hand flew towards Zhang Wu and stabbed it. Zhang Wu reached out and grabbed it, directly grabbed the tip of the gun, and then pulled it back fiercely. The knight commander's face changed greatly, he felt a huge force coming, and quickly released the gun. Zhang Wu grabbed the iron gun, the head of the gun turned, aimed at the commander, such as throwing the javelin to move out. The sharp sound of whizzing sounded, in the commander's horrified eyes. There was no time to dodge, the whole iron gun stabbed into the chest, the body flew away, crashed into the cavalry behind. The iron gun continued to penetrate, continuously inserted into 5 cavalry before stopping. The 6 were strung together like sugar gourds and fell to the ground. Zhang Wu's entire body suddenly turned into silver light and rushed into the cavalry. The sword light flashed continuously, and one head after another soared into the sky, but the Zhang family's team was very calm, and they were already accustomed to this kind of scene. Many of the cavalry were ready to flee, but Zhang Wu did not chase after them, and after killing all the people who remained in place, he returned to the Zhang family team and said to Zhang Tiandao, "You first repair here, by the way, clean up here, bring those horses back, and I will go to the Wei family to see." Zhang Tian was shocked. "You want to go to the Wei family? Do you want to defend the family?" Zhang Wu nodded. Gongzi ordered the Wei family to be destroyed. After saying that, I turned around and left. Zhang Tian's face was full of shock. "You must know that the Hedong Wei family is no less than the Zhang family's big family, saying that it will be extinguished?" However, looking at the blood-soaked Sholuo scene in front of him, there was nothing surprising in his heart. At Hedong Wei's house, Wei Zongdao was half lying on the bed, coughing in his mouth, and only in bed was he more comfortable. The owner of the Wei family was also here, looking at his son on the bed, frowning. "It seems that you still have to find someone to marry you. Alas, for a while and a half I don't know where to find it." Wei Zongdao didn't care about this, but asked, "Father, have all of us been sent out?" The owner of the Wei family laughed and said, "It was already sent out. Well, there should be news coming back now." As soon as the words fell, a hurried step came to this side, and the Wei family lord and Wei Zongdao looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. It seemed that they should have returned. The door was pushed open, and the housekeeper of the Wei family ran in panic and said, "Lord, it's not good, the black armor guards sent out have only escaped back a dozen people, and the people of the Zhang family have been chasing and killing them. They have not been able to escape back to the Jiangjia Wubeo with difficulty, but the people of the Zhang family also appeared outside the Wubeo fort. Lord, what do you see? Both the Wei family owner and Wei Zhongdao showed shock. Wei Zhongdao hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, and couldn't help coughing violently. The Wei family owner was awakened by the sound, and said with a somber face, "Go, look at it, I want to see how many people the Zhang family has come, and even the black armor guards that my Wei family has worked so hard to cultivate are not opponents." Wei Zhongdao hurriedly stood up, "Father, I will also go to see." The owner of the Wei family saw that Wei Zhongdao insisted, nodded, and walked outside together. The Wei family mansion was behind the Wu fort, and soon, the Wei family father and father stood on the wall of the Wu fort, looked down, and saw a person dressed as an ordinary person walking towards the Wu fort. The two fathers and sons were stunned, how there was only one person. At this time several black armored cavalry also came to their side, saw the people below, the eyes showed a color of fear, and the body involuntarily began to sigh. He chased after him, and it was over. "We are all going to die." The Wei family lord calmed his face and scolded, "What are you talking about? He is only one person, and there are so many people in our dock fort, are you still afraid that he will not succeed?" Several horsemen looked at each other, and one of them said, "Lord, he was not a human being at all, he alone would have almost wiped out the entire black armor guard, and if it weren't for the fact that a few of us ran fast, we would have died a long time ago." The lord of the Wei family looked at the looks of several people carefully, and it didn't look like he was lying, but one person had destroyed 1,000 people, which was also too appalling. Who believed? Really? Well, then I'd like to see how strong he really is. Come on, transfer all the soldiers, and since he dares to come, don't go back. The lord of the Wei family did not believe at all in his heart, and calmly arranged manpower. Chapter 18. Zhang Wu stood below, looking up at the people above the dock fort. The red light in his eyes flashed, scanning a circle. Except for a little more people, there was nothing else that could hurt him. The owner of the Zhang family looked at Zhang Wu below, smiled coldly, and waved his hand, "Release the arrow." Whoosh! Countless arrows shot at Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu suddenly raised his hand, his arm immediately turned into a metal baffle, the arrow shot on it, ding ji dang sounded non-stop. Zhang Wu stepped on the ground, rushed towards the Wu fort, came to the bottom of the wall of the Wu fort. The arrow could not shoot at all. Zhang Wu stretched out his hands, and his palms suddenly turned into two sharp awls, and Zhang Wu's body squatted down, jumping hard, and the floor under his feet shattered. Zhang Wu soared into the sky like a cannonball. Zhang Wu slightly adjusted the angle in the air, and his body turned into a metal ball, and many sharp spikes appeared on the ball, like a giant sea urchin. Everyone looked at the round ball in mid-air, their eyes showed a frightening color, and the pupils of the Zhang family lord's pupils shrunk, and they even hurriedly pulled Wei Zhongdao to the side. Zhang Wu fell, bang accurately smashed on the city wall, poof, poof. The ball tumbled, the spikes dug into the soldiers' bodies, and the walls of the city cleared a large open space in the blink of an eye, killing at least 100 people. The surface of the sphere began to flow like mercury, and a figure stood up and retransformed into Zhang Wu, who was like an ordinary person, without any blood on his body. When everyone saw this inhuman change, the fear in their eyes became even stronger, and the owner of the Zhang family had never met such a person, and his heart was horrified, and he asked, "You? Who are you? Are you human?" Zhang Wu turned his head, looked at him coldly, and then turned his gaze to Wei Zhongdao, one of the target figures. Wei Zhongdao, Wei Jia, is about to be completely terminated. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Wu raised his hand, two fingers extended, and quickly extended directly to the past. Wei Zhongdao and the Wei family master brain door was inserted into a big hole. There was a look of dazed fear in their eyes, they were too vulnerable in front of the Terminator. Zhang Wu turned his head and looked coldly at those soldiers. These were the private soldiers of the Wei family, but when these people saw Zhang Wu look over, they all looked at Zhang Wu like a ghost, especially when they saw Zhang Wu's fingers grow longer, and they all exclaimed, "Ah, Yukai, run away! Many people actually jumped under the dock fort. Fortunately the dock fort is not too high, jumping down the most nose blue face swollen, this seems to bring a chain reaction. Zhang Wu did not hurry to walk, the soldiers like ducks fell into the water, one by one jumped down. Zhang Wu ignored them, directly scanning the people inside the Wu fort, comparing the DNA of the Wei family, and killing all the relatives of the Wei family. By this time the whole dock was empty, and everyone had run away. Zhang Wu found the Wei family's warehouse and money storehouse, used the Wei family's carriage to load all the things, and filled it with 200 carriages. The harvest was not a lot. Zhang Wu did this before driving the carriage slowly to meet Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian watched Zhang Wu with the carriage, and couldn't help but be completely dumbfounded, and hurried to Zhang Wu's side. You destroyed the Wei family so quickly. Zhang Wu glanced at Zhang Tian and said coldly, the people of the Wei family have been completely terminated, the other people have fled, and the prince only asked me to destroy the Wei family, so I did not end those people. Zhang Tian swallowed his spit when he heard the words, and looking at Zhang Wu's gaze was like looking at the immortals. Taiyuan County Jinyang, the entire Taiyuan County was plundered by the Hu people, except for Jinyang, the rest of the place is almost uninhabited, many villages are ruined. Zhangchuan is under the city of Jinyang at this time. Zhangchuan slowly walked up on horseback, and the soldiers at the city gate blocked Zhangchuan, looking at them warily. What are you? What to do in Jinyang? Zhang Yi took a step forward, took out the document and handed it over. The soldier quickly took the document and handed it to the city gate officer next to him for inspection. The city gate officer looked at it carefully, his face changed, returned the document to Zhang Yi, and arched his hand. It turns out that the Taishao Lord has arrived, and the Taishao Lord has arrived, please enter the city. Zhang Chuan nodded and took Zhang Yi into the city. Jinyang Thornshi Mansion, Bei Cha was hurrying into the mansion, and said to Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the top, Lord Thorn History, Zhang Chuan has arrived, and now he has entered the city. Zhang Yiwen's eyes lit up, well, how many soldiers did he bring? Don't drive open his mouth, and finally said, no, he only took a maid, not other soldiers. Zhang Yi was stunned, and then angrily said, is there any reason for this? This officer gave the order, let him bring the soldiers here. He was so blind. It seems that General he is not wrong, this little boy is indeed arrogant, it seems that this officer must give him a harsh lesson. Soon, a guard hurriedly ran in and said, Lord Shi, outside the Shangdang County Taishao Zhangchuan begs to see. Zhang Yi sneered, let him in. Soon a figure appeared at the door. Zhang Yi took a closer look, and had to say that it looked really good, but it was a pity that it was a straw bag. Zhang Chuan stepped in with Zhang Yi, and at a glance, he saw a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sitting on it. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and arched his hand, lower official, Zhang Chuan has seen Lord Shi. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuan coldly and suddenly said, bold Zhang Chuan, you know the crime. Chapter 19. Zhang Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and with a squint of his eyes, he stood up straight, looked at Zhang Yi and said lightly, Chuan doesn't know what Lord Thornshi really means. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuan's unflustered look, as if his momentum had no effect on him at all, and he couldn't help but feel a little displeased in his heart, and his voice was also cold and hard. Shangdang County is too defensive of Zhang Chuan, didn't this officer let you bring elite soldiers here? What about soldiers? Are you trying to deceive? When Zhang Chuan heard that the reason was actually this, he couldn't help but chuckle, this doesn't have to worry about adults, what adults want me to do, as long as I can successfully complete it, can't I? Adults still don't care too much as well. Be bold, you are a little too conservative, even dare to talk to Lord Shi like this, it seems that you have to teach you a good lesson, otherwise you don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Suddenly, a big man next to him walked out, and while he was talking, he threw a punch at Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan's body did not move, squinting his eyes at this big man, and Zhang Yi next to him suddenly took a step forward, and a delicate fist and the casserole fist collided fiercely. Ah, no, it hurts. A crisp sound accompanied by the scream of the big man, the whole arm of the big man was discounted, and the bones were exposed from the shoulder. The big man fell to his knees, holding his arms, rolling around, screaming incessantly in his mouth. Everyone in the hall looked at Zhang Yi, a little maid, with stunned eyes. It was really too ferocious. This big man was a lieutenant protecting the Xiongnu, and he was directly interrupted by a maid. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Thornshi, is this the way Lord Thornshi is hospitable? Since this is the case, this faction of the Prince of Ben will return to the party. I will write to the imperial court. Zhang Thornshi wants to murder the county's Taishao and prepare to rebel and stand on his own." After saying that, I turned around and left. When Zhang Yi heard Zhang Chuan's words, his soul would be frightened. If Zhang Chuan really played like this, with the chaos of the current imperial court, he might not be allowed to go to Beijing to ask for guilt. Fortunately, he was an old and good man, and he hurriedly said, "Chuan Gongzi is slow, Lord Thornshi is not that meaning. Just now this lieutenant is good at making claims. Lord Thornshi was only forced by the Hu people to have no way, only to move to the Gongzi, but also asked Chuan Gongzi to be a large number, how to stay for the time being." Zhang Chuan stopped, looked at the other car, and then looked at Zhang Yi, who was sweating profusely, and smiled slightly. "Well, I will look at the face of the other driver, and I will not care, but the next time I dare someone to do it, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Yi's face was ugly, so he had to let the lieutenant take him down for healing. Zhang Chuan did it in front under the warm greeting of the other drivers. Zhang Chuan looked around, shook his head, and the state is indeed inferior to other states, too guarded. The county order, these people are too few, only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. Zhang Yian looked at the following people with a calm face, especially Zhang Chuan, and said coldly, "Now that the Hu people are becoming more and more rampant, most of the cities and pools in Taiyuan County are already the race courses of the Hu people. What can you do?" Although these people below were some Taishao County orders, they did not have the strength to fight with the Hu people at all, and one by one they bowed their heads and did not speak. Zhang Yi did not expect them, but looked at Zhang Chuan. "Zhang Taishao, I heard that you defeated General He's 1,000 forbidden army in Luoyang, and your strength is strong. I don't know what you can do." Zhang Chuan schemed his lips. This is staring at himself. Zhang Chuan said coldly, "Oh, if I drive these Hu people away, will it be of any benefit to me?" Zhang Yi heard that Zhang Chuan really had the strength to drive away the Hu people. An angry look on his face said, "Benefits? Zhang Chuan, you are the Taishao of the Great Han, can't I still order you as a thorn in the history?" Zhang Chuan no longer spoke, just looked at Zhang Yi coldly like a fool. Zhang Yi was angry, but there was nothing he could do with Zhang Chuan. At this moment, a soldier suddenly rushed in and said, "Lord Shi, there are suddenly tens of thousands of Hu people outside, and they have already surrounded Jinyang city. What should we do now?" Zhang Yi's face changed drastically, and he said anxiously, "Do you see clearly, are there really tens of thousands of Hu people?" The soldier's face was also very pale. "Lord Shi, really, the leader of the Hu people is shouting under the city, I want to stab Lord Shi you out." The faces of everyone in the hall changed. They were trapped in Jinyang city. If Jinyang was breached, they would not be a dead end. Zhang Chuan's face was as usual. Anyway, he was not in danger. Zhang Yi did not have to worry. This was Zhang Yi's territory, and it was just to see his strength. Zhang Yi's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he finally stood up and said, "Go, look at it, don't drive, call all the soldiers to the city wall, we can only fight with our backs." On the city wall of Jinyang, Zhang Chuan looked at these soldiers who did not even have leather armor, and could not help but shake his head. Just how to fight with the Hu people? The Hu people's archery skills are very good. If these soldiers are outside the city, they are basically cannon fodder. The leader of the Hu people was a standard Huns, with muscles knotted, a fierce look on his face, and said viciously, "And the state stabbed history, get out of the labor capital, this state is ours sooner or later, labor and capital see you or surrender early." Zhang Yi's face was extremely pale, but he didn't dare to really open the door and go out, so he could only shout, "You barbarians, don't be too proud, soon the Great Han will send a large army to completely destroy you." The Hu leader's face changed slightly, and his voice was strong, "Today I must attack Jinyang city to show you, to see what you Big Han can do to me." Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes at this Hu leader. First see, if Zhang Yi really can't do it, then let Zhang Yi take a shot. Chapter 20. At this time, in Huguan, Shangdang County, there were 5,000 Hu cavalry to surround Huguan, and Tian Feng was so anxious after getting the news that he didn't know what to do. Why? Because there are no soldiers in Shangdang County. Tian Feng looked at his subordinate named Zhang San, and after getting the news, he was surprisingly calm and did not worry at all, and could not help but angrily say, Zhang San, do you really know how dangerous Shangdang County is now? If we are not careful, our hard work will be ruined, and how to explain it to the prince when the time comes? Zhang San said with a cold face, Tian Junchinj, don't worry, Gongzi has already sent someone to solve it. Tian Feng froze and said curiously, Gongzi knew so soon? Zhang San nodded, I know, Gongzi naturally knows, Gongzi has already sent Zhang Si to go. Tian Feng said curiously, Zhang Si, is he a general? How many soldiers did he bring? Zhang San said coldly, just him. What are you kidding, what can you do alone? No, I have to see for myself. Say throw your legs and run outside. Zhang San immediately followed Tian Feng, and Zhang Chuan's order to him was to follow Tian Feng closely and protect him. Tian Feng rushed towards Huguan in a carriage, and Zhang San followed behind unhurriedly, and Tian Feng was completely unaware. Huguan, Zhang Chuan had already sent a Terminator to guard here, just by the way to build a road, plow the ground to work. Hu Ren was detected by him when he was still far away. He was Zhang Si, who directly closed the city gate, and then he stayed outside. Because the road was wide and flat, Tian Feng urged again, so it didn't take long to reach Huguan, and seeing that Huguan, which was still intact and had not been baptized by war, Tian Feng was relieved and quickly asked Huguan County Order, how is the situation now? Xian Ling was also a little panicked, and after seeing Tian Feng coming, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, the Zhang Si outside was the first to find the Hu people, and after he closed the city gate, he was facing the 5,000 Hu people alone. Tian Feng was startled and hurried to the city wall, and sure enough, he saw Zhang Si standing under the city wall, looking at the Hu cavalry motionlessly. At this time, Zhang San also came to Tian Feng's side, standing quietly to the side. Tian Feng saw that Zhang San did not show an unexpected color. He had long been accustomed to this guy's ghost. Tian Feng said anxiously, that's not your brother, you quickly call him up. Zhang San looked at Tian Feng and shook his head, no, Gongzi asked Zhang Si to end them, I can't meddle in destruction. Tian Feng looked at Zhang San wordlessly, Gongzi is not crazy, are you subordinates crazy, that is 5,000 Hu riding, this pot of Guan himself is not sure to keep. You actually let one person kill 5,000 people, it is really crazy. Seeing that Zhang San was completely indifferent, and Zhang Si below was even more as if he couldn't hear his own shouts, Tian Fengzhen ignored it and hurriedly let the people prepare to defend the city. The people were very active, and after a while, the city wall was full of people, and Zhang San did not stop it. Hu Ren was getting closer and closer, and Tian Feng looked at Zhang Si below and couldn't bear to look at it. Suddenly, Zhang Si's body that had been motionless moved, and the whole person squatted down, and then his feet stomped on the ground, and the whole person exhaled like a cannonball and threw it at the leader of the Hu people. The leader of the Hu people was galloping on his horse, when he suddenly felt a black shadow appear in front of him, and he hurriedly raised the wolf's tooth stick in his hand. As a result, there was a loud bang, the wolf's tooth stick was knocked off, and the silver light on the leader of the Hu people flashed a few times, and the whole person was divided into several pieces, and it fell, and the blood sprayed everywhere, staining the whole horse red. Zhang Si fell to the ground, a large amount of silver filaments suddenly appeared on his body, and one by one he went in all directions towards the foreheads of those Hu people, fast, steady and fierce, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of Hu people died around them. The Hu people were completely stunned by this terrible scene, and hurriedly shot arrows at Zhang Si, but unfortunately, it was completely useless. Zhang Si seemed to be unable to enter the sword, the whole person ran up, silver wire flew, and a large piece of Hu people fell, and in a few moments, the Hu people were almost killed and injured more than half. The Hu people in the back were already scared and bloodless. Ah, Yukai, there are Yukai in Shangdang County, run fast. The Hu people turned their horses in a panic and wanted to escape, but unfortunately, how could Zhang Si let them go, and kept chasing and killing behind, thinking about the pursuit and killing of the Terminator. It was really a nightmare. Of course, all the Hu people were dead. Tian Feng was stupid when he stood on the city wall at this time. What did he see? Immortals? Or a monster? It was a whole 5,000 Hu people's cavalry, and they were killed by one person like this. Was he dreaming? Tian Feng gave himself a slap. Oh, pain, that is not a dream, there are really people who can fight with one enemy. Tian Feng suddenly remembered that Zhang Chuan said that his Shangdang County did not need an army, and if there were a few more such people, it would indeed not need an army. Wait, Zhang Si, Zhang San. Tian Feng suddenly turned his head, looked at Zhang San strangely, and stammered, You. Don't tell me you can do what he did. Zhang San heard this and nodded indifferently. He and I are of the same model, he can do it, I can naturally do it. Tian Feng sat on the ground and looked at Zhang San with a look of horror on his face, and Zhang San rushed forward to help Tian Feng up. The look of horror on Tian Feng's face did not fade, but instead asked, You are so powerful, why did that prince send you to follow me? Zhang San said coldly, Gongzi ordered me to protect you, and I can obey your orders at any time. Tian Feng heard the words and was shocked, and then his heart gushed with deep emotion. He was actually valued so much by Zhang Chuan. Chapter 21. Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily, retracted his attention to Huguan, but looked at the Hu people under the city. Zhang Yi did not dare to send troops out to meet the enemy, he could only rely on the city wall. The Hu people were cavalry, and there was certainly no way to attack the city, but the grain planted in the ground outside Jinyang was damaged, and it was obvious that these Hu people had come to grab grain and prepare for the winter. Looking at Zhang Yi's scolding dog blood sprinklers who were scolded by the Hu people and did not dare to send troops out of the city, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but shake his head and said, Lord Shi, are we just looking at it, and the grain outside is about to be robbed by the Hu people? Zhang Yi was also on fire in his heart at this time, and he was having nowhere to vent. When he heard Zhang Chuan's words, he immediately roared angrily, Don't you see tens of thousands of cavalry outside? How many soldiers we have, and we don't have cavalry, aren't you very capable? Let you bring elite soldiers over, but you only brought a maid. Zhang Chuan, this officer told you that if the Hu people outside snatched up the grain, this is your responsibility. This official will write to the imperial court, and withdraw your 2 guard. Zhang Chuan was speechless. This began to throw the pot, but also too disgraceful, coldly said, Lord Thorn History, here is Jinyang, your Thorn History mansion is here, you can't even protect Jinyang, this Thorn History is really deserved. If I were you, I would have resigned from the government and returned to farming, shame on you. Zhang Yi was so angry by Zhang Chuan's words that he almost couldn't breathe. His face turned purple, and he looked at Zhang Chuan with wide eyes. You. Licentious. Zhang Chuan didn't even bother to look at him, and Zhou Bei rushed out and said, Oh. Everyone said 2 words less, and now that their eyebrows are burning, we will stop arguing, and whoever has a good way will say it quickly. You look at me, I look at you, all with their heads down and not speaking. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said with a calm face, looking for Zhang Taishao, isn't he very capable? So will he say that he will let these nonsense people back down? Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, Yes, I have a way to solve these Hu people, but I want to assassinate Lord Shi to promise me a condition. How, Lord Shi, dare you? Zhang Yi was slightly shocked in his heart, not knowing what ghost Zhang Chuan was going to do, and said uncertainly, You should talk about it first. Wanzhou smiled slightly, very simply, as long as I can solve these Hu people this time, Lord Thornshi will stop ordering me to interfere in my affairs in the Dang County. How's it going, does Lord Thornshi agree? Zhang Yi's face was hard to see. Zhang Taishao, what do you mean, do you want to be independent of the party county outside the state? Zhang Chuan was not in a hurry, and turned around and walked downwards. Lord Thornshi, you should still think about it, I will go back first. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuan's back with an iron blue face, eager to let this boy shatter into 10,000 pieces. In the evening, Zhang Yi and his subordinates discussed for a night, and finally decided to agree first. If Zhang Chuan could not do it, then this matter could be pushed on Zhang Chuan's head. The next day, Zhang Chuan was called to the assassin Shi mansion. Zhang Yi had not slept all night, with 2 dark circles, his face was still not good looking. Seeing Zhang Chuan's refreshing face, the mood was even worse. Zhang Taishao, your conditions I promised, but if you fail, then you are too conservative to do the head. Zhang Chuan didn't care at all, and said lightly, well, Lord Thorn she really has courage, then set up a document. What, Zhang Chuan, what do you mean by that, thinking that this history of thorns will say without belief? Zhang Yi stood up and looked at Zhang Chuan angrily. Zhang Chuan nodded solemnly, yes, I can't believe Lord Shi, but I still have a document. Zhang Yi was about to get angry when he heard this, and Zhou Bei hurriedly said, Lord Shi, since we are ready to agree, it is nothing to set up a document, and it is important to drive away the Hu people outside. Zhang Yi heard the words for a moment, stared at Zhang Chuan fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll set up a document. Zhang Chuan took the document in his hand, saw the great seal of the thorn history on it, and smiled satisfactorily, well, not bad. When he put the document in his arms, he actually put it in the ring. Zhang Yi said coldly, Zhang Taishao, now you can talk about how you drove away those Hu people. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, well, come with me and see how I solve those Hu people. After saying that, he turned around and took Zhang Yi out. Everyone didn't know why, but they were still curious to follow Zhang Chuan. Yesterday, just after brushing out 2 million more faith powers, Zhang Chuan directly summoned 2 Terminators and asked them to wait for themselves on the city wall first. Zhang Chuan came to the city wall and looked at the 2 Terminators standing upright. The 2 of them looked like soldiers, mixed with the soldiers on the city wall, and they couldn't see it at all. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuan coldly. He wanted to see how this boy didn't even have soldiers, how to drive away these tens of thousands of Hu people. Zhang Chuan looked at the Hu people who were shouting and cursing below, squinted his eyes, and suddenly said, kill all those Hu people, and leave the horse for me. The 2 Terminators suddenly stepped forward, yes, son. After saying that, he jumped straight down from the city wall. Jump down. This move frightened everyone, and they hurried to look under the city wall, and Zhang Yi and several people were also frightened, not knowing what kind of ghost Zhang Chuan was going to do, and shifted their eyes to the city wall. Boom, boom, the sound of 2 heavy objects hitting the ground sounded, and everyone looked at the 2 soldiers who climbed up in amazement, watching them stand up and walk towards the back of the Hu people's cavalry. It seemed to be intact. This TMD is really hell, falling from such a high wall is nothing. Chapter 22. The leader of the Hu people was also shocked to see someone jumping from the city wall, but he saw that it was only 2 people walking towards him, although he did not know how they had not been killed, but he did not take these 2 people seriously. The leader of the Hu people waved his hand and said, go to 100 people, and give me the 2 people and 5 horses to split the corpses. 100 of the Hu cavalry behind them immediately came out of their horses and sped toward the 2 men. The people on the city wall were all taken aback and hurriedly shouted, run, the Hu people are coming. Unfortunately, the 2 people below continued to walk forward as if they did not hear. Zhang Yi looked at the 2 people below with a strange face, turned his head and looked at Zhang Chuan Dao like a fool. You don't want to rely on these 2 people to solve the Hu people, right? Are you stupid? Zhang Chuan glanced at Zhang Yi, did not bother to speak, but instead took out a recliner from the ring, found a good position by the city wall, lay down, and put a small table next to it. Zhang Yi began to make tea for Zhang Chuan to drink, and Zhang Chuan leisurely looked at the situation below. Zhang Yi and the others next to them were all stunned when they saw Zhang Chuan's appearance. What is the situation now? He even had the leisure to drink tea, and he couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan was so cold-blooded, and those 2 people should be his subordinates, and they were actually sent out to die. Under the city wall, 100 cavalry were getting closer and closer to the 2 men, and the 2 Terminators suddenly reached out to hold each other, and then stepped on the ground. The silver light flashed, the two separated to the sides, but the hands did not let go, and the two arms were stretched into a chain, just in front of the cavalry. The cavalry saw the chain in front of them, startled, and wanted to stop the horse, but unfortunately it was too late. The horse's leg crashed into the chain, the horse suddenly fell to the ground, threw the cavalry on the body out of the air. All of a sudden the cavalry behind them all crashed up, and the Hu people immediately flew out, one by one, they fell to the ground, missing arms and legs countless times, all lying on the ground and wailing. Only then did the two Terminators release their hands, retract the chains, turn back into arms, and continue to walk towards the Hu leader. The people on the city wall were already stunned, and what they saw, two men solved 100 cavalrymen, and although they were too far away to see what method they had used, the screaming Hu people who fell to the ground were not fake. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Chuan, who was leisurely lying on the recliner, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. The leader of the Hu people was also confused, his 100 cavalry was finished, just kidding. The eyes of the two Terminators also became solemn, a trumpet sounded, and the Hu people who were grabbing grain in the field got on their horses and ran to the front of the Hu leader. Soon, 10,000 cavalry lined up in formation, and the leader of the Hu people looked at these cavalry with satisfaction and said in the back, "Rush, kill those two people for me." The horn sounded again, this time much more urgently, and 10,000 cavalry slaughtered the two Terminators like a flood that opened the floodgates. The two Terminators glanced at each other, and then the two suddenly leaned together, mercury-like liquid flowing on the two of them, and in a few moments, a 3-meter-tall giant appeared on the ground. Zhang Chuan was stunned and said to Zhang Yi, "What's going on with this TMD, do you still have this kind of operation?" Zhang Yi said coldly, "Gongzi, there was no before, through the transformation of the ring, now there is." Zhang Chuan was speechless, and the people on the city wall were already looking stupid at this time. The 3-meter giant was still dressed as an ordinary soldier, and then the thick arm turned into two 3-meter-long silver shining knives. Looking at the charging cavalry, the giant slammed into the ground, threw his feet into the ground, and then the big knife danced wildly, poof, poof. Rows of cavalry were cut off by the lazy waist, almost as if they were sent to death, and one by one the cavalry directly hit the big knife. 10,000 cavalry finally rushed over, and looking at the number of people, there were directly fewer than 1,000 people, and the giant suddenly began to deform again, and a silver horse appeared under the Terminator, and it was obvious that one of the Terminators had become horses, and the knife in the hands of the Terminator above had become a wolf's tooth rod. The teacup that Zhang Chuan held in his hand fell to the ground at once, and a foul sentence burst out of his mouth, "Wo cao, this TMD can also be." The Terminator rode the silver horse and killed the Hu people, the silver horse directly collided with it, the frightened horses dodged one after another, and the Terminator wielded a wolf's tooth stick, almost rubbing and dying, next to each other. When the leader of the Hu people saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Release the arrows, release the arrows." The Hu cavalry took out their bows and arrows one after another and shot at one of the Terminator's men and horses. Most of the arrows were shot at the horses, ding. Unfortunately, it was completely useless, and it did not affect the Terminator's wielding of the wolf's tooth rod. In a quarter of an hour, the Hu people had killed a full 5,000 people, and the silver horses were so fast that they went on a rampage, and no horse could withstand the blow. The leader of the Hu people saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly let people blow the horn and prepare to retreat. The sound of the horn sounded again, this time it was much longer. The Hu people cavalry all turned their horses and ran wildly into the distance, and the Terminator rode a silver horse behind him, still one by one, without dragging mud and water. When the Terminators chased the Hu cavalry away, there was a dead silence under the walls, and there was a lot of silence on the walls, and everyone was already stupid, and they had just seen something, two people, one moment a giant, the other a horse. They didn't meet the gods. Zhang Yi's head had already crashed, 10,000 Hu people's cavalry, just so driven away by two people, and killed 5,000, God, this is a dream. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and suddenly stood up and said, "Well, Lord Shi, my business has been completed, the horses outside, please help me catch them, tomorrow I will bring them back. Only then did everyone wake up, and the look on Jiang Chuan's face became strange, not like looking at people, but like looking at a monster. Zhang Yi looked at Jiang Chuan, opened his mouth, and found that he could not make a sound, and there was fear in his eyes. This kind of person he dared to provoke. If he sent those two people to kill himself, would he still be able to live? Fortunately, and the state is older, but it is much calmer, and the smile is flattering. Well, good, good, to conservative lord, rest assured, I will definitely do it properly for you. Chapter 23. Zhang Yi and the others looked at Jiang Chuan's back, and they were all silent, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yi's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he suddenly said, "Does General He know that he is so powerful?" When this question was asked, everyone knew that Zhang Yi was suspicious of He Jin in the pit himself, and no one wanted to provoke such a monster. And Zhou Bei said lightly, "Lord Thornshi, the subordinate officer thinks it is better to maintain a good relationship with him. We have such a person in the state, then it will be easy to deal with those Hu people." Everyone was shocked. Yes, this is a person on their side, naturally the more powerful the better. They all opened their mouths to persuade Zhang Yi not to push Jiang Chuan outward. Zhang Yi listened to everyone's words and fell into contemplation. Didn't he always want to drive the Hu people out? If Jiang Chuan could really do it, why not let him do this thorn history of his own? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a loose feeling in his heart, and he was vaguely excited. If he could drive the Hu people out of Hes Hu, with this merit, he could easily let himself return to Luoyang to become an official. Zhang Yi immediately said, "Come, go and clean up the battlefield outside, pull Ma Du back and settle down, and then it will be convenient for Zhang Taishao to bring it back." Everyone saw Zhang Yi's attitude, and their hearts were clear. It seemed that this person wanted to understand it, and Zhou Bei drove slightly, stroking his beard, and a smile appeared on his face. Jiang Chuan was invited to the Assassin Shi mansion again, and this time Zhang Yi's attitude took a big turn of 180 degrees, and he bragged about Jiang Chuan and made Jiang Chuan stunned. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Brother Renayuangxian, I was also blinded by General He said that you are arrogant, there is no one in sight, you are young, you insist on being too defensive of the party. Alas, it is estimated that General He lost and was not convinced. I have not seen you, you don't take my previous words to heart. You can rest assured, in the future, you can govern yourself in Shangdang County, and I will never send someone to disturb you." Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi confusedly. This change was also too fast. The so-called reach out without hitting the smiley face person. Jiang Chuan could only say, "Well, that Chuan will thank Lord Shi." "Well, what is the name of the thorn history? Look up to me, just call me Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi hurriedly waved. Jiang Chuan was speechless and could only say, well, Brother Zhang. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Zhang Yi smiled happily. Zhang Yi suddenly paused, sighed, and said, "Alas, don't hide from Brother Xian, I am also extremely depressed in this state assassination history. You see, the Hu people can now surround Jinyang, alas." Jiang Chuan said curiously, "Brother Zhang, you didn't think of sending troops to drive these Hu people out?" Zhang Yi heard this and said excitedly, "Think, how I don't want to, but you don't know the situation in Hes Hu. After being harassed by the Hu people for so many years, the people are not happy, I can't recruit much, and there is not much silver in the house. Alas, the Hu people are all cavalry, and I can't help it." Jiang Chuan nodded. "This is indeed the status quo of the state." Zhang Yi said in a round, "Brother Xian, why don't you leave your two subordinates behind? As long as you can use them to drive the Hu people out, I should be able to take advantage of this to return to Luoyang to take up the post, and then I will recommend you to serve as the governor of Hes Hu. How?" Jiang Chuan listened, thought about it for a moment, and had to say that the temptation to assassinate history was still very large. "Brother Zhang, you are really sure that you will be transferred back to Luoyang?" Jiang Chuan asked. "Haha, you underestimate Zhang Mao. As long as you can drive out the Hu people in Hes Hu, my family can operate and transfer me back to Luoyang." Zhang Yi's eyes lit up and he smiled. Jiang Chuan nodded. "This transaction seems to be able to do. Okay, but I can only leave one person behind. Without waiting for Zhang Yi to hurry up and want to speak, Zhang Chuan continued, Brother Zhang, you have to believe me, one person is enough. If he can't do it alone, I'll send someone over. Zhang Yi was relieved when he heard this, and smiled, yes, good brother, we don't know each other even if we don't fight, if there is anything difficult in the future, just come to me. Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded, and the atmosphere in the hall was harmonious, where there were swords from the previous few days. Suddenly, a soldier hurried in, report, my lord, that the two gods returned. Zhang Yi listened, immediately stood up, and excitedly said, Brother Xian, go, let's see. Zhang Chuan already knew, nodded when he saw this, and stood up and said, good. Go outside with Zhang Yi. At the gate of the city, one horse after another walked in, each horse was stained red with blood, and when they saw Zhang Chuan coming, the two Terminators immediately came to Zhang Chuan, Gongzi, all enemies have been terminated. Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily, well, good job. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the two men, at this time there was not the slightest trace of blood on their bodies, and they were not breathing and their faces were not red, it was not like a big battle at all. Zhang Yi quickly touched Zhang Chuan and looked at him expectantly. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and then pointed to a Terminator, you will be called Zhang Jin from now on, just follow the orders of this brother Zhang next to me. The Terminator immediately stepped out, yes, son. Then he stood next to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at the Terminator excitedly and asked, can you kill 10,000 Hu people alone? Zhang Jin replied, Your Honor, yes, the time will take half an hour. Sizzle the crowd inhaled a cool breath, so powerful, Zhang Yi was even more excited, looking at Zhang Chuandao, haha, good, I will thank Brother Xian. Zhang Chuan waved his hand and said, it's all right, it's all for the sake of the state, for the sake of the big Han. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuan strangely, and then laughed, Brother Xian is right, everything is for the sake of the big man. Chapter 24. Zhang Chuan left Jinyang with almost 10,000 horses. Zhang Yi personally came with large and small officials to send him off. Not far from Jinyang, Zhang Chuan let the Terminator continue to escort, and his own figure flashed and returned to Changzhou city. The whole Shangdang county is now thriving, and Zhang Chuan has nothing to worry about, so when he came to Zhang Feng's room, Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Chuan who came in and smiled, what, come back so soon? Zhang Chuan sat down and smiled, Zhang Zishi seems to be impressed by me, and I left someone there. Zhang Feng instantly understood who was staying, Zhang Yi's family is still very powerful in Luoyang, and it is not good for you to have a good relationship with him. Zhang Chuan suddenly remembered the matter of wine, so he asked, Father, who made the wine? That thing is a big consumer of grain. Zhang Feng smiled, who else but me? Alas, now we know that the wine they make can be called wine, and as for the grain, do you know how much grain we have hoarded now? Zhang Chuan was stunned, he really didn't care about this matter, and asked curiously, how much? Zhang Feng shook his head, oh, enough for 100,000 people to eat for a year, you think there is not much, you see you do not have an army, and you do not need military food, those grains will only be more and more. I don't use it to make wine, is it rotten in the pile there? Zhang Chuan was surprised, how can there be so much, I remember sending a lot of grain to the people. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled, then you can see how much money our Jiang's paper has sold, how much grain we have exchanged for grain, and seeing that there will be a bumper harvest soon, and a large amount of grain has entered the warehouse, I am still worried about where to put it. Zhang Chuan nodded, it seems that he still underestimated the ability of paper to absorb gold, and now with wine, it is even more terrifying. Zhang Chuan suddenly asked, then what is the name of this wine? Zhang Feng shook his head, I haven't thought about it yet, what do you think? Zhang Chuan thought for a moment, well, it's called Drunken Immortal Brewing. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this, well, good name, that's it. As Shangdang County entered the autumn harvest, every family was harvested, and Zhang Chuan sent the Terminator out to help the people harvest grain, and the entire Shangdang County fell into the joy of harvesting. So there was a strange scene at the door of the Zhang family. Many people carried the bags, sneaked to the door of the Zhang family, put the bags in their hands at the door of the Zhang family and left. Because they did not break into the Zhang family, Zhang Yi did not remind. The next day, as soon as the housekeeper opened the door, there was a bang, and the high pocket suddenly smashed towards the butler. Fortunately, the housekeeper reacted quickly, otherwise it might be buried underneath. Everyone looked at the small bag blocked in the doorway, and a lot of grain was spilled out of it. Zhang Chuan and Zhang Feng looked at each other, their hearts were both funny and angry, and Zhang Chuan could only let people save these things aside, which was considered to accept this kindness. Because I don't know who it is, I can't even pay it. Zhang Chuan remembered that he already had a lot of horses, so he directly set up a horse market next to Changzhou city, and if the people wanted to buy horses, they could buy them, and the price was quite cheap. Not to mention, many people are willing to raise a horse. The flexible mind directly put on the carriage and started the business of driving the carriage, because the road is wide, and the carriage runs fast and steady. Now almost every family has surplus grain, and many people are willing to sit. On this day, Luli finished eating, was wandering around the village to consume food, and now Liujia village is already full of villagers, everyone gets along very harmoniously, and it didn't take long to meet the big Han Qin Feng who fled to the village. Ha! Brother Qin, you also come out to hang out. When Qin Feng saw that it was Luli, he immediately walked up and smiled. Yes, old brother Lu, I didn't think I could still live such a life, I was like a dream. Luli heard this and laughed, haha, there is Prince Chuan, and our good days are still to come. Qin Feng nodded continuously. Now that the grain harvested by his family has paid taxes, the family still can't finish eating, raising a lot of chickens and ducks, and from time to time he can still see meat. Qin Feng is satisfied with his current life, and he has to go to the field every day to visit before he feels solid. Qin Feng suddenly glanced at Luli, his eyes showed a cloudy and uncertain look, pulled him aside, and whispered, there are a lot of typing Dao people in the village, do you know? Luli saw his mysterious appearance, and at first he was still a little confused. Listening to him say this, he did not have a good airway. What is this? Are they not treating diseases and saving people? That's a good thing. Qin Feng looked around, shook his head, and said, Brother Lu, things are not so simple. Some of them have tried to let us foreigners like us, want us to join them, saying that they want to rob those rich people of grain, especially big households like the Zhang family, saying that it is because of them that we can't afford to eat. Luli was stunned and shocked. Fart, you join them? Qin Feng hurriedly waved his hand. No, I am living a good life now, I joined them when I was crazy, and then Chuan Gongzi is so good to us, no matter how much I can't rob the Zhang family. Luli clenched his fists and said fiercely, it seems that some people can't see us living a good life, isn't destroying the Zhang family smashing our rice bowls. If there is another Sichuan Gongzi, no, you go to the city with me, we have to tell the Sichuan Gongzi about this, otherwise if something really happens, what should we do? Qin Feng hesitated, yes. I want to see the officials. Luli patted his head in disgust and said, you're afraid of a fart, you don't want to live this good day, you still want to escape, where do you want to escape? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, well, old brother Lu, we will go tomorrow. Luli patted his head again, farts tomorrow, now we will leave immediately. Just when my eldest son bought a horse and set up a carriage, I asked him to send us there. Luli was an impatient temper, and when he returned home, he called out his eldest son in a hurry, and hurriedly dragged Qin Feng to the carriage and rushed towards the eldest son city. Chapter 25. Changzhou City, Jiangfu and Zhangchuan were all ready to sleep, when suddenly the housekeeper came to tell him that there were 2 villagers outside who wanted to see him. Originally, the housekeeper wanted to blow them away, but he thought that his own son seemed to be good to these people, and if he really did this, Zhang Chuan would bomb himself out, and he could only come to repay him with a hard scalp. Zhang Chuan was stunned. The villagers, it is now night, what do the villagers come to find themselves? But he still walked out of the mansion, and by the moonlight, Zhang Chuan looked at the 2 people at the door, an old man and a big man. and looked at the weathered face and knew that this was really a villager. When the two of them saw Zhang Chuan, they were a little excited, and they immediately knelt down, and Zhang Chuan rushed forward to help them up and smiled, "Well, or don't do such a big gift, boy, I'm still young." Lu Li saw that Zhang Chuan did not have any shelf, and his heart also relaxed a little. "You are the Prince of Chuan." Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled, "Well, I am Zhang Chuan, is there anything you have to do with me so late? Is someone bullying you?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Li hurriedly said, No, we found one thing that was specifically to tell Prince Chuan about you." Zhang Chuan was confused and glanced outside, "Otherwise, let's go inside and talk." Lu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Prince Chuan, no need, my eldest son is still waiting for us in the car, and we will rush back later." Zhang Chuan glanced at the carriage not far away, and did not force it. "Then what are you talking about? And let you guys come here so late?" Lu Li took a look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng would understand, and hurriedly said, "Prince Chuan, the Taiping Dao has come to our village, and wants us to join the Taiping Dao, saying that he is preparing to rob the grain of the big households, including the Zhang family, and the Sichuan Gongzi. You have to take good precautions." Zhang Chuan was stunned. "Taiping Dao? Well, isn't Taiping Dao a yellow turban thief? It seems that there has not been a yellow turban rebellion in the state." "Well, wait, is it to see that Shangdang County is rich?" Zhang Jiao stretched out his hand. "It is not impossible. The news of the great harvest of Shangdang County is estimated to have spread to Hanoi, and many people who cannot survive continue to rush to Shangdang." Lu Li and Qin Feng did not disturb Zhang Chuan, and Zhang Chuan returned to his senses and smiled. "It's okay, I still have to thank you for bringing me the news, otherwise there will be trouble when there is chaos." Lu Li hurriedly said, "It's all right, Chuan Gongzi has done so many things for our people, we have a hard time living well, but we can't let people destroy it. Chuan Gongzi, you can rest assured, if you want to recruit soldiers when the time comes, I will definitely let my 3 sons come." Zhang Chuan smiled and waved his hand. "Oh, I have received the kindness, no, you go back quickly." Well, Zhang Yi took 2 bags of grain for them. Lu Li hurriedly refused, and Zhang Chuan smiled, "This is a reward for you, if there is anything else in the future, even if you come to my house to find me." Lu Li and Qin Feng left thankfully, and Zhang Chuan looked at the back of their carriage, and a cold color appeared in his eyes. "Oh, Yellow Turban, it is really sorry to develop believers to come to my Shangdang County." The next day, Zhang Chuan found 3 Terminators and asked them to start scanning directly from Changzhou City, scanning all of Shangdang County, and all the people of Taiping Dao were arrested, and all of them were cleared to build roads. With the efficiency of the Terminator, 3 days have not arrived, and all the Taiping Dao people in the entire Shangdang County, even if they disguise themselves deeply, torture the Terminator to force a confession, pull out the radish and bring out the mud, and no one can escape. The most crucial thing is that several large households in Changzhou City are even involved in it. Zhang Chuan Cai does not care so much, does not kill them, confiscates family property, all work, and sends a Terminator to guard them. Although Zhang Chuan had cleaned up the Taiping Dao in his territory, he knew in his heart that the Yellow Turban Rebellion would soon come. Jizhu, Zhoula County, Zhang Jiao was in the room thinking about how to enter the army, how to overthrow the Han. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a yellow turban walked in. "Master, the news from Shangdang County is that all of our people are gone, it seems that they have been arrested." Zhang Jiayan frowned. "White Rider, is the news true?" This person was Zhang Bai, who nodded. "Master, it is true, the disciple has already sent someone to verify it." Zhang Jiao's eyes showed a glint of essence. "Oh, interesting, I didn't think that the big man was really talented. Is this someone seeing something? Looks like I've got to go check it out." Zhang Bai wrote urgently. "Master, the situation there is unknown, you still don't want to take risks?" Zhang Jiao waved his hand and said, "No, I have to go and see, maybe we will become opponents or not, we can know ourselves and know each other, in order to win every battle." Zhang Bai rode to persuade him not to move Zhang Jiao, and could only say, "That disciple will also follow." Zhang Jiao glanced at Zhang Baiqi. This disciple was indeed loyal to himself, and nodded, okay, just the two of us. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai rode into Shangdang County, looking at the wide cement pavement under their feet, they were stunned there. Zhang Jiao stomped his feet hard, sigh, but it is really strong. This is what was made out of something. Suddenly a carriage stopped in front of them, and an old man asked them, hey, do you want to take a carriage? Quite cheap, as long as one person only needs 2 yuan, as long as it is in the party county, you can stop anywhere. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai rode for a moment, took a look at the carriage, and the old man smiled, rest assured, it is definitely not a liar, you are from outside. Zhang Jiao nodded, old man, how do you know that we are from outside? The old man laughed and said, if you are a party member, you will sit directly up, and this carriage can sit there for money, instead of hesitating there. Do you want to go? Old man, do I still want to go back? Zhang Jiao thought for a moment and nodded, sit. After saying that, the two of them got into the carriage. Chapter 26. The old man drove the carriage forward with his bones, and Zhang Jiao looked at the large area of bare farmland outside, and suddenly said, well, old man, your harvest this year should be very good. The old man grinned and said, good, good, this year we have a great harvest, and the tax set by the Sichuan prince is still low, my family's grain cannot be eaten, you see I also bought a horse, out to pull the cart to make some money. Zhang Jiao was shocked and said incredulously, are you from which family? Old Han laughed and said, what kind of family of people, old Han, I am an ordinary person, you outsiders do not understand, now almost every household in our Shangdang County has surplus grain. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai looked at each other, their faces showed a look of doubt, the old man saw this, and he was not surprised, haha, if you don't believe it, just stay in the party for a while before we know. As he spoke, dozens of carriages roared past the official road, and the old man pointed to those carriages and proudly said, see those carriages, they are all merchants from those big states, all of them have run to Shangdang, and they all want Jiang's paper and drunken immortal wine. Zhang Jiao frowned and looked at the carriages, well, isn't there always a Hu attack on the party? Aren't you afraid of being robbed of your grain by those Hu people? The old man took a sip of spit, oh, that's all because the last county guard didn't have the ability, the tax was set so high, and as a result, the Hu people always came to harm us, see now that the Prince of Chuan is too guarded, how, I haven't seen those Hu people for a long time. Zhang Jiao nodded, it seems that this Chuan prince is really not simple, these people in Shangdang County are very supportive of him. Old man, what kind of person is this Sichuan prince? Listening to you say so, it seems that this Sichuan prince is very powerful. Zhang Jiao asked quietly. The old man suddenly looked back at the two of them, as if he felt that these two people did not look like any bad people, and then he said, Prince Chuan is the concubine of our Shangdang Zhang family, although he is young, he is a very good official. The old man advises you not to say bad things about Zhang Gongzi in the party, otherwise it will be easy to be killed by the common people. Zhang Jiao's eyes lit up, and he nodded and smiled, well, okay, thank you old man. Zhang Jiao looked out the window, and many people in the large fields were busy living, and from time to time there was a burst of laughter. All the way without speaking, the road was unimpeded, and the old man soon sent the two to the eldest son's city. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai got out of the car, looked at the rows of houses in front of them, and looked around blankly at the old man, where is this? Is it your village? The old man was also stunned by the question, and inexplicably pointed to the front is the Changzi city, don't you see so many houses? Zhang Jiao froze and pointed to the front, what about the city walls? How come this eldest city doesn't have walls? Oh, you mean this, the city wall has long been demolished, and Prince Chuan said that if the eldest son still needs the city wall to defend, then he is too defensive and useless. Zhang Jiao wondered, then you are not afraid of the Hu people directly killing them? The old man said confidently, with Prince Chuan here, we are not afraid. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai rode to look at each other, had a new understanding of this Shangdang County, the two gave money to bid farewell to the old man, and walked towards the Changzi city. Several streets inside were almost overcrowded, the two had a hard time finding a restaurant to live in. Zhang Bai rode to drink the drunken immortal brew in the cup and could not help but sigh and praise, "Good wine, there is such a strong wine in this world, master, when we go, we have to bring some back." Zhang Jiao also took up his wine glass, took a sip, his eyes showed essence, and whispered, "White horse, it seems that the wealth of Shangdang County is beyond our imagination, this place must be taken, this place can be used as a big granary for our yellow turban, so that we have no worries." Zhang Bai wrote the words and looked hesitantly at the people on the street outside. "Master, this Shangdang County is governed so well, and the people are living well, are we really going to come and grab here?" "Well." Zhang Jiao's face darkened, "White Rider, don't be fooled by the prosperity of a small place, but we want to save the people of the world. Compared with the people of the world, what is it to sacrifice a Shangdang County?" Zhang Bai wrote the words and his spirit was lifted. "Master, you are very right, I think it is bad." Zhang Jiao nodded satisfactorily. He had already noticed the big granaries in the eldest son's city. As long as the yellow turban could get these grains, was he afraid that he would not be able to overthrow the great Han? Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bai Road in the city these days can be described as an eye-opener. What brick houses, bench tables, and chairs, all kinds of strange furniture. The two actually bought a lot of things to go back, and finally even bought 5 good horses. Zhang Jiao decided to go back and find someone to buy horses, and some of his own canal marshals did not even have a horse, and it was too cheap to say it. Zhang Yi had Zhang Jin, the Terminator. It was as if he had opened and hung up, sweeping through all the Hu people in Taiyuan, and the horses he got were successively sent to Shangdang County, and he could see it now, with this monster, what army he wanted. Zhang Yi sent Zhang Jin out every day during the day, and let him come back to guard himself at night, which was simply not too easy to use. Zhang Yude was ready to think about what conditions could make Zhang Chuan give Zhang Jin to him. If this kind of god-man could be taken with him, then what else could he do? Chapter 27. With the passage of time, this year passed quickly. Zhang Chuan sent people to stare at Hanoi. If the yellow turban is coming, it must be from the direction of Hanoi. The people of Shangdang County have begun to plant grain for the new year. One by one enthusiasm is high. Taste the sweetness of the harvest, one by one very hard. Through the contributions of the people, Zhang Chuan released 4 more Terminators, and now there are a total of 11 Terminators. In addition to Zhang Jin still in Zhang Yi, there are 10 Terminators in Shangdang County, 1 in Tianfeng, 1 in the family, 1 in the guard prisoner, 1 caravan, and there are 6 that Zhang Chuan can call, which is completely enough. Zhang Chuan sent 2 Terminators to stare at Hanoi, and 2 more to help the people solve problems, leaving Zhang Yi and a Terminator by his side. In February of the 7th year of Guanghe, Luoyang Tangzhou betrayed the yellow turban to inform, and Zhang Jiao had no choice but to shout out in advance, "The sky is dead, the yellow sky is standing, the age is in the Jiazi, the world is auspicious." The 8 prefectures of Tianxia were immediately in chaos, and the 8 major states of Qing, Su, Yu, Ji, Jing, Yang, Yan, and Yu all raised anti-banners to overthrow the great Han. Zhang Jiao called himself General Tiangong, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang were General of the Duke of De and General of Rengong who personally led the battle in the northern Jizhu area, while Zhang Manchanj raised an army in Wanchanj, and Bo Cai and Peng Tuo fought in Yuzhou. Within a month, there were wars in the 28 counties of 8 prefectures across the country, and the Yellow Turban Army was as strong as a bamboo, and the Wei Zhenjing division was shaken. Emperor Ling of Han hurriedly sent Emperor Fuzong and Zhu Wan to fight against the Yellow Turban Army around Yingchuan in the capital, and sent Lu Ji to deal with Zhang Jiao, the main force of the Yellow Turban in Jizhu. In Hanoi, Zhang Bai rode towards Shangdang County with 50,000 or 60,000 Yellow Turban thieves, and they were just about to step into the scope of Shangdang County when they were discovered by 2 Terminators in advance, and as soon as Zhang Chuan received the news, he swapped places with one of the Terminators. Zhang Chuan released Zhang Yi and the other Terminator, squinting his eyes to see the scene of smoke billowing on the other side. Zhang Baqi had already robbed Hanoi, and the people who were wrapped up were almost 100,000. Looking at the black line getting closer and closer, Zhang Chuan's eyes also showed a dignified color. There were too many people, if these people were allowed to enter Shangdang County would be destroyed in an instant. Zhang Chuan's eyes showed a cold glow. First stop them for me and let them stop. Zhang Yisan said coldly, yes, Gongzi. After saying that, I took a big step and walked out. Zhang Beiki had already seen several figures in front of him, but he didn't pay attention to it. As long as so many people rushed up, no one could stop them. In fact, even if he wanted to stop now, he couldn't stop. After all, there were too many people. Zhang Yi walked towards the crowd of black pressure with two Terminators, and suddenly one of the Terminators in the middle began to deform, becoming a silver cylinder stick. Zhang Chuan looked at it inexplicably. What is the use of changing a stick? Then Zhang Yi and the other Terminator suddenly reached out and hugged the two ends of the stick. The stick flowed like mercury. Zhang Yi and the Terminator began to run to both sides. The stick was pulled longer and longer, and finally, like a silver rope, it was pulled up by the two people, just in front of the crowd. Zhang Beiki saw this scene. His expression was stunned, but he reacted quickly, and quickly pulled up the reins, and the horse jumped from the rope at once. But the people behind were blocked by the rope, and Zhang Yi and the two pulled the rope, and were pulled by a huge force to glide forward for hundreds of meters before stopping. Those yellow scarves were immediately squeezed into a ball inside, and the sound of crying fathers and wives resounded in the sky, and I don't know how many people were trampled to death. Zhang Chuan couldn't help it. Who let these people have too much? After stopping these people, Zhang Yi loosened the rope and returned to Zhang Chuan's side. Zhang Beiki had stopped, looked at the yellow scarf crowded behind him, frowned, turned his head and looked at Zhang Yi jealously, then looked at Zhang Chuan, saw that he was dressed in white, wearing a jade crown, calm and relaxed, and said, "You are the Prince of Chuan." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "Yes, it's me." Zhang Bai looked at Zhang Chuan uncertainly, "Do you think that just a few of you will be able to stop my yellow turban army with some strange means?" Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Oh, I think it's okay, since you came today, don't leave. Zhang Yi, bring him to me." Zhang Yi nodded, stepped up. Zhang Bai rode at first, and then looked at Zhang Yi dressed as a maid. Although he knew that this woman should be very powerful, but he still felt insulted by Zhang Chuan. Was he not even able to compare with a woman? Zhang Bai rode coldly at Zhang Yi, brandishing the large knife in his hand and rushing towards Zhang Yi. Before coming closer, Zhang Bai rode a knife towards Zhang Yi's head, and Zhang Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed the blade of the big knife, pulling it hard, and a huge force struck. Zhang Bai was immediately pulled off his horse and fell to the ground. Zhang Beiqi's face changed, and just as he was about to get up, a small foot wearing embroidered shoes stepped on Zhang Beiqi's chest, and Zhang Beiki only felt as if his heart was pressing on a large stone, and he couldn't move. Zhang Chuan looked at those yellow turbans in the distance, among which the old, weak, women and children were all, and suddenly a group of relatively neat yellow turban troops rushed out from the side of the crowd. Looking at the number of people, at least 8,000, each wearing a yellow turban looked like a strong man. This should be the elite of the yellow turbans. They rushed over under the leadership of a big man, and the big man shouted, "Let us go." Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, "I have taken them all prisoner to me, just for work." The two Terminators replied, "Yes, son." Then he rushed towards those people. The two Terminators were like tigers entering the flock, and it wasn't long before the people lying on the ground were all knocked unconscious. Chapter 28. Zhang Yi brought Zhang Bai with him, and Zhang Chuan looked at him coldly, "You should not be able to see Hes Hu. How could it be possible to bring so many people to attack the upper party?" Zhang Bai rode a vicious look at Zhang Chuan, "My master will not let you go, you will soon become the big granary of our yellow turban." Zhang Chuan lowered his face and said, "It seems that you have already set your sights on this place, aren't you known as the Master of Justice? The people of Shangdang County are doing well, are you bringing so many people in, are you going to destroy Shangdang County?" Zhang Beiqi's face was slightly red, but he soon said with a word, "The people of the Shangdang party have a good life and are only this small group of people, so wouldn't it be better to become our yellow turban? If sacrificing a county can make the yellow turban overthrow the Han, this deal will not lose money." Zhang Chuan heard that the temples were green and straight, what is this, why should he sacrifice Shangdang County, these yellow turbans are indeed crazy. Zhang Chuan glanced at those who were still howling miserably, cowering and looking at the yellow turban of the Terminator, and sighed deeply. There are still relatively few people in Shangdang County, and there is no problem in placing these 100,000 people. Zhang Chuan gave orders to the 2 Terminators to deal with the injured people first, and then take them into the upper party. As for the 8,000 yellow scarves, they were all sent back to work. Seeing that it was all right here, Zhang Chuan immediately returned to Changzhou City with Zhang Yi, and another Terminator appeared here. 3 Terminators should be more than enough to bring them back. As soon as Zhang Chuan returned, he went to Shang Tianfeng and said, "Brother Yuan Hao, this time I have captured almost 100,000 yellow turbans, and I want to ask you to settle down." Tianfeng was stunned. "Ah, how come there are so many? Did the yellow turban thief hit the Shangdang?" Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled. "Maybe our rich people in the party have brought them over. Do you see any problems with the resettlement?" Tianfeng shook his head. "No, there are fewer people in our party. Even if there are more than 100,000 people, you can rest assured." Zhang Chuan laughed. "That will trouble brother Yuan Hao." Tianfeng waved his hand and said, "It's all right. I am also happy to see that Shangdang County is getting better and better. By the way, Gongzi, I have a good friend, and his talent is no less than Feng. Can you see if I can invite him?" Zhang Chuan listened and said excitedly, "Yes, the more big talents like you, the better. Well, what is his name?" Tianfeng stroked his beard and said, "His name is Frustrated Gonggayu, he is an official in Jizhu, I don't know if he wants to come." Zhang Chuan knew who it was, and was he robbing Yuan Shao's talent? He smiled and said, "It's all right, brother Yuan Hao, you can just write to him, it's best to let him come to the party to see, I believe he will stay." Tianfeng nodded his head deeply. He felt that only in the upper party could they give full play to their talents, because Zhang Chuan was just a hand-throwing treasurer and didn't care about anything. Tianfeng did not delay, and quickly sent someone to take over the yellow turban prisoners who were escorted back, and the old and weak women and children were placed first, and these 100,000 yellow turbans melted into Shangdang County like a basin of water, without setting off the slightest wave. After Zhang Jiao learned that Zhang Beiqi had failed and was arrested, he did not send anyone to the party. He was fighting against Lu Ji at the moment, and he did not dare to be distracted at all. Luoyang, the Hanling Emperor, was furious at this moment. Lu Ji they were actually defeated by the Yellow Turban, and began to shrink in the city to rely on the city wall to resist the Yellow Turban army. The Yellow Turban army at the beginning of the momentum was very fierce. The number of officers and soldiers was too small to be an opponent at all. He Jin looked at the anxious look of the Hanling Emperor, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and stepped out. "Your Majesty, I recommend one person who can defeat the Yellow Turban." Emperor Hanling looked curious. "He Iking, what you said is true, who? So powerful?" He Jin smiled slightly. "Does your Majesty remember Zhang Chuan Zhang Taishao?" Emperor Hanling's words were delayed, and his eyes looked at He Jindao inexplicably. "Oh, He Iking mentioned what he did. We are now going to kill those chaotic courtiers and thieves." He Jin did not panic, did not hurry and did not slow down. "Your Majesty, you have also seen Zhang Chuan's strength. What do you say will happen if you send Zhang Chuan to deal with those yellow turban thieves? He is so powerful, presumably it should be easy to deal with the yellow turban thief." Emperor Hanling sat on the dragon chair and narrowed his eyes. The ministers below looked at He Jin strangely. This guy is also too vengeful. How long has it been, and still thinking of revenge on Zhang Chuan? Cai Yang Wen's face showed an anxious color, and he quickly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Chuan is still young." "Lord Cai, this is a bad word. Zhang Taishao is a young hero-like figure, and now is the time for him to contribute to the Great Han. We can't bury talent." He Jin immediately interrupted Cai Yang's words, and his eyes stared at Cai Yang viciously. Zhang Rang suddenly said next to Emperor Ling of Han, "Your Majesty, the old slave heard that the Hu people in Hezhu had begun to be driven out, and Zhang Yi said that it was thanks to Zhang Chuan's help." Emperor Han Ling couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, he is really so powerful." Zhang Rang nodded, no longer speaking. He accepted so many gifts from Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan once said that he wanted to know the yellow turban for a while, and make more merit, and now that He Jin has opened his mouth, Zhang Rang will also push the boat along the water. Emperor Han Ling heard this and said with joy, well, immediately order Zhang Chuan to go to Ying Chuan first to deal with the yellow turban, and let Shuo see if he is really so powerful. He Jin Yuxi Your Majesty Shengming. Cai Yang's face turned pale when he heard this. The wood had become a boat, and he could only go back to write a letter quickly, asking Zhang Chuan to be careful. Zhang Chuan received the holy wool at home, and couldn't help but smile. This is not bad at this work. He wants to go to the yellow turban, but also wants to catch more people back. Because Zhang Yi had written a letter, he said that it would not be long before he would return to Luoyang, so that Zhang Chuan could make preparations and make more meritorious contributions so that he could sit in the position of assassin. Zhang Chuan felt that if he had done the history of the state assassination, how many people in the state would be now, and how to improve the power of faith if he did not grasp it more. Chapter 29. Zhang Chuan let the two Terminators turn into silver horses this time, and then rode one with Zhang Yi and set off. Not to mention, the horse that the Terminator became was not only comfortable to ride, but also did not use his legs to clamp the horse's belly, and the horse was equipped with saddle pedals, which was simply not too comfortable. The speed of the silver horse was very fast, and it did not take long to reach Hanoi, which had been ruined by the yellow turbans, and many villages were ruined and dilapidated, and cries could be faintly heard. Zhang Chuan shook his head and sighed, not knowing what to say. In fact, this is all inevitable things. Zhang Chuan also thought about whether he could kill Zhang Jiao in advance, but without Zhang Jiao, Li Jiao, Wang Jiao, would still rebel. This is the whole Han dynasty has a problem. It is better to keep it as it is now, so that you can still use a little historical memory, and Zhang Chuan has not delayed and has come all the way to Yingchuan. Yingchuan, Changshi City. Bo Cai led 100,000 yellow turban troops to surround Changshi, blocking Emperor Fuzong and Zhu Wan in the city, and there were only 5,000 Han troops in the city. Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan were in a hurry, but there was nothing they could do about the yellow turban army outside the city. In the evening, on a hill not far from Changshi, Zhang Chuan sat on a silver horse, looked at the countless yellow turban troops below, and squinted. Zhang Yi, scan it. Zhang Yi said, yes, son. A red light appeared in Jiang's eyes, and the entire battlefield appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. Yellow turban, 102,591 people, Han army, 5,835 people. Zhang Chuan nodded, this number gap is really too big, so many yellow turban army, if a fire goes down, how many people will have to die? At this time, Cao was also in Emperor Fuzong's camp, and he was also sent by the Han Ling Emperor to support Changshi, and shortly after his arrival, he brought 1,000 cavalry from the Han army. Cao looked at Emperor Fuzong, who was anxiously walking around above, and suddenly said fiercely, General Huangfu, the subordinate officer has an idea, but this idea is a bit vicious. Zhu Wan was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately interrupted, Mengda, when is it now? If there is a way, you can quickly say that you are still polite to these yellow turban anti-thieves. Cao heard the words and saw the two generals staring at him with sharp eyes, and secretly regretted in his heart, he should not talk much, but now there was no way, he had to say, the subordinate officer sees that now is the time when the sky is dry, if you use fire. Snap! Huang Fuzong excitedly patted his thigh, interrupting Cao's words, yes, wonderful, wonderful, the yellow turban army outside will not camp at all, the camp is chaotic, even dare to tie grass as a camp, if you put a fire, those yellow turban will undoubtedly die. Zhu Wan smiled excitedly, Mengda, you have made a great contribution this time, haha, we finally don't have to stay in this city with resignation. Cao couldn't help but smile bitterly, but there was still a slight joy in his heart. If he really made a great contribution this time, then he could go further. As for the little intolerance in his heart, he immediately threw it out of the cloud of 9 clouds. Anyway, they are all anti-thieves, and if they are captured, they will be killed. Emperor Fuzong immediately asked Cao to sneak out of the city in the middle of the night with the 1,000 cavalrymen, ready to set fire to them. Zhang Chuan had been preparing to enter the castle after midnight to join the Emperor Fuzong, and at this time he was coming down from the mountain and walking towards Changshi Castle. "Son, 1,000 cavalry are coming toward us." Zhang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. Zhang Chuan was stunned, looking into the distance. The black paint could not see anything. Slightly squinting his eyes with the help of Zhang Yi's perspective, Zhang Chuan clearly saw a cavalry in the distance quietly coming towards this side. Looking at the torches they had prepared in their hands, Zhang Chuan's face changed, and he immediately knew what they were going to do. This was preparing to set fire. Zhang Chuan saw this and directly took Zhang Yi to greet him. Cao saw Zhang Chuan and the two of them, he was also stunned. The sword in his hand was raised, and he looked at Zhang Chuan warily. "Who?" Zhang Chuan asked Yin to come forward immediately. "Brother Mengda, don't remember me." Shangdang Zhang Chuan Zhang Renayuan. Cao was taken aback, looked at it carefully for a while, and exclaimed, "Brother Renayuan, you came so soon." Zhang Chuan nodded, squinted his eyes at Cao, and asked, "Brother Mengda, what are you going to do?" Cao heard this and replied, "Oh, by the way, Brother Renayuan, you go back to the camp first. Brother, I still have important things, come back and ask you to drink when you are done." Turning the horse's head around is going to go around the side of the river. The silver horse that Zhang Chuan was sitting on suddenly took a step to the side, blocking Cao again. Cao raised his head and looked at Zhang Chuan in puzzlement. "Brother Renayuan, what are you blocking me doing? I really have something big to do, and it is still ordered by General Huangfu, you hurry up and let me pass." Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, "You are going to set the fire." Cao looked at Zhang Chuan stunned, "Brother Renayuan, you? How do you know?" Zhang Chuan shook his head, "Let's go, you still go back with me, I am here today, this fire, you can't put it down." Cao looked at Zhang Chuan in disbelief, "Renayuan, you are crazy, this is the order of General Huangfu and General Zhu Wan personally, how can I disobey the military order and go back with you?" Zhang Chuan's face became more and more indifferent, "Brother Mengda, do you know how many people will die if you burn down? I won't say anything about the yellow turban soldiers, but what about the old and weak women and children among them, do you want to burn them alive? This is not like the Cao meant I know." Cao's face changed for a while, and finally he still firmed down, "Brother Renayuan, there is no way, these yellow turban thieves are really too many, don't do so, how to destroy them, as for those old and weak women and children, who let them join the yellow turban, count them unlucky." Zhang Chuan's heart was cold. Cao seemed to have always had such a personality, fierce enough, but Zhang Chuan did not like it, and suddenly sneered, "Cao mend, see the maid next to me. You think your 1,000 people are not enough for her to kill?" Only then did Cao notice Zhang Chuan riding behind him on a silver horse, with an expressionless face on Zhang Yi. Cao's pupils contracted violently, recalling the hellish scene in the Imperial Palace School, and he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 30. Cao's face turned pale, and he was very ugly. "Zhang Chuan, do you really dare to do something to us?" Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Cao coldly, "Or you try." Cao hesitated, looked at Zhang Chuan's squinting eyes, and did not know why his heart suddenly froze, as if Zhang Chuan would really move at any time. Zhang Chuan was really thinking in his heart, whether he should simply kill Cao here, lest he face a powerful opponent in the future. Cao saw that the situation was not good, and he was also a decisive person. "Well, Zhang Chuan, even if you are cruel, I would like to see how you explain to the two generals." After saying that, he turned the horse's head and calmed his face, "Give me back." All the cavalry looked at each other, not knowing what the Lord was going to do, but they could only obey the orders, so they turned their horses and inexplicably quietly returned in the direction of the Nagasha. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and followed, and Cao came under the city wall, called open the door, and entered the city with his cavalry. Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan were waiting at the city gate, looking at Cao who came in, wondering and anxiously, Mengda, what's going on, why didn't you set the fire, was it discovered by Bo? Cao turned over and dismounted in a bad mood, his eyes pointed at the river that came in, and said fiercely, ask him yourself. Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan turned their heads curiously, just in time to see Zhang Chuan walking in with Zhang Yi. Huang Fuzong took a close look at Wan Zhou by the light of the fire, and said uncertainly, you are Shangdang Taishao Zhang Chuan Zhang Renai Yuan. Zhang Chuan rolled over and dismounted, laughing, yes, Chuan has seen two generals, and the subordinate officer is Zhang Chuan. Huang Fuzong looked at Zhang Chuan and then at Cao, wondering, then what are you doing now? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, it's nothing, it's just that I stopped Brother Mengda from setting the fire. What, boy, where did you get the guts to stop a soldier with a military order, do you want to be beheaded? Zhu Wan suddenly cried out in anger. Zhang Chuan's eyes swept sharply toward Zhu Wan, and he looked at him coldly, oh, cut me, come, you try. Zhu Wan was startled by Zhang Chuan's look of not being afraid of heaven and earth, and his face was very ugly, you, licentious. Huang Fuzong also frowned, thinking that this guy didn't even give He Jin's face at the beginning, and he might not really be in his eyes. Zhang Chuan said coldly, what am I, a Zhonglang general in the hall, with tens of thousands of troops, but he was beaten by the Yellow Turban to hide in the city, and finally he had to set fire, so many old and weak women and children, you can also go down, if I were you, I would have resigned and returned to my hometown, I really can't afford to lose that person. Zhu Wan was almost angry to vomit blood, this guy's mouth was too sharp, Zhu Wan's face was bruised and purple, and he pointed at Zhang Chuan in a hurry, unable to say a word. Cao was stunned to see it, fierce, really fierce, Zhu Wan, he Suranai, a famous general of the Great Han, was actually intimidated by Zhang Chuan. Huang Fuzong looked at Zhang Chuan strangely, his face was not good looking, he was also a lieutenant general hiding in the city, which scolded both of them. After all, Huang Fuzong was a veteran, and quickly took a deep breath to ease his emotions, Zhang Taishao, I don't know if you have any good way to defeat these yellow turban thieves. Zhang Chuan turned his head to look at Huang Fuzong and said lightly, simple, tomorrow morning I will clean up the yellow turban thieves outside the city. Huang Fuzong said in disbelief, really, how many soldiers did you bring? Zhang Chuan grinned and pointed to Zhang Yi and the two silver horses, well, that's all. After saying that, he turned around and walked a few steps, and suddenly turned his back on them, you'd better stop setting fires, I'll let my maid look at you, and then if my maid starts a madness, hee. After saying that, he pulled the two silver horses away, leaving Zhang Yi staring at them dead in place. Emperor Fuzong, Zhu Wan also recognized this female demon head who had been killing all sides in the imperial palace schoolyard, looking at the maid who was staring at her dead body, Huang Fuzong swallowed his spit, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his head, that, or not. Or we'll see it tomorrow. Zhu Yan was also sweating a cold sweat, and nodded his head in agreement, well, it's okay. I'll see it tomorrow, and I'm not in a hurry for this day or two. Cao looked at the two Zhonglang generals with disgust, is this boldness so small? Then don't you have to fly? Suddenly Cao found that Zhang Yi's eyes were looking at him, and Cao only felt that his scalp was tingling, and immediately turned around and said, since this is the case, Cao will go back to rest. After saying that, he hurried away, looking confused. Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan looked at each other, and they both saw helplessness in each other's eyes, and Huang Fuzong sighed, let's go, everything will wait until tomorrow, if he can't do it, we will write to your majesty again. The two also quickly left, and Zhang Yi looked at their backs and still stood quietly. The next morning, Zhang Chuan came out of the tent, the whole person was refreshed, washed up, and did not hesitate to eat the breakfast taken out of the ring, which was only dangling leisurely to the city wall. Huang Fuzong, Zhu Yan, and Cao all had two big black circles under their eyes, and their spirits were weak, and it was obvious that these three people did not sleep at all last night. Zhang Chuan looked at several people and almost couldn't help but laugh out. Zhang Yi had stood outside all night last night, and now he quietly came to Zhang Chuan's side. Zhang Chuan looked at the yellow turban camps not far away and couldn't help but shake his head. Even he, a layman who couldn't march and fight, could see how chaotic and messy those camps were built, and it was no wonder that Cao wanted to set fires. Zhu Wan rested for a night, his face looked better, but looking at Zhang Chuan, he still couldn't help but get angry. Zhang Taishao, I don't know how you are going to solve those yellow turbans outside, but they have 100,000, not 1,000 people who were in the palace school grounds. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, what's the hurry, the yellow turban thief hasn't eaten yet, no matter what, we have to let the family finish eating. Chapter 31. Zhu Wan's already ugly face was even more ugly at this time. Huang Fuzong and Cao could see it. Zhang Chuan was used to it, and the two of them closed their mouths and stopped talking, so as not to be intimidated. After a while, the yellow turban army began to go out of camp, and the chaotic picture felt outrageous to Zhang Chuan, and even this kind of army could beat the two famous generals back to the city. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but look at Zhu Wan and Huang Fuzong, as if noticing Zhang Chuan's gaze. The two looked at the yellow turban army below, and their faces were slightly red. Not long after, a major general rode to the front of the army, looked at the walls of the Changshi and shouted, "Dog officer, don't open the city gate yet, come down and die, let your Bakai grandfather teach you Han Dynasty dog officials a good lesson." Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan frowned and looked at Zhang Chuan together. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, and secretly gave orders to the two Terminators under the city, one of whom immediately turned into a silver horse, and one of whom rode on a horse and rushed towards the city gate. Zhang Chuan said lightly, "General Huangfu, open the city gate, my people are going out." Huang Fuzong looked at Zhang Chuan strangely, and then looked at Zhang Yi who was standing next to him, obviously wondering how Zhang Chuan did not send the powerful Zhang Yi out. Yesterday there were only 2 people and 2 horses. Zhang Chuan seemed to see what Emperor Fuzong meant, and suddenly took out a folding fan from the ring, which Zhang Chuan had asked Zhang Yi to make for himself. Shaking the fan, Zhang Chuan said, "These people don't need her to shoot yet, you just have to open the city gate." Huang Fuzong also had nothing to say, he could only say something to the soldiers around him, and the soldiers ran down in a hurry. After a while, the Rumble city gate was opened, and a silver light rushed out of the city gate and directly killed Bo Cai. Bo Cai was stunned for a moment, he couldn't imagine that someone really dared to go out of the city. He was overjoyed, brandished a large knife in his hand, and drank to come to the common name, and don't kill the nameless. Zhang Chuan heard the words in the city, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, cough, forgot the rules of the battlefield, he could only secretly give orders in his mind. The silver horse stopped hard, Bo Cai only felt a flash of silver light in front of his eyes, a silver shining knife stopped on his neck. Bo Cai was momentarily confused, what just happened? Then a strange scene appeared on the battlefield, the Terminator suddenly withdrew his sword, the silver horse retreated back, and after Bakai was 100 meters away, the Terminator said coldly, "My name is Zhang 11, Bo Cai, ready to die." Zhang Chuan nodded satisfactorily, this is just right. Huang Fuzong's eyes were about to fall down, what kind of ghost, wasn't it already able to kill Bo Cai, how could he still withdraw his knife and retreat, so polite? The 3 of them brushed together and looked at Zhang Chuan, the look was unspeakably strange. Huang Fuzong couldn't help but say, cough, Zhang Taishao, don't be so polite to the yellow turban thief. Zhang Chuan raised his eyebrows, holding that as long as he was not embarrassed, it was the thoughts of others who were embarrassed, and nodded, well, General Huangfu, I have actually always been a polite child. The 3 Huang Fuzong looked up and down at Zhang Chuan, then you can't see half a bit of politeness when you scare Zhu Wan. Bo Cai stared at the bullseye and said with anger on his face, dog thief, you dare to humiliate me and give me death. Say a slap on the horse and kill the Terminator. The Terminator knew that the program should be finished, and the silver horse that sat down whizzed out, when the sound of 2 knives colliding in the air, clicking, Bo Cai's big knife broke into 2 pieces. Bo Cai grabbed the half-cut knife and was stunned. The Terminator would not be stunned. The silver horse suddenly stopped, directly turned around, the silver light flashed, Bo Cai's head flew up, his eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe that he had been killed like this. A roar suddenly sounded in the Yellow Turban Army, he killed Bo Cai Chu Shui, everyone went up together, killed him, and avenged Chu Shui. Zhang Chuan's eyes narrowed at the man, but he was a wise man. 100,000 yellow turbans killed the Terminator like a flood, and the 3 Huang Fuzong looked at the crowd of black oppressors, and a cold sweat appeared on their faces, and they couldn't help but worry about the person below. Huang Fuzong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Taishao, do you want to open the city gate and bring him back? Zhang Chuan shook his head, no, these people can't help him. The Terminator's arms turned into large silver knives, and the silver horse crashed into the crowd like lightning, poof, poof. Heads flew up, and the weapons of the Yellow Turban Army were either broken or bounced off the silver horse and the Terminator did not even lose his hair. The silver horse killed the Yellow Turban Army hard, and all the yellow turbans looked intact with wide eyes, not even a single person and a horse that were not stained with blood, and there was some fear in their hearts. This time at least nearly 1,000 people had their heads cut off. The silver horse turned around in an instant, crashed into the army again, and the scene just now was restaged, but this time many clever yellow turban thieves did not blindly rush up, but hid to the side, carefully observing the Terminator. After killing the Yellow Turban Army again, the silver horse turned around and rushed in again, and after 3 in and 3 out, all the Yellow Turban Army completely collapsed. Ah, kill can't die, that's a monster, how can you not kill it, everyone run away. Boom saw that these people were going to disperse in a hurry, the silver horse suddenly accelerated, and in a few tens of seconds, it ran around the periphery of the Yellow Turban Army, and those yellow turban thieves who had just escaped a few steps on the periphery were cut off by the Terminator, and the Terminator suddenly issued a huge voice, whoever escapes dies, drops his weapon, surrenders and does not kill. All the Yellow Turban Army stopped their steps in fright, looked at the headless corpse in front of them, and all of them threw away their weapons and honestly squatted on the ground. The eyes looked at the silver horse Terminator in fear, and these people were all frightened by the Terminator. Kill and kill or die, fight and fight, they are also helpless. The 3 Huang Fuzong people looked at the honest Yellow Turban Army below in shock, it was a monster, a person, even relied on only one person to defeat these Yellow Turban Army, this kind of battle record is also too exaggerated. Cao's eyes looked at Zhang Chuan inexplicably, then looked at Zhang Yi, and then looked at the Terminator below. How could this Zhang Chuan's men all be such monsters? How many such people did he have? Zhang Chuan, this person was really too dangerous. Zhu Wan suddenly smiled and said, good, good, Zhang Taishao, I admit that I underestimated you, and this time you can be said to have made a great contribution. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhu Wan doubtfully, this guy has changed so much, what medicine is sold in the gourd? Zhu Wan touched his beard and smiled, Zhang Taishao, since the yellow turban thieves have surrendered, these people might as well leave them to us to deal with, well, we still have to attack Runan, these yellow turban are all burdensome, it is better to kill the matter. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhu Wan in shock, seeing that he naturally said this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, pit killing 100,000 people, it was really crazy. Zhang Chuan told Emperor Fuzong and Cao, what do you think? Huang Fuzong nodded deeply, old Zhu is right, we can't take 100,000 people on the road, we only have 5,000 soldiers and horses, or kill people to be assured. Cao also had no objection and felt that this was very normal. Zhang Chuan's face suddenly turned cold, fart, these are the captives of this prince, without my permission, you dare to move them to try. With a hint of murder in his eyes, he looked at the 3 men. Chapter 32. Huang Fuzong and the 3 of them looked at Zhang Chuan in surprise, what is there to be angry about? Cao stood up and said, Zhang Taishao, although you handed over the prisoners to us to handle, but your credit will be truthfully reported, you don't have to worry that we will covet your merits. Huang Fuzong and Zhu Wan suddenly realized that they were afraid that they would erase his merits. The two of them also nodded their heads next to each other, and Huang Fuzong did not have a good airway. What do you think of us? That's not what we do. Zhang Chuan saw that they had misunderstood, and no longer explained anything, and said coldly, these prisoners are of great use to me, you should go to Runan. You must know that this time you not only did not make a contribution but were almost destroyed by the yellow turban thieves. You don't want me to take all the credit. The three of them looked at each other, and Huang Fuzong's eyes flickered. Okay, then we will go first. You handle these captives yourself. After saying that, they hurriedly set off with 5,000 soldiers and horses. They were also awakened by Zhang Chuan, and the three of them did not have any merit, so how to go back? Zhang Chuan looked at the yellow turban thieves below and immediately sent a Terminator back to the Shangdang to bring grain, ready to bring these 100,000 people back to the Shangdang, and Zhang Chuan also stopped here in Yingchuan. Luoyang, Zhang Chuan killed the news that Bo Cai was quickly returned. Hanling Emperor Long Yan Daio good, worthy of being a good person, haha. The threat here in Luoyang was solved, and the Hanling Emperor could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He Jin's face was ugly, and he couldn't imagine that he had been picked up by Zhang Chuan for a big bargain, which made him how willing. So he stood up and said, Your Majesty, since Zhang Taishao is so powerful, it is better to let him go to Lu Zhonglang to deal with Zhang Jiao. After all, Lu Zhonglang will also have no way to take Zhang Jiao. Emperor Hanling was quite impressed when he heard this, and nodded, well, this is a good idea, the capable person will work harder, well, then let Zhang Chuan go north and Lu Ji to join forces to deal with Zhang Jiao. He Jinyan smiled, and he did not believe that Zhang Chuan could still make meritorious achievements. Cai Yang also stopped persuading. He had already received a letter from Zhang Chuan, saying that he wanted to fight with the yellow turban. Although Cai Yang did not know the purpose of Zhang Chuan, it was not good to sabotage his plan. Chang Shi, Zhang Chuan received the holy wool, smiled slightly. At this time the Terminator had already come with grain. Zhang Chuan asked him to bring all these people back to the party for Tian Junchange to settle well. Fortunately, Yingchuan is not far from the Shangdang. Relying on these grains these people can still slowly reach the Shangdang. The Terminator has brought 2 Terminators, and 2 Terminators have taken them back, and nothing will happen. Zhang Chuan took Zhang Yi and continued to ride his horse towards Guangzhou. Guangzhou, Lu Ji and 50,000 troops camped outside Guangzhou city, surrounded Guangzhou city in groups, but there was nothing they could do with Guangzhou, and they attacked for a few days, but they still could not be attacked. Lu Ji could only postpone the attack. Guangzhou was the General Zhang Liang of the Renggong Commandery guarding the town, and Lu Ji could only see if he could trap Guangzhou to death. Zhang Chuan was not in a hurry all the way, and he came to the boundary of Guangzhou in a leisurely way, and when he saw the continuous tents in the distance, Zhang Chuan knew that he had arrived. Inside the military tent in the camp, Lu Ji was discussing what to do with his subordinates, and inside was sitting a young man with 2 earlobes and shoulders, hands over his knees, lips like grease, and polite manners. This person was Liu Bei. Behind him stood a big man with a red face and a long beard, and another big Han with a leopard head and eyes, full of beard. This is Guan Yu Zhangfei. Liu Bei used to be a student of Lu Ji, but this time he came specifically to join Lu Ji in order to mix up some military merits and become an official. Lu Ji discussed for half a day and there was no good way. He couldn't help but be a little anxious. The Hanling Emperor had been urging, and had just sent a holy will to reprimand him fiercely. It was said that Emperor Fuzong had already killed Bo Cai, which made him even more anxious. Suddenly, the curtain of the tent was opened, and a soldier walked in, got down on one knee, and report, General, 2 people came outside the camp gate, claiming to be the Shangdang Taishao, and came to see the general. Lu Ziyan had a look of doubt on his face, Shangdang Taishao, and suddenly the appearance of a young man in his mind came to mind, and a smile appeared on his face. Well, I know who it is, you brought him to the big account. The soldier hurriedly said, Yes, General. After saying that, he quickly turned around and left. Lu Ji looked at the doubtful eyes of the crowd and smiled. This Shangdang is too conservative, but He Jin can't even take him. I didn't expect him to come. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Who was so powerful? Who was he? Jin? It was the Empress's brother, the general of the charioteers, and they all looked at the door curiously, wanting to see what kind of person it was. Liu Bei was also slightly curious in his heart, and this number of people, how he had never heard of it. Not long after, the curtain brush was lifted, and everyone looked at it carefully, only to see a white-clad teenager, holding a folding fan, wearing a jade crown, with a handsome face, with a shallow smile, followed by a maid with a cold face. Lu Ji saw Zhang Chuan come in, and was about to smile and say hello, when he suddenly saw Zhang Yi behind him. His expression was stagnant, and he suddenly remembered the horror of this female demon head, and his heart couldn't help but pray, secretly praying that Zhang Chuan could control her and not let her go crazy in the camp. Zhang Chuan stepped forward and looked at a 40 or 50-year-old veteran general in the middle. Shangdang Taishao. Zhang Chuan has seen General Lu Zhonglang. Lu Ji looked back and saw that Zhang Yi had been very quiet, slightly relaxed his heart, looked at Zhang Chuan and smiled. Well, Renai Yuan, I didn't expect you to come. I already received a letter from Bo Zhao. He asked me to look at you well. When Zhang Chuan heard this, a warm current surged in his heart, and he arched his hand. Alas, the boy let Uncle Cai worry about it. General Lu, you and your uncle. Haha, Bo Zhao and I have been friends for many years, and you don't have to see each other like this. Since you have come to me, I naturally will not let you be in danger. Lu Ji touched his beard and looked at Zhang Chuan and smiled. Zhang Chuan hurriedly bowed his hand, that Chuan will thank Uncle Lu a lot. Liu Bei looked at Zhang Chuan enviously, and it was really good luck that he was a county tushao at a young age, and he was also related to Cai Yang Lu Ji. Chapter 33. Lu Ji arranged for Zhang Chuan to sit on the side, looked at Zhang Yi again, and couldn't help but say, Renai Yuan, you must take good care of your people and don't make any trouble. Zhang Chuan heard that Lu Ji's line of sight, looked at Zhang Yi behind him, and he couldn't help but lose his smile. It seemed that this veteran was also afraid of Zhang Yi, and smiled slightly. Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will not mess around with her. The marching army also carries a maid, what a stupid boy. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, and the whole big account was clearly audible. Zhang Chuan looked at the past curiously. At a glance, Zhang Chuan's heart was a little shy. Such a look, this combination, is not the famous Liu Bei trio? His luck was so good that Cao Liu Bei had met. Lu Ji's face darkened. They didn't know the strength of the maid. Lu Ji himself understood. He was afraid that this female demon was crazy, and now it was good, and there were people who didn't know whether to provoke her alive or dead. Wasn't this adding to the chaos? Suand, take care of your people. There are some things you don't understand, don't interject. Lu Ji said with a calm face. Liu Bei saw that Lu Ji was angry and hurriedly shouted, Yida, shut up. Then he stood up and arched his hands. Teacher, don't be angry, my brother is a rough man, and please don't be weird with Zhang Taishao. Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled. It's all right, my maid is my personal bodyguard, but since this big man looks down on me as a maid, this prince has always liked to serve people with virtue, and since this big man has done wrong, he just needs to confess his mistake to my maid. As soon as Zhang heard this, his eyes suddenly moved, and his eyes looked at Zhang Chuan, and something seemed to be brewing in his eyes. Lu Ji patted his head, and sure enough, he came again. This is a lord who refuses to suffer losses. Zhang Fei was instantly furious. What? I want me and that woman to confess my mistake. Ahem, she can kill and not be humiliated. Liu Bei's face was not good looking, and Liu Bei hurriedly bowed his hand to Zhang Chuan. Zhang Taishao, you are a lot of adults, please don't worry about Yida. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Oh, since that's the case, then try it with my maid. How? An 8-foot big man in the hall, wouldn't even dare to do anything with a maid. Where Zhang Fei could stand this stimulation, he immediately took a step forward. Go, let's go outside. Originally I didn't want to hit a woman, but since you said so, ahem, when your maid is killed by me, don't blame me. Zhang Chuan stood up. Okay, as long as you can kill her, I will never blame you. He said to Lu Ji, Uncle Lu, let's go out and have a look. Lu Ji shook his head helplessly. You you are really a character who does not suffer losses. Remember not to beat people to death, after all, Suand is also my student." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Lu Ji with a strange look. "Are you saying the opposite? You should let the big man's men be merciful." Liu Bei hurriedly stepped forward. "Teacher, you can rest assured, I will let the third brother's men be merciful." Lu Ji looked at Liu Bei with pity. "Your third brother may be powerful, but the female demon head is not speaking." A vacant lot soon opened up outside the camp, and Zhang Fei stood in the clearing, shouting with an angry face, "Boy, I will allow you to change people and let you see Grandpa Zhang's fist." Zhang Chuan said, "Zhang Yi, you have no problem." Zhang Yi said coldly, "Gongzi, no problem." After saying that, he moved the lotus step lightly and came to the opposite side of Zhang Fei. The soldiers who were banging saw that Zhang Fei, a rough man, was actually going to fight with a woman, and they all made a cheering sound. Zhang Fei's head was full of green tendons, and he felt extremely depressed, looked at Zhang Yi on the other side, and roared, "You still admit defeat? I will go down with one fist, I guess you will die." Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Fei coldly, "Too much nonsense." After saying that, his right foot stepped on the ground, and his figure quickly rushed to Zhang Fei's face, and his small fist smashed into Zhang Fei's chest. Although Zhang Fei was startled by Zhang Yi's speed, he did not pay attention to it. Looking at that pink and tender little fist, he did not bother to block it, allowing Zhang Yi to punch in his chest. Bang! Zhang Fei's face changed wildly the moment his chest touched his fist, but it was too late, and with a muffled sound, Zhang Fei's whole person was beaten and flew out a few meters away, lying on the ground, and the corner of his mouth flowed out of Yin Hong's blood. The soldiers were stunned, and it was too fake that such a strong man was actually beaten by a weak woman. Third brother. Liu Beiguanyu was shocked to see this and rushed over. Zhang Fei slowly climbed up, looking at Zhang Yi in disbelief. How could this woman's strength be so great? Zhang Fei looked at Liu Beiguanyu, who was rushing over. "Big brother, second brother, I'm fine, just because I was careless," he said and stepped forward and walked towards Zhang Yi. "I can't see it, your strength is not bad, come again." After saying that, the casserole big fist slammed into the river. Zhang Yi did not change color, continued to stretch out his small fist and bumped into Zhang Fei hard. Bang! Zhang Yi was beaten backwards a few meters, and his right arm was sunken into it. Zhang Fei saw this and laughed. "I won, although you have good strength, but you are not my opponent, admit defeat." Zhang Yi suddenly had a burst of mercury-like flow in his arm, instantly recovering as before, and coldly said, "Continue." After saying that, another punch slammed into Zhang Fei. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi's intact arm in a stunned manner. Just now they had seen that arm being deformed, how could it be okay now? Zhang Fei suddenly felt that the person in front of him was not simple, and he did not dare to keep his hand anymore, where to hit where he wanted. So it was originally a bloody scene of the competition, and it turned into a horror blockbuster. Zhang Yi's head was squashed, and then he recovered in an instant, and continued to fight. Even if Zhang Fei was injured and twisted Zhang Yi's head down and threw it out, the headless corpse continued to fight with himself, and more importantly, the head that was thrown out turned into liquid and returned to Zhang Yi's body in a short while, and the head actually grew out again. There was silence around, everyone had looked stupid. This is really a person, cough, really a woman? Zhang Fei was already breathless and full of scars, but looking at Zhang Yi on the other side, his face was not red and his heart was not beating, his clothes were not messy, and he was still the spotless little maid. Seeing Zhang Yi walking towards himself again, Zhang Fei instantly had a kind of collapse impulse. How to fight this TMD? How to fight cannot die. Zhang Yi suddenly walked to Zhang Fei's side, two hands suddenly grabbed Zhang Fei's big hand, the whole person suddenly turned into a flowing mercury liquid, like a rope to tie Zhang Fei's whole person up strongly. Zhang Fei fell to the ground, struggling hard, but to no avail. Liu Beiguanyu shouted nervously, "Third brother, you are all right." Zhang Fei was eager to find a crack in the ground to drill into, and Zhang Chuan slowly walked over, condescending to look at Zhang Fei, who could not move on the ground, and said coldly, "You have lost." Zhang Fei looked at the teenager in front of him, dumbfounded. I don't believe it, she is not a person at all. Zhang Fei thought about it and struggled to the death. Zhang Chuan smiled, so you are not willing to admit defeat, alas, then it can only kill you. As soon as the words fell, a dagger suddenly appeared from the place of the silver rope around his neck, coldly attached to Zhang Fei's neck. Chapter 34. Liu Beiguanyu was shocked to see this, and rushed over and shouted, "Wait, the subordinates are merciful, the subordinates are merciful." Zhang Chuan turned his head and looked at the two plainly. "Oh, he doesn't admit defeat, I can't help it." Liu Bei hurriedly bowed his hand. "Zhang Taishao, you can rest assured, I will definitely let the third brother confess his mistake." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Zhang Fei with affection. "Yida, you can't bear it. The tears are about to fall out." Zhang Chuan saw that his scalp was tingling, and this acting skill was absolutely amazing. Zhang Fei obviously couldn't stand it either, and said reluctantly, "Alas, well, my old Zhang conceded defeat." The whizzing rope was suddenly retracted, and behind Zhang Fei stood Zhang Yi again, looking harmless to people and animals. When Liu Bei saw this scene, he looked at Zhang Yi in fear and took several steps back, and Guan Yu also hurriedly stood in front of Liu Bei and looked at Zhang Yi vigilantly. Zhang Fei climbed up, his face was red, but unfortunately his face was too black to see it at all. He turned to look at Zhang Yi, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and suddenly knelt down on one knee. "I'm really sorry, I lost, it's old Zhang, I don't know Tarzan with my eyes, I underestimated you." Zhang flashed a glimmer of light in his eyes, nodded, and returned to Zhang Chuan's side. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, okay, even if you are still a man." Lu Ji walked over and smiled, "Renayuan, well, as soon as I came here, I made such a big scene, your character." Zhang Fei got up and returned to Liu Bei's side, bowed his head and stopped speaking, but his eyes looked at Zhang Yi from time to time, and he wondered if this guy was a woman after all. Zhang Chuan smiled and arched his hand, "Well, let Uncle Lu see the joke, I may just be a little short." Lu Ji smiled, "It's okay, it's not a bad thing to protect the short, at least it opened my eyes again, in other words, what the hell is going on with you handmaiden?" Everyone looked at Zhang Chuan with brushed eyes, and those soldiers looked at Zhang Yi with godlike eyes. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "How to explain this? Well, it may be that she learned something from an old Taoist before, and I don't understand." The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a demon or a ghost. Zhang Chuan was speechless, "Which made me believe, are you too simple?" Lu Ji's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly reached over Zhang Chuan and rubbed his hands. "Zhang Xian's nephew, since your people are so powerful, do you see any way to help us open the gates of Guangzhou?" As soon as these words were said, everyone's breathing became urgent. Yes, Zhang Yi is so powerful, if there is any magic, then opening the city gate is not easy, they don't have to surround Guangzhou city like this. Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded, "Yes." Lu Ji was overjoyed when he heard this, and pulled Zhang Chuan away. Go, the old man invited you to drink today, you tell me carefully, if you open the city gate, I will remember your first merit." Watching Zhang Chuan's figure walk away, Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Third brother, what do you think of that woman's strength?" "Great, the strength is almost the same as mine, the weirdest thing is that I can't hurt her and can't die." Zhang Fei said depressedly that he was also the first time he had encountered such an opponent. Guan Yu nodded, and suddenly said cautiously, "Well, I suspect that she is not human, just now I have looked closely, she has been cut off her head, and even the blood has not flowed, which is very abnormal." Zhang Fei waved his hand and said, "Didn't you listen to the surname Zhang? People can spell, isn't it very simple to regenerate a severed head?" Guan Yu squinted his eyes and shook his head, "Things are definitely not so simple." Liu Bei sighed and said, "Alas, unfortunately, how good it would be if this maid was our man." Guan Yu Zhang Fei turned his head and looked at Liu Bei with a strange look, thinking what a good thing, that was someone's personal maid. Guan Yu had to remind, "Big brother, don't provoke that woman, otherwise I and my third brother may not be able to defend ourselves when the time comes." Liu Bei heard this, his back was cold, this kind of person did not seem to be so easy to control. quickly nodded, second brother, third brother, you can rest assured, I will never provoke them. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were relieved, this big brother is good at everything, that is, there is a point, seeing that talented people want to pull over. Zhang Fei's nose suddenly moved, and his face changed dramatically, go fast, they are actually drunk immortal wine, damn, they will finish drinking when it is too late. After saying that, I turned around and ran to the big account. Guan Yu couldn't help but lick his lips, drunk immortal wine, that really can be called wine. Liu Bei couldn't help but laugh, second brother, let's go, let's try it too. Zhang Fei opened the curtain and broke into the big account, his eyes fixed on the wine altar on the table. Lu Ji's brow frowned, and he was about to drink and scold. Zhang Chuan waved his hand, the surface of the ring flashed golden, a pot of wine appeared in his hand, reached out and threw it at Zhang Fei, then, go to the side to drink, don't disturb us. Zhang Fei looked at the flying wine altar, hurriedly caught it, opened the seal, a strong aroma of wine gushed out. Zhang Fei grinned at Zhang Chuan, and said with a smile, good, refreshing, you are also a good man, we don't know each other, old Zhang thanked you. After saying that, he sat down with the altar in his arms. Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Ji's strange gaze, and Zhang Chuan smiled and said, this black man has good strength, can fight with my maid for so long, and is also a fierce general who charges into the battlefield. Lu Ji smiled and nodded. At this time Liu Bei and Guan Yu also came in. Liu Bei saw Zhang Fei holding up the jar and drinking heavily, stepped forward and arched his hand, teacher, my third brother is reckless, and please forgive the teacher. Lu Ji waved his hand, your two brothers are still quite strong, sit down. Liu Bei and Guan Yu sat down, and Zhang Fei hurriedly poured wine for the two. Lu Ji looked at Zhang Chuan, Xian, how are you going to open the city gate tomorrow, do you want me to do anything? Zhang Chuan waved his hand and smiled, no, Uncle Lu, tomorrow you just need to prepare the soldiers and rush inside when you open the city gate. Lu Ji was surprised, that's it. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, Uncle Lu, don't you believe me? Lu's hi ha ha laughed, believe, you Zhang Renayuan, I don't believe in me, who else can I believe? Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded, and several people laughed in the big account, and the atmosphere was much better. Chapter 35. In Shangdang County, a young man dressed in coarse cloth, carrying a bright silver gun in his hand, stepped into the range of Shangdang County with great interest, and just after walking a short distance, a wide road appeared in front of him, and the traffic on it was not busy. The young man walked up with curiosity, and suddenly a carriage stopped beside him, and an old man grinned, young man, take a carriage. Fast and cheap, a person only needs 2 pennies. The young man was confused for a moment, and then he said, old man, I want to go to the eldest son city, is it also 2 texts? The old man smiled and said, yes, just 2 texts, come up. The young man sipped his lips, got into the car, and entered the carriage to see, there were several yellow-skinned and tattered people inside, an old woman of 40 or 50 years old, with 2½ sizes and 2 little girls, and the young man smiled at them slightly. The guests inside sat down and left. After saying that, the carriage began to drive, fast and steady. The young man looked at these people curiously, and suddenly asked the old man, they also charge 2 pieces of money. The old man was stunned, and then laughed and said, they don't have to give money. The young man immediately took a liking for the old man and admired, old man, you are really a good man. Haha, the old man can't stand this exaggeration, although they don't give money, but sending them to the official palace of the eldest son city will give money. The old man hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Alas, this year, we are still good in Shangdang County, and I don't know how chaotic it is outside, but now that they have arrived at Shangdang, a good day will come. The old man sighed. The old woman also opened her cloudy eyes and asked, old man, the yellow turban destroyed my hometown, and the family also ran away with the yellow turban, we can't do anything, we heard that Shangdang County took in refugees, we just ran over, is this true? The old man said proudly, hey, you've been lucky, you've come to the right place, I don't know about other places, but in Shangdang, refugees like you will first bathe you, change your clothes, then arrange the village, and finally distribute the land, the grain seeds. Hey, you can rest assured, as long as you are not lazy, you can live very well." The old woman listened and listened with a gleam of hope in her eyes, and it would be great if that were the case. The young man listened with a twinkle in his eye and suddenly said, "It seems that you are a good official in the history of the state assassination." "Oh, shitty and state assassination history, we in Shangdang County only recognize Shangdang Taishao Chuanggongzi, then and the state assassination history has been a mess for several years, until Chuanggongzi became Tushao, only to govern Shangdang so well." The old man suddenly said dismissively. The young man was stunned. "Chuanggongzi, old man, you mean that these are all done by this Chuanggongzi?" The old man seemed to be excited. "Chuanggongzi is the great benefactor of all our Shangdang people, and the old man told you that whoever dares to say a bad word about Chuanggongzi in Shangdang can be beaten to death by the people, do you believe it or not?" The young man was stunned to hear it, and the prestige of this prince of Chuan was also too great in Shangdang County. The old woman suddenly said, "If we can really survive in Shangdang County, I will definitely give Chuanggongzi an eternal life card." The young man looked at the old woman with a determined look in her eyes, and her heart was shocked, and he began to re-examine Shangdang County. The old man laughed and said, "That's right, my family will provide for it. If you don't worship every day, your heart will not be steadfast." The young man looked at the large green field outside. Many people were busy in the field, the laughter was transmitted to the carriage, it seemed to be infected, and several children looked at the people outside in shock, their eyes full of envy. Soon the carriage was outside the city of the eldest son, and the young man and the old woman got out of the carriage with a few children, and the old woman looked around with a look of fear on her face, and suddenly several people dressed in the clothes of the servants came over. Seeing the old man, he looked at the old woman again, smiled and said, "Old man, business is good." The old man laughed and said, "It's okay, there are 5 refugees in total this time." The leader skillfully took out 10 pieces of money from a bag and handed it to the old man. "Give 10 words." The old man took over satisfactorily, chatted a few more words, and then said to the old woman, "Just follow them, and they will arrange for you." After saying that, I drove the carriage and left. The old woman looked at several servants with some fear, and the leader of the servants smiled and said, "Old man, don't be afraid, I will first take you to take a bath to change your clothes and eat. You must have been hungry for a few days." The old woman hesitated for a moment, or followed them. The young man quietly followed them, although it was pink shui meat, but the young man felt that it was better to look at it, in case he was deceived. It was not until he saw them eat and then take a carriage to a village, watching the old woman holding a large bag of grain and laughing, holding a few children and crying bitterly, that the young man was relieved and finally believed that Shangdang County was indeed settling refugees. At the county shogunate, a servant suddenly ran in a panic. "Lord Tian, it's not good, there is a person outside, good and powerful, saying that he wants to join the army, what do you think to do?" Tian Feng was stunned and raised his head. "Join the army, do we have an army?" The servant also showed a strange color. "That, no, but he is really good." Tian Feng came to be interested. "Since that's the case, let's go, let's see where it goes." When I came outside, I saw a young man dancing a silver spear, and several large holes were pierced in the wooden stakes opposite. Tian Feng was not an ordinary person, his eyes were cold, he was a master. He looked at Zhang San who was following him, and he was relieved. When the young man saw an official, he stopped moving, stood up straight, his eyes like electricity, and looked at Tian Feng. Tian Feng secretly admired in his heart, a good fierce general. Waving to the young man walked calmly. Tian Feng smiled and said, "My name is Tian Toyota Motoho, I am a county magistrate of Shangdang County, what is your name?" The young man heard the words and respectfully arched his hand. "Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong in the lower Changshan mountain, I have seen Tian Junchange." Tian Feng nodded, touched his beard and said, "Well, good hands, go, let's talk inside." Zhao Yun nodded, and Tian Feng entered the living room of the mansion. After the two of them sat down, Zhao Yun looked at the chair he was sitting in strangely, and Tian Feng smiled slightly. "Little brother, you are here to join the army." Zhao Yun nodded. "Yun originally wanted to go to Yuzhu to join the army, but I heard that there are also many Hu people in Shangdang, and it is not far from Changshan, so I will first come here to see." Tian Feng nodded. "Well, don't you know that we don't have an army in the party?" Zhao Yun was confused when he heard this, and immediately said anxiously, "What, there is no army, what should the Hu people do? I see that the party county is so rich, there is no army how to protect the party." But he saw how well the people here lived, and it would be very sad if they were destroyed by the Hu people. Tian Feng had actually always felt that Zhang Chuan's idea of not establishing an army was unreliable, and when he saw a general coming, his eyes rolled and he sighed and said, "Alas, there is no way, we have not been in office for a long time, and we do not have the talent of a general in our hands, and it is useless to form an army." Zhao Yun hurriedly said, "Although Yun is not talented, he has also read several military books and is willing to train soldiers for Shangdang County." Tian Feng heard this and laughed. "Well, then this matter will be entrusted to you. Well, what kind of soldiers are you good at?" Zhao Yun thought for a moment. "Well, cavalry and infantry are all right, of course, it is better to have cavalry." Tian Feng smiled and said, "No problem, I may lack other things in the party, but there is really no shortage of horses, so you first train 1,000 cavalry to see how effective it is, and if it is really good, I will talk to Taishao again and train more cavalry to come out." Zhao Yun suddenly twisted and said, "Tian Junchenj, is this matter to tell Taishao a word? Will it not be good for us to make decisions without authorization?" Tian Feng's eyes lit up, and looking at Zhao Yun, he felt that this was a real talent and knew the rules. Zhang San suddenly said, "Just now I have already told Gongzi about the matter." Gongzi agreed, and ordered Zhao Yun to be the commander of the cavalry and train 3,000 heavy cavalry, and Zhang Er will send the equipment. Then he glanced at Tian Feng again. Gongzi said, "Tian Yuanhao, the old treacherous giant." Chapter 36. Zhao Yun looked at Zhang San in surprise, and then turned his head to look at Tian Feng inexplicably. Tian Feng's face was slightly red. Cough, "Well, Taishao is still young, like to joke, haha." Zhao Yun joined Shangdang County in such a vague way. Zhang Er quickly brought 3,000 horses dressed in heavy armor to the school grounds, and Tian Feng also elected 3,000 strong men in Shangdang County. Zhao Yun began to train them fiercely, and what surprised Zhao Yun was that their meals were actually 3 meals a day, and there was meat, which was simply luxury. "Practice harder, otherwise you will really be sorry for those meals." Lu Ji's camp, Zhang Chuan was also very emotional. He did not even go back, so he took Zhao Yun away. If he did not let Zhao Yun lead the troops, this would not be beaten to death. Alas, forget it, it is not bad to have an army. If a country is established in the future, if the country does not have an army, it will not be laughed to death. The next day, as soon as Zhang Chuan opened the big tent, he saw Lu Ji anxiously walking around outside. Zhang Chuan was stunned, looked at the sun that had just risen, and helplessly said, "Uncle Lu, is this too early?" Lu Ji saw Zhang Chuan and immediately walked over with joy. "Early in the morning, the sun has risen so high, I am not in a hurry. I didn't fall asleep at all last night." Zhang Chuan was speechless, hurriedly washed up. He was pulled by Lu Ji to the Chinese military tent to eat. The whole time Lu Ji has been staring at Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan is really difficult to swallow, helplessly sighing, "Alas, well, I will let people open the city gate first." Lu Ji said happily, "Really, do you want to eat some more?" Zhang Chuan rolled his eyes, and ate a fart. When eating, he was stared at by an old man, who could still eat. Zhang Chuan and Lu Ji came to the outside of the camp, and Zhang Chuan said, "Uncle Lu, you can arrange for the soldiers to prepare." Lu Ji nodded, and hurried down to make arrangements. Zhang Chuan was not in a hurry. Last night Zhang Chuan secretly ordered 2 silver horses to turn into Terminators again and sneak into Guangzhou City. The city wall was completely useless to them. They became 2 soldiers guarding the city, and they were not seen at all. Guangzhou City, Zhang Liang was drinking inside. Although it was morning, he was a man without wine or joy, and he was drinking vigorously with his men, when suddenly the door was pushed open. and a yellow turban small canal marshal hurriedly walked in. "General, the Han army outside is coming towards us in a formation, it seems that they want to attack the city." Zhang Liang's hand holding the wine glass shook slightly, and turned his head. "Well, really, the Han army still dares to attack the city, hehe, it is estimated that it was forced by the Dog Emperor. Go, look go." Zhang Liang led the people to the city wall, and sure enough, he saw that the dense Han army was coming towards this side in a neat way, but the strange thing was that they did not have the weapons to siege the city. Zhang Chuan and Lu Ji rode their horses in the middle of the soldiers, erecting a large rope, which was where the Chinese army was. Just a stone's throw from the city wall, the army stopped, and the arrows at the head of the city in this position could not shoot at them. Lu Ji looked at Zhang Chuan Dao expectantly. "Xian nephew, now you can open the city gate, whether you can capture Guangzhou or not depends on this battle." Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes, nodded, and secretly gave orders in his mind. The two Terminators in front of the city gate suddenly merged into one, and a 3-meter-tall giant suddenly appeared at the city gate. Seeing that those yellow turban soldiers were stunned, and then, there was no then, the giant appeared in the hand of a giant wolf's tooth rod more than 3 meters long, and slammed it fiercely. The dozens of yellow turban around them died horribly, none of the corpses were complete, and the few remaining yellow turbans that were frightened trembled and shrank into the corner. The giant didn't even look at them, walked to the city gate, grabbed his hands on the doorknob, pulled hard inside, and the friction sound of clicking sounded, and the city gate was slowly opened. The yellow scarf next to him saw this change in face and exclaimed, "Come on people, the city gate is about to be opened." The giant simply ignored them and continued to pull the gate hard, and the yellow turban who came from behind saw such a big giant, and was also shocked. Fortunately, Xiao Chu Shui was more calm. "Release the arrow, immediately release the arrow for me." Whoosh! Countless arrows shot towards the giant. Ding zero dang, the arrows shot out a lot of pits on the giant's back, and the arrows fell to the ground, but they quickly recovered as before, and were not affected by half a point. In Lu's Hai Jun, Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, it's okay, let the soldiers go up." Lu Ji also saw the chaos on the city wall, and the city gate was slowly opening, and he shouted excitedly, "Rush, the whole army charges!" The drum sounded, and it was Zhang Fei Guanyu in front of him, which was specially arranged by Zhang Chuan for Lu Ji, and it was a pity that the two fierce generals were not used. The two men had already seen the half-open city gate. The drum sounded, the two rushed over like arrows off the string, followed by 2,000 cavalry. Zhang Liang on the city wall knew that after the city gate had an accident, he had already panicked, and rushed to the city gate, and the soldiers on the city wall were also 6 gods and no masters. This made Guanyu Zhang Fei rush to the city gate with his cavalry effortlessly. Just in time, the city gate was completely opened by the Terminator, and then the two Terminators separated at once, away from the city gate. Boom! Zhang Fei Guanyu rushed into the city and immediately bumped into the soldiers who had just fired the arrows, and the two of them brandished the Zangba snake spear and the green dragon Yinya sword, and slammed into a batch. Zhang Liang just came down to see this scene, his heart jumped. It was over. It seemed that Guangzhou could not hold on, but he did not panic. "Come people, go and bring the yellow turban Lux here." One of his henchmen immediately ran to the county, where the yellow turban Lux were still there. The cavalry behind them also rushed in. This time, those yellow turbans were even more unstoppable, and could only begin to retreat. Zhang Liang was at the back. While slowly retreating, he stared at Zhang Fei and Guanyu viciously, gritting their teeth. These two people were really too fierce. It seemed that they could only wait for the yellow turban Lux to arrive to deal with them. I don't know how far I retreated, and soon that Zhang Liang's henchmen walked over with 40 big men with golden bodies, and Zhang Liang saw them and was relieved in his heart. "Yellow turban Lux, quick, kill those two people first." Saying that, it points to Guanzhang's two people who are killing each other. The yellow turban Lux was expressionless, and Wen Yan immediately stared at the two people. 20 people on one side surrounded Zhang Fei Guanyu. The yellow turban army knew the strength of the yellow turban Lux, and they retreated backwards and gave up their positions. Guanyu Zhang Fei suddenly felt that there was nothing in front of him, and looked up in doubt. 40 strange big men surrounded them. Zhang Fei shouted angrily, and a spear stabbed into the chest of a yellow turban Lux. Dang, yellow turban Lux was stabbed and flew out a few meters away. But the yellow turban Lux then climbed up and continued to surround Zhang Fei. Only a white mark on his chest remained on it. Zhang Fei's face changed drastically, and he couldn't kill it. How could this TMD be full of monsters? Chapter 37. Guan Yu also slashed at the head of a yellow turban Lux, bang, and the result was that the person flew out more than 10 meters away, but he shook his head and climbed up again, and a shallow wound appeared on his neck, and it was black blood that flowed out. Guan Yu's pupils narrowed, and he glanced around. There were 40 such monsters. How to fight? Guan Yu and Zhang Fei could only keep flying these 20 people, but it was also too exhausting. Zhang Liang laughed triumphantly. Divide 10 people and kill all those cavalry for me. The yellow turban Lux immediately divided 10 people and killed the cavalry. Those cavalry did not have Guan Yu Zhang Fei's hands. One by one was pulled off the horse by the yellow turban Lux and torn in half. Seeing that the cavalry was blocked, Zhang Liang roared excitedly, "The heavens are dead, and the yellow heavens are standing." Those yellow turban looked at the yellow turban Lux so powerful, and they also roared with excitement, "The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand." A huge roar spread outside the city, and Lu Ji's face changed slightly. "What's going on? The city gate seems to be blocked." Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Well, Zhang Liang sent 40 yellow turban Lux. These yellow turban Lux are very powerful. It seems that the knife and gun are inaccessible. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are also trapped." Liu Bei was shocked, although he didn't know how Zhang Chuan knew, but now it was related to the safety of his two brothers. "Ah, what to do, Zhang Taishao, you quickly think of a way." Lu Ji was stunned. "The knife and gun are incomprehensible, and your maid is very similar. Is there a lot of such monsters now?" After saying that, he suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Lu Ji glanced at it. His back was cold. Cold sweat was about to come out. It turned out that Zhang Yi was staring at himself. Hurriedly waved his hand and laughed. "Well, I didn't say you." Zhang Yi turned his gaze away, and Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi in surprise, feeling as if Zhang Yi had changed something. Lu Ji returned to God and said anxiously, "Xian nephew, think of a way to do it. If I fail again this time, I can only go back and ask your majesty for guilt." Zhang Chuan nodded. "Well, I know, it's okay, I'll let my people shoot, and I also want to see who they really are." Guangzhou City. Guan Yu Zhang Fei was in a mess. Suddenly jumped out of the crowd two figures, one against a yellow turban Lux. The yellow turban Lux eyes were blank. The mechanical fist slammed into the Terminator. The Terminator flashed slightly, and suddenly his hands turned into two fast-turning chainsaws. His feet were wrapped around the waist of the yellow turban Lux, and the two chainsaws were mounted on the neck of the yellow turban Lux. Sizzle! When the chainsaw began to touch the skin, a little bit of sparks suddenly appeared, but then the chainsaw went deep into it, and it was much easier. Bang! Bang! Two golden heads fell to the ground, and another Terminator also cut off the head of the yellow turban Lux. The two Terminators had been watching the yellow turban Lux for a long time, and after the program, it was determined that they should be able to cut their skin with a chainsaw. The two headless bodies fell, black blood spurting from their necks. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also noticed the situation on this side, looking at the two Terminators and being shocked, especially the somewhat familiar silver. Their hearts jumped. The two looked at each other. Was there more than one monster like Zhang Yi? Zhang Liang looked at the two yellow turban Lux who had fallen down, and his heart ached. These 40 yellow turban Lux were his treasure. He had begged Bai Lai to come from Zhang Jiao, and now he was so dead. Zhang Liang's eyes immediately turned red. Kill these two people, fast! The yellow turban force that besieged Guan Yu Zhang Fei turned around and pounced on the Terminator. Sizzle! The sound of the chainsaw began to rattle violently, and it was obvious that the Terminator had increased its horsepower, and the Terminator's body was shuttling rapidly. Its golden legs, hands, and heads were flying all over the sky, and black blood was splashed everywhere, and it wasn't long before 40 yellow turban Lux were completely dismembered by the Terminator. These yellow turban Lux are not flexible enough to catch the Terminator. As long as they can be broken by people, they are all living targets. The whole scene was suddenly quiet. whether it was the Yellow Turban or the Han army, they all looked at the slaughterhouse-like ground in shock. Their eyes showed deep fear. Looking at the two Terminators standing in the middle, Chi took a step back. Zhang Liang's eyes were almost out and he cried out in pain, "No!" The two Terminators immediately turned their heads to look at Zhang Liang, and as soon as Zhang Liang's hair stood up, he saw two Terminators stepping on the ground at the same time, and the figures flashed, and the two appeared next to Zhang Liang. One left and one right, grabbing Zhang Liang's hand. One of the Terminators turned into a silver rope to tie Zhang Liang up strongly, and even his mouth blocked him. Zhang Liang's eyes showed a look of fear. Another Terminator lifted Zhang Liang with one hand and suddenly said coldly to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, "Gongzi said that he has solved the trouble for you," and asked the two to quickly capture Guangzong. After saying that, he took Zhang Liang to the side. Seeing the Terminator walking towards him, the Yellow Turban army gave way in fear, and the Terminator carried Zhang Liang with a big swing. Guan Yu Zhang Fei heard the words. The old face was black. "Is this not a naked mockery? Look down on people?" Zhang Fei was furious. Kill. Frantically riding a horse into the Yellow Turban army, the combat strength instantly soared. Guan Yu was also a stomach full of anger. The green dragon Yinya sword danced like a green dragon, and when it was hit, it would die, and when it touched, it would die. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, not stimulating Guan Yu Zhang Fei. How could the two of them show their strength? Seeing Zhang Chuan's smile, Liu Bei hurriedly asked, "Zhang Taishao, how is it now, my second brother, my third brother?" Zhang Chuan looked at Liu Big Ears and smiled, "Okay, those Yellow Turban Lux have been solved by my men, and no one should be able to stop them now." Liu Bei and Liu Ji were both relieved, and sure enough, after a while, the infantry also began to enter the city. Liu Ji smiled. It seemed that Guangzhou city was broken today. Not long after, Guangzhou city was quiet. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu rode out together. The two were covered in blood, but looking at the dragon's fierce appearance, it should be a good fight. Came to Liu Ji, turned over and dismounted, and arched his hand. "General, Guangzhou city has been controlled by us, and all the Yellow Turbans inside have surrendered." Hearing this, Liu's hi-ha-ha laughed. Good, good, you two have done a good job. I remember you for a great achievement." "Well, right, what about Zhang Liang? Did you catch him?" Guan Yu Zhang Fei did not speak, but looked at Zhang Chuan in unison. Liu Ji saw this and also looked at Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. "Uncle Liu, Zhang Liang has long been captured by my people." After saying that, a Terminator came out from the side and threw Zhang Liang to the ground. Chapter 38. At this time, Zhang Liang had already changed a rope and tied it up, and there was still a rag in his mouth, and he was looking at Liu Ji with a venomous look in his eyes. Liu Ji looked at Zhang Liang carefully, and then laughed at Zhang Chuan. Good, good, Renayuan, you are really powerful, you actually captured Zhang Liang. If you send him to Luoyang, your Majesty will definitely be happy with Dragon Yan, and your merits will be stable." Zhang Chuan smiled and did not speak. Then Guan Yu spoke, "Lord Zhang, are those two people in the city the same as your handmaidens?" Zhang Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and then the corners of his mouth twitched a little, and he said, "Well, didn't I say it, my maid and an old Taoist scholar are studying art, isn't it normal to have a master and brother?" Guan Yu heard the words for a while, and looked at Zhang Chuan strangely. This is a deception, but he can't directly say that Zhang Chuan is deceiving, and he can only be depressed and no longer open his mouth. Liu He didn't care about this, these big families didn't have any secrets, and smiled, "Okay, let's go into the city, and I'll send the good news to Luoyang as soon as possible." After saying that, he took the lead and went to Guangzhou city. In Luoyang, when Emperor Hanling received the good news, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Liu Ji fiercely praised Zhang Chuan, and Emperor Hanling was indeed very happy and praised Zhang Chuan at the imperial meeting. The more the Hanling Emperor exaggerated, the more ugly He Jin's face became, and he couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan was so successful on the battlefield. Not only did he not have any difficulty in him, but on the contrary, he let him make a great contribution with it. My heart began to secretly regret it, and after thinking about it, I suddenly stood up and smiled. "Your Majesty, since Zhang Taishao has already made such a great achievement, it is better to recall him back to Luoyang, and now there will be Zhang Jiao Zhang Bao left, and also give others a little chance to make meritorious achievements. After all, Zhang Taishao is still too young now, and the tree is a big trick. In order to protect the pillar of this country, it is better to summon him back. When the Hanling Emperor heard the words, the essence of his eyes flashed, and naturally he knew the meaning of He Jin's words, was the Gong Gao Shen Lord. After thinking about it carefully, He Jin said it was not unreasonable, and nodded, well, He King, you are right, Zhang Ziazi's age is indeed too young, or call him back first. The ministers looked at He Jin with strange eyes. He would think so much about Zhang Chuan, the sun would come out from the west. I am afraid that Zhang Chuan's achievements would be too great, and he would be pressed down. However, in this way, it is not a bad thing for Zhang Chuan. Cai Yang also thought about these things, so he did not say anything against it. The Holy Will soon arrived in Guangzhou, and this time it was Zhou Feng who came to proclaim the will, and Zhang Chuan took a look at Zhou Feng, not knowing whether he would still ask Lu Ji for money. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Feng really went to Lu Ji's big account, and soon Zhou Feng's face was ugly, and he looked at Lu Ji's big account with a look of resentment. When I turned back and was about to leave, I suddenly felt that there was a darkness in front of me, and a person was in front of me. Zhou Feng looked up angrily, and found that it was a woman with a cold face, who seemed to have seen it somewhere. Her mind was turning rapidly, her face turned white, the female demon head. He had also seen the school competition. It was simply a lingering nightmare. The body took a few steps backwards, and sat on the ground. Stuttered, You. Zhang Yi said coldly, Gongzi wants to see you. After saying that, he stared at Zhou Feng with the slightest emotion. Zhou Feng only felt his scalp tingle and nodded, You. Lead the way. As soon as Zhang turned and left, Zhou Feng was relieved, and quickly climbed up, carefully following Zhang Yi. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhou Feng, who was standing in front of him, with a look of fear, and said lightly, Lu Ji is my uncle, you should understand what I mean. Zhou Feng suddenly looked up, just in time to see Zhang Chuan's expressionless face. He immediately knew that the things he wanted to benefit from Lu Ji were known to Zhang Chuan, and he secretly cried bitterly in his heart. The relationship between this master and Zhang Rang was good, and Zhang Rang had received a lot of good things from Zhang Chuan. Zhou Fenglian nodded, Zhang Gongzi, our family knows, and we will never find trouble with Lord Lu. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, it's better to be like this, otherwise I can only let people go to you. After saying that, he glanced at the Zhang Yi next to him. Zhou Feng also looked at Zhang Yi, his body trembled, his hair stood straight, and he hurriedly waved his hand, don't do this, Zhang Gongzi, the little one really doesn't dare. Zhang Chuan nodded, and only then did he let Zhou Feng leave. His eyes showed a look of thought. It seemed that he was going to go back to Luoyang first, and Zhang Jiao could only let Lu Ji solve it by himself. Luoyang, Zhang Chuan took Zhang Yi on a silver horse to re-enter the capital. The city is still the same, and now it still gives people a decadent atmosphere. Zhang Chuan directly to the Cai mansion. Cai Fu Qin butler warmly greeted him, Zhang Gongzi, you are coming, the old master is in the study, you go by yourself. Zhang Chuan rolled over and dismounted from his horse and smiled, well, okay, Qin butler, you don't have to worry about this horse. After saying that, I took Zhang Yi and went into the house. The two horses turned around and walked outside, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Looking at the disappeared horse, Qin butler touched his head in doubt, this horse is so unwanted, it is really the style of everyone's son. In the study, Zhang Chuan looked at the table and chair bench inside, and couldn't help but smile. It seems that it should be sent by the father, it seems that their relationship is really good. When Cai Yang saw Zhang Chuan come in, he smiled and said, Renai Yuan, you have done a good job this time and made such a great contribution, your majesty is really very happy. Zhang Chuan schemed his lips, and the Hanling emperor could not live long, nodding, Chuan has seen his uncle, well, this time thanks to Uncle Lu's care. Cai Yang smiled and said, haha, he should take care of you, if he dares to ignore you, see me come back and don't scold him to death. Cai Yang then turned his words around, Renai Yuan, He Jin has been looking for your trouble, tomorrow you go to see your majesty, be careful, after all, now you do have a bit of Mu Xiu Yu Lin's meaning, alas, or you are too young. Zhang Chuan heard that He Jin was also a short-lived ghost, afraid of what, and smiled, well, uncle, rest assured, I know, no matter how I say this time, I have also made a great contribution, your majesty cannot kill me. Cai Yang nodded, no, your majesty should still give you a reward. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, a small head probed in, saw Zhang Chuan, his eyes lit up, and walked in, Brother Chuan, you are coming. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan and smiled slightly, well, this time there is something to do in Luoyang. Cai Yan's eyes turned, then did you bring me something fun? Last time you said you would send me something. Zhang Chuan was stunned, this is really not ready, suddenly a flash of inspiration, Zhang Chuan smiled, yes, this time I really brought a gift, do you want it? Cai Yan was pleasantly surprised, yes, as long as you send it, I want it. After saying that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, his face turned red at once, and he ran out in a hurry with his head bowed. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan's back in a daze, what is wrong, what is running? Cai Yang looked at the two of them, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face, which was quite a feeling of old nostalgia. Chapter 39. Zhang Chuan helplessly turned back to Cai Yang and said, Uncle, I'll go and see. Cai Yang smiled and said, well, go, you are all young people, you don't have to accompany me as an old man. Zhang Chuan nodded and arched his hand, that boy will retreat first. Cai Yang waved his hand, then lowered his head, picked up the brush and began to write on the paper. Zhang Chuan walked out of the room, and then went to a secluded place, and with a wave of his hand, a Terminator appeared in front of him, and Shangdang County was now taking in more and more people, and the power of faith was also rising with the water, and now there were 3 million faith forces. Zhang Chuan planned to send a Terminator to Cai Yan, he seemed to remember that Cai Yang would encounter a lot of dangers, and putting a Terminator here would not only protect the Cai family, but also come to Luoyang at any time. Zhang Chuan made the Terminator look like a teenage girl, and then took her to the garden, and sure enough, Cai Yan was here. Zhang Chuan smiled and walked over, Sister Wenji, what happened just now, what are you running? Cai Yan saw Zhang Chuan coming, his face was still a little red, he smiled, and held out his small hand, Brother Chuan, hurry up and give me something. Zhang Chuan shook his head and waved his hand, and a little girl walked over to Cai Yan's side and stood quietly. Cai Yan's eyes widened and he said curiously, Brother Chuan, who is this? You're not going to give her to me? Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded, well, how's it going, like it? Cai Yan glanced at the little girl, then at Zhang Chuan, and finally at Zhang Yi, his eyes suddenly lit up, Brother Chuan, is she as powerful as your maid? Zhang Chuan was shocked and curious, how do you know that my maid is very powerful? Cai Yan hurriedly covered his mouth, looked around nervously, and whispered, I also went to the palace that day, and I saw the performance of your maid, it was really good. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan in surprise, you saw it too? So bloody scenes, aren't you afraid? Cai Yan naturally said, what is there to be afraid of, I have also seen the 5 horses split the corpses, Ling Qi was executed, and the waste was beheaded. What about these? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan in horror, can I say that you have seen a lot of knowledge at a young age? Well, you're so powerful, does Uncle Cai know? Shhh, don't tell my dad, I sneaked out quietly. Cai Yan hurriedly stretched out a finger and leaned against his mouth and whispered. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan funny, no wonder she was mentally strong in the future, this is all exercised from childhood. Zhang Chuan smiled, well, this little girl I gave you is as powerful as my maid, and I gave it to you so that she can protect you. Cai Yan said excitedly, really? That's great. After saying that, he looked up and down around the little girl. Zhang Chuan shook his head, she doesn't have a name yet, so take one yourself. Cai Yan listened, looked at Zhang Yi's eyes and turned, "Brother Chuan, your maid's name is Zhang Yi, then my maid will be called Cai Yi." Zhang Chuan was completely speechless. "You are a talented woman, is it really good to take such a name?" But since Cai Yan had already decided, Zhang Chuan couldn't say anything. Cai Yan no longer paid attention to Zhang Chuan, and excitedly took Cai Yi away. She was ready to see if Cai Yi was really that powerful. Zhang Chuan was left where he was, making Zhang Chuan cry and laugh. The next day, Zhang Chuan and Cai Yan went to the Morning Dynasty together. This time Zhang Chuan was directly behind the ministers. He Jin was in the front, saw Zhang Chuan, and looked at him with a grim look. Zhang Chuan didn't even bother to look at him. There was a closed eye to recuperate. He Jin had to blow his beard and stare at his eyes, but there was nothing he could do with Zhang Chuan. The Hanling Emperor came listlessly after a while, and if he didn't want to personally reward Zhang Chuan, he wouldn't be willing to go to any dynasty at all. As soon as Emperor Hanling sat down on the dragon chair, he looked down with sleepy eyes. "Is Zhang Ziazi coming?" Zhang Chuan heard this and hurriedly walked out and bowed his hand. "Chuan has seen your majesty." Emperor Hanling reluctantly raised his spirit and smiled. "Well, you did a good job this time. Kill Bo Cai, capture Zhang Liang, say, what reward do you want?" Zhang Chuan was stunned, so direct, and then he was not polite, and bowed his hand. "Your Majesty, the subject wants to do and assassinate the history of the state." "No, how dare you do it when you are young, how dare you do it, that is a feudal official, is it something you can do as a child?" He Jin listened, anxious, and the state-stabbed history, almost can take charge of the affairs of a state, the power is too big. Zhang Chuan squinted his eyes at He Jin and said lightly, "General He, you interjected again." He Jin's face was stagnant, but the ministers looked at the two with great interest, and they liked to see He Jin ugly. Zhang Chuan continued, "General He, do you have an opinion? Can you let me and your majesty finish talking? A charioteer general, oh, you should be a great general now, you can't even understand this rule." He Jin was appointed Grand General a few days ago, and was also the preparation of the Hanling Emperor against the Yellow Turban attacking Luoyang again. He Jin's face was ugly, and he didn't know how to speak for a moment. Emperor Hanling glanced at He Jin and looked at Zhang Chuan amusedly. "Well, your boy and He Iking are really committing a crime, well, and the history of the state assassination, I remember, and the history of the state thorn seems to be." Zhang Rang suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Your Majesty, the current assassin of Hezhu is Zhang Yi, who has done a good job in Hezhu, killed a lot of Hu people in Taiyuan County, and the Zhang family has given a lot of money and wants to transfer Zhang Yi back to Luoyang, you see." The Hanling Emperor suddenly realized that this was the case. The Hanling Emperor squinted his eyes at the Zhang Chuan below, and with some hesitation in his heart, asked, "Dear Ai Ching, do you think that Zhang Chuan is suitable for the history of the state assassination?" Many ministers looked at each other, and then looked at Cai Yang. Looking at Cai Yang's name, plus Zhang Chuan was also from a strong background, and many ministers all agreed with Zhang Chuan to do and assassinate the state. He Jin was very unwilling, and still stood up and said, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible, Zhang Chuan is too young, the minister recommends a person, and Jin Wuding is very suitable for doing the history of the state." Zhang Chuan heard the words, and his eyes looked at He Jin strangely. Whether Ding Yuan was recommended by He Jin to the Hanling Emperor, no wonder Ding Yuan would listen to He Jin's words. Zhang Rang took a look at He Jin, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery, and whispered, "Your Majesty, Zhang Chuan can defeat the Yellow Turban, which shows that he is still a general, and that place in the prefecture is remote and barren, and the Hu people are flooded. Just let him deal with the Hu people, and he will not be able to make a high achievement, and he can show that His Majesty is open-minded and does not hesitate to reward those who have meritorious service." Emperor Hanling's eyes lit up. He said well, nodded his head, and smiled, "Well, Zhang Chuan, you have made great achievements in establishing this time, and naturally you can't let the meritorious people chill." Zhang Chuan listened to the seal. Zhang Chuan felt a pang in his heart, and hurriedly bowed his hand. Zhang Chuan is here. It seems that the gift to Zhang Rang was not in vain. Emperor Ling of Han slowly spoke, Shangdang Commandery Tai Xiao Zhang Chuan, kill Bakai, capture Zhang Liang, have made great contributions to the Great Han, and now seal Zhang Chuan as the Marquis of Guanyi, take office and assassinate the history of the state. Zhang Chuan revealed a slight smile, Your Majesty, the minister is rewarded, and the subject obeys the will. The Hanling Emperor also felt tired at this time, and directly announced his retirement from the dynasty and went back to the harem to have fun. Chapter 40. He Jin looked at Zhang Chuan viciously and failed. How could Zhang Chuan's luck be so good? And then he thought that Zhang Rang must have accepted Zhang Chuan's benefits and said something to the Hanling Emperor, otherwise how could His Majesty have agreed so easily? Zhang Chuan ignored He Jin, and under the introduction of Cai Yang, he met many ministers. At this time, the giant deer descended Qiang city, Lu Ji besieged Zhang Jiao and Zhang Bao in the city. At this time the Hanling Emperor sent Dong Zhou to assist Lu Ji. Zhang Jiao was already sick and anointed, he knew that his time was short, and he came to the city wall with difficulty, looking at the dense Han army below, and his eyes were full of sadness. Zhang Baqi was captured, Bo Cai died, Zhang Liang was captured, and Zhang Manchinj of Nanyang could only resist with difficulty, and almost the entire Yellow Turban army fell to the brink of collapse. Lu Ji seemed to see the Zhang Jiao at the head of the city, and laughed loudly, Zhang Jiao, you are defeated, Orca Isong surrender. Zhang Jiao glanced at Lu Ji and suddenly looked up at the sky, the light in his eyes flowed, and in his eyes there was a red dragon lying above the whole big man, and the dragon already had a piece of yellow spot on it, as if it had a skin disease. Zhang Jiao suddenly smiled, his face suddenly became rosy, the whole person also straightened his waist, and he was surprised to see a lot of yellow scarves, but Zhang Bao's face changed, big brother. This is obviously a return to the light. Zhang Jiao waved his hand and laughed loudly, Lu Ji, I tell you the truth, although our yellow turban has failed, this big man is also coming to an end, let me Zhang Jiao add another fire to this big man today. When Lu Ji heard this, he suddenly felt bad and roared angrily, Zhang Jiao, what do you want to do? Zhang Jiao suddenly emitted a brilliant yellow light from the whole person, and a ghostly voice resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, the sky is dead, the yellow sky should stand, the age is in the armor, the world is lucky. After saying that, the whole person suddenly whizzed straight up to the sky. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Zhang Jiao slammed into a place in the sky, and in Zhang Jiao's eyes, he hit the dragon head of the red dragon. There was a loud bang, and there seemed to be a dragon grown in the air, with a whale in it, and the horn had completely disappeared in the air. The sky suddenly darkened, the dark clouds rolled, and the red dragon rolled violently, as if it had been hit hard, the whole dragon suddenly froze, the body began to fall apart, I don't know how many dragons flew out of the dragon's body, and then crossed the sky and fell into the bodies of many people. On an unknown mountain in the south, in a pavilion on the top of the mountain, 4 old men with crane hair and childlike faces were playing chess in pairs. These 4 people were Zhou Ci, Yu Ji, Nanhua Old Immortal, and Purple Void Shan Gren, and suddenly they all stopped their movements and looked at the sky. Nanhua Lao Xian suddenly said, oh, I didn't expect him to really do it, the dragon of Great Han Chi luck has been lost, and the world is about to start chasing deer. The Purple Void Master said coldly, since the time has come, let's say goodbye to each other, each choose someone to start supporting the Dragon Garden, and when the time comes to meet again, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities. After saying that, the figure disappeared in a flash, and the other 3 looked at each other, nodded, and disappeared. In Yingchuan Academy, Mr. Shuijing Sima Wei suddenly moved in his heart, opened the door, looked at the sky, his expression changed drastically, and muttered to himself, the dragon of luck is scattered, the world is about to start fighting for dragons, alas, the chaotic world is coming, I didn't expect it to come so soon. In the harem, Emperor Hanling was playing with a female official, when suddenly his face turned pale, while a mouthful of blood spewed out, spraying the female official's face, and the Hanling Emperor rolled his eyes and fainted. The female official screamed in fright, and quickly led Zhang to them, and when she saw the Hanling Emperor lying on the ground, they were taken aback, and they hurriedly let people carry away the Hanling Emperor and find the imperial doctor to diagnose and treat. and the female official was completely executed by Zhang Ren. Cai Mansion, Zhang Chuan just returned. No one can see. In the sky a white and a black two dragons flew towards the top of Zhang Chuan's head. As the distance approached, the two dragons suddenly fought. Both wanted to enter Zhang Chuan's body. Zhang Chuan's ring suddenly flashed silver. The black jiao was absorbed by the ring, and the white jiao found that the black jiao suddenly disappeared, obviously stunned, and then happily plunged into Zhang Chuan's head. Zhang Chuan suddenly felt a shock in his body, feeling that his body and spirit seemed to have become better, and wondered in his heart, could it be that the soul that absorbed the power of faith had become stronger again, shook his head, and did not care. Cao, Liu Bei, Sun Quan, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu. Many people have been selected by the dragon, and the ambitions in their hearts have begun to grow slowly, but now they are not aware of it. Soon, Zhang Chuan's appointment documents came down. Zhang Chuan no longer stayed, bid farewell to Cai Yang and prepared to return to Shangdang County. Cai Yang looked at the teenager in front of him with satisfaction and smiled. Renai Yuan, you have achieved the history of a state at a young age. It is estimated that the imperial court will not give you a rise again. You will stay in Hezhu for a few years before talking, and then wait for people to grow up and then find a way to transfer to Luoyang. Zhang Chuan heard that he didn't think anything of it. Oh, wait a few more years, the Big Han should be chaotic, and when the time comes to Luoyang again, I am afraid that he will come with soldiers. But he still nodded and smiled. Well, uncle, I will definitely come back to Luoyang when the time comes. Cai Yang nodded. Well, don't be so sharp after you go back. He Jin is now treating you as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. Be careful yourself. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry, I know it. Cai Yang waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll not be wordy, you go and say goodbye to Wenji. Zhang Chuan walked out, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw Cai Yan taking Cai Yi and a little maid, and she looked at Zhang Chuan with a reddish face. You want to leave again? Zhang Chuan nodded. The appointment documents have come down, and I should go back. Cai Yan hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Chuan, do you still have the jade pendant I sent you? Zhang Chuan was stunned, and then he remembered something, reached out and wiped it, and a jade pendant appeared on his hand. This. Well, I carry it with me. Cai Yan looked at Yu Pei and blushed shyly. Well, that's fine, you don't want to lose it, you have to be careful on the road. After saying that, he hurriedly took the two maids away. Zhang Chuan Guaner smiled, looked at the jade pendant in his hand, shook his head, and was really a little girl. Zhang Chuan walked out of Luoyang city, found a place where no one was, and his figure flashed back to the Zhang family in Shangdang County. Chapter 41. Zhang Chuan returned to Changzhou city to rest for a day, accompanied his mother to talk, and felt comfortable at home. The next day, Zhang Chuan wanted to see Zhao Yun with his own eyes, so he went directly to the school grounds, and before he could go inside, he could hear the sound of rumbling horses' hooves not far away, and it seemed that Zhao Yun was still training very hard. Zhang Chuan walked toward the camp gate, where the two soldiers found Zhang Chuan in the distance. They were all from Shangdang County. They recognized Zhang Chuan at a glance, rushed over, and smiled. Gongzi, are you here? Zhang Chuan smiled. Well, I just came back from Luoyang to see how Zhao Tongling's training is. One of the soldiers immediately said excitedly, Commander Zhao, he is really good. I will not disappoint the prince. Zhang Chuan looked at the admiration in the eyes of the two soldiers, and couldn't help but smile slightly, worthy of Zhao Yun, who convinced these soldiers so quickly. Zhang Chuan stepped into the school grounds, just in time to see two black torrents colliding fiercely together. Many soldiers fell down, the sticks in their hands desperately pointed at each other. Looking at the posture, there was no difference between them and the real battlefield. Zhang Chuan was slightly shocked. Were they not afraid of being injured? And not long after the battle was over, those soldiers sent the wounded soldiers to a nearby house in a light car, where a Terminator skillfully broke the bones of one soldier after another, and the bruised place was bazared, not too fast. Zhang Chuan nodded. It seemed that this was Tian Feng's arrangement, presumably to discover the peculiarities of these Terminators. Zhao Yun just happened to see Zhang Chuan standing at the gate of the school grounds, rode over, turned over and dismounted, and looked at Zhang Chuan doubtfully. This prince, you are? Zhang Chuan looked at the young man in front of him. Well, he was really handsome, and he smiled. Zhang Renayuan, you are Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong. Zhao Yun was shocked to hear this, and knelt down on one knee and said, Yun has seen Lord Taishao. Zhang Chuan lifted up Zhao Yun and smiled, don't need so many gifts, how's it going, are you still used to it here? Zhao Yun looked at the teenager inexplicably and nodded, well, these soldiers' bodies are very good, basically they can go directly to the battlefield. Well, Tu Shao, I don't know how long it will take to kill the Hu people. Zhang Chuan looked at the heat in Zhao Yun's eyes and smiled slightly, just call me Gongzi, you want to kill the Hu people, hehe. You are lucky, I am now the history of the thorn of the state. The next step is to prepare to drive all the Hu people out of the state, then it is estimated that you will kill the Hu people will be soft. Zhao Yun said excitedly, really? Then he bowed his hand and said, Yun congratulated Gongzi on his promotion to the rank of assassin of Hes Hu. Zhang Chuan patted Zhao Yun's shoulder, go, let's go to Tian Yuanhao and discuss how to govern and merge the state. Zhao Yun nodded, and found that the big man in front of him didn't seem to have any shelf and was very good at talking. What Tian Feng was doing at this time? Oh, he was entertaining his old friend Frustrated Gongtong, and he didn't expect Frustrated Grant to really come. Frustrated Ji sat on the chair and unconsciously moved his body. Brother Yuanhao, I didn't expect you to find such a place to enjoy happiness, aren't you not ready to go out again? Tian Feng poured a cup of tea for Feng Ji and said with a bitter smile, I said I was forced, do you believe me? Frustrated came to interest, oh, you say, what's going on? Tian Feng sighed, it also happens that one of my cousins was captured by the Hu people, and the whole family was killed, so he was left, and he was cut off by the Hu people, and as a result, he was saved by the people of the Prince of Chuan. My cousin thought of repaying the favor, wrote dozens of letters for me to come to the party to see, the result is so set here, but now, I think fortunately I stayed in the party county. Gong He, you see how the current party. Frustrated, his face became solemn, go to the party? The people live and work in peace and contentment, and the officials do not pick up the Qingming Road, which I can't see in other places in the Great Han Dynasty, and I have to say, Brother Yuanhao, you are indeed a great talent. Tian Feng waved his hand and smiled, alas, you have exaggerated, where do I have such great ability? Many things in Shangdang County are made by the capable people under Prince Chuan, and I am only responsible for management and management. Frustrated Ji smiled slightly, but he didn't believe it much in his heart, but he didn't open his mouth to refute it, after all, he didn't know the situation of the party. Gong He, now that you have come to the party, have you resigned the officials of Jizhu? Tian Feng said curiously. Frustrated Ji sighed, alas, I really don't want to hide it, I was originally ready to assist Han Fu, but I found that Han Fu was a coward, and he was unwilling to listen to my opinion. I was already a little discouraged, I planned to get by and look at it later. I didn't expect you to actually send me a letter, exaggerate the Shangdang, and said that Prince Chuan was a master. I don't know who you are? Where can I bear this? I just resign and leave. Tian Feng was curious, you are such a great talent, Han Fu did not keep you. What a great talent, I guess I am a small official in his eyes, and if he gives me some silver money, he will send me away. Tian Feng did not feel a little chilly, and immediately exhorted, hey, Gong He, then you come to the party right, Chuan Gong's favorite thing is to give up power, with your talent I believe it will soon be brought into play. Frustrated Ji hesitated, well, let's wait until I see the Chuan Gongzi you said, it doesn't look worth my contribution. Tian Feng was about to persuade again, when suddenly the door was pushed open, and Zhang Chuan's voice came over, Brother Yuanhao, tell you the news, I am a state assassin, haha, ready to do something else. Forward. Are there any guests? Zhang Chuan stepped in, his words stopped abruptly, and he found that in addition to Tian Feng, there was also a polite middle-aged man sitting inside. Tian Feng and Frustrated Ji looked at each other, this made a thorn history, the promotion was too fast, Frustrated Ji turned his head to look at Zhang Chuan carefully. The teenager in front of him was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand, wearing a jade crown, and his temperament was smiling. Just one glance could make people feel good. Tian Feng stood up and said, "Gongzi, this is the subordinate official's good friend Frustrated Gong, I mentioned to you, it is 100 times better than me." Frustrated Ji also hurriedly stood up and said, "Brother Miao of Yuan Hao, in the next Frustrated grant Frustrated Gong and have seen Lord Thorn history." Zhang Chuan waved his hand and smiled, "Come, don't be polite, sit down, I believe in brother Yuan Hao, naturally I also believe that Gong and you must also be great talents, isn't this a coincidence? It just so happens that I became the history of the state assassination, don't drive it, let brother Yuan Hao do it, and the work in the middle of the rule is what you are frustrated with and come to do." Frustrated, he said, "Lord Thorn history, it is absolutely impossible, I have just come to Hezhu, how can I sit in such a big position?" Zhang Chuan waved his hand, "Call me Gongzi just fine, don't be so angry." "How, Frustrated Gong He, do you think you don't have the ability to do a good job in governance?" Tian Feng heard the words and the corners of his eyebrows jumped, and came again, "The radical method, but it worked, I didn't see the frustrated words and froze, I didn't know what to say." Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Well, you just promised to come down, originally we were remote and barren in the state, and it was hard to come to you two great talents, did you still make you a county order?" Frustrated Ji glanced at Tian Feng, saw his cunning blinking, Frustrated Ji helplessly and gratefully stood up, and officially surrendered his hand, "Grant many thanks to Gongzi for his attention, and will certainly live up to Gongzi's expectations." Zhang Chuan quickly lifted him up and smiled, "Is this right? Excessive modesty is pride, what are you talented and afraid of? Come, let's discuss what to do next." Zhang Chuan summoned Zhao Yun, Feng Ji and Tian Feng to the table and sat down, ready to discuss with them carefully. Now that it is a state, the territory is large, and there are many places to consider. Chapter 42. Tian Feng thought for a moment and said, "Gongzi, we must first move the administrative center to Jinyang so that we can manage the whole prefecture." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Well, that's right." Frustrated Ji thought for a moment, "Gongzi, I heard that there are still many Hu people in Taiyuan County, and our army must also be ready." Zhao Yun next to him heard the words, and a bright light appeared in his eyes, looking at Zhang Chuan expectantly. Zhang Chuan smiled and waved his hand, "There are not many Hu people in Taiyuan County, as long as we are ready to take over Yanmen, a few counties in the clouds." Zhao Yun immediately said, "Gongzi, just hand it over to Yun, and Yun will definitely drive those Hu people out." Zhang Chuan nodded, and then said, "Yuan Hao, Gong He, your affairs are the most important, I want you to govern the whole state like the Shangdang, are you confident?" Frustrated and inhaled a cool breath, "How is this possible?" hurriedly said, "Gongzi, don't worry, take your time, to govern the state like the party, it will take a lot of money and grain, and it will take a lot of time." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, looked at Tian Feng, and did not speak. Tian Feng smiled and stroked his beard, "Gongzi, as long as you can provide enough food and those people, Feng will not fail in his mission." Looking at Tian Feng stunned, when his old friend liked to talk big, this was not a joke. Hurriedly said, "Brother Yuan Hao, you." Tian Feng waved his hand and said, "Gong Yu, you don't know us yet, you can rest assured, I have a measure." Frustrated, he thought about his old friend's personality, although his face was still not convinced, but he did not say anything more. Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled, "Okay, anyway, now our paper and wine are selling well, enough to support the development of the state. As for those people Zhang Chuan has asked Zhang Yi about his own faith power, now there are 5 million, well, I will give you 9 more of those people, not enough to add later." Tian Feng thought for a moment, "Well, enough for the time being." Feng Ji and Zhao Yun looked at the two inexplicably, unable to understand what they were saying. Zhang Chuan looked at the two and smiled, "By the way, take 1 out of 9 and give it to Gong He." Tian Feng nodded, "Okay, even if you don't say Gongzi, I will arrange one." Zhang Chuan seemed to think of something and asked, "Gong Yu, did your family come with you?" Frustrated, he shook his head and said, "No, I didn't expect to be granted such a big position by the prince as soon as I came, they are still in Jizhu Yuchen." Zhang Chuan thought thoughtfully, "Well, I'll send someone to pick them up, otherwise you won't be at ease." Frustrated, he was immediately moved, "Grant to Prince Xie." Zhang Chuan waved his hand, "It's okay, this is not what I should do, you can write a letter." Frustrated Xi smiled, "No, just take this jade pendant of mine and give it to my wife," he said, and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan took it, it was an ink-colored jade pendant, and directly called in a Terminator, gave him the jade pendant, and asked him to take the person over. Then they discussed a lot of things and went back to rest very late. Zhang Chuan directly let the 9 Terminators build the road, all the way to Jinyang city before stopping. The road was repaired. Naturally, moved to Jinyang is a lot more convenient. Many Shangdang people know that Zhang Chuan became the history of the state assassination, have been happy to open the lights, firecrackers continuously, like a festival. When Zhang Chuan was going to Jinyang, the people of the whole county came to send them off, because the Zhang family was still in the party, so these people were not worried that Zhang Chuan would not come back after leaving. At this time, frustrated and Tianfeng sat in the carriage, looking at the crowd of black pressure in a stunned manner, and swallowed the spit. This. Gongzi's prestige in Shangdang County was too high. Tianfeng smiled slightly, "Isn't this normal? If you look at what kind of life the people of the party have lived, you will understand." Suddenly, a roar came out, "Gongzi, walk slowly." Lord Tian walked slowly. Tianfeng's face stiffened, and then his face turned red, and he trembled his hands. "Worth it, this life is worth it, haha, I didn't think that Tianfeng could also have this million people to send." Frustrated and envious, Tianfeng looked at Tianfeng and secretly made up his mind that he must do a good job, not to mention the people, as long as there are 1,000 people who are grateful to him, he will be satisfied. In Jinyang, Zhang Chuan came to the assassin's mansion and saw that Zhang Yi was already waiting at the door, so he hurriedly stepped forward and smiled, "Brother Zhang, congratulations, go further back to Luoyang." Zhang Yi was obviously very happy, he returned to Luoyang as Shang Shuling, which was simply a step up to the heavens. Good to say, the virtuous brother is not bad, he has made great achievements, not only has he been crowned Ho, but he has also done a history of assassination. Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Good luck, brother Zhang, return to Luoyang, don't forget your little brother." Zhang Yi patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, if there is any news, I will definitely tell you first." Zhang Chuan smiled, that little brother thanked brother Zhang. Zhang Yi handed over very cleanly, almost everything was handed over to Zhang Chuan, it seems that he still wants to make friends with Zhang Chuan, and finally Zhang Yi quietly pulled Zhang Chuan into the corner. Zhang Chuan felt inexplicable and looked at Zhang Yi curiously, not knowing what he wanted to do. Zhang Yi showed embarrassment on his face, rubbed his hands, and finally gritted his teeth. "Brother Xian, can the person you sent me give it to me? Of course, you can rest assured, I will definitely compensate you, whatever you want, just open your mouth." Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi strangely, didn't he let himself put an eyeliner next to him? Still begging for his own insertion, he thought about it, he couldn't control the Terminator, and he put more eyeliner in Luoyang, which seemed to be good. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and said boldly, "Oh, what else do I think, just this, brother Zhang looks down on me. Since you use it well, the person will give it to you, where you need to give something." Zhang Yi was shocked and moved, "Good brother, you can rest assured, if anyone dares to embarrass you in the future, you will find trouble for me, Zhang Yi." Zhang Chuan Wanner smiled, "Fun." Zhang Yi said a lot of words of gratitude to Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan could only smile at him, and finally sent Zhang Yi away, only to be relieved, looking at the money and grain account book in his hand. There are still a lot of money and grain, these Zhang Yi are left to Zhang Chuan, this Zhang Yi still looks like a person in personality. Zhang Chuan shook his head, announced the appointment of Tianfeng and Feng Zhi, and also sent them 2 large courtyards. Zhao Yun did not fall, also gave a courtyard, and then gave him a position of lieutenant, leading 3,000 heavy cavalry. Frustrated Ji asked all kinds of questions to his Terminator with an incredulous face, watching the Terminator answer like a stream. Frustrated Ji suddenly felt that he was a student. Tian Feng looked at frustrated Ji and humbly asked questions. He couldn't help but laugh. He was also like this at the beginning, and now it was finally someone else's turn. Tian Feng soon began to issue government decrees, almost the same as the government decrees of Shangdang County. All families that did not cooperate, the Terminator went to take a trip, and soon there was no opposition, and the state's strength was already small, and the reform was much simpler. When frustrated Ji watched the Terminator help the people turn the ground, the surprised almost eyeballs fell out. Is that still human? Turning it by hand, it was so fast that it didn't take long for a field to be turned over, and then the people began to sow seeds, and the efficiency was not known to have increased many times. The point is that those people don't sleep yet, and frustrated seriously suspects that these people are not human beings at all. Chapter 43. Luoyang, the Imperial Palace. The Hanling Emperor finally woke up. The whole person looked pale, and immediately asked, "Let the father, what is wrong with this?" Zhang Rang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you just fainted suddenly, and the Imperial doctor said that you were overworked, so." Emperor Hanling nodded, leaning back on the bed not knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Rang glanced at Emperor Hanling. "Your Majesty, Tai Shiling is outside and said that there is something important to see you." Emperor Hanling was stunned. "Xian he came in." Tai Shiling hurriedly walked in, looking panicked, and said in fear, "Your Majesty, things are not good. The Chancellor's stargazing last night was like finding that the Emperor's star was dim, and a pattern of wolves devouring tigers is forming. Your Majesty, the Great Han is afraid of the danger of overturning." Emperor Hanling's face was even more pale when he heard this, and the anger in his eyes gushed out. "Bold, come on, Tai Shiling demon words to confuse the public, drag out the waist to show the public." Tai Shiling looked up at Emperor Hanling in confusion, and he was kind enough to remind the Emperor why he still wanted to kill himself, and the two Yulin guards walked in and dragged Tai Shiling outside. "Ah, Your Majesty, spare your life, what the courtiers said is true. Spare your life. Your Majesty." Tai Shiling was dragged to the door before reacting and begging for forgiveness. Emperor Hanling's face was even more ugly. Zhang Rang looked at Tai Shiling and shook his head. He didn't have the eye to see the cargo, and he couldn't really say that. "Let the father, don't get this out of the way." The Hanling Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold glow. Zhang Rang hurriedly and respectfully said, "Yes, Your Majesty." It wasn't long before Emperor Ling of Han increased He-Jin's power in order to allow He-Jin to restrain the world's soldiers and horses. Emperor Ling of Han increased the power of eunuchs to balance He-Jin. So the Hanling Emperor continued to enjoy himself. Zhang Chuan called Zhao Yun over, and Zhao Yun came to Zhang Chuan in doubt. Zhang Chuan said, "Zilong, tomorrow you will set out with your cavalry to Yanmen County, kill those Hu people for me, and prepare to retake Yanmen County." Zhao Yun said excitedly, "Really?" Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled, "I'll send you another deputy. If you have any problems that can't be solved, you can ask him, and he won't interfere in your army's affairs." After clapping his hands, a Terminator rode a silver horse to Zhang Chuan and turned over and dismounted. "Dude!" The Terminator came to Zhang Chuan with no expression on his face. Zhang Chuan pointed at Zhao Yundao, "After that, I will follow Zilong and obey his orders." The Terminator turned his head to look at Zhao Yun and nodded, "It's Gongzi." Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator's emotionless eyes, and his heart trembled inexplicably. This person did not seem to be an ordinary person. Zhao Yun returned to the camp with the Terminator, and looking at the Terminator in front of him, Zhao Yun wondered, "What's your name?" The Terminator looked at Zhao Yun and said coldly, "General Zhao, you can call me Zhang 11. Zhao Yun looked at Zhang 11 strangely, "This name is really strange, is it a dead soldier trained by the Zhang family?" Zhao Yun didn't care much, took the Terminator with him, and then took 3,000 heavy cavalry and went towards Yanmen County. Zhang Chuan was now waiting for the power of faith, and then taking a few Terminators out. It was estimated that it would not be long. Now Taiyuan County is already building roads, grain, seeds have also been sent, thriving, sweeping away the decadence of the past. As soon as Zhao Yun entered Yanmen County with his cavalry, he was shocked. There were ruins and broken walls everywhere, and corpses and skeletons appeared on the road from time to time, and Zhao Yun saw it with tears in his eyes. Suddenly, the Terminator next to him spoke, "General Zhao, there are 1,000 Hu people in the 2 miles ahead." Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator in surprise. "Really, how do you know?" The Terminator didn't answer, just looked ahead, his eyes flashing red. Zhao Yun did not press again. If what he said was true, Zhao Yun showed a look of excitement in his eyes, and quickly ordered the 2 cavalry to go to investigate. Zhao Yun continued to walk slowly forward with the cavalry, and it didn't take long for the cavalry to return, excitedly saying, "General, there are Hu people camped in front, and it seems that there are quite a few people." Zhao Yun's eyes flashed, "Go, follow me to see." Not long after leaving, Zhao Yun heard the noise coming from not far away, and he could still hear a lot of screams. Zhao Yun's face changed, and he held a silver spear. "Everyone come with me and kill." After saying that, I took the lead and went out. The Terminator rode a silver horse close behind. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horses' hooves seemed to alarm the Hu people, and many Hu people looked over and looked at a group of cavalry wearing masks, wearing iron armor, holding iron guns, and war horses covered with war armor rushing towards them, all of them with frightened faces. The Hu people rushed to find their horses, but unfortunately it was too late, and the whole group of heavy cavalry rushed into the camp, and some of the Hu people were directly knocked into the air, some were trampled by the horses to the bone, or they were strung together into sugar gourds by the soldiers' iron guns. Zhao Yun stared at the Hu leader at a glance. The silver spear in his hand was waved, several Hu people were pierced through the throat. The Hu leader had already been riding on a horse. Seeing that Zhao Yun was so powerful, he quickly pulled his horse and fled, but Zhao Yun's silver gun suddenly gave up, directly piercing through the air, and the silver gun violently plunged into the back of the Hu leader and rolled off the horse. When the heavy cavalry rushed out of the camp, the Hu people had little left, and they deliberately avoided the tents, because the voices of the Han people could be heard from time to time inside. Zhao Yun told the cavalry to disperse and kill all the Hu people who had fled, and then rode into the camp again. The Hu people in the camp were basically either killed or escaped. Zhao Yun came to a tent, opened the tent, looked inside, the pupils shrank, almost all of them were women, one by one, uncovered, lying on the ground. Zhao Yun lowered the curtain, and his eyes showed a strong killing intention. Suddenly, another tent was lifted, and Zhao Yun grabbed the silver spear and became vigilant, only to see an old man, dragging his limp legs and cowering and shrinking his head, and seeing Zhao Yun wearing armor, like a frightened rabbit, shrinking back. Zhao Yun looked puzzled, and suddenly the head popped out again, hoarsely, You are a big man. Officers?" Looking at the old man's expectant gaze, Zhao Yun suddenly felt as if his heart was blocked by something, and nodded, "Well, we are the cavalry under the command of the assassin Shi of Hezhu, and now we are here to retake Yanmen County." The old man was stunned at first, then immediately retracted his head and was quiet, and then there was cheering from the tent was opened again, and a person helped each other out. Zhao Yun looked at the tragic situation of these people, his heart was as angry as boiling magma, and the Han people who came out were either cripples or their hands were cut off, and their faces were all beaten to the point of blurring flesh and blood, and there were even many children among them, but they were not injured, but the whole person was tied up strongly, and there were rags in their mouths. The old man was the last to come out, and although he was crippled, he was the only one who had not been beaten in the face. When he came to Zhao Yun, he knelt down as soon as he came. "General, I used to be a county order, the Hu people destroyed the county town and robbed a lot of people, and now you have finally come. Go and save people." Brush 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 brush. The people who came out all knelt down and wept bitterly. Zhao Yun squeezed the silver spear in his hand, and his eyes showed a murderous spirit. "You can rest assured, now that the Thorn history has been changed, Lord Thorn Shi has sent us to retake the Thorn history, and I will first send someone to send you back to Taiyuan County." At this time, the Terminator walked over, came to the crowd without a word, and directly began to do the operation one by one. The palms flew over, changing various surgical tools, and in a few moments, these people were bandaged, stood up, and said coldly, "You wait here, someone will come to receive you later," and the news has been passed back. Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator stunned. This healing method, godlike, what kind of person did the prince send to himself? The news went back, when, how did he not know? "General Zhao, let's go," and according to the traces I found, they didn't go far and could catch up. The Terminator came to Zhao Yun's side and said coldly. Zhao Yun froze, really? But thinking of the various magical means of the Terminator, he also believed it, and hurriedly said, "Old man, then you wait here first, we will first go and destroy those Hu people and rescue them." The old man quickly prostrated his head and said, "The general doesn't care about us, go quickly, go quickly." Zhao Yun nodded and turned to leave, the murderous chi in his eyes was a little heavier. Zhao Yun led the heavy cavalry away with the Terminator's guidance. The Han people in the back all looked at them with hopeful eyes. Chapter 44. Zhao Yun quickly caught up with the Hu people with the Terminator. Looking at the Hu cavalry in front of him, he couldn't see his head at a glance, let alone 5,000 Hu people's cavalry, and there were many civilians tied behind the horse. Zhao Yun did not kill him immediately, but followed him all the way to a wide river, and the Hu people began to dismount and prepare to rest. Zhao Yun was on a nearby hilltop, riding on his horse to look at the Hu people below, smiled coldly, and began to let the cavalry prepare. They crawled on horseback, clutching the iron gun in their hands, staring dead at the Hu people below. Zhao Yun glanced at the expressionless Terminator next to him. "You be careful, follow me. This is a wizard, you can't just die." The Terminator looked at Zhao Yun, nodded, and did not speak. "Kill!" Zhao Yun roared and rushed down first, stepping on. The ground began to shake, smoke and dust rose up, and the Hu people turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of heavily armed cavalry galloping towards them. The Hu leader's face changed dramatically. "Get on the horse, hurry!" The Hu people hurriedly threw away their things and ran to their horses, but there were still many Hu people who did not have time to get on their horses, and banged. Many Hu people who did not get on their horses were trampled by the cavalry, and their flesh and blood were blurred. The Hu people who got on their horses had already fled on horseback and stepped through the Hu people's camp, just separating the Hu people from the people. The remaining Hu people quickly lined up and confronted Zhao Yun. The leader of the Hu people was a bearded man, and stared at Zhao Yun viciously. "What are you? How dare you attack us?" Zhao Yun glanced at the leader of the Hu people, and his eyes were full of murderous anger. And Zhao Yun, a lieutenant under the state assassin Shi, is the one who killed you Hu people." The leader of the Hu people was stunned when he heard this, and the history of the state assassination, isn't that Zhang Yi? He was beaten by our Hu people until Jinyang Gui could not shrink out, and now he dares to send troops to attack us? Then he looked at these heavy cavalry and smiled. "Oh, you should be the last whole card of the old dog, he is really willing." Zhao Yun smiled coldly. You are wrong, the current history of the Thorn of the State has been changed, the Shangdang Taishao Chuan Gongzi, do you know? He is now the one who has stabbed the history of the state." The Hu leader's face changed. "Shangdang County? Are you from Shangdang County?" He had heard that a Hu cavalry of 5,000 people had been completely wiped out in Huguan, and Shangdang County was now a forbidden area for Hu people. Zhao Yun looked at the Hu Ren whose face suddenly changed drastically on the other side, although he didn't know why he was afraid when he heard the Shangdang, but he still nodded. "Yes, we are from the Shangdang, now you can die." The whole army obeyed the order and killed. Zhao Yun didn't bother to talk nonsense with the Hu people, ordered it, and went to kill the leader of the Hu people on horseback. The Hu people were already a little afraid in their hearts. At this moment, they saw Zhao Yun with the cavalry to kill, and shouted in panic, "Quick, release the arrows!" The ding-dong arrows were sparsely shot at the soldiers' armor and were blocked, and only a few unlucky eggs were shot by the arrows into the gaps in the armor, but they also had to endure not falling off their horses. The two sides were not far apart. Zhao Yun came to the Hu leader. The silver spear was like a dragon piercing the Hu leader's front door. The Hu leader was not stupid, raised his own large sword to block. The collision of the tip of the gun and the knife produced a silky spark. The force was too great. The leader of the Hu people almost fell off the horse, Zhao Yun's wrist was slightly forced, the gun head suddenly swung over, slid over the body of the knife, and poof pierced into the shoulder of the Hu leader. The Hu leader's hand shook, the large knife fell, and Zhao Yun instantly drew out his spear and shook it, cutting through the neck of the Hu leader. A trace of blood appeared on the neck of the Hu leader, and in the blink of an eye, a large amount of blood appeared, and he pointed at Zhao Yun, "You." Reluctantly, he fell under the horse. Zhao Yun withdrew his spear and glanced at the battlefield, his eyes widened suddenly. A man riding a silver horse in the battlefield was very abrupt, holding a long knife in both hands, and his head soared into the sky as he passed, and most of the Hu people in the entire battlefield seemed to have been killed by him. Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator with disgust. What kind of person is this guy? How can he be so powerful, can heal, can search for enemies? The force is not low. Where is the Gongzi looking for this kind of person? The rest of the Hu people, who were opponents of the heavy cavalry, were all killed by them. Zhao Yun asked people to clean up the battlefield and led these people back to the first camp, and as soon as they approached, they saw a straight and wide cement road extending here, and a carriage appeared with a lot of grain. As Zhao Yun approached them, a one-armed young man excitedly said, "General Zhao, here." Zhao Yun saw the one-armed young man, smiled slightly, and recognized this as Tian Feng's cousin, Tian Li riding his horse. He turned over and dismounted, laughing, "Brother Tian, how did you get here?" Tian Li touched his head and smiled, "My cousins are already busy and crazy, and when they receive the news here, they will send me here first." Zhao Yun was surprised, "Oh, you are bold enough, you are not afraid to meet Hu Ren." When Tian Li heard this, he immediately said excitedly, "Don't be afraid, Gongzi has specially sent me someone to protect me," he said and pointed to an expressionless young man next to him. Zhao Yun's eyes showed a hint of discoloration, and he looked at the same expressionless Terminator next to him, and he was sure that they must all be the same people, all very powerful. While letting people take over the people and horses brought back by Zhao Yun, Tian Li said to Zhao Yun, "General Zhao, we are now your logistics brigade, and wherever you fight, our roads will be repaired. The supplies you have seized are handed over to us to transport back, and when there is not enough food, you will come to us." Zhao Yun was shocked in his heart. If this was true, then he wouldn't have to worry about the grain and grass problem. Then he wondered, "But how do we know where you are? How can I contact you?" Before Tian Li could speak, the Terminator next to Zhao Yun coldly said, "Don't worry about General Zhao, I can contact him," he said and pointed to the Terminator next to Tian Li. It turned out that Zhang Chuan found that Zhang Yi could also contact the Terminators from his mind. It seemed that she was the first Terminator bound to his soul, which was a bit special, so Zhang Chuan let Zhang Yi be responsible for passing information to the Terminators, collecting information and then telling himself, so that he would save a lot of effort. Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator beside him in surprise, magical and strange, what else would they not do? Tian Li laughed, "Yes, Gongzi also told me so, so General Zhao will have to look at you below. The faster you fight, we can also retake Yanmen County as soon as possible." Chapter 45. The whole Taiyuan County is in a big transformation. In a month's time, almost all the roads have been repaired, connected to Shangdang County. Jiangchuan's faith power has 5 million. Jiangchuan took 5 Terminators out, to each county in Zai County to build a road past. As for the Hu people encountered, hey, that can only say that the Hu people are unlucky to meet the Terminator who built the road. The government gave grain, the people were naturally willing to work for the government. In this year when they could not survive, it was the greatest happiness to be able to eat enough, and the people drove the chariot to carry the stones one after another, following the Terminator of the road construction, and the work was in full swing. Zhang Chuan came to the assassin mansion and found Tian Feng and Feng Ji. "Yuan Hao, Gong He, what do you say we lack most in the state now?" Tian Feng and Feng Ji looked at each other, and Tian Feng thought for a moment, lack of talent. Frustrated and thought, soldiers? Not many troops? Zhang Chuan looked at the two helplessly, these can be taken slowly in the future. Don't you think that the population of our state is too small now? I probably calculated that even if we drove out the Hu people, there would only be a population of 700,000, and most of these people were still in Shangdang and Taiyuan, and there were too few people, and I think it would take at least 1.5 million people to do it. What do you think? Tian Feng and Feng Zhi looked at each other, and had to say that Gongzi had thought too far, and they had never thought about this kind of problem. In fact, Zhang Chuan felt that he had too little power of faith and tried to increase the population. Tian Feng thought for a moment and said, Gongzi, we can attract displaced people to come, like Hanoi, Hedong, these places where the Yellow Turban have swept through, those people should be willing to move to Hezhu. Frustrated Zhi also nodded, Jizhu can also be many people can't survive, if you can bring it to Hezhu, it would be good. Zhang Chuan nodded, well, then how can we let them know that it will be better to come to the state? All three of them frowned and handed out leaflets. Those people could not read a single big word, no one could understand it at all, but the children of the big clan could understand it, but no one would come. Tian Feng said to himself, alas, if only someone could tell them. Zhang Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he clapped his hands, yeah, how did I not think of it? Tian Feng and Feng Zhi both looked at each other curiously, and Zhang Chuan laughed and said, storyteller, well, although you can't talk about books now, give some money to the people who fled before, let them go to Hanoi, Hedong and Jizhu to find a restaurant and talk about our good state, I don't believe that it can't be passed on. Frustrated thought for a moment and nodded, Gongzi's method is really good, but there is a trouble here. Zhang Chuan said curiously, Gong He, what trouble? Frustrated Zhi frowned, I am worried that if the people say this, it will cause dissatisfaction among the local government, and if you kill those people, it will not be worth the loss. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly, and his eyes showed a murderous spirit, oh, I naturally have a way to do this, whoever dares to move me, don't blame me for being cruel. Tian Feng and Feng Zhi looked at the murderous Zhang Chuan, they really hadn't seen it before. Zhang Chuan still had such a fierce side, but this was a good thing, no one wanted to assist himself was a soft bone. Zhang Chuan said, Gong He, you first help me find 3 such people, let's try it first. Frustrated nodded, okay, no problem, I'll send you over in the afternoon. Zhang Chuan excitedly left the Thornshi mansion, he himself had a house in Jinyang. The area was no smaller than the Shangdang Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng and Zhang Mu had decided to come to Jinyang to live. In Yuchen, Jizhu, the frustrated Zhi family lived not far from the Thornshi mansion, and a young man dressed in ordinary clothes looked at the plaque hanging on the door, frustrated house. Just go ahead and knock on the door. Soon the door was opened, and a housekeeper in his 50s opened it, looking questioningly at the young man in front of the door, who are you looking for? This is the Terminator sent by Zhang Chuan to pick up the frustrated family, and he took out the jade pendant and said coldly, I came to pick up the family of the frustrated Duke and the frustrated Duke to Jinyang, this is a souvenir. The butler was shocked to hear this, and quickly welcomed the Terminator in, arranged to the living room, and hurriedly went to find the frustrated lady with the jade pendant. When frustrated's wife got the jade pendant, she fully believed the Terminator's words in her heart, and quickly sent someone down to pack up her things and prepare to move. Such a big move in the frustrated Grant house naturally attracted the attention of many people. Jizhu Bei driving Min Chun was most jealous of frustrated teaching, he knew that frustrated Grant's talent was more than 10 times his own, so he had been suppressing frustrated Grant until he heard that frustrated Grant was relieved, and he was also jealous of frustrated Grant and Judge, and these two people sang and hated to be frustrated to die. Now that the frustrated house is making such a big move, the two sent people to check it out, and when they learned that frustrated Xi was going to move, both of them were shocked. In case frustrated Grant made a comeback, with frustrated Grant's talent, what would happen to them when the time came? The trial found Min Chun and discussed what to do. The judge said worriedly, Min Bai Ko, I didn't expect frustrated Xi to leave. We also recently found out that frustrated Grant must have a grudge against us now, can't we just let them leave? Min Chun nodded, and a grim look appeared in his eyes, if that's the case, then don't blame me, find a crime to put his whole family in prison, let frustrated teach himself to obediently come back, otherwise he will kill his whole family. The judge was surprised, it wouldn't be too toxic. And the history of thorns. Min Chun said confidently, vicious? Do you want to be frustrated and remembered? Lord Thornshi simply looks down on frustrated teaching, rest assured, it's okay, I'll send someone to get someone. The judge thought about it and promised to come down. This is indeed a good way, as a frustrated person, he will definitely come back to save his family. The Terminator found 4 carriages, the things were loaded with 3, the remaining Terminator let the frustrated wife and children sit on it, and the other subordinates sat outside the carriages, and then the Terminator drove the carriage towards the gate of Yuchen. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, 100 soldiers in armor and armed with long knives surrounded 4 carriages. The carriage stopped, the people of the depressed house panicked in fear, and the frustrated wife opened the curtains to look at the scene outside, and her face was also frightened and white, and she hugged her son tightly. The Terminator coldly raised his head, looked at these people, and said coldly, and the state assassin she sent me to pick up people, if there is any obstruction, kill. 100 soldiers looked at each other, not thinking that this man was sent by the state assassins, and they all hesitated, not knowing what to do. When Min Chun heard this, he was shocked in his heart, he couldn't imagine that it was the history of the thorn of the state, and he secretly regretted it in his heart, but the history of the thorn of the state personally sent someone to pick up the family of the frustrated teaching, which showed that the history of the thorn of the state attached great importance to the thorn of the state, and he could not let anyone go. Min Chun stood up and said, you said you were sent by the state assassin Shi. Can you come up with evidence? These people are all people who have committed a great sin, and they will all be taken down by me. The Terminator looked at Min Chun, suddenly got out of the car, looked at this 100 people, and said coldly, are you sure you want to stop us from leaving the city? Min Chun looked at the Terminator contemptuously, a person, is he still afraid, when the time comes to slowly rip off with the history of the state assassination? Nodding, yes, you can leave, but they have to stay. The Terminator nodded, suddenly stepped on it, and instantly appeared in front of Min Chun. The silver light flashed, Min Chun's head flew up, Pu Tong head fell to the ground, the bones rolled to the feet of a soldier, Min Chun's headless body spewed out more than a meter of blood and fell down. Chapter 46. The soldiers next to them were all stunned, especially the soldier whose foot touched Min Chun's head, screamed in fright, and sat down on the ground. Among them, it is estimated that the commander's soldiers shouted, quick, kill him, he killed the other driver, you can't let him go, otherwise we will all die. The soldiers also reacted one after another, quickly suppressing the fear in their hearts, raising their knives and surrounding the Terminator, who looked at them, and his hands suddenly turned into long silver knives, stomped on the ground, came to the 2 soldiers, and the knives fell in his hands, and the 2 heads flew into the air. The Terminator did not stay in the slightest, like lightning, circled around, and was slashed with more than a dozen knives on his body, but it had no effect at all, and even his clothes were instantly restored. But the heads of 100 soldiers all flew out, and the ground was covered with blood. Many people were already screaming in horror and fainting. The Terminator changed the knife back into his hand, suddenly looked at a corner, got back on the carriage, and as soon as the horsewhip was raised, he drove the car towards the city gate. The soldiers at the city gate had already fled in fright, they were just soldiers guarding the city gate, and they didn't want to play for their lives. The carriage left unharmed, and no one dared to stop it. The carriage was gradually driving away, and it was almost out of sight. The city gate was dead silent, and soon in a corner, a person came out in a hurry, not who was the trial smelled the pungent smell of blood, and the big spit of wow against the wall spit up, this face is really too cruel, it is simply hell. The trial spat out for a while, and then he trembled and ran towards the Assassin Shi mansion. Don't drive to be killed, this is a terrible thing. Assassin Shi mansion, Han Fu was discussing things with people in the hall, and Judge Shi stumbled, his face was miserable and ran in, seeing Han Fu puffed out and fell to his knees. Lord Thorn Shi, don't drive to be killed. Snap! The cup in Han Fu's hand shook, fell to the ground and shattered, and stood up with a frightened face. What? Min Chun was killed, this is Yuchen, who has so much courage. The people in the hall also looked at the trial match with stunned eyes, noticed the face of the trial match, and looked like the trial match was not joking. The judge seemed to think of the bloody scene again, and his face turned white again. Yes. Yes, and no state assassination history. Pi people. The whole hall was noisy, and the state assassin history had nothing to do with them. How could it be possible to send someone to kill their other driver? Isn't there some misunderstanding in this? Han Fu calmly sat down slowly, and said with a somber face, "Judge, what the hell is going on?" You said. The examiner's body shook for a moment, knowing that Han Fu was really angry, and stammered, "Thorn history. My lord, it is the state assassin sect. Someone came to pick up the frustrated family, Min. After Lord Min learned the news, he wanted to send someone to stop it, and as a result, they were killed." Han Fu stared at the trial deadly. Isn't it a resignation from the government? What did you do to stop his family from leaving? Is it to show that this official has no tolerance for people? The judge quickly buried his head and did not dare to speak. Han Fu took a deep breath and asked slowly, "How many people have been sent by the assassin history?" The judge hesitated and said, "1." Han Fu was shocked. "Then how many people did you send?" The judge hurriedly said, 100 soldiers. Han Fu couldn't help but pause when he heard this, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "You mean that 100 of you protected Min Chun, and you were killed by one of the others, and those 100 soldiers are all dead?" He looked up at Han Fu and shook his head. "No, it was Lord Min and 100 soldiers who were killed." The hall fell into a death-like silence, and everyone looked at the trial in amazement, laughing. A man killed 100 soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons. Is that still human? Han Fu's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he looked at the trial match, and suddenly said, "You can't let them just go like this. The trial match, you go and ask Zhang Guo to bring 500 cavalry to chase them back. Kill my other driver." This officer would rather have a good theoretical theory with the history of the state assassination. Everyone also felt that there was nothing wrong with Han Fu's move, and the judge hurriedly said, "Yes, Lord Assassin, I will go." After saying that, he got up and stumbled out again. Han Fu shook his head when he saw it, and it seemed that the trial match was really frightened. Han Fu asked the people below doubtfully, "Do you know who the history of the Thorn of the State is?" Chang Shi Zhengguo thought for a moment and said, "I remember that the history of the Hezhu Thorn seems to be Zhang Yi. Well, I heard that Zhang Yi recently returned to Luoyang and changed to a new history of the assassination of the prefecture." Li Li suddenly opened his mouth. "Lord Assassin history, and the state assassin history is now a member of the Zhang family of the Shangdang. It seems that the concubine of the Zhang family, who is not very old, has made great contributions to the suppression of the Yellow Turban this time, and has been rewarded by His Majesty with the position of assassin history of the state." Han Fu nodded. "It turned out to be a little boy, ahem, the one who dared to kill me. Wait until the person is arrested, I want him to pay the price." Frustrated, "This man will not stop when he resigns, really damn." The following few officials who had a good relationship with frustrated Xi looked at each other and felt a slight chill in their hearts. It seemed that Han Fu blamed these things on frustrated Teaching's head, and frustrated Grant was conscientious when he was in office, and he did not expect that the end would be like this. As soon as Zhang Gao received the news brought by the trial, he ordered 500 cavalry to go directly out of the city and chased after the carriage of the frustrated family. The Terminators are not fast in their carriages, and this road is not as good as the road of the state. Out of the city, everyone in the frustrated family was relieved, and those who were under the people looked at the carriage in front of them in fear, and they couldn't imagine that a seemingly ordinary person could be so ferocious. 100 people, and a few driving officials, who were so slaughtered, they were afraid to think about it. The Terminator drove the carriage expressionlessly, looking like it was about to enter the territory of the state. The Terminator suddenly turned his head to look at the back, the red light in his eyes flashed, and as soon as he pulled the rope, the carriage stopped, and the carriage behind him also stopped when he saw this. The Terminator got out of the carriage and said coldly, "You guys have a break here first, I have something to do, and I'll be back soon." After saying that without waiting for them to answer, the right foot stomped on, the person quickly ran out, and in the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared, and the people who remained all looked at each other, not knowing what ghost this adult was doing. but they could only obediently stay where they were, and did not dare to run around. Zhang Hao pumped the horse's ass hard. He had only joined Han Fu's command not long ago. If he had not experienced many battles in dealing with the Yellow Turban, he would not have been favored by Han Fu to be promoted to a military commander. Now is the time for him to perform, so he is very hard. Zhang Guo turned over a small hillside and suddenly found a person standing in the middle of the road not far ahead, and Zhang Guo immediately roared angrily, "The person in front of me gave way to me." Who knew that the figure in front of him did not move at all, as if he had not heard. Zhang Guo frowned slightly, seeing that it was getting closer and closer to collide. Zhang Guo had to pull the reins of the horse people stood up and stopped, and the cavalry behind them was still far away from Zhang Guo because they were not as fast as Zhang Guo, so they stopped behind Zhang Guo in time. Chapter 47. Zhang Guo looked angrily at the young man in ordinary clothes in front of him and scolded, "You don't want to die, get out." The Terminator looked at Zhang Guo coldly, "Are you the people sent by Jizhu?" Zhang Gao was stunned and looked up and down at the Terminator, "What are you?" The Terminator said coldly, "If you are here to trouble your family, you can go back now." Zhang Guo looked at the Terminator, remembered what the trial had said to himself, and exclaimed, "You are the one who killed Min Baiki." The Terminator looked at him coldly and did not speak. Zhang Hao laughed loudly, "Good, good, it doesn't take any effort at all, as long as I can catch you back, I believe that Lord Shi will be satisfied." As for the frustrated family, ahem, none of them want to run. The Terminator tilted his head, looked at Zhang Guo, and with his right hand extended, his arm turned into a 2-meter-long knife, and without saying a word, he raised the knife and slashed at the horse's legs, fast, accurate and fierce. Zhang Gao was startled and quickly pulled out his 2 Zhonglong 5 Tiger's soul-breaking gun and went down to the next gear. Dang Mars splashed around. Zhang Guo only felt that his palms were numb, and the spear almost came out of his hand. Zhang Gao looked at the Terminator with a shocked face, "This is a lot of strength." Zhang Guo did not dare to hold it up any longer, and with his other hand, he pressed the tail of the gun, and the tip of the 5 Tiger's soul-breaker gun suddenly cocked up, sliding through the Terminator's face door as fast as electricity, and the Terminator's head leaned back slightly, but it was still cut through the face door by the tip of the gun. A deep wound appeared on the face of the Terminator from the chin to the middle of the forehead. The Terminator was expressionless, the other hand also turned into a long knife, swept the horse's leg again, poof, blood splashed around. This time Zhang Gao did not have time to defend, the horse groaned, threw forward, helpless. Zhang Guo could only jump off the horse, holding a long gun to look at the Terminator opposite. The Terminator did not look at him, and suddenly burst into the cavalry behind him like lightning. His body suddenly raised a large section, his double sword was swung, and a famous cavalry was cut off by the waist and fell off his horse. Zhang Hao had just returned to his senses, and 10 cavalry had already fallen behind him, and Zhang Hao looked at it with tears in his eyes. "Dog thief, come and fight with me for 300 rounds. The Terminator didn't bother to pay any attention to him, and his hands didn't stop at all. Poof, poof. The voice never stopped. The cavalry had become a panic, and the Terminator was in the crowd, and did not dare to fire arrows, completely watching the Terminator slaughter his companions. Zhang Guo's eyes were about to bleed, and he roared, "Are you all stupid? Disperse, can he still chase after you? Fast!" The cavalry suddenly realized what they were saying, and scattered in a hurry, far away from the Terminator, but unfortunately they were too happy too soon. Who said that people could not catch up with the horses? The Terminator killed the cavalry in front of him, looked at the rest of the cavalry that ran away, and then looked at Zhang Guo, who was rushing towards this side. The Terminator's right foot stepped on the ground, banging the whole person like lightning to a cavalry not far away. The cavalry only felt a flash of silver in front of him, and the whole person fell into eternal darkness. Zhang Gao looked at it for a moment. This speed was so fast, he quickly shouted, "Release the arrow, quickly release the arrow." The remaining 200 or 300 cavalry archers shot at the Terminator with their bows and arrows, and the clanging metal collision sounded, and everyone looked at the almost intact Terminator, completely stupid. How could they not shoot? The Terminator would not stop, and in a flash of silver light, many cavalry were cut off their horses by the waist. Zhang Gao was also stunned, the pace of running slowed down. This TMD, what monster? The bow and arrow cannot shoot, monster? Just for a moment, the cavalry died only 100 people. Zhang Guo found a horse to ride up, his eyes showed a thick anger, and he ran towards the Terminator, and the 500 cavalry he brought with him actually died more than 400 in just a moment. Evacuate, I'll stop him! Zhang Gao roared. The rest of the cavalry had already been frightened, and when they heard the words of amnesty, they turned their horses and returned to the same road, and one of the unfortunate egg cavalry did not pull the reins in panic and fell directly from the horse. The next moment, the Terminator passed by him in a whirlwind, and in a flash of silver light, the Terminator caught up with a cavalryman, who was standing on the ground. His head suddenly fell off, and his eyes showed deep fear. The cavalry company and horse that the Terminator chased were split in half by the Terminator, and the Terminator did not look at the ground like a slaughterhouse, and chased after the next cavalry, and the remaining cavalry began to slowly decrease, 90, 80, 10. Zhang Hao was horrified to find that he could not keep up with the speed of the Terminator's running, which was somewhat appalling. These people can enjoy being hunted down by the Terminator, and they don't know whether to say it is lucky or unfortunate. There were fewer and fewer cavalry, and the fleeing cavalry looked at the rapidly approaching figure behind them in horror, and their hearts were about to collapse. 8. 5. 2. When he finally killed one of the cavalry again, there was only one cavalry not far away. The Terminator continued to pursue, and suddenly the cavalry stopped, rolled off the horse, and a silver light slashed at his neck. The crotch of the trooper's pants was wet, and he seemed to be really frightened, and said hysterically, "I surrender, uncle, I surrender, I am not dry, please let me go." The silver knife stopped in front of the soldier's neck, and the Terminator looked at the soldier coldly. "Surrender effectively, throw away your weapon, and follow me." The cavalryman's eyes were wide open, his eyes were full of incredulity. He couldn't imagine that he could really surrender without death. At this moment, he had a feeling of escaping from death, and his heart suddenly felt sad for those dead comrades, and he knew that it would be better to surrender early. The cavalry stood up trembling, threw away the long knife in their hands, and obediently followed the Terminator. The sound of the horse's hooves came. Zhang Hao did not stop along the way, looking at the unbearable corpses on the road. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he was. What kind of monster this guy was, running faster than a horse, so ferocious, not like ordinary people at all. Looking at a cavalry in the distance leading the horse, obediently following behind the Terminator, Zhang Guo's eyes narrowed, and the last cavalry also surrendered. So wouldn't the 500 cavalry he brought with him have been completely destroyed? The Terminator looked at Zhang Guo, who was running over, and suddenly stomped on the ground and greeted Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo looked at the Terminator, who did not dodge in surprise, and went straight to the Terminator, who crashed into himself. His eyes showed a touch of fierceness, and he slapped the horse's ass hard, and the speed suddenly increased by 3 points, and he also raised his spear. The boom Terminator collided with the horse's head, and Zhang Gao's spear also penetrated the Terminator's chest. The Terminator was knocked out and flew out, falling into the grass next to it. And the horse almost screamed without making a sound. The head was hit a sparse, retreated more than a dozen steps, and boom fell down. Zhang Gao stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. He was sure that he had just stabbed the guy in the chest, and he should have died completely. Chapter 48. Unfortunately, Zhang Guo thought too simply, and suddenly there was a movement in the grass, and both Zhang Guo and the soldier looked over, only to see a silvery white liquid-like thing coming out. In their inexplicable eyes, the ordinary-looking young man stood there intact, even his clothes intact, not even half a trace of blood. Poof! The horseman sat down on the ground in fright, holding his head and trembling, muttering, "Yukai, Yukai." Zhang Hao was also looking at the Terminator with disgust at this time. How could it be? He obviously stabbed him in the chest. How could it seem that there was nothing at all now? It was really a ghost. The Terminator slowly walked out and looked at Zhang Guo coldly. "Now it's your turn, surrender." After all, Zhang Gao was a military general, and he quickly calmed down, looked at the Terminator, and said in a cold tone, "Today you are a real monster, and I will kill you too." The Terminator nodded, receiving instructions from Zhang Chuan in his mind, "What's your name?" Zhang Guo was stunned, only to find that they had killed for so long, they didn't even know the name of the other party, and they couldn't laugh and cry, it was really this guy in front of him who shot too fast. Zhang Guo glanced at the Terminator, "My name is Zhang Guo, the word is, when you get down, don't forget the person who killed you. Then what is your name, depending on your strength, should not be a nameless person." The Terminator took one look at Zhang Guo, answered what he asked, and said coldly, "Gongzi ordered that you not be killed and that you be taken prisoner." Zhang Guo heard the words for a while, almost laughed angrily, "So big breath, haha, you are very rampant, then you try it." The Terminator nodded, and rushed towards Zhang Guo with his bare hands. Zhang Guo saw that the other party did not take the weapon, and his eyes were suddenly furious, looking down on whom, he actually inserted the 5 Tigers Soul Breaker gun into the ground with his bare hands, and also greeted it with his bare hands. Zhang Chuan just saw this scene through the eyes of the Terminator at this time, and the tea that had just been drunk into his mouth spewed out, shaking his head, he didn't know what to say. Zhang Guo, whether to praise you for being simple or stupid. People are iron pimples, have the capital to fight with their bare hands. Your flesh and blood body is really head iron. Boom! The two punched each other hard. Zhang Hao was shocked to take a few steps back, the qi and blood in his chest tumbled, and his fist trembled slightly, obviously this punch was not good. Zhang Gao stared at the Terminator deadly, looking at the Terminator's fist that had been deformed by himself, and the silver light flow was restored again, and his heart was frozen, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. The Terminator didn't stop at all, stepped on the ground, and rushed over, bang bang bang. The dust is everywhere, the fist is to the flesh. Zhang Guo's punch can make a pit on the Terminator's body, but the Terminator's fist makes Zhang Gao want to vomit blood. Boom! The two separated, the Terminator's body was beaten unevenly, the mercury on the body flowed, instantly recovered and became uninjured, but Zhang Gao was miserable, the corners of his mouth flowed blood, and his hands kept rubbing everywhere on his body, which was really painful. Zhang Gao looked at the Terminator with a solemn face, especially the ability to recover instantaneously, making Zhang Guo's eyes twitch. How else can this TMD fight? Zhang Gao took a deep breath, a touch of fierceness suddenly appeared in his eyes, it seemed that he was going to fight hard, suddenly burst into a roar, his face turned red, and a blood-colored gas suddenly rushed out of his head, straight into the air, and a looming blood-colored tiger appeared above Zhang Guo's head, staring at the Terminator viciously. Zhang Chuan also saw this scene, and was suddenly stunned. What kind of ghost is this? How is it so like a spirit wolf smoke? Zhang Guo's eyes were red with blood at this time, and he stared at the Terminator fiercely. At this time, Zhang Guo's whole body released a powerful momentum and pressed towards the Terminator. Unfortunately, if the Terminator was really a living person, he might still be affected, but he was just a robot, and there was no reaction at all. The Terminator continued to rush towards Zhang Guo, who stood still and suddenly held out his right hand when the Terminator reached him. A fist slammed into the Terminator's chest, and the bang punch actually directly punched the Terminator through, and Zhang Gao's fist probed out from the other side of the chest. The Terminator was still expressionless, and his hands were punched heavily on the temples on both sides of Zhang Guo's temple. Bang! Zhang Guo endured these two punches hard, his eyes stared at the Terminator deadly, and then, the red on his face turned miserable, and the blood tiger on the top of his head also shrank back from the top of Zhang Guo's head. Zhang Gao rolled his eyes and fainted. The Terminator slowly stepped back, pulling Zhang Guo's fist out of his chest. Looking at Zhang Guo on the ground, the Terminator turned his head to look at the cavalryman, and found that his eyes were sluggish at this time, silly looking at the large hole in the Terminator's chest. The Terminator's body was silver and quickly recovered, coldly saying, "Tie him up and follow me." The cavalry was excited, woke up, looked at the Terminator as if he were looking at a big demon, and hurriedly walked over to tie Zhang Gao to the horse, and then rode a horse to follow the Terminator quickly towards the front. The frustrated family saw that the Terminator did not have much time to bring the two people back, although they felt strange, but also knew that they could not ask more. The Terminator got back into the carriage and coldly said, "Let's keep walking." Jizhu Yuchen, seeing that the sky was about to darken, Han Fu kept walking around, not knowing why Zhang Guo had not returned. Was there an accident? My heart grew more and more worried. They were all in the hall, waiting anxiously. I don't know how long later, a soldier with a miserable face ran in a panic. Thorn history. Lord Thorn, it's not good, those people are all dead. Han Fu heard that the secret was not good, and he hurriedly and nervously said, whoever is dead, tell me clearly. The soldier took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Lord Shi, Sima Zhang, they are all dead, and... Han Fu felt a little dizzy in his head, and angrily attacked his heart. And what, you mean it? The soldier's body trembled, as if thinking of something terrible, and he said, and those cavalry are both cut off the waist, or lose your head, without a complete corpse. With that, the soldier's ass slumped to the ground, and it was already soaking wet. Han Fu slumped down in his chair and muttered, no, it's impossible, but they are the elite cavalry led by Wan Qi. That's right, woo-woo. Han Fu seemed to remember something, and immediately asked, what about Sima Zhang, have you seen him? The soldier was still in fear, but still said, Zhang. Sima Zhang did not see it, nor did his body exist. Han Fu was relieved. Fine, as long as Zhang Hao was fine. Chapter 49. The soldier said again, but Sima Zhang did not return, and the people were gone. The people in the hall were all in a daze. What does it mean? Listening to this is the total annihilation of the army. How many people has this been sent by the state assassin? Is it really so important to be depressed? Han Fu snapped a few shots, his eyes were on fire. Deceiving people too much, really deceiving people too much. Zhang family Xiaoer, I want you to look good. After saying that, he squinted his eyes at the person sitting below and said coldly, do you have any way to do it? We in Jizhu can't just leave it at that. The people in the main hall looked at each other, and Li Li's eyes turned and said, Lord Thorn history, now that the family of the frustrated Xi has definitely arrived in Hezhu, we can no longer send troops. We can only write to the imperial court and file a complaint against the history of the thorn of the state. I heard that Hezhu assassin Shi and General Hida are very difficult to deal with. As long as we send someone to send some gifts to General Hida, I believe he will speak for us. Han Fu's eyes lit up when he listened. This method is good, and he doesn't need to move the crowd by himself. The judge suddenly showed a sinister smile and said, we are dead this time, a few drivers and 500 cavalrymen. As long as we write to the imperial court and say that the history of the state assassin has the intention of rebellion, then when the time comes. Sizzle, everyone brushed together and looked at the trial. I didn't think that this guy was such a sinister figure, and it seemed that they would have to be on guard in the future. Han Fu laughed loudly, well, Judge, you are very good, this method is very good. Tomorrow I will write to the imperial court, accuse him of assassinating Shi and killing me in Jizhu, sending troops to attack my city of Yuchen, letting me lose the army Sima and thousands of elite soldiers, and assassinating history in the prefecture has the intention of rebellion. Haha, trial matching, if this matter really becomes a problem, you will be Jizhu don't drive in the future. Hearing this, the judge was overjoyed, and quickly knelt down and said, lower officials Shi. Everyone can't help but look at the trial with envy and jealousy, and they can't imagine that this guy has picked up a big bargain. Judge the beauty in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel that Min Chun died well and died a wonderful death. Soon after entering the state, Zhang Guo woke up shortly after entering the state, and the Terminator directly put him down and let him follow them on horseback. Zhang Gao could not imagine that the Terminator would be so careless, were willing to let go of this opportunity. The horse escaped, the Terminator did not care about him at all, and the state has completely changed a lot. Zhang Guo ran wildly, he did not dare to take the road, he could only pick a trail to escape. I don't know how far I ran, Zhang Guo didn't know where this was, and suddenly saw a field where a person was quickly turning the ground with his hands, and couldn't help but lead the horse, and walked over curiously. Brother, where is this place? How are you turning the ground with your hands? Doesn't it hurt? The figure stagnated, stopped, and then stood up straight, facing Zhang Gao. Zhang Gao's eyes suddenly widened. Oh no, took several steps back, and pointed at the man in horror. you win. That's it. It turned out that the man was the one who had defeated him. The Terminator said coldly, "Where else do you want to escape?" Zhang Gao panicked and got on his horse, beating the horse and running wildly, wondering in his heart whether he had hit a ghost. How could that guy appear here and fly over? The Terminator stood in the field, looking at the distant back, and lowered his head to work again. At this time, Zhang Chuan was laughing at home, and it was he who controlled the Terminator to change his appearance, waiting for Zhang Gao to send him to the door. Zhang Chuan suddenly felt that it would not be a little bad to play Zhang Guo like this, but how could he feel vaguely excited in his heart? Just be comfortable with him. Zhang Guo was now his own prisoner. Zhang Gao ran wildly, his mouth was dry, his stomach was empty, but he did not dare to stop at all, and he did not know how long he had been running. Zhang Guo suddenly saw that the road was being built in front, there were many carriages, there were many people, and at this time he was eating, and the fragrant smell caused Zhang Guo to grunt and scream. Zhang Gao turned over and dismounted, led the horse up, looked at the rich meals in the bucket, and couldn't help but wonder to himself, what is this place? Even the people who build roads have such a good meal? Zhang Guo swallowed the spit and stepped forward, just as these people also found him. These people looked at Zhang Guo wearing tattered armor. An old man could not help but ask curiously, "Military master, where did you come from? Where did there be a big war in Taiyuan County?" Zhang Guo was dumbfounded. "What, this is Taiyuan County?" The people were alarmed. "Are you not our state?" Zhang Guo felt bad when he saw this, and thought about whether to kill these people, but suddenly he saw that there were many women in the crowd, and his heart immediately lost the intention to kill. Zhang Guo reluctantly smiled, "No, although I am not from Hezhu, I have only just escaped from the country, can you give me some food? I traded this knife for it." Saying that, he took out from his horse an ordinary long knife that the horseman had put on it and forgot to take it down. The people looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Still the old man came out and laughed, "Haha, yes, the knife is not needed, who has not yet fallen into trouble, we are better off now, can help us help." Saying that, he took out a bowl full of a large bowl of rice, filled a lot of dishes, and took a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo was touched in his heart, "Old man, thank you, thank you." After saying that, he quickly reached out and took it, and immediately began to devour it. When the people saw this, they relaxed their hearts slightly, and it seemed that they were really hungry. At this time, a man walked over, and all the people respectfully gave way to the road, and looked at this man with adoring eyes. The road could be repaired so quickly, but it was the credit of this person, it was simply a monster with infinite strength. The man walked up to Zhang Guo, did not speak, and just looked at him quietly. Where Zhang Gao was in the mood to manage others at this time, the heavens and the earth had the largest belly, and when he was full, he slightly filled his stomach. Zhang Guo suddenly felt wrong, how could the surrounding be so quiet? Zhang Gao quickly raised his head, poof, full of food squirted out at once. Zhang Gao looked at the person across from him in horror, You. How do you know I'm here?" The Terminator said coldly, still running. Zhang Gao heard the words for a moment, looked at the strange eyes of those people, suddenly took a deep breath, and sat down on the ground next to him. Run a fart, UTMD is not a person, I admit it." After saying that, he picked up the food like a gamble, gritted his teeth, and stared at the Terminator viciously, as if what was being eaten in his mouth was not a meal, but a Terminator. The Terminator said coldly, "Later, you will return to Jinyang with these people, and the prince will meet you." After saying that, I turned around and left, and continued to start busy. Zhang Guo stayed for a while, just let himself go, not afraid of his own escape, but he thought about the encounter of his own escape all the way, and suddenly lost the interest of escaping. Chapter 50. After Zhang Gao finished eating, he followed those people to Jinyang. Zhang Guo looked back at the back of the road building before leaving, and he couldn't help but have some curiosity in his heart. What is going on in this state assassination history? Such a powerful figure is actually used to build roads, it is simply a tyrannical thing. On the way, Zhang Guo was riding next to the old man. Zhang Guo looked at the wide cement road, and then looked at the distance. a piece of green fields, exuding vitality. I can't help but sigh in my heart, this state does not seem to be as barren as expected. Zhang Gao couldn't help but look at the old man. Old man, you seem to be doing well, aren't there any Hu people here? I remember hearing people say that there were Hu people everywhere in the state, how come I haven't met them now? The old man looked at Zhang Guo, laughed, and then nodded, well, you are right, there were indeed many Hu people who plundered at the beginning, although they were driven out by the assassin, it was still difficult for us to survive. Alas! Zhang Gao was stunned, and looked up and down at the old man. This face was rosy, and the appearance of full of temperament was not like a person who could not live. The old man would not be playing himself, right? The old man seemed to see the doubt in Zhang Guo's eyes, and said excitedly, what the old man said was before, but since Chuan Gongzi made the history of assassination, hey, the life of our people has really changed a lot, and there are capable people under Chuan Gongzi. It is really good for our people, giving us fields, and letting people help us turn the soil, and giving us a lot of grain and seeds. Looking at this year, after the autumn harvest we are not afraid of no grain to eat. Zhang Gao looked at the old man in surprise, wondering if he was deceiving himself. There are still such good officials in the world, which of these officials is not from a strong background, and will care about the lives of the people? Old man, really, you won't lie to me? The old man blew his beard and narrowed his eyes, looking at Zhang Guo with dissatisfaction. Believe it or not, you didn't go to Shangdang County to see, that is the real paradise. Old man, I just hope that Taiyuan County will become like that sooner. Zhang Guo did not speak again, but his heart fell into shock. Was this old man saying true, Prince Chuan? I'd like to see what kind of person it is. In Yanmen County, Zhao Yun carried 3,000 heavy horses, with the ability to scan like a Terminator cheat. No Hu person could escape Zhao Yun's pursuit, and within a month the Hu people of Yanmen County were killed and fled. The cement road was also built to the Yanmen Pass, and Zhao Yun also stopped here. At this time Zhao Yun was staring at the Terminator intently. It turned out that the Terminator was operating on a soldier with a broken leg, and this soldier was also unlucky, and when he killed Hu Ren, he accidentally fell off his horse, and the tragedy was that he was also trampled by his own horse, resulting in a broken leg. The Terminator stretched out his right hand and cocked his thumb, and with his left hand, he broke his thumb, and the thumb was broken, revealing a blue electric current, and the Terminator pressed his thumb on the door of the soldier's head who was looking at his fingers in horror. A sound of electric current sounded, the soldier's eyes rolled over and were electrocuted. Zhao Yun's heart was tight, he was ready to go forward to stop it. Zhao Yun had trained these soldiers for so long, he already had deep feelings, he couldn't understand what the Terminator was doing, and his instinct was to come forward. The Terminator suddenly said coldly, General Zhao, don't disturb me, otherwise his legs will be really ruined. Zhao Yun's movements froze, thinking of the various magical points of the Terminator, he forcibly stopped, but his eyes were dead staring at the Terminator's movements. The Terminator tore open his pants, found the place where the leg was broken, his eyes flashed and scanned, and soon his fingers became knives, cut open the place where the broken leg was broken, and began to get the broken bone residue out, and after a dazzling operation, the wound was sutured, and then disinfected with special alcohol, clamped with 2 wooden boards, and wrapped up. Zhao Yun was stunned to see that he could cure the disease in this way, but a strange brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes. For the next few days, Zhao Yun had to look at the soldier's situation every day, and the result was naturally needless to say, and soon the guy got rid of the wooden stick and walked like a fly. Zhao Yun looked at the soldier, his eyes showed a look of excitement, and found the Terminator and said bluntly, Commander 11, I have something to go back to Jinyang, can you take these soldiers with you first? The Terminator took a look at Zhao Yun and told Zhang Chuan about the situation, and Zhang Chuan didn't know what Zhao Yun really wanted to do, so he thought about it and agreed. The Terminator nodded, okay, there you go. Zhao Yun looked at the Terminator gratefully, although this guy was cold, he never did things ambiguously. Zhao Yun rode straight to Jinyang on his horse, looking at the anxious look, as if there was really something big going on. Zhang Guo entered Jinyang city before Zhao Yun, and when he was about to reach Jinyang, he was separated from the carriage team, and he did not need anyone to lead the way, and the tall city wall in the distance was clearly visible. Zhang Hao stopped at the city gate for a while, hesitating for a long time before he led the horse into the city with anxiety. The city is clean and tidy, the people are not busy, everyone has a smile on their faces, and children play in the streets from time to time. Zhang Hao looked at this bustling scene in shock, which gave people a fresh feeling, but Yuchen was lifeless and completely incomparable. Zhang Hao slightly lowered some of his heart. This Jiniang was governed so well, that assassin should not be a tyrannical person. Zhang Guo was about to find someone to inquire about the location of the assassin Shi mansion, when suddenly his eyes went black, a person blocked in front of him. Zhang Guo looked up, his eyes narrowed, and it was him again. The Terminator said coldly, "Come with me, the prince wants to see you." Zhang Guo smiled bitterly, "It's you again, why did you come back so quickly, the road is not repaired." The Terminator didn't answer and walked forward on his own. Zhang Guo's face was full of embarrassment, and his heart was slanderous, "You are powerful, you are great." In the Zhang mansion, Zhang Guo was taken directly to the door of Zhang Chuan's study, and the Terminator stood aside and said coldly, "You go in." After saying that, I turned around and left. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, pushed the door and walked in, and at a glance saw a handsome and personable young man sitting on a chair looking at himself with a smile, and there was a small maid standing next to him. "Zhang Kuyi, how is it so small? It is actually the history of the assassination of the state," and he stepped forward and knelt down on one knee and said, "Sima Zhang Guo of the Jizhu army, Zhang Jiao, has seen Lord Thorn history." Zhang Chuan nodded, "Well, you get up first." Zhang Guo immediately stood up, and then his heart was crossed, and he held his fist and said, "Zhang Mao offended the person who stabbed Lord Shi, and if he wanted to kill him, he would listen to him." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, looked at the middle-aged man with a resolute face and thick eyebrows and big eyes, and smiled, "What did I kill you for?" Zhang Hao was overjoyed in his heart, did he want to let himself go? Then Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "But I can't just let you go, after all, you want to kill my people, well, this way, I still lack a military commander here, let you do it." Zhang Guo was stunned and said in disbelief, "Lord Thorn Shi, I am still the military commander of Jizhu." Zhang Chuan waved his hand, "Write a letter and go back to resign, I will send someone to send to Jizhu assassin, don't worry, well, you don't have any family." Zhang Gao looked at Zhang Chuan in shock, "So domineering?" He hesitated and shook his head, "My parents died early, and they are not yet married." "But Jizhu?" Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, "What, you don't want to? Then you are my prisoner, attacking and killing the families of my and state officials, hey, you are a rebel." Zhang Guo listened to the big hurry, No, this is all in order under Han Zishi." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "Do you think Han Fu will admit that he instructed you?" Stirring up the contradiction between the two states, Han Fu dared to bear this consequence, and in the end it was not you who carried the pot, what do you think? Zhang Guo thought about it, where to be an official is not to be a pawn, and he did not recognize the lord, gritting his teeth, "Good, I do." Zhang Chuan smiled and said, "Well, that's right, rest assured, if Han Fu dares to trouble you, I will come forward." Zhang Guo could only nod his head gratefully, but his mind was a fog. He had changed from a military commander in Jizhu to a military commander in Jizhu, how did he feel like a dream? Chapter 51. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Guo, who was a little confused, and smiled, "Well, you should first command 3,000 light cavalry, well, you personally train these soldiers." Zhang Hao was shocked and hurriedly said, This I just came, not very good." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, "It's okay, why don't you have confidence?" Zhang Hao hurriedly said, "No, I just think it won't be too fast, Zhang Chuan waved his hand and interrupted, "What you and mine, take you soldiers." With that said, he let another Terminator take him away. The whole process Zhang Gao was completely confused, and he followed the Terminator to the schoolyard and stayed. Zhao Yun had just returned at this time, galloping all the way, and only when he got off his horse in Jinyang did he abandon his horse and hand it over to the soldiers at the city gate, and he hurried towards the Zhang mansion. At the gate of Jiangfu, Zhao Yun came to the gate and knocked anxiously on the door opened, and an old man looked at the silver-robed young general outside and was stunned. This was the housekeeper who followed Zhang Feng's mother. Zhao Yun suppressed the impatience in his heart and arched his hand, also asked the old man to report that Zhao Yun wants to see Lord Shi. The old butler nodded and hurried inside to make a report. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhao Yun, who had come in with the wind and dust, and couldn't help but wonder, "Zilong, what do you have to do that you are in such a hurry to rush back?" Zhao Yun suddenly stepped forward and poofed and knelt down, startling Zhang Chuan, and quickly got up to help Zhao Yun up. "Zilong, what are you doing? What do you say directly?" Zhao Yun's eyes looked at Zhang Chuan with a fiery look. "Yun wants to ask Gongzi for something." Zhang Chuan nodded. "Well, you say." Zhao Yun eased his mood. "Gongzi, Yun actually has a brother, named Zhao Feng, who still lives in Changshan, but the brother broke a leg because he went up the mountain to collect medicine in the early years, and it has not been good." Yun saw that the medical skills sent to him by the prince were amazing, and even the broken leg could be cured, so. Zhang Chuan suddenly realized that it was because of this, nodded his head, and smiled. "You want me to send someone to save your brother's leg?" "Yes, well, no problem." Zhao Yun was so excited that he was about to kneel down again, but Zhang Chuan stopped him, and Zhao Yun could only say, "Yun thanks Gongzi." Zhang Chuan shook his head. "It's okay, isn't that what it should be? Do you want me to send someone to Changshan?" Zhao Yun hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Yun personally went to take the eldest brother over, now Jinyang is much safer than outside. Gongzi, my brother is actually very knowledgeable, and when he is cured, he can serve the Gongzi." Zhang Chuan's heart moved. Zhao Yun's brother, there is no such figure in history. Did he die early? Shook his head, no longer thought about it, nodded his head and smiled. "Okay, then you go to pick up people, I will send someone to go with you." Zhao Yun was full of gratitude. "Yun." Zhang Chuan helplessly waved his hand and interrupted, "Don't thank you, doesn't this seem to be angry?" "Well, go ahead, go early and return early, and I'm still waiting for you to continue to regain and merge the state." Zhao Yun nodded, respectfully bid farewell to Zhang Chuan, and left with the Terminator. Zhang Chuan shook his head, looking at Zhao Yun's back. He couldn't imagine that Zhao Yun still had a big brother. It was really unexpected. In Luoyang, He Jin received Han Fu's letter, and could not help but be overjoyed. He was worried that there was no way to take Zhang Chuan. He did not expect to send the handle to the door. His heart was urgent, and he did not look for anyone to discuss and went directly to the palace. After that time of vomiting blood, the Hanling Emperor was much worse in health, lazily lying on the chair and watching the palace maid below scratch her head, but still could not arouse interest. Zhang Rang suddenly walked in and said softly, "Your Majesty, General He is here." Emperor Hanling's eyes froze. As He Jin reached the position of the Great March, the power became heavier, and after Zhang Rang blew the wind from time to time, the Hanling Emperor was vaguely wary of he coming in. Xian. Soon He Jin followed Zhang Rang in, and He Jin respectfully said, "Your Majesty the courtiers." Emperor Hanling looked at He Jin, who was kneeling below, and nodded, "Get up, what is the matter with you?" He Jin got up excitedly and took out the letter that Han Fu wanted to present to the imperial court. "Your Majesty, Ji Prefecture Thorn Shi Han Fu wants to warn an assassin Shi Zhang Chuan." Emperor Hanling was stunned. He couldn't imagine that this was the case, and he couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, what is Han Fu going to sue Zhang Chuan?" He Jin looked up, and his eyes were even more excited. Conspiracy. What Hanling Emperor instantly became mentally up. Zhang Chuan wanted to rebel, really fake. He Iking said specifically. He Jin immediately added fuel to the fire, saying that Zhang Chuan sent people to kill Jizhu Bei driving, and then killed tens of thousands of elite soldiers, exaggerating the matter by dozens of times. Emperor Hanling frowned when he heard this. Zhang Chuan was really so lawless that he dared to attack Jizhu for no reason, and also killed more than 10,000 soldiers and horses in Jizhu? Does he have such great strength? Zhang Rang not only received a lot of money from Zhang Chuan, but also was He Jin's nemesis, and of course he would not let He Jin be as he wished. Zhang Chuan had long guarded against this hand, knowing that if he killed a different driver, he would definitely not be able to conceal it from the imperial court, so he asked the Terminator next to Zhang Yi to give Zhang Rang a letter and write the matter to Zhang Rang in detail. Zhang Rang lowered his head and said softly, "Your Majesty, our family knows about this matter. I originally came to see that you were in a bad mood these days, and I was ready to talk about it in a few days, but since General Hida said it today, our family can only tell your Majesty." Emperor Han Ling was stunned and turned his head to look at Zhang Rang. "Oh, let father you know, then tell me, what the hell is going on?" Zhang Rang did not hesitate to say, Zhang Zishi sent people to pick up the family members he appointed, but he was stopped by Jizhu Bei and led the troops, and he had no choice but to kill them, and the number was not tens of thousands, only a few hundred. Your Majesty, such an exaggeration, is this not a deception? Of course, Emperor Han Ling believed Zhang Rang, and when he heard the words, he looked at He Jin coldly, and He Jin knew that things were not good when he saw Zhang Rang's opening, and he did not expect that Zhang Chuan was still in contact with the castration party. He Jin hurriedly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, these are all letters from Han Fu to the ministers, and the ministers don't know the specific things." Zhang Rang's suddenly cold and gloomy voice sounded, "Oh, the letter of the history of the Yizhu Thorn history was not handed over to the imperial court, but it was necessary to give it to General He first." When the Han Ling Emperor heard this, his heart was cold, and he instantly snapped in anger and overturned the teacup. Zhang Rang and He Jin were frightened and hurriedly knelt down. "Bold, how can this be, He Jin, you dare to deceive the king?" He Jin's face turned pale. "Your Majesty, the minister really doesn't know." Zhang Rang suddenly climbed to the feet of the Han Ling Emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, Bing." Emperor Han Ling's eyes lit up, and his face was still furious. He Jin, this time you will be punished to divide the 5,000 linwei in your hand into 2,000 to be the commander of Jianshuo." When He Jin heard this, his face changed drastically, and he looked up at the cold eyes of the Han Ling Emperor and was startled. "Chen." The minister accepted the punishment, and when the minister returned, he sent the person to Jianshuo. But He Jin's heart was dripping blood, and he looked at the triumphant Zhang Rang viciously, and for the first time in his heart, he had the idea that he must kill these castrated parties. Emperor Han Ling nodded satisfactorily. "As for Han Fu, heck, punish him for paying 2,000 gold and send him to Luoyang, otherwise he will be beheaded and shown to the public." He Jin walked out of the palace with a livid face, and the hatred for the castration party in his heart had already surpassed Zhang Chuan, and as soon as he returned to the palace, he called Yuan Shao and Cao and them over to discuss how to deal with the castration party. Chapter 52. After Zhang Chuan received a letter from Zhang Rang in the mansion, he smiled, received the letter into the ring, and said to himself, "Han Fu. Oh, it's not too much to kidnap half of your people." Frustrated Xi sent 3 well-spoken people here. Zhang Chuan tested it, it was not bad, they were all about personal experience, and it was simply empathetic to tell it. Zhang Chuan generously told them that as long as they were willing to go, they would be given 5 cartons of grain every month. The 3 of them naturally went with joy, and Zhang Chuan sent 3 Terminators to follow them and protect them. Zhao Yun rode his horse all the way. Originally Zhao Yun also wanted the Terminator to ride a horse. "The road will be faster." The result of the Terminator only coldly said, "Although you run, I can keep up." Zhao Yun was anxious in his heart, and he no longer cared. At first he slowed down the speed of the horse, and then he was surprised to find that the Terminator could really keep up with it, and had been maintaining a position 2 meters behind him. Zhao Yun wanted to test how fast he could run, and he ran with all his might, only to find that the Terminator was still calmly following him. Seeing this, Zhao Yun no longer had any scruples, and he ran wildly on horseback, and soon arrived at Changshan Zhending. Seeing the vague city in the distance, Zhao Yun couldn't resist the excitement, and drew a whip from his horse, and the speed was a few points faster. "Colonel Zhao, stop, the situation in front of you is not right." A cold word suddenly sounded in Zhao Yun's ear. Zhao Yun was stunned and immediately stopped. he had developed a habit in those days in Yanmen County. As long as the Terminator spoke, he would definitely take it seriously, and the person who came after him was almost exactly the same as Zhang 11's behavior and habits, and he knew in his heart that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. The red light in the Terminator's eyes disappeared, and he said coldly, "Colonel Zhao, you must be surrounded by 10,000 yellow scarves." When Zhao Yun heard this, his heart was anxious. His eldest brother was still in the city, and he didn't have time to think about it, and he ran on horseback. The Terminator didn't speak and followed. Zhang Yan, who was originally the Zhending people of Changshan, the Big Han eliminated the main force of the Yellow Turban, but these small leaders were scattered. Zhang Yan was one of the more powerful, gathering 10,000 yellow turbans, ready to develop slowly in Changshan's hometown, and now he needed to take down the county town of Zhending, and his men had been hungry for several days. Zhang Yan stood at the front of the team, looked at his 10,000 yellow turbans and roared, "Brothers, as long as you capture the city in front of you, I will let you eat a full meal, play with women, and take money after entering the city." The yellow turbans' eyes turned red with greed, and they shouted loudly, "Good, good, mighty and mighty." Zhang Yan nodded satisfactorily. This is all his own team. Zhang Yan turned his head and coldly looked at the county order on the city wall. This dog officer dared to close the city gate to block his army, and after breaking the city, he cut off his head and hung on the city wall. The county commander on the city wall looked at the army below with trepidation and asked the young man sitting on the chair next to him, "Mr. Xian, do you think this really stops the yellow turban thief?" This person was Zhao Yun's brother Zhao Feng Zhao Xian. At this time he looked solemnly at the yellow turban thief below, sighed and shook his head, "Can't stop, unless there are reinforcements, otherwise." The county order's frightened face was like earth, "That. Then we might as well surrender Kaisong." Zhao Feng coldly glanced at the county order, "Oh, whatever you want, the first person they killed when they entered the city was your county order." Xian Ling's frightened ass sat on the ground, cold sweat coming out, and he said, "Mr. Xian, you are so smart, help." Zhao Feng frowned, "Did I ask you to send out the people who asked for help?" The county commander quickly nodded, "I sent them out, all of them are people I personally selected." Zhao Feng nodded, sighed in his heart, "There are too many yellow turban thieves, it is really only a county town that can hold for a day at most. If there are no reinforcements the next day, it can only wait for death. Alas, if Zilong is there, there is a canal marshal who may be able to kill the other side. Now it is really difficult for a smart woman to cook without rice." Just thinking about this, Zhao Feng seemed to have a sense, suddenly looked up, and saw a fast horse galloping towards here in the distance, and the white figure seemed to be his brother, Zilong. Zhao Feng stood up suddenly, and an excited look appeared on his face, "Haha, there is salvation, my brother is back." The county commander was startled at first, but when he heard that there was help, the whole person also became excited and quickly looked into the distance. As the distance got closer and closer, the yellow turban thieves also heard the sound of horses' hooves and looked behind them, only to see a white-robed young general galloping over on horseback, and there seemed to be a figure running behind them. Zhang Yan was about to order a siege of the city, but was interrupted by the sound of this horse's hooves, turned his head in annoyance, saw Zhao Yun speeding over, and waved his hand impatiently, "Go to a few people and kill him for me." 10 yellow turban thieves immediately stepped out of the army, holding tripping horses in their hands. Zhao Yun saw this scene, his eyes flashed, he reached out and took off the bright silver gun on the horse's back, pulled the horse reins, the horse jumped up, just crossed the tripwire, Zhao Yun's silver gun waved, the tip of the gun flickered, 10 gun flowers appeared in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a large hole appeared in the forehead of these 10 people, dead. Zhang Yan saw this scene and was heartbroken, "This is a master, do not dare to be careless," and hurriedly let his subordinate Marshal General Sun Qing, Wang Dang called over. Zhao Yun came to the front of the yellow turban army and looked at these people coldly, "Let your leader come out and speak." The crowd separated, Sun Qing, Wang Dang too in the front, followed by Zhang Yan, riding a horse slowly walked out. Zhang Yan looked at Zhao Yun uncertainly, "What are you? Also dare to take care of our yellow turban business?" Zhao Yun said coldly, Lieutenant Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong, who are you? Zhang Yan was shocked in his heart, and looked around, how the people of the state had come here, how they were still a lieutenant, and how they didn't even bring the army. Finding that Zhao Yun did not bring an army, Zhang Yan was relieved in his heart, and was not willing to show weakness. I am Zhang Yan, the commander of the Yellow Turban Canal. Zhao Yun's face was still cold. It must really be my hometown. Do you dare to attack? Zhang Yan was stunned, looked up and down at Zhao Yun, and smiled. Oh, coincidence, it is really my hometown, why can't I attack? Zhao Yun stagnated, and then his eyes burned with anger. Shameless scum, as a true Dingren, he actually brought people to the countryside, he should simply be killed. When Zhang Yan heard this, he was also furious in an instant, and said with a somber face, just by you, I have an army of 10,000, who do you think you are? Not even the army, the person looking for death is you. Zhao Yun took a solemn look at this dense yellow turban thief. At this time these people had already surrounded them, surrounding Zhao Yun and the Terminator in the middle, and these people were all prime, and at first glance, they were pawns who had seen blood. Zhao Yun couldn't help but feel very tricky. He could easily kill it, but how could he stop these people from attacking the city? The Terminator suddenly took a step forward. Colonel Zhao, can you do it now? Zhao Yun paused, looked at the Terminator in surprise. How to move? The other side has an army of 10,000, even if we stand and let us kill, we will have to die of exhaustion. Chapter 53. Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel funny, and then he found that there was another person around Zhao Yun, looking at his ordinary appearance, without any characteristics, obviously an ordinary person. Zhang Yan smiled coldly and waved his hand. The archers are ready, shoot the horse surnamed Zhao for me first. I see that they have no horses, do they dare to be so arrogant? The archers behind them raised their bows and arrows one after another, and the tip of the arrows pointed at the mount under Zhao Yun's body. Zhao Yun's face changed drastically, and he roared angrily, Zhang Yan, you are shameless, you have the ability to fight with me, and let people shoot my horse as a hero and a good man. Unfortunately, Zhang Yan was not a brave and fierce man, otherwise he would not be able to pull up so many people. When he saw Zhao Yun kill those 10 people cleanly, he could see that the little general in front of him was definitely not an opponent. He could only kill his horse, he could not run, and he could use people to kill him. Zhang Yan smiled fiercely, I'm a yellow scarf, and waved his hand fiercely, shoot the arrow. Whoosh! The dense arrows shot towards Zhao Yun's warhorse, and Zhao Yun hurriedly slapped the warhorse and rushed towards Zhang Yan, while blocking it with a silver gun, waving it tightly, but there were too many arrows, there was still an omission, and suddenly an arrow shot onto the horse's butt. The warhorse was immediately frightened, and suddenly the man stood up, wailing and hissing, and as a result, many arrows were shot into the horse's stomach, and Zhao Yun sighed darkly, and jumped off the horse with a kick. The Terminator had been standing there watching coldly, without any movement. The Bang warhorse fell heavily to the ground, dying so hard that it could not die any longer. Zhang Yan looked at the two people standing on the ground and smiled, Zhao Yun, now I see how you die. Brothers, surround me. Zhao Yun's face was ugly as he looked at the yellow turban thief approaching him with a spear in all directions. His heart sank, it seemed that he could only desperately, he really did not expect that this yellow turban leader was so treacherous and cunning, and he refused to fight with himself. At this moment, the Terminator suddenly opened his mouth and said coldly, Colonel Zhao, ride on me. Zhao Yun heard a toe, incredulous turn to look at the Terminator, what a ghost riding on you, when is it, desperately saying this. Besides, you big man wants me to ride up, this is also too inappropriate, this guy will not have any problem, obviously, Zhao Yun wants to be crooked. You. What did you just say? Say it again. The Terminator glanced at Zhao Yun, too lazy to talk nonsense, lying on all fours on the ground, his body flowing like mercury, and soon an ordinary silver horse appeared in front of Zhao Yun. Sizzle! All the people who saw this scene all took a breath of cool air. What kind of magic is this? A good person turned into a horse in front of everyone? The yellow turban thief, who was still advancing, took a step in unison, looked at the silver horse with disgust, and then took a step back in fright. Zhao Yun was the most surprised at this moment, because he was the closest and saw it most clearly, and he really changed from a living person to a horse. Zhao Yun's hand squeezed the bright silver gun deadly, the green tendons on his hand were exposed, swallowed the spit, and carefully asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Yunma glanced at Zhao Yun and suddenly said, "Colonel Zhao, get on the horse." Boom! The yellow turban thief heard the silver horse speak and actually took a step back. This is a monster, how can it still speak when it becomes a horse? Zhang Yan was also stunned, but after all, he was the yellow turban Canal Shui, and he quickly calmed down, looked at the yellow turban who took a step back, and roared angrily, "What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a change of horse? Just now we also killed a horse, this is all a trick, just a blindfold, so many of us are still afraid of this kind of magic, I'll rush up to the labor capital, kill." When the yellow turban thieves heard this, they suddenly felt that Chu Shui was right, and after looking at so many people on their side, their courage immediately grew a lot, and they raised their spears and rushed towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun saw this, looked at the silver horse, his face was slightly red, he knew that he had just misunderstood, but at this moment it was an emergency. Zhao Yun hurriedly turned over on the horse, sat on it, and found that riding was much more comfortable than a real horse. As soon as the silver horse waited for Zhao Yun to ride up and grab the reins, he immediately rushed towards Zhang Yan, and Zhang Yan saw this and felt a tightness in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Release arrows and shoot horses, continue to shoot arrows." Whoosh! The arrows continued to shoot at the silver horse, and Zhao Yun was about to block it when a cold voice sounded, "Colonel Zhao, don't worry about me." Zhao Yun took a bite out of his hand, ding ding, a lot of arrows fell directly on the silver horse, but it was unscathed, still galloping past. Zhao Yun was slightly surprised, this horse is also too powerful, even so many arrows cannot help him. Zhang Yan was frightened and slightly changed color, and hurriedly let people go forward to block the silver horse, but unfortunately, the silver horse did not care who was in front of it at once, and a sharp long knife suddenly appeared on both sides of the silver horse's body, as if the handle of the knife was growing in the horse's belly. The silver horse sped up, the silver light crossed, and the yellow turban thieves who were close to him were cut off one by one, and the shorter ones were cut off one by one. A mournful wailing sound sounded, a large piece of blood gushed out and soaked the ground. Zhang Yan was horrified at the moment, he only felt that his scalp was numb. Was this really a horse, too ferocious? Zhao Yun looked at the unbearable corpses on the ground in a daze, as if this horse could slaughter these people without having to do it himself. The silver horse had already arrived in front of Zhang Yan at this time, the knife on his body was put back. Zhao Yun had already woken up, and looked up at Sun Qing and Wang Dang who were blocking in front of him. These two people were looking at the silver horse with frightened eyes. Zhao Yun naturally wouldn't be polite and shouted, "Look at the gun." This roar woke the two people up, and they quickly raised their heads, only to feel that the throats of the two were pierced by a flower in front of them. Zhao Yun withdrew his spear and looked at Zhang Yan coldly. Zhang Yan did not expect that Zhao Yun would kill the two of them with one move, and his face changed drastically and he fled on horseback. Zhao Yun had not yet opened his mouth, the silver horse whizzed a moment to catch up, the speed is too fast. Fortunately Zhao Yun did not react slowly, dead staring at Zhang Yan's back. The silver gun trembled, 3 gun flowers appeared, poof, 3 soft sounds. Zhang Yan's back had 3 more large holes, the internal organs were exposed, and it was obvious that there were 3 thumb-sized holes on the internal organs. Zhang Yan's body stiffened, turned his head with difficulty, looked at Zhao Yun with resentment, and unwillingly planted his head under the horse. Zhao Yun was stunned, he couldn't imagine such an easy hand, and couldn't help but look at the silver horse under him. This horse was really too powerful. Riding it himself, the combat strength can be turned over several times, and he can't help but stroke the horse's back with love, but suddenly remembering that this guy is a human being, he can't help but freeze his hand and stop. Zhao Yun's face was full of embarrassment. Silver horse could not care about this, came to Zhang Yan's corpse. Silver horse came out of a hand under his neck to lift Zhang Yan's body, a throw, just to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun smiled embarrassedly on his face, hurriedly probed with a long gun, stabbed the body into the silver gun, looked at the yellow turban thief who was looking at himself in horror, and roared angrily, "Zhang Yan has been killed by me, you immediately drop your weapons and surrender, otherwise you will die." The yellow turban thieves were quiet, the needles on the battlefield could be heard, and suddenly a yellow turban thief angrily said, "Chu Shui was killed, and we fought with him." "Yes, fight, he is only one person, we want to avenge the canal marshal. Kill him." These people should be Zhang Yan's die-hard loyalists, and the yellow turban thieves were instigated to rush towards Zhao Yun in a frenzy. Zhao Yun's eyes froze, looking at the crowd of black oppression, his heart tightened, he couldn't imagine that these yellow turban thieves were so difficult to deal with, and he was thinking about what to do. Suddenly, the two sides of the silver horse under him stretched out long knives again, and as soon as the horse's hooves stepped on the ground, the horse's head lowered slightly. "Colonel Zhao, sit well." After saying that, he rushed out. Zhao Yun only had time to grab the reins, leaned back, and was almost thrown out. Bang bang, poof, poof. The silver horse crashed into the yellow scarf, and the sound of the long knife cutting through the human body was loud and loud. It didn't take long for the silver horse to rush out, leaving behind a bloody path more than 4 meters wide for Shura. The silver horse turned in place and rushed into the crowd again, and after a while, another blood road was born. Zhao Yun rode on the back of a silver horse, and the whole person looked numb, ferocious, too fierce. The silver horse turned around again, looking at this, it still wanted to continue, but the yellow turban thieves did not dry, where there was any anger in their eyes, only deep fear. Many yellow turban thieves had already lost their weapons and were sitting on the ground, holding their heads and shivering, looking really scared. "Ah! Yokai, yokai! Surrender, we surrender, don't kill again." The yellow turban thieves dropped their weapons and squatted on the ground. The battlefield was dead silent, and only 2 bloody roads clearly told everyone what had just happened. Zhao Yun looked at the crowd of black pressure crouching on the ground in shock. There should be at least 6 or 7,000 people left, just being suppressed by a horse. It was simply a strange story. Chapter 54. The cool breeze blew through the entire battlefield. A white-robed young general on the ground rode on a silver horse, kneeling on the ground with dense people. The sun shone down, the 2 straight blood roads glowed red, and the silver horse reflected a burst of silver light, piercing the eyeballs. Everyone on the city wall looked down in amazement. Whether this TMD was a god or a demon, 1 man and 1 horse suppressed these fierce yellow turban thieves, almost like a mythological story. In particular, Nama is definitely a yokai, or a big yokai. A faint smell of blood drifted to the city walls, and everyone woke up, and the soldiers all looked at the man and the horse below with frightened eyes, and their bodies kept shivering. The county order was even more unbearable, holding on to the wall and wow, wah wah wah. Zhao Yun took a deep breath and said, "You guys find a rope to tie your hands up and stay outside. I'll take you out later." "Well, I'll leave the horse here, if you want to escape, hey." All the yellow turban thieves looked at the silver horse, trembled, did not dare to get up at all, directly tore their clothes and tied their hands. Simply do not be too obedient. Zhao Yun was dumbfounded when he saw this. The deterrent power of this horse was really great, shook his head, turned over and dismounted, and walked towards the city gate. Zhao Yun glanced at the above and said in a loud voice, "Zhao Yun, the lieutenant colonel of the prefecture assassin Shi, is here," and quickly opens the city gate. The soldiers looked at Zhao Yun under the city in awe, and looked at the county order, which had already vomited his face miserably, and when they saw it, they all looked at themselves, and they were powerless to wave their hands. "Look at a fart, open the city gate quickly." The squeak city gate was quickly opened, and Zhao Yun saw at a glance that Zhao Feng was already waiting behind the city gate, sitting. A look of excitement appeared on his face, and a stride stepped forward. "Brother, I'm back." Zhao Feng looked at Zhao Yun and nodded with a smile. "Well, I saw it, and it became very powerful. I didn't expect that the little brother you were so successful and became a lieutenant." Zhao Yun scratched his head, embarrassed and said, "Brother, they are all princes who raise their love." Zhao Feng nodded, curious, "Is there anything wrong with you coming back this time?" "It came by chance." When Zhao Yun heard this, he immediately became excited. "Brother, I came back to find you, and I found a way to cure your leg. Zhao Feng's eyes widened sharply. What? Well, it's impossible, I've seen it with a famous doctor, this leg is no longer saved, you don't have to worry. Zhao Feng immediately calmed down again and said plainly. Zhao Yun said urgently, really, brother, one of my soldiers also broke his leg like you, and he was cured, so I rushed back to pick you up. Zhao Feng was vaguely moved, his brother was still relatively calm, it seemed that things were not far from 10, nodded his head, good, I will go with you to see, he, in fact, it doesn't matter if the cure is not good, I can't walk now, the others are fine. Zhao Yun disagreed, brother, you can't say that, the legs still have to be cured. The yellow turban thief was eliminated, and the whole Zhending was also restored to stability. Zhao Yun was anxious in his heart not to stay here longer, so he found a carriage and took Zhao Feng away, and did not even go to the county order to invite him to the dinner. Zhao Yun drove the carriage to the front, followed by the yellow turban captive, and the last one was the silver horse. The silver horse slowly followed behind. Many yellow turban thieves would turn their heads from time to time to look at the silver horse, and then turn their heads in fear. Zhao Feng suddenly asked inside the carriage, Zilong, what's wrong with your horse? After holding back for half a day, he really couldn't hold back, or asked out. Zhao Yun smiled bitterly, brother, if I say I don't know what's going on, do you believe it? Zhao Feng immediately nodded, letter, oh, it seems that your state assassination history is really mysterious enough. Zhao Yun nodded and agreed, brother, Gongzi is indeed very mysterious, he seems to have a group of more mysterious subordinates, all of whom are extremely powerful, and it is such a person who treats you. Zhao Feng nodded thoughtfully, did not speak again, and seemed to be thinking about something. Soon after entering the territory of Hezhu, Zhao Yun was relieved, or returned to his own territory to feel safe. Hearing about Hezhu, Zhao Feng opened the curtains and looked out. This is just Shangdang County. At a glance, there are all large areas of green crops, and many people are busy in the field. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised, until after walking a little longer, a succession of horse-drawn carriages sped past them. Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask again, Zai Long, this state doesn't seem to be barren. Zhao Yun smiled slightly, quite proudly, this is all the credit of Gongzi, this is Shangdang County, it is the place where Gongzi first governed, it is the most prosperous place in our state, the people live and work in peace and contentment, it is simply a paradise. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered, and he couldn't imagine that Zhao Yun respected that prince so much, it seemed that this person must have something superior. Without a word, Zhao Yun returned to Jinyang and handed over the yellow turban captives to frustrated teaching, who took over with a smile on his face, which was a good labor force, and all of them were sent to reclaim the land and Tun Tien. Zhao Yun took Zhao Feng directly to the Zhang mansion and met Zhang Chuan, because they were anxious to treat Zhao Feng, they didn't talk a few words, but only got to know each other. A few days later, Zhao Yun re-entered the Zhang mansion with Zhao Feng with a crutch, and this crutch was still made by Zhang Chuan for Zhang Er to give to Zhao Feng. The two came to Zhang Chuan, poof Zhao Yun immediately knelt down, Zhao Feng also took away the crutch, slowly bent down to kneel. Zhang Chuan saw this, hurriedly stopped the two, crying and laughing, Zilong, Xian, what are you doing here? Kneeling at every turn, I'm not used to it. Zhao Yun, Zhao Feng had a serious expression, and suddenly bowed his hand and said, Cloud, wind, meet the Lord. Zhang Chuanyi, is this style of painting officially confessing the Lord? Zhang Chuan was a little confused. He was a high school student who really had not experienced this kind of battle. Look at this serious atmosphere, ordinary people really can't stop. Zhang Chuan took a deep breath, and his face became serious. Zilong, Xian, you are all great talents, I am very happy to recognize me, you remember, you do not fail me, I do not live up to you. Zhao Yun and Zhao Feng looked at each other and respectfully said, Cloud, the wind will not fail the Lord. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, lifted the two of them up, and smiled, well, Zilong, how are you on that silver horse? Zhao Yun was stunned and immediately blurted out, inhuman. Zhang Chuan laughed, well, the horse will give you your exclusive mount. As for Ziyin, when you are well, let's make a long history. Zhao Yun and the two said excitedly, "Thank you Lord." Zhang Yi suddenly said coldly, "Gongzi, your faith power has suddenly increased by 1.5 million. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhao Yun and Zhao Feng with a strange look. Is it possible that the power of faith is higher when celebrities are collected? That night, Zhang Chuan set up a banquet to invite Tian Feng to Zhao Yun Zhao Feng Zhang Guo, and by the way, he called his father and ate a good meal, and when Tian Feng knew that Zhao Yun and the two had already worshipped Zhang Chuan as the main duke, everyone was still very surprised. It was a lifelong thing to worship the Lord in this year, and originally they planned to wait for Zhang Chuan to grow up a little longer before they considered it, but now that someone had started to do so, they also had to think about it. Frustrated Ji went directly to Tian Feng's house. The two sat opposite each other, and frustrated Ji frowned slightly. "Brother Yuan Hao, do you think we should worship the prince as the Lord?" Tian Feng seemed to have made a decision in his heart, and smiled slightly. "Gong He, you have also been here for so long, what do you think of Gongzi?" Frustrated and thought, Gongzi is in a high position, but he is not arrogant, he is atmospheric, he loves the people like a son, he is extremely short-sighted, and he kills decisively. It didn't seem like an 11 or 12-year-old. Tian Feng smiled, "Then do you think this kind of person can be the Lord?" Frustrated Ji reacted and looked at Tian Feng in surprise. You've decided?" Tian Feng nodded and smiled, "I actually decided long ago, but I didn't have a chance to say that when I went to the party, I could fully display my talents, and Gongzi also gave up power. You look at yourself, did Gongzi interfere with your decision?" Frustrated and nodded, "It is true that as long as he wants to do something, and talk to Zhang Chuan, he can basically implement it, which Han Fu's men did not dare to imagine before." Frustrated Ji hesitated for a moment, "But didn't you notice that Gongzi didn't seem to have any good feelings for the Hokyang clan? Like, it's suppressing them, right?" "Oh, I already saw it, you are afraid, haha, I am looking forward to it, if the state really does not have a strong clan will be what it will be like." Tian Feng immediately interrupted. Frustrated, he looked at Tian Feng, who had such a big ambition, he hadn't even seen it. Tian Feng smiled, "Gong He, tomorrow I will go to Jiangfu, will you go?" Frustrated Ji hesitated for a moment, and suddenly remembered what his wife told him. In order to protect them, Jiang Chuan's people actually killed Jizhu Bei. Zhang Chuan could value himself so much, he always had to pay something back. Gritting his teeth, "Good, I also go." After saying that, the whole person relaxes. A loud laughter faintly came from Tian Feng's home. Zhang Guo's heart was not at peace, and when he returned to the schoolyard and looked at the 3,000 cavalry neatly arranged, his heart was quite complicated. What should he do? Do he recognize the Lord or not? But he had been taken prisoner, and suddenly his eyes turned to see the deputy sent by Zhang Chuan to himself. Yes, it was the person who had captured himself, and he sighed, as if he had no other choice. The next day, Tian Feng was frustrated and Zhang Guo met with Zhang Chuan, and truly recognized Zhang Chuan as the main duke, and Zhang Chuan was very happy in his heart. This time it completely confirmed Zhang Chuan's speculation, and after the three worshipped themselves as the Lord, the power of faith increased by 2 million. It seems that I will have more celebrities in the future. Chapter 55. Time passed slowly, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, 6 years in Zhongping. Zhang Chuan also became a 16-year-old teenager, and in the past few years, earth-shaking changes had taken place in Hezhu, and the Hu people had all been driven out of Hezhu under the crazy killing of Zhao Yun, Zhang Guo, and the Terminator. Zhao Yun and Zhang Hao were still frantically chasing and killing Hu Ren on the grassland at this time. Both of them sat down on 2 silver shining horses, which Zhang Chuan specially gave them. They were all Terminator changes. The two felt that after feeling this kind of mount, they instantly felt that those BMW good foals were not fragrant. This silver horse ran fast, could fight, could kill, communicated, and did not have to eat. It was simply the perfect mount. The population of Hezhu has exceeded 5 million, and a lot of people have been pulled from Hedong Hanoi Jizhu, especially Jizhu, and Zhang Chuan later sent a few more people from Jizhu who fled to Jizhu, and after returning to show their faces, the people in Jizhu who could not survive as long as they knew the news rushed to Hezhu. Han Fu was so angry that he wanted to send troops to stop the people, but none of the soldiers sent out came back, so that Han Fu did not dare to send troops anymore, so he could only watch like this. Zhang Chuan now has 100 Terminators, almost all over the state. Zhang Chuan caused these Terminators to start a big construction, and almost all the walls of the merged cities and pools were demolished, and only a few walls of the border were retained. And the state now has developed roads, ditches full of ditches, water wheels are countless. After several years of harvest, almost every family has surplus grain, the worship of the river has almost reached its peak. To say that all the families are born Buddha is not exaggerated. In Luoyang, Emperor Ling of Han suddenly died in April of that year at the Jiad Hall of the Southern Palace, and the Han Shao Emperor Lu Ji succeeded to the throne with the support of He Jin and Empress He. Lu Ji was young, and He Jin had great power, so he wanted to remove the nail in his eye, a thorn in his flesh, and wanted to kill the 10 constant attendants, but was strongly prevented by Empress He. On this day, He Jin was reprimanded by Empress He again, and returned to his mansion sullenly. At this time Yuan Shao and the others were there. He Jin sat down on a chair with a depressed face, and now the furniture of Hezhu has swept the Han and made a lot of money for Zhang Chuan. He Jin looked at Yuan Shao and asked, I want to get rid of the 10 constant attendants, but I was stopped by the Empress, do you have any way? After saying that, he looked at the crowd expectantly. In fact, these people also want to get rid of the castration party, none of them have suffered the loss of the castration party, but there is really no good way for a while. Yuan Shao looked at He Jin uncertainly, and hesitated, Great General, Luoyang has been run by the 10 permanent attendants for many years, and it is too difficult to kill them, so why don't you bring in foreign aid? Cao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, No. He Jin looked at Cao with a dissatisfied face, Mengda, don't interject first. Then he turned his head and looked at Yuan Shao doubtfully, what foreign aid? Yuan Shao took a look at Cao, saw him looking at himself dissatisfied, and sighed slightly. He was all for the Yuan family, brother Mengda, and could only say sorry. Yuan Shao adjusted his mood and smiled slightly, why doesn't the great general recruit your confidant from outside into Beijing, so as to force the Empress Dowager to compromise and agree to kill the castration party? For example, Dongzhou. He Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and say, good plan. Let me think, well, just in case, in addition to Dongzhou, I have to recruit Ding Yuan from Hanoi. Ding Yuan had long been sent to Hanoi by He Jin to do too much to train soldiers and horses in Hanoi. Yuan Shao looked at He Jin slightly, this one was even more stupid than he thought, so many people entered Beijing, a little bit contradictory, not fighting is strange, then if Luoyang is chaotic, what will happen, only God knows. He Jin suddenly smiled pityingly, by the way, there is also the history of the Hezhu assassination, oh, now it should be Hezhu Mujiangchuan, I also want to recruit him to Luoyang, and I will not allow him to bring a soldier and a pawn, ahem, just take this opportunity to kill him, in order to relieve the hatred in my heart. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other, this one is really enough to remember revenge, this has been a few years, this one remembers? Cao didn't say anything, he broke up with Zhang Chuan in Changshi that time, and this time naturally he would not be kind enough to remind him. And in the state of Jiangfu, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly when he looked at the holy wool in his hand. Interestingly, Lu Wei actually wanted to go to Luoyang alone, this look is what He Jin meant. Zhang Chuan casually withdrew the holy wool from the ring, stood up, and murmured, Luoyang. Dongzhou Ding Yuan will almost go to it, this is a big drama, he also wants to join in the fun? Zhang Chuan called Tian Feng frustrated Zhao Feng over, looking at the 3 people slightly tired, Zhang Chuan smiled, 3 great talents, don't exhaust your body, now Hezhu is already very good. Tian Feng and the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, and Chi bowed his hand, this is all the credit of the Lord. Zhang Chuan was speechless, since he recognized himself as the Lord. Tian Feng and the 3 of them seemed to have changed into individuals, respectful to themselves, and did not dare to cross the Thunder Pond for half a step. Zhang Chuan didn't bother to be polite with them again, and waved his hand. Your Majesty has issued a holy decree asking me to go to Luoyang alone, and you will look after your home. The three frowned, and Tianfeng said anxiously, Lord, this is He Jin's conspiracy, you and him have already had a festival, you really want to go? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, of course I want to go, hehe, I would like to see what He Jin is going to play. Well, you don't have to worry about my safety, I will take those people with me. The three of them were slightly relieved to hear the words. In the past few years in Hezhu, they really opened their eyes, and they saw the magical means of those people with their own eyes, and it was not too much to say that they were immortals. Zhao Feng still said, Lord, it is better to be careful and bring more people. Zhang Chuan knew that they were worried about himself, and nodded, well, you can rest assured, the people in this world who want my life have not yet been born. Well, I'm just calling you here to say it to you. The three of them shook their heads helplessly, puzzled by Zhang Chuan's inexplicable self-confidence sometimes. Knowing that Zhang Chuan was going to Luoyang, Zhang Feng sent someone to call Zhang Chuan over. Zhang Chuan was a little inexplicable, but he still went to Zhang Feng's study, and Zhang Feng looked at his son who pushed the door in, and he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. How could he not have imagined that the original clumsy teenager would become so excellent? Zhang Chuan wondered, Father, what did you ask me to do? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously, you went to Luoyang this time and brought me the dowry to the Cai mansion. Zhang Chuan stayed dowry? Does anyone in our Zhang family want to marry? Zhang Feng looked at his usually intelligent, but now stupid son, and said in a bad way, you, who else? You have to go to hire yourself. Chapter 56. Zhang Chuan was stupid all over the place. What? He hired himself, that is to say, he had a fiancée, so how did he not know? Zhang Chuan returned to his senses and said anxiously. Daddy, who are you giving me? How I don't know? Don't mess with the Mandarin duck score, I'm still young? Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Didn't I say that? Cai Fu. Who do you think it will be? Zhang Chuan was suddenly shocked. Cai Yan, the old father actually ordered himself Cai Yan. Thinking about the strange little girl at that time, Zhang Chuan was not very repulsive, and there was actually a trace of joy in his heart. Father, is it Sister Wenji? When did you decide that you had been hiding it from me? After Zhang Chuan knew who it was, he calmed down. Zhang Feng took a closer look at Zhang Chuan, saw that he really did not have any dissatisfaction, and was secretly relieved in his heart. This son's idea is still very right, with what he has done now and is a state pastor, his prestige is getting heavier, and he is not good at forcing him. Zhang Feng smiled. That time you ruined the good deeds of others, didn't Bo Zhao ask you to bring me a letter? Then people will look at you. Zhang Chuan instantly understood, and couldn't help but secretly wonder, old fox, so long ago worried about himself. Zhang Chuan took Zhang Yi with him, and one person rode with more than a dozen carriages. To tell the truth, Zhang Chuan is really not afraid of what ghosts He Jin is engaged in, and this time he went to see the liveliness. Zhang Chuan brought more than a dozen carriages into the city, which immediately attracted the attention of many people, and He Jin got the news at the first time, and he couldn't help but laugh. Boy, I thought you were so clever, I didn't think you knew it was a trap, and you dared to jump into it, so arrogant, you don't die who dies. At the gate of Cai mansion, although Zhang Chuan had not come for several years, Qin Butler still knew Zhang Chuan and quickly welcomed him in. Cai Yongzheng sat demurely on the hall, looking at the river that stepped in, his eyes lit up, he hadn't seen it for a few years. This teenager looked even more handsome, still a white dress of the moon, wearing a jade crown, and seemed to carry a trace of majesty. Zhang Chuan saw Cai Yang and arched his hand. Chuan has seen Uncle Cai. The more Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan, the more satisfied he became, and he waved his hand and smiled kindly. Well, get up, is there anything wrong with you coming to Luoyang this time? Zhang Chuan nodded. Your Majesty has given me a holy decree asking me to come to Luoyang, and I will not come. Cai Yang frowned deeply when he heard this. Now the imperial court is almost He Jin's words, this is obviously what He Jin meant, Cai Yang can't help but worry. Nephew, things are not so simple, you have to be careful. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Uncle, I know, I've not been a pastor in the past few years. After hesitating, there was a rare flush on his face. That one. Uncle, my dad let me. Let's hire them. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan strangely at this time, how did not expect that Zhang Chuan still had such a side, could not help but want to laugh out, try to endure. Cai Yang nodded, deliberately puzzled. Well, who are you hiring? Do you want to marry Wenji in the Zhang family? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yang wordlessly, where he did not know that he was playing with himself, his heart was crossed, and he solemnly bowed his hand and performed the ritual. Chuan Ti hired him to marry sister Wenji. Suddenly there was a girl's whisper outside the hall window, and then the sound of came, apparently fleeing. Cai Yang and Zhang Chuan stared wide-eyed, knowing who had just been outside the book. Cai Yang laughed. Well, I accepted the dowry, even if you are going to marry Wenji first, you still have to wait a few years. Zhang Chuan smiled awkwardly and nodded. Uncle, I understand, hehe. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan amusedly and ordered the housekeeper to take Zhang Chuan down to rest. Cai Yan was in the courtyard, Cai Yan's face was blushing, and he hurriedly ran back to his boudoir with the two maids, and the little maid smiled and giggled. Congratulations miss, Prince Chuan has come to court. Cai Yan patted the little maid's head in shame, as long as you talk a lot, and then looked at himself in the bronze mirror, his cheeks were crimson, and a white-clad figure could not help but appear in his heart. It seemed to be getting clearer and clearer, this is not who Zhang Chuan is. Zhang Chuan had not found any trace of Cai Yan, and he couldn't help but wonder secretly, why didn't he come to see himself, but he couldn't borrow Cai's eyes to find it, wouldn't that be a voyeur? The girl's mind is really hard to guess. After a night of sleeplessness, the next day, Zhang Chuan went up to the court with Cai Yang. When the ministers saw Zhang Chuan's arrival, they couldn't help but shudder, although they hadn't seen him for several years, but many ministers still recognized it at a glance. Thinking of this festival with Hejin, especially now that Hejin was in power, they couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuan strangely. Soon the early dynasty began, and the ministers entered the main hall one after another, and Zhang Chuan and Cai stood together. The emperor came on time, and Zhang Chuan couldn't help but take a closer look, and a pale young man wearing a dragon robe was sitting on it, his eyes flickering slightly, obviously a little afraid. The hall was extremely quiet, the ministers were actually standing and not paying homage. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but glance at the ministers curiously, and suddenly found that many people were actually closing their eyes to recuperate. Zhang Chuan thought about it, but suddenly stood up and bowed his hand. And Maki Chuan has seen your majesty. Emperor Shao of Han froze and panicked. Zhang Iking. No courtesy. Zhang Chuan was speechless and glanced at the young emperor of Han. Your majesty. After saying that, I stepped back. Looking at Lu Wei again, this guy was actually wiping the cold sweat on his head. Alas, the guts are so small. Zhang Chuan did not understand how the ministers did not perform the ceremony, but soon understood, only to see Hejin, who was full of flesh and blood, walk up to the temple with a big swing, stand at the front of the group, and give his hand perfunctorily. Your Majesty is a courtier. Then, without waiting for Emperor Shao of Han to speak, he straightened up and faced the ministers. You have not yet seen your Majesty. Everyone saluted Emperor Han Shao one after another, and Zhang Chuan was stunned, arrogant, and even more arrogant than himself. Hejin's eyes suddenly widened, looking directly at Zhang Chuan, who was still standing straight, and smiled. Oh, look who this is, and the state of Mujiang Chuan, you are so bold, you dare not to disperse from your Majesty. Zhang Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he stepped out and looked at Hejin Dao. General He, I had already performed the ritual when you were not here, and your Majesty asked me to be exempt from the courtesy, so why do you have an opinion, do you want to rebel? Boom was so explosive that there was indeed a good drama to watch, and the ministers vaguely felt that Zhang Chuan's character would certainly not be afraid of Hejin, and they looked at it carefully with wide eyes one by one, afraid of missing a detail. The corners of Cai Yang's mouth twitched, and sure enough, he had been persuading Zhang Chuan to keep a low profile on the road, and as a result, alas, it seemed to be in vain. He Jin stared at Zhang Chuan deadly. Zhang Chuan, if you dare to slander the important officials of the imperial court, you will be beheaded by the waist. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. Slander, when you performed the ceremony, your majesty did not even tell you to get up, you dared to get up, so many ministers watched, can you block the mouth of the world? Dare not put my Han Emperor in your eyes, believe it or not, I killed you alive. After saying that, he took a step forward and forced himself in front of him. He Jin was startled, and quickly took a step back, and then his face changed greatly, and he was forced to retreat by this boy, which was unforgivable. At this time, everyone was already stunned, looking at He Jin's confused appearance, they actually felt that the suffocation in their hearts was much less. Emperor Shao of Han was wide-eyed, looking at Zhang Chuan in disbelief, the saliva at the corners of his mouth flowed out, and his eyes were full of adoration. Also a teenager, Emperor Shao of Han seemed to feel that he was now Zhang Chuan, forcing He Jin to retreat, and his mind was constantly why. He Jin glanced at the main hall and found that many ministers were looking at themselves with mockery, knowing that they could not go on like this. How did a 0.8 butcher say that he had ever been a teenager of such a strong origin? He Jin snorted coldly. Come on people! Outside the hall, 50 Yulin guards dressed in iron armor and holding large swords suddenly came in. He Jin smiled coldly. Boy, you're eloquent, I can't say you, but I have soldiers, but I can kill you. Zhang Chuan smiled lightly. Really? Then have you forgotten how those hundreds of Lin Wei died in the first place, and the schoolyard was cleaned? He Jin Wen's face changed, he looked around, and then said. Boy, your maid didn't bring in today, haha, this only shows that you are stupid, today you are doomed. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, not hurrying or slowing down. Really? Do you want to try, General He, you are really a great skill, the court also dares to bring troops into the palace. It seems that you are really ready to rebel, then don't blame me for not being polite. He Jin was furious. Kill him for me, be sure to cut off his head for me, I'll take it back to the night pot. Yulin Wei immediately raised his sword and approached Zhang Chuan. Chapter 57. Zhang Chuan's eyes narrowed, and suddenly the figure fluctuated slightly. Zhang Chuan had already exchanged places with a Terminator in the Cai mansion, and Zhang Chuan had already made him change into his own appearance in advance. Everyone didn't even notice it. Above the Great Hall, the Terminator suddenly raised his head, coldly looked at the 50 Yulin guards who had gathered around, and suddenly stepped forward. Zhang Chuan asked him not to use the ability to deform, he could only find his own weapons. Yulin Wei was stunned, he didn't expect this person to be so bold, not only did not hide, but also greeted them. And the first Yulin Wei had a murderous flash in his eyes and slashed at the Terminator with a fierce knife. The Terminator stretched out his palm and suddenly firmly grasped Yulin Wei's knife-holding hand. Yulin Wei wanted to press down hard, but it seemed to be an iron ingot, and the lines did not move. The Terminator squeezed Yulin Wei's entire hand with a fierce squeeze, and the blood splashed everywhere. AHH! Yulin Wei howled bitterly, and the whole person fell to the ground, holding hands and rolling. The Terminator had an extra long knife in his hand, and then the Terminator took the knife in his hand and fell, brushing the head of a Yulin Wei and falling down. The blood pillar rose high, and a strong smell of blood immediately filled the hall. The Terminator's footsteps changed, almost a knife and a head, and Yulin Wei also slashed several knives at the Terminator's body, but it did not cause the Terminator's reaction at all, still cutting the head at his own pace. Before tea time, the hall fell silent, 50 Yulin guards were all cut off their heads, the blood water had completely covered the hall for 28 years, and the shoes under the feet of many ministers were soaked with blood. The ministers looked at Zhang Chuan in horror, not imagining that this young man was so powerful. Killing Yulin Wei was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. The Terminator slowly turned his head to look at He Jin. He Jin was already stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Chuan himself to be so powerful anyway. It was 50 Yulin guards, he specially brought in today. As a result, not even a hair of the people was hurt. Tread on the pedal. The Terminator stepped on the blood and slowly walked towards He-jin, who looked at Jiang Chuan with a cold face and screamed in fear. "No, you don't come over, I'm a general." The Terminator didn't pay any attention at all, still slowly walked up. He-jin was about to be scared to pee, looking at the Terminator who was getting closer and closer to him. He-jin turned around and wanted to escape. The Terminator reached out like lightning and grabbed He-jin's back collar directly, lifted it back, and threw it into the corner. Bang! He-jin's entire back slammed into the wall, bleeding from his mouth. His internal organs seemed to be injured, and the Terminator walked towards He-jin step by step. He-jin's eyes were full of fear, and there was a trace of regret. How could he provoke such a monster, seeing that he really wanted to kill himself? Walking up to He-jin, the Terminator raised his knife and saw that it was about to fall. Wait, Jiang Iking, please also ask your subordinates to be merciful." A stuttering childish voice sounded. Jiang Chuan, who was sitting in the Cai mansion drinking tea, raised his teacup with a slight slap, and his face showed a strange color. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment, and controlled the Terminator to turn his head to look at the Han Shao Emperor sitting on it. Suddenly seeing himself look over, Han Shaodai trembled, forced himself not to cry, and revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Jiang Chuan's face was full of black lines. This was the Emperor of the Great Han, and it was no wonder that Dong Zhou wanted to change the Emperor. It was too weak. Terminator said coldly. "Your Majesty, this He-jin is in sole power, coercing the court ministers, and even more not taking you seriously. Your Majesty, you are sure not to let me kill him." When He-jin saw Emperor Han Shao pleading, his eyes showed a strong desire to survive and he cried out. "Your Majesty, I am your uncle, everything I have done can be lost for you. Think about how you sat on this throne. Your Majesty, save me." The ministers all showed strange eyes to He-jin. How to say this? The face is not generally thick, they all show contemptuous eyes towards He-jin, and they are indeed still a butcher. Cai Yang trotted to the Terminator's side at this moment and said anxiously. "Renayuan, don't kill the great general, killing the minister is not good for your reputation, just listen to your Majesty's words, don't kill it." The Terminator looked at Cai Yang and then at Emperor Shao of Han. Lu Wei saw that Jiang Chuan could still communicate, and finally calmed his mind slightly and opened his mouth. "Jiang Iking, after all, he is my uncle, no matter what, you can't let him die like this. Well, look at me. On the face of the decay, let him go." The Terminator nodded slowly. Well, look at Uncle Cai and His Majesty's face, I won't kill you, but..." Saying that, the Terminator dropped the knife and came to He-jin, grabbed him by the collar with one hand and lifted him up, raising the other hand. Snap! One by one, the Terminator slapped He-jin's face, and a strange scene appeared in the hall, and the Emperor and all the ministers watched with disgust as Jiang Chuan slapped the Imperial General. But I don't know why, everyone feels very pleasant to hear this sound, and the mood is very comfortable. It seems that these ministers are also fed up with He-jin's flying swaggers. Not long after, He-jin's face swollen into a pig's head, and the magic was that He-jin did not faint, because Jiang Chuan let the Terminator control the force. The Terminator threw He-jin to the ground, the figure fluctuated slightly, Jiang Chuan reappeared in the same place, did not arouse anyone's suspicion, but Cai Yang looked at Jiang Chuan next to him strangely, always felt that something was wrong, but he could not say it. Jiang Chuan took out a folding fan for a long time, opened the fan in a dashing manner, and looked at He-jin lightly. "General He, the next time you commit another offense into my hands, it will be useless for anyone to intercede, ahem." He-jin was holding a pig's head, grinning with fangs and being vague. "Woohoo choi woo 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 woo." Everyone was stunned for a long time, and it took a long time before they reacted, twitching from the corners of their mouths, and smiling with their heads bowed. Jiang Chuan looked at the Hanling Emperor and arched his hand. "Your Majesty, the minister has been disrespectful, alas, it is really General He who deceived people too much, and everyone has seen that I was also forced, that is, I soiled this floor." The ministers looked at Jiang Chuan with tears and laughter, this boy is cheap and selling. Emperor Shao of Han said seriously. It's okay, Zhang Yiking doesn't have to blame himself, it is true that his uncle is too much. As for the ground, Emperor Shao of Han glanced at the picture of his head on the ground, quickly withdrew his gaze, and did not dare to look at it at all. Those things will naturally be cleaned by someone. Although the ministers felt that Emperor Shao of Han was unreliable, they did not expect such unreliability, and he could believe Zhang Chuan's such nonsense, and he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Zhang Chuan was also stunned, dumbfounded, and then arched his hand. Your Majesty Saint Ming. The ministers twitched the corners of their mouths and helplessly followed Dao 827. Your Majesty Saint Ming. Emperor Shao of Han was very happy to see this and looked at Zhang Chuan Dao. Zhang Yiking, why are you so powerful? Zhang Chuan shook his head, sure enough, he was still a child. Only by practicing martial arts since childhood, practicing Sanjiu in winter, and practicing 3 volts in summer, can he kill these Yulin guards? Cai Yang was confused, this Zhang Chuan really came with his mouth open, when did he still practice martial arts? Didn't he still know the details of Zhang Chuan? For the sake of this son-in-law, he had investigated him fiercely, afraid of encountering the next Wei Zhongdao. Zhang Chuan was a stupid boy since he was a child, and it was only when he was 10 years old that he changed, learning martial arts, and dreaming. Early in the dispersion, He Jin walked out of the palace with a pig's head, attracting many people to watch, and everyone would never think that this was General Hida, who invaded the government and the opposition. He Jin covered his head and ran towards his house in a panic, lest he be recognized, and decided to wait until he was completely better before he came out to see people. However, the ministers greeted Zhang Chuan one after another and were full of good feelings for Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan also responded politely, completely unable to see the side of the killing spree that had just been carried out in the Great Hall. As soon as He Jin returned to the mansion, he locked himself in his room, and the sound of crackling and smashing things came out. He Jin sat down in his chair with a sigh of relief and a venomous look in his eyes. Zhang Chuan did not dare to provoke him any more. But first solve the 10 permanent attendants, and when they completely control the imperial court, they must raise a large army and completely kill Zhang Chuan, otherwise it will be difficult to vent the hatred in their hearts. Unfortunately, his idea could never be realized, because the news that He Jin recruited Dong Zhouding to go to Beijing to kill the 10 constant attendants had already been known to the 10 constant attendants. The 10 standing attendants are also plotting how to kill He Jin. Chapter 58. In Luoyang, Zhao Zhong and the eunuchs all came to Zhang Rang's mansion, and Zhang Rang invited people into the hall, and then let people go outside to guard and not allow anyone to enter. After everyone sat down, Zhao Zhong immediately said anxiously, "Old Zhang, you should have received the news that He Jin is going to recruit troops into Beijing to kill us. Now what do we do?" Zhang Rang nodded, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. What to do? Of course, it is better to strike first. Do you want to lead the neck to kill? All the eunuchs were shocked. Killing He Jin, that was a great general of the dynasty, this idea is really crazy. Zhao Zhong hesitated. After killing He Jin, how did the Empress Dowager explain that was his own brother? The Empress Dowager would certainly not let our Zhang Rangian smile coldly. Oh, the Empress Dowager lives deep in the harem, you said she does not rely on us, who else can she command, those ministers of the DPRK? Will you listen to her as a woman? Do you say that her son is important or that her brother is important? Everyone inhaled a cool breath, not thinking that Zhang Rang had already thought of a countermeasure, and sure enough, the old treacherous giant was a big man. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhong asked, "Then how do we kill? He Jin is carrying bodyguards with him." Zhang Rang smiled strangely. "Haha, now is a good opportunity, we still have to thank the one and the state pastor. If he hadn't beaten He Jin's face into a pig's head, I really wouldn't have been able to do it. Now, hey, as long as we send someone at night to falsely pass on the Empress Dowager's wool, let He Jin enter the palace to see her. With He Jin's current appearance, he will definitely come alone, and he will never let people see what he looks like now, even if it is a guard." Everyone looked at each other. "Don't say, it is really possible, with He Jin's face-loving personality, he will definitely sneak to the palace to see the Empress. Well, old Zhang, then we will do this, and since He Jin can't tolerate us, then don't blame us for being fierce. Zhao Zhong hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to do it. Zhang Rangvenian raised an eyebrow and smiled, and his eyes showed murderous anger. Well, when the interruption continues, but it is chaotic, you take dozens of your henchmen to ambush him, wait for him to enter the palace, don't talk nonsense, and directly kill him. Everyone was now a grasshopper on a rope, and they all nodded their heads in agreement. At night, the night was dark and the wind was high, the moon did not come out tonight, and the whole of Luoyang was pitch black, with a trace of chill. He Fu and He Jin were lying in a chair, and a maid next to him was carefully rolling a shelled boiled egg on his face. He Jin felt a slightly more comfortable face, but his heart was very unpeaceful. He didn't know why. There was always a bad premonition, and cold sweat appeared on his back from time to time. Suddenly, He Fu's housekeeper walked in and walked over to He Jin and whispered, "Lord, the eunuch in the palace sent a will, saying that the Empress Dowager had recruited you into the palace." He Jinyan immediately sat up, but the maid was defenseless, screamed, and the egg fell to the ground. He Jin was already uncomfortable in his heart, and when he saw this, he frowned, stood up and turned his back to the door. "Come on man, pull this slutty man out and beat him to death. Ah, Lord spare your life, Lord spare your life." The maid was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she fell to her knees at once, prostrating her head and begging for forgiveness. 2 soldiers came in from outside, and they cleanly gagged the crying maid and pulled her out. He Jin did not pay attention to the maid anymore, and couldn't help but ponder, how could his sister see himself now? Well, is today's matter known by his sister? Think about it carefully, there is only this possibility, he also just happened to find his sister to complain, it is too humiliating. He Jin opened his mouth. "Well, I'll go into the palace and have a look." After saying that, he went outside, and the housekeeper was stunned and followed. It was only when he reached the gate that the housekeeper asked hurriedly, "Lord, do you want to bring a bodyguard?" He Jin turned his head and looked at him coldly. "You think my face hasn't been lost enough, sir?" The housekeeper shivered and quickly knelt down. "Old Lord, you walk slowly, I think it's bad." He Jin snorted coldly and walked outside. Fortunately it was dark and no one noticed his face. Not long after He Jin left, Yuan Shao Cao and them came to the door, although they heard the news that He Jin had been beaten in the early dynasty, but they did not feel that they would be hurt much. He Jin had not seen them for the past few days, and they could only wait patiently, but Dongzhou was not far from Luoyang, which must be known to He Jin. No, it was rushed over. As a result, he asked the housekeeper and said that the Empress Dowager had let He Jin enter the palace, and He Jin had already left. Cao's face changed drastically, and the two looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time. "No, the general is in danger." Yuan Shao Cao hurriedly ran back, ready to lead his troops to the palace to save He Jin. Ying Chuan, Mr. Water Mirror stood in the courtyard looking at the sky, and then looked in the direction of Luoyang, shaking his head and sighing. "Alas, the stars will be dim and dull, the fierce stars will violate the Emperor Star, the Emperor Star will be dim, and the bloodlight of Luoyang will soar into the sky, and the world will seem to be in chaos." Luoyang, He Jin stepped into the palace, familiar with the road towards the harem. The more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong, the surrounding was too quiet, He Jin's back hair was straight, the secret road was not good, and he wanted to go back when he turned around. Kill He Jin. A sharp sound sounded, and in the darkness, dozens of black shadows with knives suddenly appeared in the dark next to them, and they rushed towards He Jin in unison. He Jin was unarmed, coupled with how he was obese and how he could escape, and within a few clicks, a black shadow took advantage of a gap to cut off He Jin's head with a knife. He Jin's head fell to the ground, and everyone was stunned and stopped. Suddenly, there was the sound of soldiers colliding outside, and Yuan Shao roared. "Castrate the party, release the great general quickly, or I will lead the soldiers to kill them." The 10 standing attendants were all here, and Zhang Rangwen was also taken aback. and suddenly went forward to pick up Hejin's head and threw it out in a sharp voice. Hejin himself died, and you did not retreat quickly, leading your troops to break into the palace as an accomplice to rebellion. Yuan Shao looked at Hejin's head on the ground in a daze, his mind was blank. Hejin was actually dead like this, that his own plan. Yuan Shao half shook back to God and suddenly roared angrily. Rush in, kill the castration party, they dare to kill the great general of the imperial court, kill. When the 10 constant attendants heard the roar, they immediately panicked, and Zhang Rang was also very panicked, and quickly turned around and ran in the direction of Lu Zhang. Quick, you go and catch Lu Xiet, and I'll go find the little emperor and take them out of the palace first. The 10 constant attendants had long regarded Zhang Rang as the main backbone, and they left one after another and acted according to Zhang Rang's orders. In a small and exquisite palace in the harem, 2 young girls are sitting and laughing, one is the princess of Wanyan and the other is Cai Yan. Sister Wenji, you haven't come to play with me for a long time, and since my father died, I've been deserted here. The 11 or 12-year-old princess of Wanyan complained. Cai Yan smiled. Alas, no way, this is the palace, how can I come in every day? This time I also stole my father's paperwork to come in. Princess Wanyan looked at Cai Yan enviously. Or are you free on the outside and I can only be trapped here? Cai Yan couldn't help but smile. Haha, when you are older, you will be free to marry out. Princess Wanyan said even more bitterly. Alas, I don't know who I'm going to marry, but if I were sent out and kissed, it would be miserable. Cai Yan heard that his heart was a little unbearable, and he was about to comfort him, when suddenly there was a shouting and running sound outside, and then the sound of the armor colliding also came in, and the shouting of killing was loud. Princess Wanyan's body trembled, her face turned miserable, and she grabbed Cai Yan's hand. Sister Wenji, how? What's wrong? Cai Yan was quite calm and comforted. It's all right, I'll let people go and see, don't be afraid. Suddenly, a maid walked in, and it was Cai Yi who came to Cai Yan and said coldly. Miss, there are soldiers out there killing people, for your safety, let's leave first. Ah, Princess Wanyan exclaimed, her body trembled, and the hand that grabbed Cai Yan tightened by 3 points. Kill. Homicide. Sister Wenji, you want to go? Then what am I going to do? Cai Yan looked at his poor little sister. Before the Hanling Emperor loved Princess Wanyan very much, since the Princess of Wanyan had seen Cai Yan's side, she had been begging the Hanling Emperor to allow Cai Yan to enter the palace at any time to play with her. The relationship between the two is getting better and better. Cai Yan thought about it and gritted his teeth. Princess, I will take you with me, the palace is not safe, first go back to my house. The eyes of the Princess of 10,000 years lit up. Really? Sister Wenji, well, thank you. Cai Yan touched the princess's head and looked at Cai Yi. Cai Yi, can you protect us from getting out? Cai Yan glanced at Cai Yan and nodded. Yes. Cai Yan was relieved, fortunately there was Cai Yi, otherwise this time it would be trouble. Princess Wanyan relaxed her mind at this time, looked at Cai Yi curiously, and asked. Sister Wenji, is she very powerful? Cai Yan heard the words and raised an eyebrow. Well, she's great, and it's absolutely okay to protect us, so let's go. Cai Yan took the hand of Princess Wanyan and followed Cai Yi and slowly walked outside. Chapter 59. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the room, they saw at a glance that more than a dozen soldiers outside were chasing and cutting down the eunuchs, and some of them even did not let go of the palace women, and killed the palace women with a knife. Princess Wanyan's face was miserable, and she was frightened and quickly hid behind Cai Yan, who was very calm. After all, she was also a person who had seen the big scene. Cai Yi walked in the front, and suddenly those soldiers saw Cai Yan and immediately pounced on them with their knives. They had already killed the red eye, no matter who it was, kill them first. Cai Yi looked at them coldly, and suddenly his hand was extended, turning into a long silver knife. Stepping on it, dancing, the silver light flickered uncertainly, one head flew out, and more than a dozen people died in the blink of an eye. Caie stopped, his hands returned to normal, and continued to walk outside the palace with Caie and the two of them. Princess Wanyan mechanically followed behind Caie, looked at Caie in front of her stunned, and pulled Caie's hand. Sister Wenji, she's really good, is she really a handmaiden? Caie smiled slightly. Yes, rest assured, with her there, we will definitely be able to walk out of the palace. Along the way, as long as the soldiers and eunuchs who dared to stop them, all of them were killed by Caie, and it didn't take long to reach the gate of the palace. Caie and the Princess Wanyan had just stepped out of the gate, and Cao rushed to the gate with hundreds of soldiers at this time. Cao couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Caie coming out of the gate, and quickly asked, Miss Wenji, what's going on inside? Caie had seen Cao and opened his mouth. Lord Cao, I don't know what's going on inside, but I only saw soldiers killing 850 people in the palace. Cao's face changed drastically, not good. Before he could pay attention to Caie, he rushed in with his soldiers. In the Cai mansion, Caie's face was ugly looking at Caie and Princess Wanyan sitting below. How could he not expect that Caie would sneak to the palace and bring back Princess Wanyan? Father, there has been a mutiny in the palace, and I can't leave the princess alone. Caie quickly explained. The princess of 10,000 years was pitiful, and her eyes were slightly red. Lord Cai, if you don't agree with me staying, then I'll go back. Say get up and go. Cai waved his hand helplessly. Oh, wait, forget it, Your Royal Highness the Princess, you should stay first, and wait until the palace is calm again. Princess Wanyan was immediately surprised. Really? Then I thank Lord Cai. Zhang Chuan sat next to him without speaking. He was watching Dong Zhou pick up Lu Xie at Baiki Mountain, when a Terminator was standing not far away watching them. Dong Zhou took 5,000 Western Liang iron horsemen and surrounded Lu Xie back to the palace. Immediately afterwards, Ding Yuan also rushed to Luoyang with 10,000 cavalry, but was robbed of the opportunity by Dong Zhou, and he could only garrison troops outside Luoyang to deter Dong Zhou. Dong Zhou listened to the advice of his son-in-law Li Ru, let the cavalry quietly go out of the city at night, and let the cavalry enter the city with great fanfare during the day. So after several times, everyone thought that Dong Zhou already had more than 10,000 Western Liang iron horsemen, and Ding Yuan did not dare to enter the city. After 3 days of such a delay, Dong Zhou's 20,000 Western Liang iron horse finally rushed over, and Dong Zhou completely relaxed his heart. At this time, everyone knew that they had been deceived by Dong Zhou, but now there was no way. Ding Yuan was even more remorseful, and scolded Dong Zhou for being treacherous. Outside the city of Ding Yuan Tun, Dong Zhou was unable to sleep and eat, and he wanted to get rid of Ding Yuan, and finally through Li Su's plan, he sent out the Red Rabbit horse and successfully won Lu Buletin. Dong Zhou asked Lu Buletin to kill Ding Yuan, and Lu Buletin saw Dong Zhou with Ding Yuan's head, and Dong Zhou excitedly regarded Lu Buletin as a righteous son. In this way, all of Ding Yuan's 10,000 cavalry returned to Dong Zhou. Dong Zhou still handed it over to Lu Buletin and let him continue to rule. The great trouble had already appeared, and Dong Zhou immediately became arrogant. The Western Liang iron horse also began to plague the people of Luoyang, and even in front of the Cai mansion there were dozens of Western Liang soldiers to fight the autumn wind. Zhang Chuan was just about to go out, just happened to encounter this scene. Seeing that Qin Butler was still sweating profusely and kept explaining, Zhang Chuan smiled coldly and opened his mouth. Kill! Suddenly, an ordinary person came out of the corner next to him and walked straight towards those Western Liang soldiers. The Western Liang soldiers were stunned, and there were still people who were not afraid of them, and a Western Liang soldier in front of them pulled out a long knife and slashed at the man fiercely. The Terminator dodged and let the long knife split deeply into the shoulder. The Terminator's face did not change color. Suddenly the right hand was raised, the index finger was extended, the index finger was rapidly deformed, the front section of the index finger became the tip of the needle, the index finger was suddenly extended, and the forehead of this Western Liang soldier was pierced at once. Shi Liangbing's eyes widened, and he couldn't imagine that he had died like this. The other Western Liang soldiers watched this scene in shock and pulled out their long knives to kill the Terminator. The Terminator's hands were open, and all 10 fingers turned into long needles and stabbed into their foreheads, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of Western Liang soldiers could no longer die. Zhang Chuan said lightly. "Clean up here." The Terminator spoke. "Yes, son." After saying that, the 5 fingers of his right hand quickly stretched out and became soft, firmly bound the dozens of soldiers, and then turned around and dragged these people away. The butler watched this scene stunned and stammered. "Chuan Gongzi, this will not be troublesome." Zhang Chuan waved his hand. "It's all right. Rest assured." The butler nodded helplessly. "Killing them all, what else could be done?" Zhang Chuan came out to prepare to see the emperor, and now that Luoyang is so chaotic, it is estimated that soon the princes will ally fight Dongzhou, and they can also prepare to return to the prefecture, and the good villains will also go to say a word. As a result, he was actually stopped outside the palace by Shi Liangbing, saying that His Majesty was inconvenient and that something should be resolved early tomorrow. Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Liang soldiers in front of the palace gate, considering whether to kill them directly, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, tomorrow would be tomorrow, and then he turned around and left. The next morning dynasty, which was the first early dynasty after the chaos in the palace, Zhang Chuan followed Cai Yang into the main hall and found that Lu Ji had already sat on it, his face pale, unconsciously trembling, and he seemed to be frightened. The ministers stood quietly, their faces were also very ugly, and without He Jin, there was another Dongzhou. Not long after, a burly, strong, bearded middle-aged man walked in with a polite and elegant green-robed scribe, and at this time, Dongzhou could still see the shadow of the warrior, and his fierce breath was indeed frightening. Under the leadership of Dongzhou, everyone saluted Lu Zhou one after another, and Dongzhou stood at the front with a big grin, and the salutes were very perfunctory and looked very reluctant. Zhang Chuanke didn't bother to take care of Dongzhou, as long as he didn't come to provoke himself. He stepped out and arched his hand. "Your Majesty, the minister plans to return to the state today, and I ask for your Majesty's permission." Lu Wei's feeling for Zhang Chuan was still good, especially the pain of He Jin, which made him very happy and nodded. "Well, but..." Slow Dongzhou suddenly opened his mouth, and a pair of tiger eyes looked at Zhang Chuan. "Oh, you kid is a state pastor. Oh, you don't have to go back, your Majesty is ready to remove you from your position as state pastor." After saying that, he looked at Lu Zhen. "Your Majesty, is the minister right? The current state can be very different from before, quite rich. Dongzhou has been coveting for a long time, and now he finally has the opportunity to take it into his own hands, naturally he will not miss it." Lu Fei saw Dongzhou's gaze, was startled, and stammered. "Yes. Yes." Zhang Chuan stood up straight, squinting his eyes at Dongzhou. "Oh, why bother, I really don't want to get in trouble. But you always like to provoke me." All the ministers immediately became excited and looked at Zhang Chuan expectantly, hoping that Zhang Chuan would best kill Dongzhou. Even Lu Wei clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Chuan deadly. Dongzhou was so sensitive, he immediately found that after Zhang Chuan said this, the atmosphere in the hall became wrong, especially the eyes of those people, which made Dongzhou feel bad and immediately looked at Li Ru. Li Ru stepped forward and whispered. "According to the information I got, he almost killed He Jin in this great hall a few days ago." Dongzhou was stunned and immediately took a few steps backwards, looking at Zhang Chuan warily. Why do you think Jin can compare with me?" Zhang Chuan suddenly smiled coldly. "You said I would kill you, what would happen?" Dongzhou was stunned, his back was cold, and he cried out in panic. "Feng Xian, my son is coming." As soon as the words fell, a young man with a face like a crown jade, a lofty spirit, and a Fang Tian painting sword stepped in, his eyes shimmering, and his body exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. Zhang Chuan was slightly stunned. This guy seems to be Lu Buletin, selling well, and Zhao Yun is on a par. Lu Buletin walked over to Dong Zhou and bowed his hand to righteous father. Dong Zhou immediately said excitedly. Bong first my son, quick, kill him for me immediately, this little boy dares to threaten me. Dong Zhou pointed at Zhang Chuan and said angrily. Lu Buletin looked at Zhang Chuan, the corners of his mouth were skimming, and his face was full of disdain. Righteous father, only a small child, why be so nervous? He wasn't worth my shot, and he could have killed him with a random knife and axeman. Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Buletin with interest. This guy is really proud enough, this is obviously looking down on him. The ministers looked at Lu Buletin strangely, a knife and axe hand to solve Zhang Chuan, afraid of going up to send him to death. The ministers began to retreat, leaving a vacant lot, leaving Zhang Chuan alone to stand where he was. Chapter 60. Zhang Chuan was slightly stunned, and turned his head to look at those ministers, all of whom were old treacherous giants. Dong Zhou heard Lu Buletin's words for a moment. Yes, he still has soldiers, he just heard Zhang Chuan kill He Jin, his brain was confused. After all, He Jin was his former boss, and they were all instinctive reactions. Dong Zhou shouted hurriedly. Where is Yulin Wei? 4 armored Yulin guards came in at once, and all the armies in Luoyang had already been absorbed by Dong Zhou, and Yulin Wei would naturally be no exception. Dong Zhou looked at Yulin Wei who came in and nodded satisfactorily, pointing at Zhang Chuan with high spirits. Go, kill him for me. The 4 Yulin guards turned their heads to look at them, just in time to see Zhang Chuan looking at them with a smile. The corners of Yulin Wei's mouth twitched, and his face instantly turned miserable. That day was the corpse they personally collected, and the tragic death of dozens of Yulin Wei's companions made them all still have nightmares. The 4 of them took a step back in unison, looking at Zhang Chuan with fear in their eyes, and Dong Zhou frowned when he saw this. What are you doing? Kill him! Yulin Wei all shook his head, not only did not go forward but took another step back. The ministers naturally knew what the reason was, and they all looked at Dong Zhou amusedly. Dong Zhou couldn't help but be angry. Waste, it's all waste. Yulin Wei honestly lowered his head, and was scolded and recognized. Who dared to provoke that great master again? Dong Zhou saw this livid face looking at Lu Buletin. Feng Xian. Lu Buletin nodded, and suddenly realized that the teenager in front of him did not seem simple. Taking a step forward, Feng Tian drew a sword and lifted it, pointing directly at Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan's eyes slightly squinting, and coldly said, "Come in." As soon as the words fell, a person came in at the door of the main hall, wearing a long dress of ayera, with a pink face, and the lotus steps moved slightly, and slowly walked in, and it was Zhang Yi who came. Zhang Chuan found out very early that Zhang Yi himself was slightly adjusting his appearance. It seemed that he was slowly beginning to become mature, and his clothes were changing in a good-looking direction, and Zhang Chuan had been suspecting in his heart that Zhang Yi was secretly evolving. Looking at the more beautiful Zhang Yi, Zhang Chuan only felt that his face was full of black lines. You are a robot, Mo has feelings, and now it is difficult for ordinary people to block it. Zhang Chuan took a look at Dong Zhou and Lu Buletin, and sure enough, Dong Zhou looked at Zhang Yi with a straight face, and with Zhang Yi's cold and frosty temperament, this old wolf obviously had other ideas. Looking at Lu Buletin again, well, he was normal, but there was still admiration in his eyes. Those ministers were different. Qi Brush took a step back, all looked at Zhang Chuan with surprise in his eyes. This boy was actually ready to use this female demon head. It seemed that Dong Zhou really provoked Zhang Chuan, and his eyes were both excited and nervous. Zhang Yi came to Zhang Chuan's side and stood quietly. Zhang Chuan suddenly spoke. Go, be careful, this guy's strength is not low. Zhang nodded, looked at Lu Buletin, and slowly walked out. Lu Buletin was stunned, and then his eyes were angry. Boy, do you look down on me when you want this woman to fight me? Zhang Chuan said lightly. If you can't beat it, just try it and you'll know. Lu Bian looked at Zhang Chuan with a calm face, and then looked at Zhang Yi. You don't have to let her come over if she dies ugly. Dong Zhou said hurriedly at this time. Feng Xian, don't kill her, take her alive, I want this woman. The ministers in the hall looked at Dong Zhou in unison. This guy is full of guts, aren't you afraid of being cut off at night? Zhang Chuan's face was full of black lines, and he knew in his heart that Zhang Yi's appearance was easy to cause others to covet. Zhang Chuan originally wanted Zhang Yi to become a man, but Zhang Yi actually asked himself for the first time not to let himself become a man, and Zhang Chuan wondered at that time, is the Terminator also gender? But it is not good to force her to change, it can only be up to her. When Zhang Yi heard this, the red light in his eyes flashed for a moment, as if he was expressing some kind of anger. Lu Buletin heard Dong Zhou's words and nodded. He actually didn't want to kill this woman like this. Zhang Yi did not stop walking, and within a few steps he reached the opposite side of Lu Buletin, looking at Lu Buletin coldly. Lu Buletin withdrew the Fang Tian painting blade pointing at Zhang Chuan, looked at Zhang Yi, and said coldly and proudly, "Look, you're a woman, give you a chance to surrender, or else." Zhang Yi did not speak, suddenly stretched out his right hand, the jade hand began to turn silver, and then the entire front half of the arm became a 5-meter-long silver whip. Zhang Yi gently trembled, the whip snapped on the ground, snap, a crisp sound, the floor cracked, a deep crack appeared there. Everyone was stunned, this must be a woman, and the strength is too great. Zhang Chuan looked at the silver whip strangely. When did Zhang Yi have this habit? How did he feel that Zhang Yi's painting style became more and more strange? The layman looked at the liveliness, the insider looked at the doorway. Lu Buletin's pupils shrunk, and he looked at Zhang Yi in shock. This kind of strength is not something that a woman can have, let alone rely on a whip to exert force, and the difficulty of it is not understood by outsiders at all. Lu Buletin became cautious and did not dare to underestimate this woman. Lu Buletin held the Fang Tian painting blade in one hand and slashed down towards the river, as fast as lightning. Zhang Yi was not slow, his hand shook, the silver whip bounced up from the ground and went straight to the Fang Tian painting blade. Bang, the two collided with sparks splashed around, and the rope did not separate as if it was stuck to the Fang Tian painting blade, but instead used the force to go around a few times and bundled the Fang Tian painting blade firmly. Lu Buletin's face changed, and he was shocked to find that he couldn't pull it. Lu Buletin looked at Zhang Yi's petite figure in disbelief, and couldn't believe how such a small figure could have such great strength. Lu Buletin took a deep breath, roared, the green tendons on his arm went straight up, and he pulled back with all his strength, and finally Zhang Yi slowly moved. Zhang Yi looked at Lu Buletin coldly, and suddenly stepped on the ground with one foot, and with Lu Buletin's strength plus his own strength, the whirl really shot at Lu Buletin like a personal cannonball, and at the same time, the rope wrapped around Fang Tian's painting was also released. Lu Buletin's face changed drastically, and he only had time to put the barrel of Fang Tian's painting on his chest. Bang, Zhang Yi's little foot slammed into the gun shaft. Lu Buletin's whole person immediately flew up, slammed into the wall of the palace. Boom, directly knocked out a large hole. Lu Buletin's whole person flew outside. Dong Zhou swallowed his spit deeply, looked at Zhang Yi in horror, and his body began to slowly retreat backwards. Did he not know Lu Buletin's combat strength? I couldn't imagine that this woman could actually beat Lu Buletin away. I just dared to covet her beauty, and now that I think about it, I really don't think I died fast enough. Zhang Chuan was staring at the cave entrance. Lu Buletin was not so easy to defeat. Sure enough, a figure came out of the cave again. Not Lu Buletin who it was, the purple and gold crown on his head had already fallen off, his hair was scattered, and his eyes showed a tyrannical look, carrying Fang Tian's painting blade step by step towards Zhang Yi. At this moment, Lu Buletin's body released a terrifying and fierce atmosphere, staring at Zhang Yi deadly, and a smile appeared on his face. "You, very good, it seems that I am going to be serious." After mentioning Fang Tian's painting and splitting down towards Zhang Yi once again welcomed the silver whip up, but Lu Buletin revealed a sinister smile, and Fang Tian painted a flexible direction, avoiding the silver whip, and slashed at Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi's left arm suddenly fell to the ground. Lu Buletin smiled coldly, and Fang Tian's painting shook slightly, and he actually slashed his right arm from the bottom up. The red light flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes, and there was no time to respond at this time. Fang Tian's painting was too fast, and Zhang Yi's right arm flew out. Lu Buletin's face became more and more frantic, and Fang Tian's painting sword shook in the air again, drawing a semicircle towards Zhang Yi's left leg. Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Buletin's Fang Tian painting blade was indeed good, but this guy was also too vengeful to want to dismember Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi suddenly took a step back and successfully avoided this blow. Lu Buletin was stunned. What happened? Her arms were broken, shouldn't it hurt too much? How can you still avoid this blow of yourself? Lu Buletin looked at Zhang Yi carefully and found that there was no blood at the fracture of Zhang Yi's shoulder, and Zhang Yi was still indifferent, as if the broken arms were not hers. Lu Buletin was secretly wondering. Next, he looked at Zhang Yi with disgust, and the whole person was a little stupid. The two arms on the ground suddenly melted and turned into a mercury-like liquid, and then flowed to Zhang Yi's feet, and then Zhang Yi's two arms actually grew out of the wide. Chapter 61. Zhang Yi's right arm changed again, and his hand became a silver dagger, looking at Lu Buletin who was stupid there, coldly speaking. I'm here. Zhang Chuan looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. The Terminator now kills people also need to say hello. He seems not to have given her such an order. Lu Buletin woke up and looked at Zhang Yi solemnly. Now it is not a matter of how her arm is okay, but to face her next attack. Zhang Yi rushed forward with one step. The speed was extremely fast. The fierce color in Lu Buletin's eyes flashed away. Fang Tian's painting was slightly raised, facing the direction where Zhang Yi was rushing. He naturally could not let Zhang Yi get close. Who knew that Zhang Yi did not play his cards according to common sense at all, did not hide, still rushed straight past. Lu Buletin's eyes suddenly widened, watching Zhang Yi suddenly bump into Fang Tian's painting. Poof! Fang Tian's painting was completely submerged into Zhang Yi's chest. Then, in Lu Buletin's horrified gaze, Zhang Yi still did not stop, and Fang Tian's painting sword emerged from Zhang Yi's back. Zhang Yi was already standing in front of Lu Buletin at this time, and with a wave of his hand, the dagger slashed at Lu Buletin's throat, and Lu Buletin was startled and hurriedly threw away the Fang Tian painting blade and jumped backwards. But there was still a cut in the face. Zhang Yi raised his left hand expressionlessly and slapped at the gun that came out of his chest. Dang! The entire Fang Tian painting blade came out from behind Zhang Yi and fell to the ground, strangely not a drop of blood. Zhang Yi stepped on the ground with his right foot and continued to rush towards Lu Buletin. Lu Buletin's eyes also showed a tyrannical color. For so long, he had never been so embarrassed, even the weapon was lost. Lu Buletin nimbly dodged the dagger and slammed a punch into Zhang Yi's face, and Zhang Yi's face was immediately beaten to the ground, resting on his shoulder like a piece of fast iron. But Zhang Yi's hand movement still did not stop. The dagger slashed through Lu Buletin's arm, and a huge wound appeared. Lu Buletin jerked his mouth in pain, and another fierce punch slammed into Zhang Yi's chest. The poof fist directly passed through Zhang Yi's chest and drilled out from the back. Zhang Yi seemed to be fine. It was another stroke, and a large opening appeared on Lu Buletin's arm, and blood flowed. At this time, Zhang Yi's head had returned to normal, and Lu Buletin's face was extremely vicious in pain. A violent roar, and he raised the arm that penetrated Zhang Yi's chest, and even lifted Zhang Yi's whole person. Lu Buletin's hands were full of green tendons, his face turned red, and he slammed Zhang Yi to the ground, banging a loud noise, and the hall seemed to shake a little. Zhang Yi's whole head was down, crashing hard into the ground. A deep pit appeared. Lu Buletin was afraid that Zhang Yi would be strangely resurrected, held his breath, and continued to lift and smash down. Bang bang bang! I don't know how many times it was smashed. Lu Buletin only felt that his arm seemed to be about to lose consciousness, sweating profusely and panting, and then stopped. There were deep pits all over the ground, and they had been smashed out of the ground. Looking at Zhang Yi again, it seemed to be about to become a discus at this time, and there was a big hole in the middle of the discus, which was just hanging on Lu Buletin's arm. The people in the hall looked at Lu Buletin stunned, so ferocious and powerful. No wonder Dong Zhou wanted to recognize this righteous son. It was really safe to have him around. The ministers looked at Zhang Chuan one after another, and no one believed that Zhang Yi could not die under such circumstances. If he really did not die, he would really become a god. But Zhang Chuan's face still had a faint smile on his face, and he didn't seem to be worried at all, and the ministers were shocked and uncertain. Was he really not dead? The ministers looked at the silver discus again, and Dong Zhou was about to laugh, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the smile just appeared, and he froze on his face, and his eyes showed a look of horror. Only to see the discus suddenly turn into mercury-like liquid from Lu Buletin's arm, flowing to the side, and then the liquid rose, and soon the outline of a person appeared. Then Zhang Yi appeared intact in place, still so beautiful and natural, not touching any dust, as if it was not her who had just fought with Mabu. The hall fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at Zhang Yi foolishly. This is not dead, either a god or a demon, and the color of fear appears in each eye. Lu Buletin's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Yi in disbelief, seeing that the dagger appeared in her hand again, his heart suddenly froze. His strength had been used for most of it, the key was that this guy could not die. Lu Buletin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned around, holding Dong Zhou in one hand and Li Ru in the other, and then ran outside quickly. Zhang Yi flashed red light in his eyes, faster, and suddenly kicked out. Just as Dong Zhou was on Zhang Yi's side, Dong Zhou was opening his legs in confusion, and a crisp sound of click sounded. Many ministers jumped wildly out of the corner of their eyes, involuntarily clamping their legs, and even felt a slight pain there, and they all looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. She was definitely not a god, but a demon. Dong Zhou howled bitterly, tilted his head, and fainted. When Lu Buletin saw this, he only felt that the hair on his back was erect, and he quickly accelerated his speed, and there was a faint trace of blood and qi coming out of the top of his head. It seemed that he was really desperate, and even his own Fang Tian painting blade did not dare to take it, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi flashed red light in one eye, his right foot was raised, he was going to chase out. Zhang Chuan twitched at the corner of his mouth. Boss, you have ruined the bottom of the people, what else do you want? Zhang Chuan vaguely feels that Zhang Yi is retaliating against him, otherwise it will not be exactly that position. Okay, come back. Zhang Chuan said helplessly. Zhang Yi retracted his feet and slowly walked to Zhang Chuan's side, and the ministers watched Zhang Yi come over, brushing and taking a step back, all next to the wall. Lu Wei did not have the slightest fear, but looked at the scene just now with great interest, only to feel that Zhang Yi was just too powerful, especially that kick. It was simply kicked to his heart. It seems that Dong Zhou really bullied him miserably. Lu Wei glanced at the ministers below. You go back first, I have something to discuss with Zhang Iking. Those ministers were eager to leave, it was best to stay away from Zhang Yi, so they all saluted and bypassed Zhang Yi and quickly left. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan, and Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded. After everyone left, Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Wei curiously, not knowing what the young emperor had left behind to do. Lu Quan actually walked down excitedly and came to Zhang Chuan, who looked at Lu Zheng, who was only a teenager, and sure enough, he was still a child, and he couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, is there anything wrong with you leaving your subjects? Lu Zheng's face suddenly turned red, and Ai Dao was expecting. Zhang. Brother Zhang, you. And there is no end. Like her, can you send me one? Of course, I don't want it for free, I am willing to exchange things for anything, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Chuan expectantly. Zhang Chuan was slightly stunned, he couldn't imagine that Lu Wei would call himself so, and he was looking for himself to be a Terminator, which was something he didn't expect. Zhang Chuan thought about whether to send a Terminator to Lu Wei in the end, thinking of Lu Zheng's personality, coupled with his absolute control over the Terminator, it would be okay to send one to him, but it would be much more interesting. So what do you want? Well, Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Fei and nodded. Well, Your Majesty, I will send you a subordinate who is as powerful as Zhang Yi. Wow, really? Brother Zhang, thank you. Lu Zhen's little face turned red with excitement. Zhang Chuan laughed bitterly. Your Majesty, the subject also has a request. Lu Wei was still very excited and nodded his head. You say, just I can do it, promise you. Zhang Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, then you will give me a blank holy decree stamped with a jade seal. Lu Fei didn't want to think about it. Well, I have a lot of this. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to the top and took a sacred decree from the imperial case and gave it to Zhang Chuan. Zhang Chuan took a look at it. It was really the holy will, nodded and withdrew it from the ring. Looking at Lu Zheng's expectant eyes, Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Your Majesty, the man is right behind you, are you satisfied? Zhang Chuan had just released a Terminator behind Lu Fei and turned him into a slightly postured 2.6 maid. Lu Wei turned his head hurriedly, and sure enough, he saw a maid, who was looking at herself coldly, and that temperament was really exactly the same as that of Zhang Chuan just now. You will follow your Majesty from now on and listen to his orders. Terminator said coldly. Yes, son. Then he turned around and stood behind Lu Zheng. 66 Lu Ji was full of joy, and from time to time he looked at the Terminator behind him and bowed his hand to Zhang Chuan. Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Zheng, who looked like an emperor, and nodded. Your Majesty, the minister will go back. Lu Wei nodded. Well, Brother Zhang, may you return to Hezhu safely. Zhang Chuan turned around and took Zhang Yi away and walked to the gate of the palace. Zhang Chuan felt soft, sighed, and turned his back on Lu Yi. Your Majesty, if you can't stay in Luoyang in the future, you can come to Hezhu to find me. After saying that, I didn't stay any longer and left directly. Lu was stunned, and a warm current suddenly appeared in his heart, smiled, and murmured to himself. Brother Zhang, you can see that I am not suitable to be an emperor, hey. Chapter 62. Zhang Chuan left the palace and went directly back to Cai Mansion, ready to leave with a word of conversation with Cai Yang. Cai Yang was anxious in the hall of Cai Mansion, and his heart was worried about Zhang Chuan. He did not know what the young emperor left Zhang Chuan to do, and he was even more afraid that Zhang Chuan would kill Lu Yang in a rage, and that the fun would be great. Zhang Chuan walked into the hall. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan, saw that he was not unusual. This was relieved, and then there was no good airway. Renayuan, you can't bear it for a while, it's really a bit too much. I'm afraid that in the future, Dong Zhou will hate you to the bone and set up a powerful enemy in vain. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Uncle, don't worry about me, I'm leaving Luoyang soon, and Dong Zhou can't do anything with me. Cai Yang looked at Zhang Chuan's uncaring look, and knew that he had said it in vain, and his words had turned sharply. Renayuan, you really decided to go to Zhang Chuan right away and nodded. Uncle, I am coming back now, and I am resigning from you, and I am bothering you again these days. Cai Yang touched his beard and smiled. Haha, aren't you going to give a dowry? Sooner or later we were all family, and said this. Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded, looking at Cai Yang solemnly. Uncle, Luoyang, I estimate that 28 will become very unsafe, you might as well resign. The official and I will go back to the state. Cai Yang was stunned, then shook his head and smiled. Renayuan, now that the young emperor is young, it is precisely when we old ministers assist him. How can I leave now, not to mention that the old man still has a bit of a reputation in the Great Han, can someone still harm me? Zhang Chuan's mouth flickered, this is really not accurate, there are many harmful means, but seeing Cai Yang's insistence, he did not say anything more. It seems that he still has to leave a Terminator to protect Cai Yang, and the one that sent Cai Yan alone is not very safe. Zhang Chuan nodded helplessly. Well, since my uncle insists, then I won't say anything. Zhang Chuan bowed his hand. Uncle, Chuan is leaving. Cai Yang nodded. Well, you go back, be careful on the way. Zhang Chuan nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, two figures at the door entered the hall. Brother Chuan, are you going to leave without saying a word to me? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan and Princess Wanyan, who came in hand holding hands, and smiled helplessly. Sister Wenji, you have been hiding from me, where do I go to find you? Cai Yan's face turned red when he heard this, and he stared at Zhang Chuan in shame, and said angrily. Who asked you to mention it? Ahem, too lazy to pay attention to you. Cai Yan was stuck as he spoke, and he was embarrassed to say it again. Cai Yang looked at the two people amused and asked directly. Wenji, what are you here for? Cai Yan remembered the purpose at this time, his eyes turned, and he looked at Zhang Chuan and smiled. Brother Chuan, do you want to go back to the prefecture? Sister, please ask you something, okay? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan's slippery eyes and had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he still nodded. Sister Wenji, you say, what's the matter? Cai Yan giggled and pushed Princess Wanyan towards Zhang Chuan. Brother Chuan, you should take the princess to Hezhu. By the way, I believe you will be able to take good care of her. Zhang Chuan was dumbfounded. Could it be that this time I would have to kidnap a princess and go back? For a moment he could not speak. Wenji, how can the princess go back to the state with Renayuan? It's just ridiculous. The princess must be sent back to the palace. Cai Yang was also shocked, and immediately blew his beard and glared angrily. Cai Yan was anxious to explain. Father, the princess is very pitiful. Since Her Majesty left, she is an orphan without a father and no mother, and now the imperial court is so chaotic. She is a little girl in the deep palace who has no food and clothing. No one cares about her life and death. Do you want to push her, a little girl, into the fire pit? The hall was silent. Zhang Chuan and Cai Yang were shocked by Cai Yan's words. Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yan with appreciation. Although he was strange, but he was kind in heart. He also had a good idea, and was a good girl. Oops, how to have a heartwarming feeling. Although Cai Yang felt in his heart that Cai Yan had said it well, he was an orthodox Confucian and said sharply. No, absolutely not. How can the princess of the Great Han be left outside, and the reputation of the royal family will be lost? Princess Wanyan bowed her head and silently shed tears, and at this moment she felt very lonely. Cai Yan's eyes were even more anxious, and it seemed that if he was not careful, he would shed tears. Cai Yan suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Chuan, and his eyes were full of anticipation and pleading. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and shook his head. Well, when the time comes, I'll take her with me, but I can't put up a princess shelf, and I can't let people know her identity. Well, then I'll say that she is my sister I recognize, and there should be no problem. Cai Yan instantly revealed a smiling face. That smile was like a lotus blossoming, pure and beautiful. Zhang Chuan looked at it slightly. Princess Wanyan also raised her head with rain, looking at the handsome young boy in front of her. She couldn't help but blush slightly, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look again, but from time to time she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chuan. Cai Yang said urgently. Renayuan, Uo. Zhang Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Uncle, it's really all right. You see that the princess of 10,000 years has been lost for so long. Does anyone think of her? I guess they all thought she had died in that turmoil, and as long as I brought her back to the state, which was my territory, no one would know her identity. Cai Yang could stop his daughter, but there was really nothing he could do about Zhang Chuan. After all, Zhang Chuan was a state pastor, and with Zhang Chuan's nature, the things he decided really couldn't change. Cai Yang sighed helplessly. Well, I can't take care of you anyway, just pay attention to yourself. Zhang Chuan laughed. Uncle, rest assured. After saying that, he turned back to Cai Yan and blinked. Cai Yan smiled sweetly at Zhang Chuan. Because there was one more person, Zhang Chuan could only call a carriage, ready to walk slowly all the way back. It was impossible to teleport back, when teleporting could receive the Terminator into the ring, but the Princess of Wanyan was a living person, but there was no way to go to the ring, and he could only walk back honestly. Zhang Yi drove out of Luoyang in a carriage, and Dong Zhou was not awake yet, nor did he come to find trouble for Zhang Chuan, and it was estimated that he did not dare to wake up. Zhang Chuan also sat in the carriage, opposite Princess Wanyan. The carriage was driving slowly. Zhang Chuan was carefully looking at the Princess of 10,000 years at this time. I have to say that the royal genes are really good. The 11 or 12-year-old Princess of 10,000 years is now a beautiful embryo, and when she grows up, she must also be a big beauty. It seemed to notice Zhang Chuan's gaze, and the Lord of Wanyan Gong 783 was slightly red, and he was a little nervous. Zhang. Lord Zhang, you see. Watch me do what? Zhang Chuan laughed dumbly and said gently. Well, what's your name? Don't be nervous, I don't eat people, and don't call me any adult. Doesn't that mean that I recognize you as a sister? Just call me brother. Princess Wanyan glanced up at Zhang Chuan, saw him smile, and her heart calmed down a little. My name is Lu Yun. River. River. Brother. Saying that her face was flushed, she had never called an outsider so intimately. Zhang Chuan nodded. Well, then I'll call you Sister Yun. Princess Wanyan, wrong. Lu Yun still bowed her head, nodded her head slightly, and agreed. Zhang Chuan knew that the little girl was shy and did not care, slowly guided her to speak, and soon the relationship between the two was very close. Lu Yun would open the curtains from time to time to look outside, like a curious baby, to ask Zhang Chuan east and west. Luiyang, Dong Mansion. This is a mansion forcibly occupied by Dong Zhou, and the owner of this house was previously used by Dong Zhou to find an excuse for Lu Zhou to put him on death row. Dong Zhou finally woke up under the treatment of the Thai doctor, but the pain underneath was still incomparable, and at this time, only Li Ryu was here in front of Dong Zhou's new bed. Dong Zhou's eyes showed a look of trepidation. When how is my injury? After saying that, I couldn't help but look at my own painful place. Li Ryu's face was now hesitant, and Dong Zhou saw that Li Ryu had not answered for a long time, and his heart sank and he said angrily. When you say. Li Ryu gritted his teeth. Lord Yu Fei, you have there. It hurt too badly there and seemed to be abandoned. Scrapped. Chapter 63. What? Dong Zhou sat up at once, and then fell down again with a scream, covering a certain place and screaming. Obviously this action pulled the wound. The corners of Li Ryu's mouth twitched violently, and he felt as if he was also a little in pain there, and he didn't expect such a thing to happen, and his clever and intelligent head didn't count it out. After a long time, Dong Zhou was a little more comfortable, his face was miserable, his eyes showed a venomous color, and his voice was hoarse. What about the dog thief? Li Ryu naturally knew who Dong Zhou was talking about, and hurriedly said. According to the report of his subordinates, he has left the city and left Luiyang. What, bastard, you just let him go, I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Dong Zhou roared hysterically. Li Ryu did not know for a moment what to say, block, what to stop. Lu Buletin was not an opponent who to send, besides, Dong Zhou was unconscious, how to mobilize the army. Dong Zhou vented for a while, lying on his back on the bed, his eyes looking at the roof with no concentration. He was really ruined, and it seemed that the ambition in his heart had also been depressed a lot. Li Ryu looked at Dong Zhou's dazed look, secretly saying that it was not good. If Dong Zhou was depressed like this, then these people did not finish playing. Li Ryu thought about it and opened his mouth. Father-in-law, don't you want revenge? Dong Zhou's eyes showed a tyrannical color, and he said coldly. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Ryu nodded and said hurriedly. Your father-in-law, the strength of that river is indeed not weak. If you want to take revenge, your father-in-law, you must control the imperial court, blackmail the Son of Heaven to order the princes, and then your father-in-law will have great power, and let all the local forces attack and state under one order, so that Zhang Chuan is not at your mercy. Dong Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Yes, he must take revenge, arrest Zhang Chuan, and let him taste his own pain. Well, you're right, so tell us what we're going to do next. Dong Zhou's eyes showed a fierce color. Li Ryu was relieved, and finally aroused Dong Zhou's ambition again, sorted out his thoughts, and Li Ryu slowly opened his mouth. Father-in-law, the first step is to depose the current emperor and establish Lu Xie as the new emperor. Dong Zhou wondered. Why, isn't Lu Wei weaker now? Li Ryu shook his head. Even if He Jin dies, many of his subordinates will be loyal to Lu Zhen, and with the help of Empress Dowager He, even if he is weak, there will be many supporters, and it will be much more difficult to control him. On the contrary, Lu Xie is much better, young, and no one can rely on. You support him to ascend to the throne, he is not close to you, who else can he rely on? Dong Zhou thought carefully and nodded, as if this was the case. Dong Zhou's eyes shone brightly. When you let the wind go, just say that Lu Ji is weak and incompetent, and is not suitable to be an emperor, while Lu Xie is intelligent and broad-minded, and I am ready to establish a new emperor." Li Ru's eyes showed a look of relief, and Dong Zhou, who was fierce and vigorous, returned. "Yes, I'll do it." Just as he was about to turn around, Dong Zhou suddenly opened his mouth coldly. "What happened to Lu Buletin?" Li Ru chuckled in his heart. So-called, it seems that Dong Zhou also resented Lu Buletin, which is not a good thing. But still replied. "General Lu is recuperating at home behind closed doors." Dong Zhou snorted coldly. "Useless waste, I still value him so much." Li Ru hurriedly persuaded. "Father-in-law, General Lu has tried his best, if he hadn't finally taken us away, we might have died by now, that woman." Speaking of this, Li Ru unconsciously shivered. Is that not a good person at all? More like a puppet. "Father-in-law, we still need General Lui's help." Dong Zhou waved his hand and closed his eyes. "Well, I know, just talk to you, you go down." Li Ru respectfully performed a salute and slowly walked out. Soon Luoyang spread the news that Dong Zhou wanted to change the emperor, which immediately caused the dissatisfaction of many ministers. Could the emperor be changed so easily? Are you kidding? Many ministers wrote to Lu Fei one after another, asking him to order Dong Zhou to lead his troops to withdraw. But all the letters were intercepted by Li Ru. It may be that Dong Zhou became more tyrannical because of this injury, and directly let Shi Liang Tai write according to the name of the letter, kill people according to the order, read it correctly, it is killing, directly in the minister's house to kill the ring, full of reprimands. The whole of Luoyang fell into a terrifying blood, and the ministers lost their voices one after another, not daring to confront Dong Zhou again. Not long after, Dong Zhou forced Lu Zhou to write down his own edict, and then issued a Zen edict, directly passing the throne to his younger brother Lu Xie, and he became the king of Hungnong. Although Lu Wei had the Terminator in his hands, he really did not want to be the emperor, and simply pushed the boat along the water to give up the throne. Lu Xie ascended to the throne. Dong Zhou was almost healed, and he directly sealed himself as Xiongguo, and his sword was on the temple, and he did not tend to enter the dynasty. Praise and worship were not named, and power fell to the opposition. At this point, Dong Zhou was even more tyrannical, and as long as any minister dared to be slightly dissatisfied with himself, he would kill the whole family. The remaining ministers trembled and were more respectful to Dong Zhou than to the emperor. Dong Zhou simply lived directly in the palace, because he was already ruined, so he invented more cruel games and tortured the palace eunuchs in the palace to death. On this day, the tyrannical atmosphere in Dong Zhou's heart suddenly broke out, and the idea hit Empress He's body, and since her abdication, Lu Wei and the Empress Dowager were imprisoned in the Deep Palace together. Although he was imprisoned in the Deep Palace, Lu Wei was much more relaxed than the emperor, and he gave the Terminator a name for Lu Wei, which clearly meant to protect his safety. Lu Wei's greatest pleasure was to watch Lu Wei show his various abilities, and all kinds of rioting operations made Lu Wei scowl and shout immortals. Instead, Empress He washed her face with tears every day, because she knew that neither Dong Zhou nor Lu Xie would let them live. Looking at his son's happy smile every day, his heart was full of helplessness, and his son really did not seem to be suitable to be an emperor. The two were sitting on the edge of the bed talking, and Lu was comforting his mother as usual. "Mother, don't be sad, I think it is still not good for the emperor." The Empress Dowager's eyes were slightly red, and she looked at her stupid son and was about to open her mouth. The bang-closed door was violently knocked open, and Dong Zhou broke and drunk, followed by 4 Western Liang soldiers. Dong Zhou's whole person was blessed a lot. The most strange thing was that his beard had actually fallen out, his face was getting whiter and whiter, and the whole white-faced beardless man could not say anything strange. Empress He and Lu Fei's faces changed. Empress He's eyes were full of despair. Should come or come, this day is not what she is worried about. Now that it was really coming, Empress He let go of her worries. "Just pity my son, still so young." Or, Lu Wei looked at Dong Zhou, his face turned pale, his body shook a little, looked at Empress He, gritted his teeth, and suddenly got up and stood in front of Empress He, looked at Dong Zhou, and stammered. "Dong Xiongguo, you do it. What for?" Dong Zhou laughed when he heard the words, and looked at Lu Wei with drunken eyes. What's the matter? Of course, to see the Empress. See. These four are the bravest soldiers in my Western Liang army, and they will definitely be able to serve the Empress Dowager. Do you also want to see how they serve the Empress? Lu said inexplicably. Dong Xiongguo, thank you for your kindness, there is no need for them to serve here, let them go back. Dong Zhou couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and those few Western Liang soldiers also held back their laughter, but their eyes on the bed became even hotter and crazier. King Hungnong, this is not up to you. Hey, what are you still doing standing here? Don't go to the Empress Dowager yet, don't let the Empress Dowager wait for a long time. Dong Zhou suddenly said coldly. The four Western Liang soldiers couldn't help it for a long time, and said excitedly. Yes, thank you Lord. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards Lu Fei, ready to throw this obstructive boy aside first. Chapter 64. Lu Wei looked at the four big men who were rushing towards him, his eyes were full of fear, and he shouted. Lu Wei saved me. A figure suddenly came to Lu Wei's side, a flash of silver light, and then one person and 1 foot, all flew towards Dong Zhou. The heads of the four big men separated in the air, blood splashed everywhere, blood water fell from the air, pouring Dong Zhou's head and face. Dong Zhou was drenched by this, instantly woke up, looked at the four headless corpses that had fallen to the ground, took a step back in horror, looked at Lu Wei in disbelief, and noticed that there was a cold-faced maid standing next to Lu Ji. This temperament seemed to be familiar. Suddenly, Dong Zhou said in horror. You! How can you have it? This kind of person. Empress He behind Lu Ji also looked at her son in surprise, and then looked at the maid next to her son. This maid she could see every day for a while, and had been following her son. Originally Empress He also mentioned that Lu Fei had changed this maid, afraid that her son would be fascinated by this woman. I didn't expect that my son was actually firm this time. He didn't agree to it, he was also discouraged, and he didn't care anymore. He never expected that this maid's force was so terrible. Where did his son get it from? Lu Wei looked at Lu Wei beside him, and his heart breathed a long sigh of relief, and his heart also calmed down, looking at Dong Zhou Dao angrily. Dong Xiongguo, I have already given up the throne, what else do you want? Don't deceive people too much, if you push me into a hurry. He said and looked at Lu Wei beside him. The fear in Dong Zhou's eyes still did not subside, and suddenly he felt that he had been better in a certain 807, and there was a feeling of pain. Dong Zhou was panicked in his heart. Well, I'll let you go this time. After saying that, he looked at the Terminator jealously, turned around and ran outside, looking at the wolf's appearance, and there was a feeling of running away from the wilderness. Lu Wei took a deep breath and said to Lu Wei. Thank you, Lu Wei. The Terminator tilted his head to look at Lu Zhang, nodded, did not speak, and there was a glimmer of red light in his eyes. Empress He only opened her mouth at this time. Excuse me, this is... Lu Fei turned his head back and said excitedly. Mother, this is what I want from Brother Zhang, she is so powerful, with her there, no one can hurt us. Empress He wondered. Big Brother Zhang. Lu defended for a moment. It seemed that he thought that the eldest brother would be scolded by his mother so chaotically, hesitated, or said. It's Hes Hu Mujiang Chuan Zhang Renai Yuan. Empress He looked at Lu Wei in surprise, not expecting that he would take the initiative to make friends with the Chancellor, and nodded. Debater, you did a good job, so what should we do now? Have you thought about it? Lu defended for a moment, not knowing why. Mother, aren't we very good now? With Lu Wei's protection, Dong Zhou can't do anything with us. Empress He laughed bitterly, whether it was simple or stupid, and shook her head. Debater, where is the matter so simple? After all, she is only one person, we have now completely offended Dong Zhou, and we can only find a way to escape. Lu Wei was confused, and suddenly remembered what Zhang Chuan had said, and his eyes lit up. Yes, Mother, Brother Zhang said at the beginning, if I can't stay in Luoyang, I can go to Heshu to find him. Empress He was stunned, and there was such a thing, and her heart moved slightly. Okay, now that we have a place to go, how do we leave the palace? Lu Wei thought deeply and thoughtlessly, without a clue, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Wei. "Lu Wei, is there anything you can do?" Lu Wei's eyes flashed red, nodded, and said coldly. "Just leave the tunnel." Empress He and Lu were stunned. "Authentic? What authentic?" Lu Wei looked at them, then at the big bed, and said coldly. "You get out of this bed first." Lu Wei was frightened, and then quickly helped Empress He get up and stood next to her. Lu Wei stepped forward, stretched out her right hand, firmly grasped the edge of the bed, and easily lifted the bed up and put it aside. Empress He looked at this amazing scene with disgust. She knew exactly how much this bed was. She couldn't imagine that she was lifted up by Lu Wei so easily. What did this girl do? The strength was too great. Lu Wei looked at it with excitement. He had already seen Lu Wei's inhuman power, but every time he saw it, it still made him very excited. The Terminator stepped forward, crouched down, held out his right fist, and slammed it into the ground. There was a loud bang, the dust was flying, and a large dark hole appeared in place. Empress He and Lu Fei looked at each other, and they couldn't imagine that there was a secret passage here. Lu Wei stood up and came to Lu Wei's side and said coldly. "It's been sealed, and I've opened it now, and the tunnel leads all the way out of town." Lu Wei opened his mouth wide and said in surprise. "How do you know?" Lu Wei said lightly. "Scan. When you're done, don't open your mouth." Empress He and Lu Fei couldn't understand it at all, and they were no longer entangled. Empress He said happily. "Excuse me, go get ready, we'll leave now." It didn't take long for Empress He and Lu Wei to go down from the cave entrance with 2 packages, and Lu Wei stood on it, put the bed back in place, and then followed. The main hall fell silent, and there was no one there, as if there were no people living here. Zhang Chuan ran all the way, and finally returned to Jinyang. From the time he entered the state, the speed was much faster. Lu Yun's problems were also increasing, making Zhang Chuan's head bigger, and now when he got off the carriage, he only felt that his head was buzzing. Zhang Chuan directly threw Lu Yun to his mother, saying that he had picked up a sister on the road and brought her home when he saw her pitiful. Mother Zhang is very happy. She has always wanted a daughter, and she can't imagine that she can pick up a ready-made one, because Zhang Feng and Zhang Chuan are busy people, and they are not at home, and Mother Zhang has more people to accompany and is naturally happy. Mother Zhang also loved Lu Yun like her own daughter, and used all her concern for Zhang Yun to Lu Yun. Lu Yun had no mother since childhood, and the feeling of being loved like this was only experienced in the Spirit Emperor, and now this feeling has returned. Lu Yun cherishes it very much, and is also very good to Mother Zhang. Zhang Mu has the Terminator left by Zhang Chuan, but there is no need to worry about Lu Yun's badness, and the heart of defense is indispensable. As soon as Zhang Chuan returned, Tian Feng came to the door in frustration, and Zhang Chuan had to take them to the study. The 3 of them sat still. Tian Feng couldn't wait. "Lord, all the grain this year has been planted, and it has grown very well, haha, and this year is another bumper harvest." Frustrated Ji also laughed. "Lord, your arrangements for those people in the county town have really achieved extraordinary results, and many corrupt officials have been arrested by them, and I have directly confiscated their family property and sent them to work. In addition, our population has increased by another 1 million, haha, and the state is getting richer, which is really unimaginable." Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded. He knew all these things through the Terminator, but it didn't prevent Tian Feng from reporting to himself, which was their credit after all. Zhang Chuan smiled and arched his hand. "2 gentlemen who have worked hard." Tian Feng waved his hand in frustration. "Don't say that, these are the things we should do." Tian Feng thought about it. "Lord, the things you asked to run the school have been almost done now, and the schools in every county have been repaired 3 times. Those books were also printed by some movable type printing technique made by Zhang Er's master. Wait now for the Lord to issue an announcement for the people to send their children to school." Zhang Chuan said excitedly. "Really, it was done so quickly? Good, good." Zhang Chuan really hadn't noticed that the academy had been built so quickly, and it seemed that Tian Feng and Feng Zhi had really used their hearts. Frustrated face is now difficult to color. "Lord, if we do this, I am afraid that it will cause the dissatisfaction of those powerful families, and if the imperial court blames it when the time comes. Tian Feng also looked hesitant. Yes, sir, this has to be prevented. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, reached out and took out a scroll from his arms and put it on the table. What do you see here? Tian Feng and frustrated Ji looked at each other. Tian Feng reached over and opened it. The whole person was stupid. Frustrated Ji was anxious, and he hurriedly probed over, and at a glance, he also froze instantly. Zhang Chuan looked at the two people's looks funny, picked up the teacup and drank the tea. Good tea, lips and teeth left fragrant. After a good half a sound, Tian Feng returned to his senses in frustration, and his hands trembled. This is it the Holy Will, or the blank Holy Will with the seal, the Lord? Did you go to the palace and steal it? Poof! Zhang Chuan did not hold back, a sip of tea sprayed past. Tian Feng frustrated Ji just took a straight face, was sprayed a face, the expression on his face was dazed. Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes and said angrily. Say what? Is Ben a man like that? This was given to me by the young emperor himself. Yuan Hao, Gong He, I didn't expect you to look at me like this, it really disappointed me. Tian Feng looked at each other in frustration, looking like it was true, and quickly surrendered his hand to make amends. Lord, it is our fault that we live in the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. The penalty, the penalty. Chapter 65. Zhang Chuan did not have a good airway. Ah, forget it, you should remember, this prince is a righteous gentleman, and he will certainly not do those things that steal chickens and dogs. Tian Feng smiled and nodded in frustration. Yes, yes, the prince is as gentle as jade, unparalleled in the world, and has a good manner. Zhang Chuan looked at the two strangely, and this ass shot, well, comfortable. Zhang Chuan waved his hand and smiled. Well, with this, you should not be afraid of the embarrassment of the imperial court. Tian Feng nodded, then said. This can only be the top for a while, if you want to be long-lasting, you have to find another way. Zhang Chuan smiled. It's okay, I can just stand up for a while, and I naturally have a way to do it later. Zhang Chuan secretly thought in his heart, the future will be a chaotic world, at that time who has the big fist, who has the final say. Zhang Chuan feels that his fist is still very hard, well, it is really hard. Tian Feng nodded in frustration, approving Zhang Chuan's decision. Luoyang, the imperial palace. Dong Zhou panicked and returned to the palace. He had completely occupied the emperor's palace. Just when Li Ru was waiting here, he had something to look for Dong Zhou, and when he saw Dong Zhou's appearance, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Father-in-law, what's wrong with you? When Dong Zhou saw Li Ru, he was slightly relieved and slumped in his chair, still with fear in his eyes and breathless. That Lu Wei Xiaoer actually has a handmaiden like Zhang Chuan by his side. I almost couldn't come back. Li Ru was stunned. It is impossible, there should be very few people as powerful as Zhang Yi, right? How can Lu Zhen have? Then he looked at Dong Zhou strangely and asked. You can resurrect her when you see her dead. Dong Zhou shook his head. Not really, but the temperament is very similar, and I just ran away. But when she killed the soldiers, she was still very powerful. Li Ru's face was even more strange and he asked. How many soldiers did you bring? Dong Zhou did not know why. 4. Li Ru's eyes looked straight at Dong Zhou and no longer spoke, but there was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Dong Zhou calmed down, carefully thought about the pop and slapped his fat hand on the table. Bastards, are they lying to me? I'm scaring myself. Li Ru said quietly. Supposedly there should be very few people like that. Dong Zhou was more sure of his guess and immediately stood up angrily. Lu Zhener, he dared to deceive the old man, you are looking for death. After the roar, he hurried outside. Li Ru was stunned, he couldn't imagine Dong Zhou's reaction so big, and he asked hurriedly. Father-in-law, where are you going? Dong Zhuota did not return to the dark road. Lead soldiers to kill. After saying that, people go far. Li Ru opened his mouth to call Dong Zhou back. Originally he wanted to discuss with Dong Zhou how to win over the ministers, but now it seems that he can only come back tomorrow. Dong Zhou came to the front of the palace with a fierce momentum with 500 Western Liang iron horsemen, and when he saw that the door was not closed, he immediately let the soldiers rush in. As a result, there was not even a hair in it, and Dong Zhou completely believed that he had been deceived, and he was instantly furious. "Burn this palace to me!" The fire was raging, and the light of the fire reflected Dong Zhou's white and gloomy face, and Dong Zhou looked at the fire with both eyes and wondered in his heart, where would they flee? Soon Dong Zhou suddenly ordered the blockade of the Luoyang city gate and forbade anyone to go out. At this time, Lu Wei and Empress He had already come out of the tunnel, and the two changed into the clothes of the people, and Lu Wei found a carriage and drove the carriage towards Hezhu. As soon as Jiang Chuan's notice was sent, the people of Hezhu sent their children to the academy without saying a word, and they almost unconditionally trusted any decision of Jiang Chuan. At this time, the prestige of Jiang Chuan in Hezhu was completely beyond people's imagination, and almost all the immortal tablets of the family were the names of Jiang Chuan. In the end, Tian Feng was shocked to find that the academy was not enough, and he thought that there were not enough children to recruit. Who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? At this moment, the two deeply felt the position of Jiang Chuan in the hearts of the people of Hezhu, and both of them were shocked beyond belief. The two of them rushed to consult with Jiang Chuan, and finally had to evaluate these children, leaving behind the smarter children. After all, it is still in the trial stage, and Jiang Chuan can't find other teachers, so he can only find a Terminator as a teacher. Anyway, every county has a Terminator, it is still enough. Jiang Chuan let these Terminators all become women. After all, women can make those children more accessible. Jiang Chuan had to wait until he could come up with more Terminators before expanding the school, and he also had to try to see if the Terminators could teach the children. After all, they were all robots with no feelings. Jiang Chuan could only let Zhang Yi stare at it at any time, and if there was a slight abnormality, he could stop it. Brand new books are delivered to every child, and the children feel new and keep looking at the books. When the Terminator appeared coldly in front of the academy, all the children were quiet, and the aura of the Terminator was still very intimidating. Terminator said coldly, "I'll be your teacher from now on, just call me teacher." The Terminator closed his mouth and looked at the children below coldly. Many children looked confused, or some of the more daring children whispered, "Teacher." The Terminator nodded, and the children saw the Terminator nod and immediately followed suit. "Teacher." In this way, the Terminator's career as a teacher began bumpily, and I am afraid that Skynet never dreamed that his old army of finishers would one day come to teach children to read. At the beginning of man, nature is good. The heavens and the earth are yellow, and the universe is barren. The sound of reading aloud came out from every school, and many children who did not go to school also ran to read with them, and this sound drifted in the county town, making almost every citizen smile with joy. At this time, Empress He and Lu Wei had just entered the territory of Hezhu, because Empress He was afraid of being bored, and the curtain of the car had always been opened. The carriage suddenly stopped bumping and drove smoothly, and Empress He and Lu Wei both looked outside in shock. At this time the three classics were decided to the end of summer. At a glance, it was all golden grain, and the wind blew, like waves, and the two had seen such a scene. The two remembered the wasteland they had just seen when they came out of Luoyang, the skeletons everywhere on the road, and then looked at the scenery here, and the two simply doubted whether this was a big man. Then the carriage turned a corner, and a wider road appeared in front of me, and many carriages on the road ran fast, and many people in the carriage smiled and greeted each other. Lu Zhen opened his mouth wide and couldn't help asking, "Lu Wei, where is this? Is it far from the merger state?" Lu Wei said coldly, "This is Hezhu, and we are rushing towards Jinyang." Lu Wei and He Tai looked at each other from behind. Didn't they always say that Hezhu was a barren place that the Hu people plundered? How did it become like this now? If this is all barren, then what is Luoyang? The two were silent and no longer talking, and Lu Wei couldn't help but admire Jiang Chuan in his heart, and he couldn't imagine that he had governed the state so well. Empress He was purely curious about Jiang Chuan, so why didn't such a talented person go to Luoyang as an official, but stay here? Empress He was full of doubts in her heart, and it seemed that when the time came, she would have to take a closer look at who this Zhang Chuan really was. Either this person was a good official with a heart for the people, or he was a person with great ambitions. Thinking of this, I can't help but laugh at myself again. I am now a fugitive, what is the use of thinking about this? But there are no other thoughts in my heart, as to whether it can be done, as long as God knows. The carriage galloped all the way, because the road was flat and the speed increased, and in the afternoon they entered Jinyang and ran directly to Jiangfu. Zhang Chuan just happened not to be at home at this time, because Zhang Chuan was in Zhang Er's place. This guy seemed to have opened all the information he had stored, what glass, soap. All this was made for him, but it was not yet mass-produced. Zhang Chuan came here just to let him try to see if he could get the hybrid rice out, and if he really got it out, would the grain still be worried? Unfortunately, Zhang Er directly said that he knew this technique, but it was basically impossible to complete it in a short period of time if the real test was successful. After all, the plant needed to grow time, and Zhang Chuan could only arrange a Terminator for him to slowly experiment. At the gate of Jiangfu, the carriage stopped. Lu Wei helped Empress He to come down, and the housekeeper of Jiangfu hurriedly greeted him and said warmly, "You are the noble guests of the Gongzi. The Gongzi has already sent someone to tell me, please inside, the Gongzi will come back in a moment." Empress He nodded and followed the butler into the Jiangfu. The area of the Jiangfu was still very large, and the Jiangchuan was arranged with a small bridge flowing water, and the southern environment of the Lao Tai Hall Pavilion, because he was a southerner in his previous life. The two were shocked by the beautiful environment and then looked around. The two followed the butler forward, turned a corner. There was a swing hanging under the two big trees in front of them. A beautiful teenage girl was giggling and swinging the swing. Lu Wei and Empress He were surprised and their eyes were wide open, and Lu Wei was the first to exclaim, "Sister Yun!" Chapter 66. Lu Yun turned his head and froze. How could Lu Wei and the Empress Dowager be here? Slowly returning to God, he got off the swing and trotted over. Lu Wei said incredulously, "Sister Yun, why are you here? They don't mean you have." Lu Yun respectfully performed the ritual. "I have seen your majesty, Empress Dowager." Empress He looked at Lu Yun in disbelief and waved her hand. "Wherever there is any majesty and queen, just call us by our names." Lu Yun was surprised. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Lu Yang?" Lu laughed. "I have ceded the throne to my brother-in-law, and Lu Yang is now completely in the hands of Dong Zhou, and Dong Zhou has caused trouble in the palace, and if he wants to kill us, we can only escape." Lu Yun was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine that Lu Yang would become like this. If he was still in the palace, he couldn't imagine it, and he was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, he had come to Hezhu early. The butler stood aside smiling, seeing that they had said almost everything, and smiled. "Let's go to the living room and talk slowly." Only then did the three of them find themselves chatting here, and the Empress Dowager laughed. "I'm sorry, let's go." The butler nodded and led them to the waiting room. Zhang Chuan returned to the palace, directly came to the living room, saw that they were chatting. Zhang Chuan smiled and stepped in. The voice alarmed the three people. Chi looked at the door. Empress He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "So young, handsome, who is this? Is it Zhang Chuan's son?" Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. "Chuan has seen His Highness, the Empress." Empress He cried out in surprise. "You're Mujiang Chuan." Zhang Chuan laughed. The Empress Dowager said it well, "I am Zhang Chuan Zhang Renayuan." Lu Wei said excitedly when he saw Zhang Chuan. "Brother Zhang, I've come to Hezhu to find you." Zhang Chuan looked at Lu Fei and nodded, and then his face was solemn. "Since the two of you have come to merge with the state, then you must forget your identity before, and start over here, at least in my place. You can still guarantee that you have no worries about food and clothing, are you willing?" Empress He sighed inwardly. It seemed that her little bit of caution could be snuffed out, and this person in front of her must have great ambitions. Lu Zhen nodded. "No problem, that's the life I want." Zhang Chuan looked at Empress He, and Empress He thought it out that the people after him were much more relaxed, and smiled and nodded. "Well, that's going to trouble Zhang Gongzi." Zhang Chuan was also relieved. these two people were indeed in a bit of trouble. Seeing that the two were so interesting, Zhang Chuan did not make it difficult for them. Just next to the Zhang mansion, a mansion was arranged for them, and the underlings and maids were there. In Luoyang, Yuan Shao, because he opposed Dong Zhou and made Lu Xie emperor, reprimanded Dong Zhou to his face, and then fled to Jizhu for fear of Dong Zhou's retaliation. Dong Zhou was furious and wanted to kill Yuan Shao. Li Ru persuaded him, and Dong Zhou suppressed his anger and sealed a Bohai Tai Shao to Yuan Shao, asking Lu Xie to order him to settle down a little, and Luoyang was left with Cao not leaving. Cao was also unambiguous, and consulted with Wang Yun to prepare to assassinate Dong Zhou, and Wang Yun gave Cao the treasured 7-star sword so that he could act conveniently. Cao came directly to see Dong Zhou with the 7-star sword. Just as Dong Zhou was lying on his side asleep, there was no one in the room. Cao was happy in his heart and just pulled out the sword. Lu Buletin suddenly came in and drank. "What do you want to do?" Dong Zhou woke up in shock and climbed up to look at Cao, who smiled in a hurry. "I came to give Dong Xiongguo a sword," he said, and handed the 7-star sword to Dong Zhou. Dong Zhou did not suspect anything, but happily accepted it and waved Cao away. Cao immediately rode out of the city after leaving, and even if he reacted quickly, because Lu Buletin had already chased him out, it was a pity that Cao escaped Dong Zhou in anger, and immediately issued a arrest document, asking officials everywhere to arrest Cao. This time, Li Ru did not persuade him, and if he tried to persuade Dong Zhou again, he would kill himself first. Luoyang's drama was staged one by one, and Zhang Chuan controlled the Terminator to watch with relish, without intervening. Because the state is about to have a great harvest, at this time, the state is full of laughter and laughter. At Yingchuan Academy, Mr. Water Mirror suddenly called all the students over, looked at them, and sighed. "I believe that you all understand the situation in the world, and now you can all go out of the mountain." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving a group of students looking at each other. Suddenly, a bohemian laugh rang out. "Brothers Hike, have you thought about who to go to?" Everyone saw that a young man of about 20 years old was holding a wine jug and pouring wine into his mouth, while asking the same young man in his 20s next to him. The two were dressed in ordinary clothes, but their eyes were extremely bright, and many students looked at the two people with disgust. These two people came from a cold door, they disdained to associate with them, and they left. There were only a few people left in place, but Shizhike didn't care about these people at all, and looked at Guojiadeo with a smile. "Feng Xiao, what about you, have you thought about it?" Guojia took another bold sip of wine and smiled. "Good, you are a drama talent, didn't I ask you first?" "Oh, I'm going to go to Yuan Shao's place to see how this rich boy of the 4th dynasty and the 3rd duke really is." Shizhike nodded, and his eyes became deeper. "Well, I'm going to go to the state." "And state?" Everyone looked at Shizhike in surprise. It was not a good place, it was invaded by Hu people for many years. Zhang Chuan did not make a big fuss about the merger of states, plus he killed many corrupt officials and corrupt officials of the rich family, and the rest were almost all people from the cold door. They were all promoted by Zhang Chuan, loyal to Zhang Chuan, coupled with the surveillance of the Terminator. Many people did not know the real situation of Hu, but those businessmen knew one by one, but they were not willing to tell others for their own interests. Shizhike glanced at the crowd and suddenly smiled strangely. "It seems that even you don't know about the change in the state." Saying that, he suddenly smiled and left, leaving a few inexplicable people. Sun Yu fell into contemplation. Shizhike is not a person without purpose, and the state must have something to attract him to. It seems necessary to let the family send someone to investigate and state. Zhang Chuan absolutely could not have imagined, because Shiji was only a word, and the state would be noticed by those family clans so quickly. The state soon began to harvest grain, the people were happily busy in the fields, and Zhang Chuan also sent Terminators to help. The whole state was busy, no one was idle, women and children were carrying cooked meals to the fields, and the children were rolling and frolicking in the fields where the grain had been harvested. There were horses pulling scooters on the side of the road, and now the horses were no longer pulling carriages, but all of them were replaced by boards, ready to pull all the grain back. Not far from the border of the state, an old horse was slowly pulling a worn-out carriage creaking forward, and passers-by were worried about whether it would suddenly fall apart. Outside the carriage sat two young people. It was Shi Zhong and Guo Jia, who looked at Guo Jia helplessly. I said, Feng Xiao, aren't you going to Bohai? How to follow me and state? Guo Jia looked up and took a sip of wine, burped a drink, and giggled. Brothers He, who asked you not to tell me the secret? You know that I am curious, and I deliberately hold back and do not say, what can I do? Shi Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. Didn't I say that? I was also at a dinner time when several businessmen probably didn't notice me and I overheard their conversation. They said how much money they had made by going to the state, one was bigger than the other. I was curious and asked a question, and the result was that the few people did not open their mouths, and then they ran in a hurry. Didn't I also be seduced by curiosity? You still go to the Bohai Sea, in case you are caught by the Hu people of the state, it will be miserable. Guo Jia took another sip of wine and said. That's not okay, you're already sick, and then go to the state for a while. I'm afraid you really can't come back, alas, or I'll look at you. Who made us brothers and sisters? 5.9 Shi Zhong couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It turned out that he was worried about himself, and then laughed and scolded. Oh, hey, who's with you? I'm fine. As soon as the words fell, I suddenly coughed, and my whole face coughed red. Guo Jia hurriedly patted Shi Zhong's back, and then skillfully took out a pot of water from the carriage and handed it to Shi Zhong. You see, you look like this, can you really go to the state? Let's go to the Bohai Sea. Yuan Shao should be able to afford to hire a good doctor to see if he can cure you. Shi Zhong drank the water, stroked his chest, and shook his head. I won't go to see Yuan Shao, haven't you experienced the faces of these rich families? Guo Jia said urgently. But only the rich family has the strength to dominate the world. Don't you come out? Shi Zhong smiled slightly. Then I must also choose someone who I am satisfied with. The king chooses the subject, and the subject chooses the king. If there is really no such person, I would rather not be discharged. By the way, when the time comes, you will take care of me. Guo Jia was speechless for an instant, knowing that Shi Zhong was the most stubborn, so he had to say. Alas, I can't persuade you, so let's see it later. Chapter 67. The carriage turned a corner, a wide road appeared in front of the two people, the carriage went up the road, and it no longer shook, and the two immediately felt much more comfortable. Guo Jia and Shi Zhong looked at each other, and Guo Jia put the wine jug aside, looked at it carefully, and was surprised. Zhike, where have we been, this? What is this road made of? How does it not look like dirt, but like a stone, but is there such a big stone? Shi Zhong's eyes widened. Yes, that's the way to the state, and although I haven't been there, I've seen the map. Guo Jia shook his head. Let's ask someone later, don't go the wrong way. Shi Zhong nodded. Well, you're right. The two did not have the heart to speak again, turning their heads and looking east and west, trying to find out the characteristics of this place and state. The carriage passed through a canyon, and the front suddenly opened up, and there was a lively sound of people in front of it. Guo Jia and Shi Zhong were both stupid, looking at the front with disgust, wondering if they were out of the Han dynasty and in other countries. There was still a wide road ahead, but there were scooters parked on both sides, and on both sides of the road were large areas of golden fields, where hundreds of people harvested grain. Guo Jia stammered. This. Here is the Big Han and the state? They set off from Yingchuan. Along the way do not know how many displaced refugees they saw. The impact of the Yellow Turban Rebellion on the Han was too great, the corpses everywhere on the road, both of them looked numb, thinking that it was normal. But the scene of the harvest in front of them completely shocked them, and this scene should only appear in dreams. Shi Zhong returned from the shock, and a strong light erupted in his eyes. Let's go, let's get out of the car and ask, what is this place? Guo Jia had no objection, drove the carriage to the side, the two got out of the car. At this time it was noon, many women on the side of the road were standing on the side of the road with a large bowl of food looking at the men in the field, did not notice Guojia and the two at all. "Boss, eat!" Suddenly, one woman after another shouted, followed by other women, and the men in the field wiped the sweat from their heads, smiled thickly, put down their sickles, and walked toward the side of the road. Guojia and Shizhong looked at each other, and when a middle-aged man was devouring and eating, Guojia rushed over. He was already a cheeky person, and directly reached out and patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and smiled. "Big brother, it looks like this year's harvest is very good." The middle-aged man was stunned, swallowed the food in his mouth, turned his head to look at Guojia and the two of them, and saw that although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, they could still see that they were different from ordinary people. Instantly, his eyes became alert. "Who are you?" Guojia chuckled. "We're students on a study trip, didn't we come here by accident? But I don't know where this is, so I want to come and ask." "Oh, you're a scholar, that's a college question." The middle-aged man let down his guard and smiled sheepishly. And he said, "Here is the party, this year is indeed a big harvest, better than last year, haha." Guojia and Shizhong were shocked to hear that this place was really a state. What a ghost, and how could it have become like this? Shizhong interjected. "Oh, I don't know which family you're planting for the land, the harvest is so good, it should give you some more grain." The middle-aged man was stunned and immediately laughed. "It seems that you have not really come to our party, and the government of this place has sent us only 30% of the grain harvested, and the rest is our own." "Impossible, so much land, can those powerful bear it? They will certainly find ways to keep these lands for themselves." Guojia was stunned, and his face was full of disbelief. "Haha, Hokyang? In front of the Sichuan Gongzi, what are those powerful people? The disobedient tycoons have all been cleaned up, and now which tycoon still dares to occupy the land? All of them honestly set up caravans to make money, as for the land, they don't have to think about the land." The middle-aged man said dismissively. Guojia and Shizhongyan looked at each other, and their faces showed a look of horror. "How dare this Shangdang Taishao do this? Isn't this offending the rich families of the whole world?" Guojia swallowed his spit and smiled dryly. "It seems that you are too conservative to be very good to the people." The middle-aged man glanced at Guojia and took a bite of rice, with a look of gratitude in his eyes. "I tell you, Chuan Gongzi is our Shangdang person, and his governance of Hezhu began with Shangdang, although now Chuan Gongzi has been in Jinyang, but we still hope that Chuan Gongzi can come back to see more." Shizhong suddenly asked. "What about the Hu people? Hasn't the state been plundered by the Hu all along?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Hu people? That was before, and now the Hu people have long been driven out of the state, and I heard that General Zhao and General Zhang were still killing Hu people in the grasslands. It is worthy of being a person who is valued by Chuan Gongzi. It's a pity that the army doesn't accept people now, otherwise I would have let a few of the boys in the family go." Guojia and Shizhong bid farewell to the middle-aged man and returned to the carriage in a lost spirit. Neither of them spoke, but there was a quiet daze. "Feng Xiao, what kind of person do you say this Prince of Chuan is? How come we've never heard of it, and how did he get such a big change out of the state?" Shizhong's eyes flashed with essence and murmured. "Zhk, you still have the heart to think about this, don't you think that what this state pastor has done is shocking? If the things here were known to those clans, you would not have been attacked by the masses. The point is that you are still in the academy and said that you are coming to the state, and you say that with Wenruo's character, will you send someone to investigate and merge the state? Alas, and the state is in danger." Guojia's face showed a complex color. Shizhong was stunned and also reacted. "Well, you're right, it looks like I'm going to meet this Sichuan prince." Then a smile appeared on his face. "And I believe that since this Sichuan prince dares to do this, he should be on guard. Oh, it's getting more and more interesting." The two continued to drive the carriage to the front, and the more they walked, the more they felt amazed, looking at the board cars full of grain around them. Guojia couldn't help but say, "Zhk, this is really a state party, how I feel like a dream. Could it be that I was drunk and hadn't woken up yet?" Shizhong looked at his friend funny and couldn't help but tease him. "Feng Xiao, if you still go to the Bohai Sea, you have heard, there are no Hu people here, you don't have to worry about me. When Guojia heard this, he immediately stared at the drama Zongdao. Zhk, what do you mean, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, and the state has changed so much, don't you know how I go, isn't that my old life? Shi Zhong looked at Guojia funny. Okay, let's have a good look together. Guojia looked at Shi Zhong in disgust and took a sip of wine. Reclining lazily by the car door, comfortably blowing the wind. The road is good, the carriage runs fast, it did not take long to reach the Changsa city. As soon as it entered the city, the noisy and lively scene came into the eyes of the two people. The two found an inn to live in, rushed for so many days of road, both were tired, because of the lack of money. The two lived in a room early in the morning, the two were sleeping confused, and suddenly a crisp sound came into the ears of the two people. At the beginning of man, nature is good, sex is close, and habits are far away. The two of them opened their eyes and listened carefully. Guojia was surprised. Is this someone reading? What did they read, and how come I had never heard of it? Shi Zhong climbed up. Let's go, let's see. With that, he hurried to get dressed. The two men went downstairs, left the inn, and followed the sound to a remote place on the street, where there was a large two-story house with a plaque that read Eldest Son's School. Guojia and Shi Zhong looked at each other and slowly walked in, and suddenly found that there were many 7- and 8-year-old children crouching by the window, holding boxy things in their hands and reading something seriously. The two men hurriedly walked in, trying to see what they were holding, when suddenly a figure suddenly appeared in front of their eyes, blocking their way. The two were shocked and looked up to see a cold face looking at them. Who are you? Guojia hurriedly bowed his hand. We are a scholar who is out on a study trip, and we just arrived here, and we are attracted by the sound, and you are. Terminator said coldly. I'm the teacher here, this is where the children learn, please leave. Chapter 68. Guojia immediately smiled happily. Haha, girl, we are also students from the academy, can we go inside to see it? No way. Please leave. Guojia choked, he actually ate up, and the rogue nature immediately attacked. Well, we're not going to leave yet, what can you do with us? Saying that, he sat down on the ground and took out the wine jug and drank the wine. Shi Zhong couldn't help but cover his face, although he was used to Guojia's rogue nature, he still felt humiliated. The Terminator glanced at them, then reached out with both hands, grabbed the back of their clothes accurately, lifted them up easily, and walked toward the door. Shi Zhong and Guojia stayed still, and before they could react, the Terminator gently lowered them to the ground, turned back to the academy, and closed the door with his hand. Guojia turned back and immediately shouted. The gentleman doesn't move his hands, you know? You're still a teacher who teaches students, which is really rude. Many people looked at the two of them inexplicably, and Shi Zhong only felt too humiliated, so he quickly pulled Guojia away and returned to the inn. Guojia was still indignant. What teacher, still a woman, the strength is so great. Shi Zhong said helplessly. Well, we are not right, and we are fine if we are not hurt. Shi Zhong frowned. Feng Xiao, you found that no, those children are not big boys, but like ordinary people. Guojia also became serious. Yes, that's why I want to go in and see 923, it's getting weirder and weirder, can the children of those people also read? Shi Zhong nodded. No, I have to meet the Chuan Gongzi. Guojia agreed. Well, I'll go check it out too. The door of the room was suddenly knocked on, and the two were shocked, and Guojia walked to the door and asked. Who? A cold voice sounded. Eldest city enforcer. Guojia and Shi Zhong looked at each other. What is a law enforcer, is there such an official position? Guojia hesitated, but still opened the door. A majestic-looking middle-aged man walked in and looked at them coldly. What kind of people are you who dare to go to the academy and make trouble? 46. Shi Zhong pulled Guojia for fear that he would talk nonsense again, and stepped forward to bow his hand. Yingchuan Zizhong, who has only met adults, we are scholars who came to study from Yingchuan Academy, and we just broke into the academy because of curiosity, not intentionally. The Terminator's eyes suddenly flashed red and coldly. You're a drama talent, so the one next to you. Guojia said lazily. Guojia Guo Feng Xiao. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped talking, and both Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at this middle-aged man inexplicably. What happened? How could he not speak? When Shi Zhong saw that the atmosphere was not right, he wanted to open his mouth. Suddenly the middle-aged man said coldly. The prince wants to see you. Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at each other, and Guojia was curious. Gongzi, what son? The Terminator looked at them. Chuan Gongzi. Shi Zhong and Guojia were taken aback, so soon that Chuan Gongzi knew about them, and this intelligence ability was also too exaggerated. Shi Zhong thought about it and nodded. Okay. The Terminator nodded and said coldly. Come with me. The two followed the Terminator out of the inn. On the road to Jinyang, a luxurious carriage is running, and Shi Zhong and Guojia are sitting inside. Shi Zhong's face was full of doubts. Feng Xiao, why do you say that Prince Chuan wants to see us? We should not have any reputation. Guojia took a sip of wine contentedly and said casually. Regardless of him, I know it when I see it, but this Sichuan prince is interesting enough, and he actually directly asked someone to send me a pot of drunken immortal wine. This wine I have only tasted once, it is too expensive. Well, this person is good. The drama is speechless, and the people who co-authored the wine are good. After Cao returned to Chenlu, he immediately scattered his family wealth, recruited soldiers, and sent out documents. Calling on everyone to crusade against Dongzhou, the text spread all over the world, and the world shook in an instant. Zhang Chuan couldn't help but smile when he looked at the text in his hand. It seemed that the alliance of princes was about to start. Zhang Chuan put Tan Wen into the ring and turned to think of Guojia and Shi's He. Aren't these two people Cao's people? How could they get to Hezhu? It seems that they have not yet defected to Cao, then do they have a chance? Well, see them and then say. Guojia and Shi Zhong looked out the window from time to time, and were surprised to find that Hezhu seemed to be full of harvest scenes, which seemed to them to be very incredible. This is a big state. The people driving the carriage outside seemed reluctant to talk to them more. They asked, and the people outside answered coldly, and the two did not want to ask again. In Jiangfu, a luxurious carriage was parked here, and both Guojia and Shi Zhong got out of the carriage and looked around. A butler came out of the Zhang mansion and seemed to have been waiting there, and when he saw them, he immediately smiled and walked toward them. You are the prince's guests, come with me, the prince is waiting for you. Guojia and Shi Zhong nodded and followed the butler towards the inside of the Zhang mansion. As soon as they entered the house, the two were shocked by the environment inside, such a beautiful scenery they had seen for the first time, and they couldn't help but look around. The journey was not long, and soon the two were taken to the living room by the butler, and as soon as the two entered the door, they saw a handsome young man looking at them with a smile. Guojia and Shi Zhong couldn't help but look at each other. Was this the Prince of Chuan, and he was too young? Haha, I didn't expect the two to come and merge the state. The two were picked up by me so abruptly, it was really a bit presumptuous. Pay back the forgiveness. Zhang Chuan stood up and smiled. Guojia and Shi Zhong showed a look of surprise in their eyes, and the two bowed their hands. Ying Chuan plays loyalties He. Ying Chuan Guojia Guo Feng Xiao saw the state Mu de Jiang Chuan waving his hand and laughing. Don't use so much courtesy, sit down. The three of them sat down at the table, and Guojia couldn't help but be curious. Your Honor, do you know us? Zhang Chuan smiled mysteriously. Heard but never seen. I don't know what the two of you came to me for. Study tour. Two completely different answers to curiosity came out of their mouths, but the meaning was actually similar. Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled. How's it going? And what do you two think of the state situation? A smile appeared on Shi Zhong's face. Well, very well, the state pastor has great talent, and I am ashamed of myself. Guojia's eyes flickered and he spoke. Isn't it fearful of causing the clan to fight back when the state pastor governs the state in this way? Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. Fight back? Oh, what is the situation in the world now? I think both of them know in their hearts, as long as they are not afraid of death. Just come on. The faces of Shi Zhong and Guojia showed shock. What kind of confidence did this state pastor have, and dare to speak like this? Shi Zhong looked at Zhang Chuan with fixed eyes and suddenly opened his mouth. Do adults care about the world? Boom! Guojia's head was confused and he exclaimed. Zhike. He couldn't imagine that Shi Ji would ask such a question, so he said a few words, and Shi Ji actually had the idea of choosing the master, which had to surprise Guojia. Zhang Chuan actually didn't understand the doorway at all, he just felt that Shi Zhike asked too boldly, but he felt that it was nothing, but he was very frank. Well, that's right, I hope that every place in Dahan can be the same as it is now. Guojia was already speechless, really a dare to ask, one dared to answer. Shi Zhong smiled, suddenly stood up, and respectfully performed the ritual. Zhike has seen the Lord. Although he is not talented, he is willing to assist the Lord to achieve this goal. Zhang Chuan's head was confused. Didn't the novel say that the great talents are very reserved? If you want to ask for 3 or 4 pleases, how did you get to your own place? And Shi Zhike took the initiative to turn to himself? Is this a fake drama? Zhike, not the same person at all, until in his mind, Zhang Yi's reminder sounded. The power of faith increased by 5 million. Only in my heart was I sure that the person in front of me was really a drama talent. Zhang Chuan quickly stood up and helped Shi Zhike to speak. Haha, Mr. Can help, the river is like a fish in the water, hurry up. Shi Zhike said respectfully. Thank you, Lord. Then he stood up straight, and then looked at Guojiadeo. Feng Xiao, what do you think? Guojia didn't expect that Shi Ji was about to sell himself in the blink of an eye, and he said hurriedly. Me, haha, I'll look again, look again. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Zhike, there is no need to force it, I know that Feng Xiao is also a person with great talent, but I am not willing to force others, and I am fortunate to lose my life. Guojia's eyes showed a strange light, and he did not speak, and took a sip of wine with the wine jug. Shi Zhong looked at Zhang Chuan and admired it. The Lord is very brave. Chapter 69. The three of them sat down again, and Zhang Chuan looked at the drama Zhongdao. Zhike, I'll give you a reception banquet in the evening, and now I'll tell you about the specific situation of Hezhu and let you know about Hezhu. Shi Zhongyan nodded, and then turned his head to look at Guojia strangely. When Guojia saw this, he couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. You're not going to throw me out? Shi Zhong smiled slightly. Feng Xiao, this is a secret of the state, do you think it is appropriate for you to listen? Guojia was speechless for an instant, although this was the case, but he was really curious. There was no way but to grind the plutonium and get up. Zhang Chuan looked at Guojia amusedly and waved his hand. Well, Zhike, it's all right, these are not secrets, and it doesn't hurt Feng Xiao to listen to them. Guojia's ass, which had just left the seat, suddenly sat back down again, giggling. Haha, see no, or the people of Chuan Gongzi Zhongzhong looked at Guojia with a smile and didn't speak again. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and opened his mouth. There are no Hu people in the whole territory of Hezhu now, basically everyone has a field, and after this harvest, every family should have surplus grain. In addition, the road to the state is very smooth, and there are many merchants and armies coming and going. Zhang Chuanyang said that the more Shi Zhong and Guojia listened, the more shocked they became. Where this is a state, it is another country at all, and it is still a rich and powerful country. When Zhang Chuan finished speaking, Shi Zhong quickly asked. Lord, how long have you been ruling and state? Zhang Chuan thought about it. 4 or 5 years. It is impossible, Shi Zhong and Guojia said in unison, joking. 4 or 5 years to govern the state like this, is not a joke? They still knew what the state had been like before, and Mr. Water Mirror had told them about the situation in all the states of the Great Han Dynasty. They never doubted Mr. Water Mirror's words. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, understanding their thoughts very well. If there was no help from the Terminator, it would indeed be impossible. Stallholder, Gangshan Road. I don't have to lie to you. If you don't believe it, you can go out and have a look, and I can send someone to follow you. Shi Zhong turned back to God and laughed bitterly. No, sir, it's not that you don't believe it, you just think it's unbelievable. Guojia drank hard and still felt that it was impossible, but he couldn't find any evidence. Just like Zhang Chuan said, there was no need to deceive the two of them. The three of them stayed in the room for a long time and talked about a lot of things. Zhang Chuan was not a person of this era, and sometimes the views expressed made both of them almost collapse, but they all admired Zhang Chuan in their hearts. In the evening, Zhang Chuan set up a banquet and invited everyone to come, just as Zhang Chuan had summoned Zhao Yun and Zhang Guo back, and those Hu people were all killed far away from Hu, and there was no point in pursuing and killing them. Zhang Chuan introduced Guojia to Tian Feng, and although Guojia did not recognize the Lord, he also said that he would stay and see it first, so he also came to the dinner. Tian Feng smiled. Congratulations to the Lord for meeting great talents, and the state is a great harvest. It can be said that the double happiness is at the door, when the float is a big white. He raised his glass and touched it with everyone and drank it all. Zhang Chuan laughed. It is indeed a great joy, and there is another matter to discuss with you. What should you do to see me and the state? Frustrated to put down the glass. Lord, please say. Zhang Chuan nodded, reached out and took Yuan out of his arms, handed it to Shi Zhong, and smiled. Let's see. Shi Zhong hesitated, then took a look at it, his face was shocked, and casually handed it to Guojia. After everyone read it, all of them had a gloomy and uncertain face. Tian Feng said solemnly. Lord, Cao sent a letter to invite the world to have a powerful force. Forces will ally and attack Luoyang. Will this be? Shi Zhong suddenly interjected. Go, sir, you have to go. Everyone looked at Shi Zhong in surprise. Zhang Chuan said curiously. Zhk, why? Shi Zhong said slowly. Lord, we are not strong in the state, but you don't have a reputation yet, and the world doesn't know you at all, so how can we attract talents? Zhang Chuan was stunned, he hadn't thought about it. He was originally a person who didn't pay attention to any reputation, but in the Big Han he attached great importance to a person's reputation. Why could Liu Bei always fall down and get up again? Wasn't it a good reputation? Tian Feng gave them a nod of dismay, very much acknowledging Shi Zhong's idea. Zhang Chuan was not an arbitrary person, and seeing that everyone agreed, he nodded. Okay, then I'll take a look. Frustrated asked. Lord, how many troops are you going to bring? Zhang Chuan was stunned, and then thought about it. 5,000 heavy cavalry with a dragon, 5,000 light cavalry with a dragon, 10,000 cavalry should be enough. Zhao Yun and Zhang Buletin had 5,000 cavalry after several expansions, and they were preparing a new expansion plan, preparing to increase to a size of 10,000 people each. Zhang Feng said suddenly. Lord, the horseshoe on the cavalry. Tian Feng's face changed, and they also thought of this question, and Zhang Chuan waved his hand and smiled. It's all right, sooner or later they can't hide it, they know it, are we still afraid of them? Shi Zhong and Guojia were confused, but they were new and didn't know that some things were normal, so they could only ask them privately. Zhang Chuan suddenly looked at Shi Zhongdao again. This time, I will pay homage to you as a military master and come with me to see. Shi Zhong hurriedly surrendered. Yes, sir. When the matter was resolved, Zhang Chuan was happy in his heart and smiled. This year, we have a great harvest in the state, and the order is to continue, and after the people have finished harvesting the grain, the cities will be exempted from the curfew for 3 days, and everyone will also take 3 days off, so that the soldiers can go back to rest, and let the people celebrate well. Frustrated and smiling. The Lord is wise and mighty, and those people are probably going crazy. Zhang Chuan did not have a good airway. Shoot me less ass, come, drink, today is a happy day. The guests and hosts were happy, and Shi Zhong was helped by Guojia to send back to Shi Zhong's mansion, and Zhang Chuan directly sent a mansion to Shi Zhong, not far from the Zhang mansion. Guojia was not drunk, he was already drunk as his life, the amount of alcohol was very large. Guojia did not have that cynical look on his face at this time, but instead had a serious face, came to the courtyard, sat down, and the gentle evening wind blew, making Guojia's mind more sober. I don't know how long it took. What, can't sleep? A voice with laughter sounded. Guojia was shocked, and when he looked back, Shi Zhongzheng slowly walked over. Guojia couldn't help but laugh. You're not drunk either? Shi Zhong said helplessly. With some small means, does my body dare to get drunk? Well, let's talk about it. What are you thinking? He said and sat down opposite Guojia. Guojia's eyes flickered. Zhk, I didn't expect you to have a choice so quickly. Shi Zhong smiled. Feng Xiao, we have come all the way, have you seen those people? Anything can be false, but the people can't. Guojia was stunned. That's why you chose him. Shi Zhong shook his head. Feng Xiao, although you are very talented, you are also the most proud. I am not the same. Feng Xiao, you must not forget that we come from the cold door. I never thought that there were local people who dared to let the children of the people enter the school, and you know the difficulties of our study in those years. Although we are not ordinary people, we are also considered to be a family, but those people want to study, that is impossible, you know? When I heard the children in that school reading aloud, I was so shocked. It turns out that reading is something that everyone can read. Since someone wants to change all this, how can I not support it? Guojia fell silent and suddenly said. Zhk, you know the power of the family clan, and the state looks very beautiful, but it is also easy to be short-lived. Shi Zhong laughed. Haha, how do you know without trying? Feng Xiao, don't you think it's funny? If it is really done, at least it can leave a name in history. Guojia's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up and said. Well, try it, but I actually think it's interesting. Shi Zhong smiled and looked at Guojiadeo. You decided? Guojia suddenly smiled happily. You are my good friend, how can I bear to throw you like this to the state? Shi Zhong did not look at Guojia angrily. Are you? Remember to recognize the Lord and less put on this rogue look. Guojia blinked his eyes and smiled. Although I have only just met the side of Chuan Gongzi, I can also see that he is not a person who is stuck in small sections. Okay, all right, sleep. Saying that, he patted Shi Zhong's shoulder and walked towards the room with a swing. Shi Zhong shook his head, and his heart was also relieved. He really didn't want to make an enemy of this friend. Chapter 70. Ying Chuan, Mr. Water Mirror looked up at the starry sky, and suddenly frowned. What happened? The two wisdom stars would actually fall to the north, and it seemed that they still recognized the Lord. How could they confess the Lord so quickly? And suddenly the water mirror only felt a flower in front of them, and then looked at the sky, and was horrified to find that the celestial phenomenon had all changed, was disorganized, and was not the original trajectory at all. Mr. Water Mirror lowered his head in horror and muttered to himself. How is it possible? That is the number of days. How can the number of days change? Is there a demon head born? But it is also impossible. The demon head will be born with blood and light, and this kind of vision has never happened at all. Mr. Water Mirror shook his head, sighing helplessly. Now he was also a lump of paste, and could only go with nature. On several mountains unknown to the Great Han, those immortals also found that the number of days had changed greatly, and this time, they were completely blind, and the candidates who had originally booked according to the number of days did not dare to contact them again, and after that, they really could only look at luck. The next morning, Shi Zhong pulled Guojia to find Zhang Chuan, and Zhang Chuan inexplicably came to the hall and looked at the two people. What are you looking for me to do so early? Shi Zhong smiled slightly, looked at Guojia, and Guojia put away the hippie smile on his face and solemnly surrendered his hand. Feng Xiao has seen the Lord. Wanzhou was stunned, listening to the $5 million in his mind, and excitedly walked down to help Guojia laugh. Feng Xiao, I didn't expect you to decide so quickly. You can rest assured, as long as you don't fail me, I will not fail you. Guojia immediately laughed. Lord, do I have any good for me now? Zhang Chuan was dumbfounded. It's hard to say anything else, but the drunken immortal brew is definitely enough. Guojia's eyes lit up. Really? Do I want to drink a lot? Zhang Chuan laughed. Don't you know that drunken immortal brew is brewed in the state? If you want to drink as much as you want, go to the winery and get it. Guojia was surprised. Drunken immortal brew originally flowed out of the state. Alas, I knew I had come and gone long ago. Suddenly Shi Zhong coughed violently, and Guojia rushed forward to pat Shi Zhong's back. Alas, you've done this old problem again. Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly remembered that these two were short-lived ghosts, and he had a hard time getting two great talents, but don't just die like this. Zhang Chuan suddenly spoke. Zhang Yi, take a good look at the bodies of the two of them. Shi Zhong was also much better at this time, and Wen Yan raised his head to look at Zhang Chuan, only to see a beautiful maid beside Zhang Chuan come out. The red light in his eyes flashed, scanning the two up and down. Shi Zhong and Guojia did not know why, but they did not speak, believing that they would wait for Xia Zhang Chuan to tell them. The red light disappeared in Jiang's eyes and opened his mouth coldly. Gongzi, Shi Zhong is a congenital lung disease, and after the database data is collated, there are many ancient recipes that can be cured. Guojia is an addict, he has taken too many 5 stones, as long as he quits, he should be cured. Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at Zhang Yi stunned, what kind of person was this, and they actually saw their illness at a glance. Zhang Chuan looked at Shi Zhong and smiled. Zhk, you have also heard that in the future, as long as you take medicine, you can be cured. It seems that I still have to send someone to take care of you. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Suddenly 2 handmaidens walked in outside the door, both of them looked like they were attractive, and as for why they were women, this completely belonged to Zhang Chuan's bad taste. Zhang Chuan smiled at Shi Zhong and the 2 of them. 2, pick one, they don't have a name yet, you can take it yourself. In addition, their medical skills and martial arts are very powerful, enough to protect you. Shi Zhong suddenly pointed at Zhang Yi. Same as her. Zhang Chuan nodded. Well, the same as Zhang Yi. Shi Zhong smiled and pointed at one. Just her, since the Lord's name is Zhang Yi, then she will call it a good play. Zhang Chuan was speechless for an instant. What kind of strange rules is this? Why do you take what I take? Doesn't this show that I am uncultured? Guojia also giggled. Then I'll want her. Well, Guo Yi, that sounds good. Zhang Chuan looked at Guojia without anger. You just heard it too, don't eat these 5 stones. Guojia immediately cried and said with a sad face. No, sir, that's my life. Zhang Chuan was about to sternly refuse when he heard this, when his heart suddenly moved, he reached out and took out a boxy box from his arms and handed it to Guojia. Or you try this thing is better than 5 stones. Guojia took it in a daze, opened the box, saw the white columns neatly stacked inside, and curiously took out one. Lord, can this be eaten? Zhang Chuan couldn't help but laugh and took one of his hands over, and Zhang Yi went forward and took out a box of matches to light a cigarette for Zhang Chuan. That's right, what Zhang Chuan just took out was a cigarette, which Zhang Yi brought people to make up, and even matches were made by the way. Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at Zhang Chuan in a daze as he swallowed the clouds and spat out the mist, and Guojia swallowed a mouthful. Lord, I'll try. Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded. The first, Guojia's tears all flowed out, choking uncontrollably, and then the second, 3. It's so addictive. Zhang Chuan suddenly had a picture in his mind, Guojia smoking a cigarette, pointing in the big account, simply not too magical. Zhang Chuan drove the 2 back and told them to prepare for the meeting, and a few days later, they set out to meet the alliance together. Guojia also had his own mansion, and with his maid, he was separated from Shi Zhong. And the state has been completely lively these days, all the people are like a festival, smiling, every city is brightly lit, until dawn. Shi Zhong and Guojia found a tea house to drink tea, watching the people on the street, the smiles on everyone's faces, and Shi Ji couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid it's even more prosperous than Luoyang. But Guojia took a sip of the wine in his own wine jug, the mysterious secret of the gods. Zhk, you found that? No, the maid sent by the Lord is very strange. Shi Zhong glanced at Guojia, smiled and nodded. Well, found. Guojia said immediately. I feel like they're not women at all, they have too much strength. A bed, she just lifted it up with one hand, almost didn't scare me to death. Shi Zhong smiled lightly. Didn't the Lord say it was to protect us? Isn't it good to be strong? Guojia choked and immediately said. I'm just curious why they're so good. Shi Zhong shook his head. You, sooner or later, will be planted on this curiosity. Guojia did not think so, but instead developed a strong interest in Guo Yi. A few days later, Zhang Chuan set off with Zhao Yun and Zhang Tai, and Guojia and Shi Zhong followed in a carriage. Chen Lu sour dates, those people basically came, first town, later General Nanyang Tai Shao Yuan Shu second town, Jizhu Thorn Shi Hanfu third town, Yuzhou Thorn Shi Kongxian fourth town, Yanzhou Thorn Shi Lu Dai fifth town, Hanoi County Tai Shao Wang Kuang sixth town, Chen Lu Tai Shao Zhang Miao seventh town, Dong Gun Tai Shao Chiao Mao eighth town, Shanyang Tai Shao Yuanwei ninth town, Jai Base Yang Bao Xin 10th town, Bahai Tai Shao Kong Rong 11th town, Guangling Tai Shao Zhang Chao 12th town, Suzhu Thorn Shi Tao Qian 13th town, Ziliang Tai Shao Ma Tang 14th town, Beeping Tai Shao Gongsun Zan 15th town, Wuchen Ho Changsha Tai Shao Sun Jian 16th town, Kixiang Ho Bohai Tai Shao Yuan Shao 17 town. Cao Zhang Chuan deliberately delayed for a few days, unhurriedly led an army of 10,000 to the sour date. In the camp, Yuan Shao and they were discussing who would be the leader of the alliance, when suddenly a soldier rushed in. Report, and the state Mujiang Lord has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, the hall was quiet, and many people did not know who Zhang Chuan was, but Zhang Chuan was too low-key. Cao 5.2 stood up excitedly. Great, I didn't expect him to come, then our strength is even stronger, go, let's go and meet it. Han Fu was indeed ugly, that guy was his enemy, but now this situation could only go out with everyone. When everyone came out, they saw a teenager riding on a silver horse, followed by cavalry full of ferocity. These were all fierce characters who fought with the Hu people every day, and these people had never seen that momentum at all. Gongsun Zhan's eyes lit up, and these cavalry did not seem to be worse than his own white horse righteousness. Zhang Chuan turned over and dismounted and walked over, and Cao immediately laughed. Brother Renayuan, I didn't expect you to come back. Zhang Chuan laughed. Brother Mengda, how can I not come to such a big thing? Am I not a big man? Cao choked, this guy is still like this, saying a word can choke people to death. Cao said helplessly. Go into the big account and then say. Zhang Chuan nodded, looked at those people, many of them were strangers, and followed Cao inside. Chapter 71. Everyone sat down again. Cao smiled. Now that the people have also come, let's first elect the alliance leader. Everyone nodded their heads, and Jizhou Thorn Shi Hanfu immediately said. I think it is still the original brother who is suitable to be the leader of the alliance. Many of Yuan Shao's supporters have spoken out in favor of Yuan Shao as the leader of the alliance. Yuan Shao repeatedly pushed back, and even Cao stood up. Brother Bencho, you come to be the leader of the alliance, that is really deserved, or don't postpone it any longer, the big thing matters. Yuan Shao smiled deep in his eyes, pretending to be gracious and difficult, for the sake of difficulty. Alas, if that is the case, then I, too. Zhang Chuan suddenly interjected. Well, you chose the Lord of the League to let him give orders, and we have to listen to his orders. The hall was quiet, looking at the river. Isn't this nonsense? Cao saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly said. Brother Renayuan, the snake has no head, we must choose an ally to lead us. Zhang Chuan nodded, then shook his head again. You can choose the Alliance Lord, but I have the right to refuse the order of the Alliance Lord. I am afraid that someone will blindly command me. Everyone looked at each other, not expecting Zhang Chuan to say this so bluntly. Han Fu immediately seized the opportunity. 04, then what else are you here for? Coming to make trouble? Zhang Chuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly stood up. Oh, I don't know how many benefits there are in electing the Alliance Master, but I know what if the alliance mainly deliberately sends people to die. As soon as this word came out, everyone's face changed, and they were also worried about this situation, so they strongly recommended Yuan Shao to be the alliance lord. As long as Yuan Shao became the alliance lord, they relied on their previous friendship, Yuan Shao would definitely not pit them. Zhang Chuan glanced at Han Fu and said slowly, "Oh, many of you have a friendship with Yuan Taishao, I don't have it." Yuan Shao's eyes showed anger, he saw that he was about to become the leader of the alliance, he did not expect to jump out of such a person, but he could not tear his face, he could only suppress the anger and reluctantly smiled. "Oh, I don't know what Zhang Hezhu thinks, or you should be the leader of this alliance." As soon as the words fell, Han Fu's face changed and he immediately objected. "No, Zhang Zhumu is too young to be suitable, or the original brother is the most suitable." Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, and suddenly stood up. "Choose slowly, I won't listen to your allies' orders anyway." After saying that, he looked around and suddenly smiled strangely. "In addition, you who have no friendship with the allies should be careful." After saying that, he walked out, and the big account was completely quiet. Cao said awkwardly. "Oh, after all, Renayuan is still a young man, and his speech is a little ugly, let's not care, or continue to choose the alliance lord, otherwise we are still scattered, and how to kill Dong Zhou to save his majesty." But there were still people in the hall with different colors in their eyes, and suddenly Gongsun Zan stood up and smiled. "Well, there's still something going on in my camp, so you can choose it, and then you can notify me when the time comes. Say turn around and go." Yuan Shao Cao's face changed, this reason. Then Ma Teng also stood up. "I still have something to do," he said and walked out with Gongsun Zhan. The atmosphere in the big account was even more dull, and Yuan Shao suddenly opened his mouth with a somber face. "Is anyone else leaving?" Everyone looked at each other and no one left. Leaving again would really offend Yuan Shao, but there was obviously some uncertainty in his eyes. Yuan Shao's teeth itched with hatred in his heart, and he and Zhang Chuan didn't have any festivals, how could they feel as if they were targeting themselves? Everyone was absent-minded or chose Yuan Shao as the leader of the alliance, but the atmosphere was obviously not as exciting as before. As soon as Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng came out, they saw the river in front of them and hurriedly said, "Zhang Zhou, wait." Zhang Chuan looked back in surprise and saw two middle-aged people walking towards him, one was handsome, a middle-aged beautiful uncle, and the other was a lot rougher, with dark skin, and a very tough feeling. Zhang Chuan was surprised. "You are?" Gongsun Zhan smiled. Beeping Taishao Gongsun Bogui has seen Zhang Zhou. Ma Teng also politely bowed his hand. Shiliang Taishao Ma Teng Ma Xiaocheng has seen Zhang Zhou. Zhang Chuan was stunned and looked at the two people carefully, these two people are not small roles, laughing. "Oh, I don't know what happened to the two of you who stopped Chuan." Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng looked at each other, and Gongsun Zhan smiled. "We think what Zhang Zhou said in the big account just now is very reasonable, you see, can the three of us form an alliance to prevent Yuan Shao from retaliating against them?" Zhang Chuan was stunned, he couldn't imagine that Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng actually had this idea, thought about it carefully, and nodded. "Okay, you can camp to our side. We can also discuss something." Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng had a look of joy on their faces and said hurriedly, "Okay, we'll go back and make arrangements." The two men bid farewell to Zhang Chuan, and the wind and fire returned to the camp. Zhang Chuan looked at the backs of the two and couldn't help but shake his head, he didn't count as splitting Yuan Shao's allies. Zhang Chuan returned to the camp to summon Ji Zhong and Guojia and told them all about the matter. Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at each other, their faces were very exciting, and Guojia couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuan Dao strangely. "Lord, you won't be in the same group as Dong Zhou, don't you just divide an ally into two?" Zhang Chuan did not have a good airway. "Say what? I just think that Yuan Shao is not a good person, afraid of being pitted, Dong Zhou, he definitely wants me to die immediately." Shi Zhong's eyes shone with essence, and he slowly opened his mouth. "Lord, you can do this well, so that if we make meritorious achievements, it will be our own, and we don't have to share it with others. The key is that we must have strength. Lord, are you sure to break through the Fenshui Pass? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. No problem, I'm sure I can break through the water pass in an hour. Shi Zhong and Guojia took a breath of cool air. How could it be so simple? Shui Shui Pass is a famous difficult pass, and they are still cavalry, but Zhang Chuan does not need to deceive them. Shi Zhong's face returned to calm and smiled. Then there will be no problem, the Lord can let Yuan Shao attack them first, and after they fail, we will then fight down the water pass, then the Lord's reputation will definitely go out. Zhang Chuan looked at Shi Zhong and wondered. What do you know they can't conquer Shui Shui Pass? Guojia lit a cigarette, and Mai Mei took a sip, spewed out smoke, and smiled. Lord, not everyone has such confidence as you. Dong Zhou will definitely arrange for the general to guard the Fenshui Pass, and if you want to attack it hard, then the time is not short. Shi Zhong nodded and smiled. By the way, when the time comes, you can give Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng a little credit. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. Well, then let's take a look at Yuan Shao's performance. Without Zhang Chuan's troublemaking, Yuan Shao sat on the position of the Lord of the Alliance as he wished, declared himself a general of the car, and let Yuan Shu supervise the grain and grass. Although Yuan Shu was very unhappy, he still accepted it in 910. Yuan Shao and they immediately began to discuss who would be the vanguard to attack Shui Shui Pass, and it was no accident that Sun Jian stood up, and he also wanted to make a name for himself. Yuan Shao also knew Sun Jian's ability, and naturally he was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Zhang Chuan watched Sun Jian set off in the camp, and couldn't help but smile slightly, shake his head, or unchanged. Sun Jian was miserable this time. Yuan Shao and they then raised their camp and headed towards Shui Shui Pass, and Zhang Chuan and they also set out and followed behind. At Shui Shui Pass, Dong Zhou sent Hua Xiong to be the general who guarded the pass. Hua Xiong was 9 feet long, his face was like blood, and he had a leopard-headed ape arm, and he looked very fierce, and at this time he was discussing with the generals at Shui Shui Pass how to resist the Kwantung Alliance. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young general hurried in. General Yu, the enemy has already arrived in the city and claims to be Sun Jian, the Taishao of Changsha. Hua Xiong was shocked. It's him, go, follow me to the city walls to have a look. After saying that, I walked outside. Sun Jian had also just arrived here, and when he looked at the water and carried, he was worthy of a dangerous pass, and it was probably not an easy task to fight this place down. At this time, Hua Xiong suddenly appeared on the city wall and looked at Sun Jian below and smiled. Sun Wenta, there is Ben here, you want to attack the lower water pass, dream about it. Sun Jian looked at the head of the city, where a fierce-looking man was standing, laughing wildly, but he didn't know it at all. Sun Jian drank coldly. Who are you? Hua Xiong was stunned, and then he said even more wildly. I'm your grandfather Huaxiang, haha, don't you know your grandfather? Sun Jian's face was ugly, he no longer paid attention to Hua Xiong, and sent his horse back to the camp to let the soldiers camp and camp. Chapter 72. Sun Jian returned to the camp. Cheng Piu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and Zhou Mao immediately surrounded him, and they also heard Hua Xiong's words just now, and they were all angry, and Huang Gai said angrily. Lord, let's start the siege directly, then Huaxiang is too arrogant. The rest of the people echoed one after another, and Sun Jianyan said with a calm face. Well, when the soldiers have camped and eaten, we will attack the city. Several people immediately went down excitedly to make arrangements, and Sun Jian's eyes showed a cold light. In the afternoon, Sun Jian began to order the army to attack the city, but unfortunately Huaxiang had already made preparations. Sun Jian attacked several times, but he did not return. Seeing that the sky was about to dark, he could only collect his troops and decided to attack again tomorrow. At this time, the Kwantung coalition army was still slowly advancing. After all, there were too many people. Yuan Shu was afraid that Sun Jian would make great achievements and no longer listen to his own words, so he quietly ordered people not to distribute grain and grass to Sun Jian again. After a few days like this, Sun Jian and Cheng Piyu sat together, and Sun Jian's face was ugly. What do you say? The grain and grass are almost gone, and there is no grain and grass to be transported later? Cheng Piyu nodded and said in a dignified tone. Lord, it is true, we have also specially checked again, the coalition forces have not sent grain and grass for 2 days, Lord, how to attack the city without grain and grass? Sun Jian was very angry in his heart, he was desperately attacking Shui Shui Pass in the front, and he actually did not give himself grain and grass in the back. What is this reasoning suddenly came to mind when Zhang Chuan was in the camp, and his heart was cold, did someone really want me to die? Thinking of this, where did Sun Jian dare to attack the city, and immediately gave the order. Pass the order immediately, and tonight we will withdraw. Cheng Piyu hurriedly went down to make arrangements, and it was not so simple to retreat, it was very troublesome. In the water pass, the spies sent by Huaxian also found that there was no grain and grass sent to Sun Jian's camp, and Huaxian couldn't help but laugh when he got the news. Since Sun Jian has no grain and grass, he will definitely retreat, send a few more waves of spies out, and as soon as we get the news of Sun Jian's retreat, we will immediately go out of the city to attack Sun Jian. When the generals heard this, they immediately went down to make arrangements and left Huaxian alone in the tent. Hua Xiong's eyes showed a look of thought, this time he had managed to win over the water pass from Dongzhou, who had originally sent Lu Buletin to come. Therefore, if Hua Xiong could kill Sun Jian this time, he would have made a great contribution. Hua Xiong's eyes shone with excitement. That night, Sun Jian began to lead his troops to retreat, and as soon as Hua Xiong got the news, he immediately ran to Sun Jian with 3,000 Western Liang iron horsemen and ambushed them in a small forest. Sun Jian was unaware of it, and did not think that Hua Xiong dared to go out of the city to intercept himself, so when Sun Jian led the army through the small forest, Hua Xiong immediately took Shiliang iron to ride out. Sun Jian's army was immediately cut into 2 pieces, and Hua Xiong laughed and roared. Sun Jianer, today is your death date. As he spoke, he killed Sun Jian. Sun Jian saw that he had been ambushed, listened to the screams of his soldiers, and attacked Hua Xiong with red eyes. Hua Xiong's martial arts were not bad, dozens of rounds down, half a pound ate too, but Sun Jian's soldiers were getting fewer and fewer, seeing that the Western Liang iron horse was about to surround him. Cheng Piyu saw that something was wrong, and quickly dragged Sun Jian to flee, leaving Zhao Mao alone in front of Hua Xiong and shouting, "Old Cheng, take the lord and go quickly, I will stop them." Sun Jian looked at it with tears in his eyes and roared, "Day!" However, he was still put on the horse by Cheng Piyu's 3 men and quickly fled. Hua Xiong looked at Zhao Mao in front of him, and a touch of appreciation appeared in his eyes. "You're good, but you're going to die." After saying that, he immediately went forward and fought with Zhao Mao. How Zhao Mao was Hua Xiong's opponent, barely fought dozens of moves, was found by Hua Xiong to find a flaw. A knife was about to cut the head, suddenly a black shadow next to it sprang out, a silver light streaked through, blocking Hua Xiong's big knife, carrying Zhao Mao in one hand and disappearing into the night. Hua Xiong was stunned for a moment, and then his face was angry. "Chase me, and dare to snatch food from the tiger and kill him." Hua Xiong was also dizzy, not chasing Sun Jian, but chasing Black Shadow, so how could he chase it? Sun Jian fled back in a daze, several times wanted to return to save Zhao Mao, but they were stopped by Huang Gai's people. They actually knew in their hearts that Zhao Mao was either captured alive or killed, and with Zhao Mao's character, the possibility of being killed was much greater. The coalition forces were already on their way, Sun Jian, and they soon saw the coalition camp in the distance. Sun Jian's eyes instantly turned red, and he fiercely sat down on his war horse and headed towards the coalition camp. Cheng Piyu and the 3 of them looked at each other, sighed, and sorted out the remaining soldiers. It was really too miserable. 5 or 6,000 soldiers now only had 2 or 3,000 remnants, many of them still wounded. In the coalition camp, at this time, Yuan Shaozhang and Han Fu were drinking wine. The atmosphere was very warm. They still had confidence in Sun Jian, even if they could not attack the Shui Shui Pass, but let the Shui Shui Pass lose the soldiers, Sun Jian could still do it. so everyone was very relaxed. The big account was suddenly opened, and Sun Jian carried his ancient ingot. His eyes were on fire as he looked at Yuan Shu, and then he slashed the knife. Everyone was shocked. Cao's eyes were fast, and he quickly drew his sword to stop the ancient ingot sword, and Yuan Shu's already frightened ass sat on the ground and looked at Sun Jian in horror. Cao said hurriedly. Brother Wenta, what's wrong with you, aren't you attacking Shui Shui Pass? Sun Jian was even angrier. Oh, labor and capital are attacking Shui Shui Pass, but you actually cut off my grain and grass, causing me to retreat in a hurry and ambush, and even my confidant Derong has not been able to come back. Yuan Shao and they all showed a look of horror. Qi Brush looked at Yuan Shu. If this was the case, then who would dare to send troops to attack Dongzhou? Yuan Shao stared at Yuan Shu fiercely. Highway, is what Wenta said true? You really don't have food and grass to go out. Of course, Yuan Shu couldn't admit it, and said immediately. No, I didn't know about it at all, and it must be that the grain officials below were greedy and withheld the grain and grass. Yuan Shao Cao didn't believe it at all. Did they not understand Yuan Shu's character? I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It was really a pig teammate, but I couldn't just kill Yuan Shu like this. Yuan Shao could only open his mouth to comfort Sun Jiandao. Wenta, you can rest assured, the grain will be sent to you later, and this time I will remember you for a great achievement. Sun Jian also calmed down at this time, knowing that with his own strength, he could not fall out with Yuan Shu at all, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Everyone in the big account had different thoughts. This is the beginning, just make such a show, what to do in the future. Many people are actually a little envious of Zhang Chuan, they don't have to listen to Yuan Shao's command. The grain and grass are also carried by themselves, and they don't have to hand it over to Yuan Shu for unified management. Cao saw that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly said. Brother Highway, you still have to manage the grain and grass well, the grain transport officer has made such a big mistake, kill it. As soon as Yuan Shu heard it, he was immediately a little unhappy, but when he looked up and saw Yuan Shao looking at himself coldly, he was shocked. It seemed that this time he really provoked Yuan Shao, and he could only nod. Well, I'll behead him when I get back. The people in the big account were relieved. Yuan Shu should not mess around again after this time. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all, and it didn't take long for everyone to know it. Gong Sun Zan and Ma Teng couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately they didn't follow Yuan Shao. If they also handed over the grain and grass, wouldn't it be arbitrary slaughter? Yuan Shao had a fire in his heart, and immediately asked the coalition forces to speed up and rush to Shui Shui Pass as soon as possible. Under the water pass, Hua Xiong looked at the coalition camp below, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, and hundreds of thousands of troops stretched out in a row, which still looked very deterrent. Yuan Shao and the others all rode their horses and came to the Chinese army and looked at the Shui Shui Pass. Hua Xiong was indeed a tough general, and he actually went out of the city to find a coalition general, and the coalition sent several people to be killed by Hua Xiong. Yuan Shao's face was naturally not good looking, and suddenly Han Fu opened his mouth. Don't worry, I have Admiral Pan Feng, but I can behead Huaxiang. Yuan Shaixi. Really, please come out and see the dragon. Han Fu clapped his hands, and a big man came over. This person was 9 feet tall, with a waist of 12 circumference, making 180 pounds of mountain axes, looking really imposing. Yuan Shao said happily. Well, please also ask General Pan to come out and kill Hua Xiong. Pan Feng bowed his hand with a confident face. Pan Mao will not fail in his mission. After saying this, he hurried out of the camp, and after a while, the soldiers ran to say that Pan Feng had been beheaded by Hua Xiong. At this moment, everyone in the coalition army could not sit still. Hua Xiong was so powerful, there was no opponent in the coalition army who could match Hua Xiong. Sun Jian looked at it coldly and sneered in his heart, this is the Kwantung Alliance, and he can't even take down a Huaxiang. When everyone was silent and didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly came from next to them. Since you coalition forces have no way, let's look at us. Everyone looked over and saw that Zhang Chuan was riding on a silver horse, smiling and looking at them. Chapter 73. Yuan Shao looked at Zhang Chuandao angrily. Zhang Hezhu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Nothing, just look at you are so incompetent, I really can't look at it, you want to wait here slowly, I can't wait, I still want to get to Luoyang early. Yuan Shao was almost killed by anger when they heard this, Cao was helpless, Zhang Chuan's mouth was still so strong, Yuan Shao said angrily. If my great general Yan Liangwen wasn't there, what would it be like to have a little Huaxiang? Zhang Ziazi, don't be too arrogant. Zhang Chuan no longer looked at Yuan Shao, and suddenly opened his mouth to ask Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng. 2. Will you send people or will I send them? Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Zhoumu, you please first. Zhang Chuan nodded, and was no longer polite, drinking it. Wait. Zhang Tai immediately rode up on a silver horse. The end is coming. Zhang Chuan pointed to Huaxiang Dao. Go, get him alive. Zhang Tai's eyes shone with excitement. Yes, sir. Zhao Yun was also eager to try in the eyes next to him, and Zhang Chuan smiled. Zilong, don't fight with this kind of small shrimp rice, there is a big fish waiting for you in the back. Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. Really? Lord. Zhang Chuan nodded. Well, of course it's true, you'll know when the time comes. Zhao Yun suppressed the war will in his heart and honestly stood aside. Zhang Tai patted his horse out of the city, and Han Fu on the side of the coalition army saw Zhang Tai, and his face changed in an instant. Damn, this betrayer of the Lord, I didn't think he had turned to that boy. Everyone looked at them in surprise. Han Fu quickly closed his mouth, his face was livid, and he looked at Zhang Buletin deadly. This should have been 230 his own general, damn. The speed of the silver horse was so fast, in the blink of an eye, it reached Huaxiang, who was startled and roared. Who's coming? Zhang Gao slowed down the speed of the horse slightly, and opened his mouth coldly. And the state pastor's subordinate Zhang Guo Zhangwan has come to capture you again. At this time, it was already in front of Huaxiang, and the 5 Tigers soul-breaking gun in his hand stabbed past, and Huaxiang hurriedly used a large knife to block it, and the tip of the gun just stabbed the knife surface, and the ding sparks splashed around. Zhang Tai had fought countless battles with the Hu people, and his eyes were suddenly full of murderous energy, and the silver horse suddenly rushed forward and crashed into the head of the horse where Huaxiang was sitting. Huaxiang's horse was just an ordinary war horse, and he had already panicked with fear. Huaxiang's face changed, and the knife in his hand was shaken by the war horse, and as soon as it was deflected, the tip of the gun immediately slid over the knife and stabbed at Huaxiang's shoulder. Zhang Chuan wanted to capture Huaxiang alive, and Zhang Tai naturally would not stab Huaxiang's chest. Poof, blood splashed, Huaxiang only felt a pain in his shoulder, and his left hand almost lost consciousness. When Zhang Tai mistakenly passed, suddenly his body crawled down, and his right foot kicked a flying kick, and on the left side of Zhang Huaxiang, Huaxiang's body was in severe pain, and he was kicked to the ground. The silver horse turned around and faced Huaxiang on the ground, and Huaxiang's war horse had already run away in a frightened smirk. Zhang Tai pointed his gun at Huaxiang Dao. Tie your hands and grab it, or stubbornly resist. Huaxiang. Oh, I want Huaxiang to surrender and dream. Zhang Tai was not angry, and looked at him with pity, and then, the silver horse suddenly raised his right leg like lightning, and snapped a strong kick on Huaxiang's brain door, which was printed with a deep horseshoe print, and his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Zhang Tai said helplessly. If you surrender and you don't listen, you have to be beaten by this. Saying that, he bent down on his horse and lifted Huaxiang back to Zhang Chuan and threw Huaxiang to the ground. Lord, the last general will not be disgraced. Zhang Chuan nodded and smiled. Yes, concubine, remember your first deeds. Zhang Tai smiled. Thank you very much. At this time, the coalition camp was silent, and Huaxiang, who had left his people helpless, was so solved by Zhang Chuan casually sending a subordinate, and it was still a raw capture, which was not too embarrassing. Cao suddenly looked at Han Fudao. Brother Wenji, just now you said that Zhang Guo was your person before. Everyone looked at Han Fu strangely, such a powerful general actually gave it to people, is it stupid? Han Fu's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he nodded. Zhang Gao used to be my military commander, and later people didn't know how to disappear, and they didn't expect him to defect to Zhang Chuan. He was really a white-eyed wolf, and I wasn't thin on him at the beginning. Everyone sneered. Now what is the use of saying this? It seems that Han Fu is also a straw bag, and even the individual talent cannot be retained. Hu Yun and other generals on the city wall were shocked to see Hua Xiong captured, and hurriedly let the soldiers guard the city gate, and even transferred all the soldiers to defend the city. Zhang Chuan looked at the densely packed soldiers on the city wall, smiled coldly, and suddenly opened his mouth. Zilong, take the 18 men I gave you to attack the city. Zhao Yun nodded, drank 18 divine guards ride, come with me and walked out. The 18 Terminators rode out with Zhao Yun on silver horses, Qi brush lined up behind Zhao Yun, all of them were dressed as soldiers, but they were all silver armor and silver swords outside, and a look of indifference. This was a secret weapon specially prepared by Zhang Chuan in order to attack Luoyang. Whether it was the coalition army or Gongsun Zhan, they all looked at Zhao Yun's 19 people with an inexplicable face, not understanding what Zhang Chuan meant. Was it because these 19 people could not attack the city? Shi Zhong and Guojia also looked puzzled, but they didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Zhao Yun's silver gun pointed forward, and his face was cold. Kill! After saying that, he rode out on a silver horse. Stampede! 19 silver horses galloped toward the city walls. Hua Xiong was arrested, and now Hu Yi was the highest general at Shui Shui Pass, looking at the 19 people who were getting closer and closer, with a disdainful face. Well, the 19 cavalry also want to attack the city, and the coalition forces are indeed waste. Shoot me arrows! Brush 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 brush! A grey rain of arrows flew towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed, the gentian gun in his hand was waved, all the arrows were pulled away, and none of the arrows could get close to him. As for the horses that sat down, he didn't need to care at all. Sure enough, the clanging sound sounded, and the arrows were shot at the horse, and all of them were bounced off. The Terminators in the back are not defensive at all, and like the silver horse, no arrows can do them any damage. After the rain of arrows, Hu Yun on the city wall couldn't help but widen his eyes. What happened? The 19 cavalry did nothing. Were these 19 people all masters? But the horses were all right, which was weird. Hu Yun still didn't panic, he still had such a high city wall, these cavalry could not come up. Han Fu in the coalition could not help but sneer. What's the use of sending these cavalry, and you can't besiege the city? Before he could finish speaking, the whole person froze there, looking at the city wall with disgust. At this time, Zhao Yun's speed did not decrease, and they actually rode directly on the silver horse to the city wall, and the horse's hooves suddenly became sharp, and as soon as the horse's hooves stepped on, they directly fell into the city wall, so they ran on the city wall. The whole battlefield was silent. What kind of ghost was this? How could a horse run on the city wall and not fall? With almost a few breaths, Zhao Yun climbed the city wall, and the silver horse momentum did not decrease, and he slammed several soldiers on the side of the city wall and flew out. The scream of the soldier who was hit spurted blood directly into the wall behind him and died. Zhao Yun didn't say a word, brandishing a gentian gun and killed. The 18 Terminators behind them all came up, and their hands turned into silver knives to kill them fiercely. The Terminator just had a bad habit and liked to cut off other people's heads, and all kinds of heads flew on the city walls, looking horrible and terrifying. Hu Yun was already stunned. The horse would climb the wall. This was something he had never seen before, and before he could even use the tools to defend the city, the people actually rushed up and saw that Zhao Yun had already killed him. Hu Yun screamed in horror. Block him! After saying that, he turned around and fled. Zhao Yun was blocked by more than a dozen of his own soldiers, and he could not continue to pursue, but could only kill these people first. 3 Terminators had already killed the city gates, and they were ready to open the city gates. How can these soldiers block the Terminator, slashing at the Terminator and making a clanging sound? These soldiers were horrified to find that their attack was useless, not even the ability to injure them, and many soldiers retreated in fright. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Brother Bogui, Brother Xiao Cheng, you can attack with the whole army, and whether this credit is up to you. Drink it when you're done. Wait, the whole army charges. Zhang Tai couldn't resist it for a long time, and immediately said at this time. Yes, sir. After mentioning his 5 tigers soul-breaking gun, he roared. Brothers, the Lord has the order, the whole army charges, kills. The entire 10,000 cavalry rushed out after Zhang Tai, and Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng looked at each other, did not dare to be idle, and immediately rushed up with their own cavalry. Chapter 74. Shi Zhong and Guojia looked at each other, and the shock on their faces could not be hidden. Was this the method of breaking the city that the Lord said? How it was different from what they understood. Shouldn't people be sent to build ladders and then send soldiers to attack? What the hell is this horse running on the walls? At this moment, they were deeply in doubt, whether the military books they had learned were fakes. If horses could run on the city walls, then how could they still defend the city, and put tripwires on the city walls? Guojia couldn't help but take out a cigarette and take a deep breath and spit out a puff of smoke. Slowing down his own fluctuating thoughts, Shi Zhong suddenly said. Bong filial piety, give me one. Guojia was delayed, and after seeing Shi Zhong, he wanted to take a cigarette. Suddenly standing next to the drama took a step forward and said coldly. No, sir, you have lung disease, and you can't smoke this cigarette. Shi Zhong took a look at the drama one, sighed helplessly, and waved his hand. Okay, go, we'll keep up. Guojia withdrew the cigarette box and couldn't help but laugh. Zhk, I didn't think anyone could control you now. Ha ha. Shi Zhong glanced at Guojia and said lightly. What about your 5 stones? Guojia heard the words and froze, looked at Guoyi who was following him, and helplessly smiled bitterly. Her own 5 stones were all searched out and destroyed by this maid, the means were clean and neat, and Guojia, who thought she was smart, also completely did not do anything with her. Everyone in the coalition army looked at these cavalry with stunned eyes. Was the water pass so broken? Yuan Shao's face was the most ugly, and the coalition army he had formed had no way to take the Shui Shui Pass, but Zhang Chuan and a few of them had actually broken the Shui Shui Pass so simply, which made him jealous and hateful in his heart. Cao's face was not good looking, and he looked at Yuan Xiaodao. Allied Lord, what now? Yuan Shao didn't have a good airway. What to do? Of course we went in, so did we just watch? Cao choked, now there is really no good way but to do so. Zhang Tai and his cavalry were about to reach the city gate. Quack! Opening it from the inside, Zhang Hao rushed into it as soon as he took the lead. The city is broken, run away. General Hu has run, and we are fleeing. Surrender, I surrender, don't kill me. 00. The whole Shui Shui Pass was in complete chaos, and Hu Yun saw that the situation was not good, and immediately fled on horseback. The heavy cavalry crashed directly into the city, and the Ziliang soldiers who blocked all the way were trampled to pieces, and then the light cavalry killed the missing nets in the back and took the prisoners. Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng's cavalry were behind the light cavalry, followed by some soup and water, which was not bad, and they also had a credit for breaking through the water pass, and the two were very happy. Liu Bei and the 3 of them were mixed in Gongsun Zhan's army. Zhang Fei was dissatisfied. What is that Huaxiang? If I can get out of the horse and capture him, I can't imagine that someone else will rob me of this credit. I am really unwilling. Liu Bei sighed. Alas, I am not enough for the eldest brother, otherwise I would have let you go, and it is the eldest brother who has tired you. Say it and cry again. When Zhang Fei saw this situation, his scalp was numb, and his big brother was about to cry again, so he said hurriedly. It's all right, big brother, I'm just talking about myself, and will definitely be able to go to the battlefield in the future. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly at this time and said seriously. Big brother, third brother, don't you think the horses that those 19 men ride are a little weird? Horses can run on walls, which is simply impossible. Zhang Fei didn't care. Second brother, you forgot, there is a maid who can do spells around Zhang Chuan, this may be a spell, but Guan Yu thinks it is not, but he can't find a reason to refute it, he can only nod. Or look again, that white-robed young man seems good quality. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. Second brother, you also think that the young general is good, it seems that I have to contact. Guan Yu looked at Liu Bei and was about to speak, when he suddenly a sound. How come there are carriages on the battlefield? Liu Bei Zhongfei looked and saw two scribes sitting outside the carriage, one of whom was still spewing smoke from his mouth. The essence in Liu Bei's eyes came out and he said excitedly. Those two must be great talents, and they can actually spew smoke from their mouths, are they also masters of spells? Guan Yu Zhongfei looked at it carefully, nodded, and looked at that temperament, it was indeed not like ordinary people, that is, he did not know what talents he would have. Liu Bei was still on the battlefield and could not leave casually, Liu Bei could only deeply remember the appearance of the two and prepare to go to them again after the end of the war. Shi Xiong and Guo Jiake did not know that the two of them were being remembered, and the two of them entered the city in a carriage, looking at the Shui Shui Pass, which had calmed down, and couldn't help but nod, the Lord's army was indeed very strong. Zhang Chuan followed Zhang Tai into the city, and at this time he was coming to the city wall, looking at the coalition forces in the distance, and saw that the coalition forces began to stir. At this time Guojia and Shi Xiong also came to the city wall, and the two also looked at the distance. Drama is faithful. Lord, it seems that Yuan Shao also wants to share a piece of the pie. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. Oh, where there is such a good thing, Yuan Shao does not produce some blood, I will not let him in. Guojia laughed. What do you want, Lord? Zhang Chuan was stunned, and then thought about it, it seems that Yuan Shao really has nothing good about them, alas, they are really poor enough. Well, just grain and grass, it shouldn't be too much to ask them half of the grain and grass. Shi Xiong and Guojia are speechless, this is not excessive? I can't imagine that the Lord is dark enough. Zhang Chuan noticed the looks of the two and smiled. I don't want food either, but Yuan Shao and they don't have anything good. Guojia said with a dry smile. The Lord is wise, they have less food, and sooner or later they will collapse into infighting. Sure enough, the coalition army did not take long to pull out the army, and came towards the Shui Shui Pass, and the crowd of black pressure poured in, which was still very imposing. Ask for flowers. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. Zilong, you take those 18 horses down to stop them. Zhao Yun attacked the city head, killed all the soldiers on the city wall, and did not go down to continue killing, at this time he was guarding Zhang Chuan's side. Zhao Yun was slightly stunned, and then he bowed his hand. Yes, sir. Zhao Yun rode on the silver horse and drank. Divine Guard, follow me down to block them. After saying that, the silver horse jumped down from the city wall, and the 18 people behind them all jumped without hesitation. Shi Xiong and Guojia were shocked and shouted. Don't! Rushing to the edge of the city wall, looking down, I found Zhao Yun that they were safe and sound, sitting on the horse with just the right end, but their riding hooves were deeply sunk into the ground. Those silver horses effortlessly pulled out their legs and stood back on the ground, facing Yuan Shao. Boom Yuan Shao, they just felt that there was a black in front of them, and more than a dozen black shadows smashed in front of them, and they quickly stopped their horses. Shi Xiong and Guojia looked back at Zhang Chuan Dao curiously. Lord, do we have many such silver horses? Zhang Chuan was stunned, and then laughed. Not much. Shi Xiong and Guojia didn't know why Chang was relieved, it was really that this horse was too perverted, not like a horse at all. Zhang Chuan suddenly said again. Well, but not a few. Shi Xiong and Guojia looked at Zhang Chuan in horror, and found that Zhang Chuan had a mysterious smile on his face, and the two of them set off a terrifying wave in their hearts. They suddenly found that there must be some earth-shattering secret hidden in Hezu, but they didn't know it yet. Yuan Shao looked at the 19 Zhao Yun people who were blocking in front of him, his pupils narrowed, and a wave of fear appeared in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. What are you stopping us for? I am an ally of the coalition forces. Zhao Yun glanced at Yuan Shao and said lightly. The Lord has ordered me to stop you. The faces of the people behind Yuan Shao immediately looked bad. Wang Kuang said angrily. What do you mean? We are the righteous teachers who crusaded against Dongzhou. Did you stop us because you were ready to join hands with Dongzhou and be willing to be a thief of the state? The rest of the people also accused Zhang Chuan of disregarding the great righteousness and being selfish. Zhang Chuan suddenly looked at Guo Jiadao. Feng Xiao, the time has come to show your ability, and it will be up to you to see if you can help me get grain and grass. Guo Jia was stunned, then nodded his head and smiled confidently. Yes, sir. After saying this, he went down the city wall and rode a horse toward the outside of the city. Zhao Yun was not moved at all. They didn't hear what they said, and they still stopped them. Yuan Shao couldn't see this. They really didn't want to fight with Zhang Chuan. After all, this time it was indeed Zhang Chuan who had captured Shui Shui Pass, and if they attacked Zhang Chuan again now, their reputation would definitely be ruined. While he was in trouble, a young voice sounded. Haha, this water pass was beaten down by my lord. You want to go in like this? Think too simple. Chapter 75. At this time, Guoji rode his horse with a cigarette and walked over shakily, looking at Yuan Shao with a smile, and from time to time he spat out a smoke ring in his mouth. Yuan Shao looked at Guojia in confusion, especially the smoke rings made them very curious about how Guojia spat out of his mouth. Cao looked at Guojia and his eyes moved slightly. Who are you again? Guojia looked up and down at Cao and smiled. Me? I am Guojiaguo Feng Xiao, a military master of Hezhu. This water pass is what we have laid, and if you want to go in like this, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Yuan Shao Taiking said with a straight face. What do you think? You can't keep us out all the time, can you? Guojia smiled and shook his head. No, how could it be? Just leave something behind. Yuan Shao said coldly. What do you want? Guojia looked at them and smiled slightly. Nothing, as long as you leave half the grain and grass. What? It's impossible, you are really greedy enough. You want half of our grain and grass, why don't you go and grab it? Yuan Shao immediately became furious. The faces of the others were not good looking, and those grains and grasses could also have their share. Guojia was not flustered, and he had a good time. Then you will stay here. Luoyang can only let us go to save your majesty. Alas, it seems that you are not so loyal, for your majesty even a little grain and grass are reluctant to go. If that's the case, then I'll go back. After saying that, I pulled the reins of the horse and turned to leave. Wait. Cao hurriedly stopped Guojia, and then turned to Yuan Xiaodao. Allied lord, I think we should still break the money and avoid disaster. Yuan Shao stared at Guojia with a black face, and only after half a moment did he grit his teeth. Well, the grain is for you. Guojia chuckled. Well, that's right, you're all loyal servants of the great Han, and what does this grain count compared to your majesty? Yuan Shao and they all had black faces, and they didn't want to talk to Guojia at all. Guojia didn't care either, but nodded to Zhao Yun next to him. General Zhao, wait until they hand over the grain, and then let them pass through the Shui Shui Pass. Zhao Yun nodded. Okay, Master Guo. Yuan Shao's face changed. What does this mean? Don't believe them? It was simply too much deception, but now people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Han Fu was angry, however, and couldn't help but get angry. Allied lord, why don't we send troops to kill them? Everyone looked at Han Fu like fools. They had come to crusade against Dongzhou, and what the others were planning to do, and what the people of the world thought of them. Han Fu looked at everyone looking at him strangely, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. Hurriedly close your mouth and don't open your mouth again. Guojia looked at Han Fu sarcastically, rode around on his horse, and didn't bother to talk to them more. On the city wall, Zhang Chuan looked at Guojia, who was proud of the spring breeze, and smiled. What? They agreed. Guojia stepped forward and smiled. Don't they agree to do it? They would like to fly to Luoyang immediately, how could they be willing to delay here? Fen Shui Pass had completely calmed down and was completely controlled by Zhang Bulletin, Yuan Shao, and they did not engage in any moths, honestly handed over the grain and grass, and then were stared at by Zhao Yun all the way through the Fenshui Pass. On the way, Cao solemnly said to Yuan Xiaodao, "Allied Lord, it is very unfavorable to us that this water pass is controlled by them, and the back road is easily cut off." Yuan Shao frowned and pondered, but the judge next to him opened his mouth. "There should be no need to worry about this. Zhang Hezhu does not dare to deal with us so blatantly, although he did not join the coalition army, but he also came to attack Dongzhou, unless he does not even want his reputation." Cao looked at the trial match in surprise, and did not expect that Yuan Shao also had great talents around him, and secretly remembered this person. Zhang Chuan watched Yuan Shao as they left, and Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng stood next to Zhang Chuan and asked, "Brother Renai Yuan, won't we keep up?" Zhang Chuan shook his head. "No, the next pass is the Tiger Prison Pass. Do you think they can't even take down the Fenshui Pass? Is there a way to get a stronger Tiger Prison Pass?" Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng couldn't help but nod their heads, saying so well that they were speechless. Zhang Chuan smiled. "Wait until they consume some of the strength of the Tiger Prison Pass, and then we will take down the Tiger Prison Pass in one fell swoop, won't we?" Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng looked at each other, and they couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan was still playing this idea, not to mention that this idea was very appetizing to them. The two stopped talking and just looked at the coalition with pity in their eyes. Zhang Chuan let the army rest at Shui Shui Pass. After all, there was a battle, many soldiers were injured, and the Terminators were doing their best to rescue them. Zhang Chuan's grain and grass were all in his ring, and now that he had the grain and grass sent by Yuan Shao, Zhang Chuan didn't bother to take it out again. Zhang Chuan directly used these grains and grass to reward these soldiers, and generously sent a lot to Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng, both of whom felt that it was much better to be an ally with Zhang Chuan than to follow Yuan Shao. In the evening, Shi Zhong and Guoji returned to their residence. The place was too small and the two still lived together. The two were sitting at the table drinking tea at this time, and the two maids were making beds for them. Suddenly there was a knock outside the door, and Shi Zhong and Guoji couldn't help but be stunned, and the drama that was making the bed immediately went to open the door and saw the three people standing outside. It was Liu Bei and the three of them. Liu Bei looked at the maid who opened the door and was stunned, and the play was cold. "Who are you looking for?" Liu Bei returned to God and quickly smiled and arched his hand. "Is this Mr. Guo's residence? Play a cold road?" "Yes." Liu Bei laughed. After King Jing of Zhongshan, Liu Bei Lusuand came to see Mr. Guo. Guojia was stunned when he heard this. He didn't seem to know this person. Shi Zhong looked at Guojia and opened his mouth. Drama 1, the visitor is a guest, let him come in. The play nodded, still cold. "Come in." After saying that, I turned around and walked in. Zhang Fei's eyes spewed fire and he said angrily, "What kind of maid is this, daring to be so rude to the big brother?" Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. "Third brother, aren't you sure that this maid's temperament is somewhat familiar?" Zhang Feiyan looked carefully at the back of the maid, and suddenly his face changed. "Second brother, this. It seems to be the woman." Guan Yu nodded. "Don't care so much about it first, go inside and see it. I reckon the eldest brother will return this time without success." At this time, Liu Bei had already entered first, and the two did not say much more, and quickly followed. Because they recognized the maid, the two seemed very vigilant when they entered. Guojia and Shi Zhong looked at Liu Bei who came in, and the essence of their eyes flashed, especially after Zhang Fei. Guan Yu came in behind. Both of them saw that these three people were not ordinary people. Guojia and Shi Zhong stood up and arched their hands and said, "Ying Chuan Guojia Guo Feng Xiao. Ying Chuan drama loyal dramas he k." Liu Bei couldn't imagine that both of them were here, and his heart was happy, and no matter how bad luck he had, he could win over one person. He smiled and said. After King Jing of Zhongshan, Liu Bei Lusuand met the two gentlemen. "I didn't expect that both gentlemen were here, and I was really lucky." Shi Zhong and Guojia smiled and let Liu Bei sit down, but Zhang Fei and Guan Yu did not want to sit, but stood behind Liu Bei like two door gods, their eyes tightly staring at the two handmaidens. Liu Bei hurriedly introduced Guan Yu Zhongfei to the two, and Guo Jiachong nodded and smiled and opened the door. I don't know what Xian Digong is looking for me. Liu Bei immediately came to the spirit. Both gentlemen are great talents, and now that the Han chamber is in danger, I hope that the two can help each other. Guojia and Shi Zhong looked at each other. What does this mean? Is it to win them over? Guojia chuckled. Duke Suand, when we serve under the pastoral of Hezhu, aren't we helping the great Han? Liu Bei shook his head. No, it's not the same. The two might as well go to Luoyang in 1.9 with you to meet your majesty. This big Han is my Liu clan's world. The two might as well be directly loyal to his majesty, help the Han room in danger, will leave the name of Kingshi. Guojia stared at Liu Bei's eyes, saw that his eyes were slightly red, and said with deep feelings, and for a moment he really didn't know what to say. Shi Zhong suddenly opened his mouth lightly. That may disappoint Duke Suand, we have already worshipped the Lord, and the Lord is also in the Han chamber, we are also contributing to the great Han, why bother your majesty? His majesty has a lot of talents around us, we too only have some small talents, so don't go to his majesty's side. Liu Bei looked at the two of them, the corners of his eyes twitched, knowing that it was difficult to say that it was difficult to move them, he couldn't help but be very envious and jealous of Zhang Chuan, who had great talents at a young age, but he only had two brothers, not a single counselor. Zhang Fei saw that Shi Zhong and Guoji rejected Liu Bei, and there was anger in his eyes. Our eldest brother only came to see you when he saw you, don't you know the good villains, when so and so's fist looks good. Saying that, he raised his casserole-like fist. Chapter 76. The two maids who were making the bed suddenly turned their heads in unison, and their cold eyes stared at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei paused, remembering the horror of Zhang Yi at the beginning, now there are two here, can't help but swallow a mouthful of spit, the hand is not put down, lifting is not either, the embarrassment is incomparable. Liu Bei said hurriedly. Third brother, don't be rude. After saying that, he turned back to Guojia and smiled at Shi Zhong. The two gentlemen, please don't be surprised, my third brother is a straight man, and he has no malicious intentions. Guojia looked at Liu Bei with a smile and nodded. It's okay, I see it, your brothers have deep feelings, and people admire Shi Zhong and suddenly open his mouth. Xian Digong, it's not early in the day, today is a big war, you are also hard, or go back, as for how to support the Han room is naturally decided by our Lord. Liu Bei sighed in his heart, knowing that this was going to send a guest, and it was not good to stay here with a dead face, so he could only stand up and bow his hand. Then there will not be much to keep, and the two gentlemen will have a good rest. Guojia also stood up and personally sent Liu Bei and the three of them out. The two came back and sat down again, and Guojia lit a cigarette and looked at Shi Zhongdao. Zhike, what do you think of this Liu Suand? Shi Zhong's face was solemn. If nothing else, this man will be the enemy of the future Lord 05. Guojia was stunned, he couldn't imagine that Shi Ji would have such a high evaluation of Liu Bei, and he couldn't help but ask. Where do you see it? How do I not think that this man now has no territory, population, army, and nothing? Shi Zhong looked at Guojia and said lightly. This person has just tried his best to win us over, and we have not been impressed because we have already made a decision, but others are not sure. This person is full of benevolence and morality, great righteousness is awe-inspiring, either a loyal servant of the Han dynasty or has a big wild. Guojia heard the words, and his eyes showed a glow, thoughtful. Zhang Chuan also saw Liu Bei visiting Guojia and Shi Zhong, but he did not care, with Liu Bei's strength now, he could not win over talents, and Zhuliang had only one after all. Yuan Shao and they soon arrived at the Tiger Prison Pass. Looking at such a magnificent and huge pass, the faces of all the coalition troops were gloomy. How to fight? They could not beat the Tiger Prison Pass, let alone this Tiger Prison Pass. Yuan Shao could only camp first, surround the Tiger Prison to death, let the soldiers start to build siege equipment, and Yuan Shao also discussed countermeasures in the big tent. At this time, the defender of the Tiger Prison Pass was Liu Buletin, and Dong Zhou was shocked when he received the news that Huaxiang had been captured, but after knowing that it was Zhang Chuan's people, he was relieved and quickly sent Liu Bohen to guard the Tiger Prison Pass. Lu Buletin stood on the city wall and looked at the rolling barracks below, his eyes full of disdain. "Come, open the gates of the city, and General Ben will go to meet them." After saying that, he turned around and went down the castle tower. In Yuan Shao's big tent, suddenly a young general rushed in and immediately fell to one knee. "Report, Lord Alliance, there are people outside clamoring for challenges." The faces of the people in the big tent changed slightly, which reminded them of the scene of the humiliation of the Guanhuaziandu in Shui Shui. Yuan Shayin calmed his face and stood up. "Let's go, let's see who is so blind." Yuan Shao and they all went outside, riding on horses. Yuan Shao was surrounded by them and came to the front, and at a glance he saw a mighty and handsome young man riding on a handsome jujube red horse, provoking them with great provocation. Yuan Shao had anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to vent his stubbornness along the way on this person, coldly said, "Whoever can fight, those who are not strong should not be sent out to shame people." Everyone was silent when they heard the words, and looked closely at Lu Buletin in the field, not knowing whether this person had Huaxiang or not. Lu Buletin laughed wildly. "Why, so many of you don't even have anyone who dares to fight with me, it's all waste." There was a commotion from the coalition forces, and it was obvious that Lu Buletin had a great influence on the hearts and minds of the army. Finally, some people couldn't stand it, not getting used to Lu Buletin being so arrogant, and a young general stood up and said, "Lord, the subordinates are willing to go up to a war." Everyone looked over and saw that it was Wang Kuang's subordinate, and they couldn't help but look forward to it slightly. Wang Kuang looked at Fang Yu, this is his love general, he couldn't help but worry. "Are you sure?" Fang Yu said confidently. "The Lord is assured that the last general will definitely remove this man's dog's head." Wang Kuang saw that Fang Yu was so confident that he couldn't say anything more, and nodded. "Well, there you go." Fang Yu excitedly clapped his horse and rushed out. "Hebei is here, the thief Hu is arrogant, see how so and so cut off your dog's head." Lu Buletin looked at Fang Yu, who was rushing towards him, and said excitedly, "Ha ha, boy, remember it, it was Lu Bulufengxian who killed you." After saying a clip of the horse's belly, the red rabbit horse rushed towards Fang Yu with a spirit in his heart. The red rabbit horse rushed to Fang Yu like a bolt of lightning, and Lu Buletin smiled and raised Fang Tian's painting blade towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu didn't expect Lu Buletin to come so quickly, he could only raise his iron gun to hard take this blow when the iron gun was obviously bent. Fang Yu's face turned red, and he never expected Lu Buletin's strength to be so great. Lu Buletin did not spare anyone. Fang Tian drew a spin, and at once stabbed at Fang Yu's throat. Poof, blood gushed out, Fang Yu fell off the horse and died with wide eyes. Lu Buletin shook his head, vulnerable, and then Fang Tian drew a finger at the coalition forces. "It's all waste, is anyone out?" Yuan Shao didn't expect Lu Buletin's martial arts to be so high, his face was embarrassed, and Wang Kuang was even more heartbroken. Yuan Shao sent a few more people out, but without exception, they were killed by Lu Buletin after not being able to walk 3 moves. Yuan Shao did not dare to send people out again, and decided not to fight with Lu Buletin anymore and directly send a large army to attack the city. At this time, Zhang Chuan yu. There were no waves along the way, and it was safe to reach the Tiger Prison Pass. At this time the coalition forces were frantically attacking the Tiger Prison Pass, but it could be seen at a glance that these soldiers had a limited threat to the Tiger Prison Pass. Zhang Chuan they camped unhurriedly, and then watched this magnificent siege battle together, and kept commenting on it. The soldiers looked very tired, and at first glance they knew that it was a long siege. Yuan Shao naturally knew that Zhang Chuan was coming, and although their faces were not good looking, there was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Zhang Chuan had captured the Shui Shui Pass so easily, and this Tiger Prison Pass should not be a problem. However, they were not seen in Zhang Chuan and they were ready to attack the city. Yuan Shao was a little anxious, and after discussion, they sent Cao, who still had some friendship with Zhang Chuan, to persuade Zhang Chuan to attack Tiger Prison Pass with them. Cao's face was full of helplessness, but there was no way, he could only come to the Zhang Chuan camp with a hard scalp. In the Zhang 263 river tent, Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng were there, and at this time Cao was sitting below, full of sincerity. Brother Renai Yuangxian, please send troops to help, after all, you also want to get to Luoyang as soon as possible, right? Zhang Chuan looked at Cao and smiled. Brother Mengda, we have already laid the foundation for the Fenshui Pass, and it is your turn to contribute to the Tiger Prison Pass. You guys. But there are 100,000 troops. Cao smiled bitterly, and it was difficult for the 100,000 strong army to attack the Tiger Prison Pass, so he could only speak. Brother Renai Yuangxian, we have been attacking for so long, but there is still no way to take the Tiger Prison Pass, especially there is a fierce general in the Tiger Prison Pass, almost no one is his opponent, and it is useless for the general to take the lead in the charge. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. Well, lest you say that we can't do anything, and the fierce general will leave it to us to solve the problem. Cao's eyes lit up when he heard this, which seemed to be good, and he quickly nodded his head in gratitude. Haha, or Renai Yuanxian's brother Renai, as long as you can solve that Lu Bulletin, the rest will be handed over to us. Zhang Chuan nodded and agreed, and then Cao left happily. The next day, the coalition forces did not attack the city again, which made Lu Bulletin very strange, and when he looked at the city wall, he saw that there were suddenly many large banners on the battlefield, and the word Zhang on it was majestic. Lu Bulletin's face changed, as if he remembered some bad memories, and his face was full of iron blue. Suddenly, a white-robed young general in Jiang Chuan's camp rushed out on a silver horse, and his gentian gun pointed at the city wall and shouted. Lu Bulletin dares to come out and fight with me, Zhao Yun. Lu Bulletin looked at the young general below, his face was solemn, and he did not dare to take lightly anyone under Zhang Chuan's command now. Come, open the gates of the city. Chapter 77. The city gate opened. Lu Bulletin rode out on a red rabbit horse, stopped in front of Zhao Yun, looked at Zhao Yun carefully, and thought in his heart that this guy should not be as perverted as the woman. Who are you? Zhao Yun also looked at Lu Bulletin. Is this the big fish that the Lord said? Then his eyes looked at the red rabbit horse again, and he nodded his head to be a good horse. And Zhou Mu under Changshan Zhang Zilong, you are. Lu Bulletin was slightly relieved in his heart. It should not be that kind of woman, arrogant and indifferent. Lu Bulletin under Dong Xiangguo. Zhao Yun nodded, raised the gentian gun and attacked Lu Bulletin. Lu Bulletin was not willing to show weakness, and waved the Fang Tian painting blade to meet him. When the weapons intersected, both arms were slightly shaken, both eyes showed a solemn color. The other party's strength was not small, and they were almost on par with themselves. The tip of Zhao Yun's gentian gun pointed out a series of gun flowers, and Lu Bulletin's Fang Tian painting blade looked bulky, but Lu Bulletin waved it as lightly as a weight, blocking all those gun flowers. The people on the battlefield were all stunned. How could they not imagine that the martial arts of the two were so high, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged 100 moves, and they did not know who won and who lost. Liu Bei and the three of them stared closely at the battlefield. Guan Yu Zhangfei clutched his weapon in his hand, and the war spirit in his heart was high, hating that he could not go down and fight with the two now. Zhangfei said excitedly. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, I knew I would just fight with that Zhao Yun. Liu Bei heard this, staring at Zhao Yun's eyes became more and more fiery, and being rejected by Shi Zhong and Guojia did not hit him, but made him more eager to attract talents. 200 rounds passed again, both of them were a little tired. The red rabbit horse spewed hot air from its mouth, it was also not lightly tired. Lu Bulletin unloaded a lot of strength to the red rabbit horse. On the other hand, the silver horse showed no sign of tiredness at all, and just like at the beginning, the two horses kept attacking each other, and it was obvious that the red rabbit horse had fallen into the downwind. Lu Bulletin felt the slightly trembling body of the red rabbit horse under him, and then looked at the other party's silver horse. The secret path was not good. What kind of horse was this? It was even more powerful than the red rabbit horse. Suddenly, the silver horse suddenly lowered its head and directly bumped into the red rabbit horse. Zhao Yun had already made preparations, knocked open the Fang Tian painting blade, and with the silver horse's charge, it had already reached Lu Bulletin. Zhao Yun suddenly reached out and grasped the front half of the gentian gun, turned into a short gun, and stabbed at Lu Buletin's chest. Lu Buletin was stunned. It was too late to withdraw the Fang Tian painting blade, and he could only dodge sideways. Poof! The tip of the gun still plunged into Lu Buletin's left shoulder. Bang! At this time, the silver horse also crashed into the head of the red rabbit horse, and the red rabbit horse howled bitterly, and the head was knocked out of the blood, and the wounds were scarred. The whole horse stumbled backwards several steps, shook its head, and only felt dizzy. Lu Buletin saw that both himself and the horse were injured, and knew that he could no longer fight, and as soon as he swung the reins of the horse, the red rabbit horse also had the intention of retreating, and turned around and fled. Zhao Yun would just give up like this, and chase after him. Lu Buletin frantically fled towards the city gate. Zhang Liujiao on the city wall saw that it was not good, and hurriedly let people release arrows, who knew that it was useless to Zhao Yun, still chasing Lu Buletin closely behind. Lu Buletin saw that the other party was getting closer and closer. Zhao Yun had already raised the gentian gun, and his heart did not dare to run in such a straight line anymore. Swinging the reins, the red rabbit horse no longer ran towards the city gate, but ran to the other side, which happened to be a forest. Zhao Yun chased to the edge of the forest and stopped, and did not rush into it with a single brain. In case Lu Buletin sneaked in, it would be very fatal. He knew that his martial arts should actually not be as high as Lu Buletin, and he could win all by relying on the silver horse. The city wall was Zhang Liao and Gao Shun saw Lu Buletin fleeing. Their faces changed, and the two quietly took the soldiers out of the city to meet Lu Buletin. After all, Lu Buletin was their lord. As for Dong Zhou's order compared to Lu Buletin, it was a fart. Zhao Yun returned to the camp and knelt down on one knee in shame. Lord, the last general is incompetent, let Lu Buletin na flee. Zhang Chuan stepped forward to help Zhao Yun and smiled. It's okay, if you can defeat Lu Buletin, it will be a great achievement, and Lu Buletin is not so easy to kill. Zhao Yun was grateful in his heart and silently stood up and walked to the side. Zhang Chuan looked at the coalition camp. Now it's up to them. Sure enough, Yuan Shao seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Tiger Prison Pass, and the failure of the main general's escape had a great impact on their morale, plus Zhang Liujiao left with his troops. Yuan Shao seemed to have made up his mind, and did not care about the lives of the soldiers at all, and attacked wave after wave without stopping. After a day and a night of continuous attack, countless soldiers died, and the fierceness was incomparable, and the corners of Zhang Chuan's eyes jumped. In the early hours of the morning, the Tiger Prison Pass was finally breached, and almost all the Western Liang soldiers who were guarding the city inside were dead, and the entire level was full of corpses. Yuan Shao did not rest at all, and directly ran towards Luoyang with his exhausted soldiers, and those wounded soldiers were all thrown at the Tiger Prison Pass and left to fend for themselves. Zhang Chuan did not go, listening to the wailing of the whole city. Zhang Chuan sighed, let the Terminator heal them, willing to join and state the rule, do not want to leave it alone, lest the person who is saved is a white-eyed wolf. Luoyang, the imperial palace, Dong Zhou was training those palace women, and from time to time Dong Zhou's sharp laughter was heard, which was creepy. Li Ru hurriedly pushed open the door, and Dong Zhou immediately turned around and stared at Li Ru fiercely. What? Li Ru shivered. This Dong Zhou was getting crazier and crazier. Li Ru was worried that one day he would be killed by Dong Zhou madness. Li Ru swallowed the spit. Father-in-law, it's not good, the Tiger Prison is broken, and the coalition forces are coming towards Luoyang. Dong Zhou's face changed and his voice was fierce. What's going on? Is it not guarded by Lu Bohen to guard the Tiger Prison horses? Where is he? Li Ru's face was ugly and he opened his mouth. Wen Ho was defeated and fled. 0-0. Snap! Dong Zhou smashed the wine jug in his hand angrily and scolded. Waste, it's all waste. Dong Zhou vented for a long time, smashing a lot of things. Dong Zhou sat on the chair and gasped for breath, blood coming out of his eyes. Wen Yu, what do you say to do now? Li Ru thought about it. Father-in-law, the trees are dead, the people are alive, and now that the coalition forces are strong, we might as well avoid the front for the time being and retreat to Chang'an. Dong Zhou also calmed down, had to say that his old nest was still safe, and nodded. Well, you go and do it, and when the time comes, I'm going to burn the whole of Luoyang. Don't they want Luoyang? I'll give them a Luoyang. Dong Zhou's eyes showed a look of madness. Li Ru felt even more cold in his heart. Dong Zhou was completely crazy, burning Luoyang. I'm afraid only he could do it. Li Ru couldn't help but worry about himself, so he probably wouldn't have a good ending. Yuan Shao did not begin to camp until they reached the city of Luoyang, and as for attacking Luoyang, it was impossible to attack Luoyang now, and if they forcibly ordered their soldiers to attack the city, they would immediately mutiny. The next day, Yuan Shao led a large army to show off his might under Luoyang city, shouting for Dong Zhou to surrender. Dong Zhou was in a good position to get along with him, and directly ordered that Yuan Shao's uncle Yuan Kui's family be beheaded and thrown to Yuan Shao under the city. Yuan Shao was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and hurriedly let the soldiers attack the city, but unfortunately, Luoyang city was so tall, it was so easy to break, and the difficulty was not as good as the Tiger Prison Pass. Zhang Chuan came here at this time, and looking at the coalition troops who were frantically attacking the city was very speechless. This was really taking his life to fill it. Zhang Chuan's arrival naturally also attracted Dong Zhou's attention, and if you want to say who Dong Zhou hates the most, it must be Zhang Chuan who is not Diao. Dong Zhou suddenly asked Li Rudao. When you, is there any important person in Luoyang who Zhang Chuan does not have? Li Ru's heart suddenly appeared. Dong Zhou, is this killing other people's family members addicted? There was some hesitation in my heart. I didn't know whether to say it or not. Dong Zhou did not hear the answer for a long time, and suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Ru darkly. Even you want to betray me? Li Ru couldn't help but shiver when he heard this, and said hurriedly. Father-in-law, I didn't, just now I was just wondering if there was such a person, and now I just think about it. Dong Zhou took a deep look at Li Ru and turned his head. You say? Li Ru took a deep breath, and could only apologize. It is said that Cai Yang's daughter is Zhang Chuan's fiancée. Dong Zhou heard the words for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it's really this guy with eyes, Zhang dog thief, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life, ha ha ha. Chapter 78. Dong Zhou's eyes were full of madness, and he didn't want to wait for a moment, so he immediately summoned Li and asked him to take 500 Western Liang Iron Riders to bring all of Cai Yang's family. Although Li Dai did not know why Cai Yang had offended Dong Zhou, he did not dare to disobey Dong Zhou's orders and set off with his cavalry. Cai Mansion, Cai Yang was sighing. Dong Zhou was becoming more and more brutal, those Western Liang cavalry were even more intense, Luoyang was almost completely in chaos, and there were dead people everywhere. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside, followed by the sound of drinking and scolding, and the collision of armor. Cai Yang's face changed, the secret passage was not good, it was finally coming. Cai Yan hurriedly ran in. Daddy, something went wrong, just a loud voice. Cai Yang couldn't help but show a look of anxiety when he saw Cai Yan. Wenji, you go fast. Too late alas. Go? Where to go? On the orders of Dong Xiangguo, arrest Cai Yang's family, and everyone in this Cai mansion will not want to leave. A middle-aged warrior with a fleshy face walked in with a few soldiers and said fiercely. Cai Yan was startled, and Cai Yi behind him suddenly took a step forward to block in front of Cai Yan. Cai Yan was relieved in his heart and remembered that he still had Cai Yi's protection. Li Dai looked at the maid in front of him, stunned, and then couldn't help but smile evilly. Haha, is a beauty or a loyal servant, I like it. Cai Yi didn't speak at all, just looked at him coldly. Cai Yang hurriedly stepped forward and arched his hand. This general, what the hell is going on? I've been at home and haven't offended Dong Xiangguo, so why would Dong Xiangguo come to my house and take someone? Li Dai smiled coldly. How do I know? I can only blame you for your bad luck. Well, enough crap, come on people, take them away. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers behind him walked up, and Cai Yan exclaimed. Cai Yi. A few silver rays of light whizzed across the door, and a large hole appeared in the head door of several soldiers, and they fell straight down. Li Dai was completely stunned, looking at the maid in front of him in disbelief. Just now he could see very clearly, and it was the maid in front of him who looked harmless to people and animals. As for how to kill the people, he didn't see it clearly. Li Dai was a little frightened in his heart. This CAI mansion really had some evil doors, shouted loudly. Come people, come on people. However, no one came in from outside, and it became silent outside. Suddenly, the footsteps of clicking sounded, a figure walked in, and everyone turned their heads to look around, only to see an ordinary young man dressed as an ordinary person walk in. The people outside are all solved, and now he's left. The man suddenly said to Cai Yi. Cai nodded. Just now I told Gongzi, Gongzi said kill. Everyone in the hall was confused, especially Cai Yang, who remembered that the young man in front of him had only been recruited into the palace for a long time. How could he suddenly become so powerful? Only Cai Yan vaguely had some speculations, and there was a hint of sweetness in his heart. Li was completely confused at this time, listening to their conversation, feeling that something was wrong. You? What kind of person are you? I am Dong Xiongguo's person. How dare you kill the Western Liang cavalry? Cai Yi suddenly moved, and the figure flashed in front of Li Dao, and the petite fist slammed on Li Zhao's stomach. Bang! Li Dai directly bowed his body and flew out like a cannonball, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Cai Yi withdrew his hand and said coldly. Go out and solve it, don't scare the lady. The young man immediately nodded and left. Cai Yang looked at Cai Yi with stunned eyes and pointed at her. You? Aren't you the maid that Renai Yuan gave to Wen Ji? You, how are you so powerful? Who is that person? Cai Yi looked at Cai Yang Dao. I've always been in charge of protecting the young lady, and that one was specially sent by the prince to protect you. After saying that, he stood next to Cai Yan again. Cai Yang couldn't help but look complicated when he heard this. He couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan was so concerned about their Cai mansion, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, there were these people there, otherwise all the people in his own house would die. Unfortunately, if Cai Yang knew that it was because of Zhang Chuan that he had suffered this senseless disaster, he did not know whether he would be grateful to Zhang Chuan. In the palace bedchamber, Dong Zhou walked around anxiously and excitedly. Come people, come on people. Soon a soldier ran in. Go, go and see, Li Chuan has come back, it's really a waste, a small thing can't be done. Before the soldier could run over, Dong Zhou waved his hand anxiously to let him out. The soldier was stunned, and then quickly turned around and ran outside. Late at night, Dong Zhou couldn't stand it any longer, and rode directly towards Cai mansion with 1,000 Western Liang iron. Not long after Dong Zhou arrived at the gate of the Cai mansion, he was surprised to find that the door of the Cai mansion was closed, not at all like the appearance of soldiers coming. Dong Zhou was confused in his heart, but the pleasure of being able to take revenge on Zhang Chuan immediately made him really think about it so much. Alas, I wanted to keep you alive, but unfortunately you don't know how to cherish it. Suddenly, a faint voice came, and Dong Zhou only felt very familiar. Dong Zhou looked carefully and found a white-clad figure coming over. Dong Zhou waited to see the person clearly, his face changed greatly, and he said incredibly. Zhang Chuan, you? How could you be here? Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. You've beaten my fiancé, can I still not come? Dong Zhou looked at Zhang Yi beside Zhang Chuan, his eyes shrunk, and then he laughed. Zhang Chuan, you dared to come to Luoyang with only one maid, this city is full of my army, as long as you can drag that maid, will you not die? No, I won't kill you, I'm going to torture you and make you miserable 100-fold, 1,000 times until you die. Dong Zhou became hysterical as he spoke, and his eyes were full of madness. Zhang Chuan was dumbfounded. It seemed that Zhang Yi's foot really kicked Dong Zhou crazy, and he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi magically turned his head, and his face was tilted to the side. Dong Zhou immediately screamed. Signal me. Immediately, someone next to him blew a large horn. The whole city could hear it, and Zhang Chuan had no intention of stopping it, but just watched quietly. Although Dong Zhou felt that Zhang Chuan was too calm, he didn't think much about it, and revenge was the most important thing now. Soon the sound of horses' hooves clicking rang out from all directions. Zhang Chuan said curiously, "Aren't you afraid that Luoyang will be breached by so many soldiers?" Dong Zhou said with a sly smile. "Broken and like this, as long as I can kill you, I don't care." Zhang Chuan was speechless. This vendetta was really big, sighed. "Alas, it seems that it really can only kill you." After a while, the Western Liang cavalry from all directions ran over and completely surrounded the river. Dong Zhou's face was full of pride. "Zhang Chuan, I don't think you have today, arrogance, you continue to be arrogant, come and beat me." 00 Zhang Chuan looked at Dong Zhou, who was obviously in a frenzy, and with a wave of his hand, 50 plainly dressed Terminators immediately appeared in front of him. Zhang Chuan glanced at Dong Zhou and said coldly, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." Originally, Zhang Chuan did not want to change history, but since Dong Zhou died like this, let's change it from now on. Dong Zhou was stunned to see the 50 people who suddenly appeared, but then he taunted. "Haha, Zhang Chuan, you are still too young, too arrogant, what is the use of 50 people?" Zhang Chuan smiled mysteriously. "Are you sure? Take a good look at it for yourself before you say it." Because it was dark and he couldn't see clearly, Dong Zhou took a closer look, his face changed wildly, and he suddenly found that the Western Liang cavalry began to fall in pieces, and their heads soared into the sky, and the strange thing was that those horses did not have anything at all. The more shocked Dong Zhuoyou looked, the more terrifying he looked, and suddenly remembered something, looking at Zhang Yi beside Zhang Chuan, in disbelief. "Are they all?" Zhang Chuan smiled and nodded. "How, not surprised, not surprised." Dong Zhou's head completely exploded, a blank, 50 people as powerful as Zhang Yi, then TMD is not 50 Lu Bulletin? Who else can stop this? Zhang Chuan's hidden strength is too terrifying. Chapter 79. Dong Zhou listened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of his head falling to the ground began to panic in his heart, and he turned around and tried to flee as soon as he lifted the reins. How could Zhang Chuan just let him leave like this? Zhang Yi. As soon as Zhang Yi's figure flashed, he came to Dong Zhou's back, stretched out his hands, and his fingers turned into silver ropes to firmly bind Dong Zhou's fat body, and as soon as he pulled it, he pulled Dong Zhou off his horse. Ahh! Dong Zhou fell to the ground and let out a scream. Zhang Yi did not have any pity, so he dragged Dong Zhou to Zhang Chuan's side. Dong Zhou looked at Zhang Chuan and said angrily, "Zhang Chuan, you can't do this to me, I'm Xiangguo, if you kill me, the emperor won't want to live, haha, then you will be a sinner of the whole Big Han." Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. Whoops, shut his mouth. Zhang Yi tore a rag from Dong Zhou's body and shoved it into his mouth at once. There were screams everywhere in Luoyang, and the people were all hiding in their homes shivering, lest any soldier suddenly break into their home to terminate the order of Zhang Chuan, the perfect executioner of the Terminator, as long as the Western Liang soldiers in the city were hunted down and killed by the Terminator. At this time, Li Ru was also rushing towards the sound of the trumpet that had just been issued, and Dong Zhou turned all the soldiers on the city wall over, and the city wall immediately became empty, which scared Li Ru enough. Although Li Ru didn't know what was happening, it was definitely not a good thing, and he could only pray in his heart that things would not be too bad. As soon as he reached the halfway point, Li Ru had to stop, his eyes widened, and he watched the black-pressed Western Liang cavalry in front of him constantly retreating backwards, his head flying in the sky. Li Ru's face changed wildly, and he immediately turned the horse's head and ran quickly toward the outside of the city. Li Ru had already understood that Dong Zhou was afraid that he was already fierce, but unfortunately he had just run to the city gate, and he found that the city gate was quiet, and on the ground was a headless corpse, and the head was messed up everywhere. A plainly dressed young man was standing there silently, as if waiting for him. Li Ru slowly stopped the horse, looked at the man's eyes full of fear, and resisted the urge to turn around and run. "You? Who are you?" The man came over and said coldly. Li are you is it, do you surrender yourself and follow me, or will I knock you unconscious and take you away? Li are you took a deep breath. No, I'll just go with you. The sky was shimmering, it was about to dawn, the city was beginning to quiet, and the Terminators had begun to dispose of the corpses. All the bodies were thrown into a large abandoned yard and then burned by a fire. It was completely dark, and many people began to sneak out of their homes and find that nothing had happened in the city, except for the blood. After handling the matter, Zhang Chuan returned to the camp outside the city and directly asked Zhao Yun to follow him into the city with 1,000 cavalry. Zhang Chuan naturally also invited Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng to enter the city together. The two just heard the news are confused, what's going on? Yuan Shao, aren't they still besieging the city, how to get in? But the two of them each took 500 horses and followed Zhang Chuan out. Yuan Shao was already preparing to attack the city again, when they suddenly noticed that Zhang Chuan had come out with their cavalry, and they couldn't help but be stunned, not understanding what Zhang Chuan was going to do. So in the eyes of everyone, Zhang Chuan led the people to walk towards the Luoyang city gate with a big wave. Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng both watched the city wall warily, afraid that suddenly arrows would shoot down the city wall. As soon as Zhang Chuan arrived at the city gate slowly opened in the creak of everyone's surprised eyes. Zhang Chuan waved his hand. Go in. Although Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng did not know what had happened, it was a fact that the city gate was opened, and they followed Zhang Chuan into it with an inexplicable face. Yuan Shao, they were all dumbfounded, how could the city gate be opened like this? Is it a trap? But seeing that the rivers have entered safely, it doesn't look like it. Cao said hurriedly. Lord, let's go, we'll go in too, and we'll see what happened. The others also reacted, and the benefits of not entering the city were all won by Zhang Chuan, so how to do it, one by one also began to urge Yuan Shao to come. Yuan Shao is not stupid. Let's go in. After saying this, he took a few hundred soldiers and ran towards the city gate. Zhang Chuan came to the palace with Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng, and they wanted to go straight in, but Zhang Chuan reached out and stopped them. The two looked at Zhang Chuan doubtfully, and Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's better to wait for them to come and then go in together. Although the two did not know why, they still chose to believe Zhang Chuan, so they waited outside. Soon Yuan Shao and they hurriedly followed, seeing that Zhang Chuan had not yet entered, and everyone was relieved. Zhang Chuan looked at them with a smile in his eyes. Don't be in such a hurry, we're waiting for you here. Although Yuan Shao felt that something was wrong, they didn't have time to pay any attention to Zhang Chuan now, and they didn't even bother to stay at all and walked directly into the palace. Zhang Chuan didn't mind following behind unhurriedly. Yuan Shao dispersed after they entered, and the palace was a mess, empty inside, almost no one. Zhang Chuan came to the main hall of the court alone, and the main hall was also empty, and Zhang Chuan took out a chair from the ring and sat up, quietly waiting. Gongsun Zhan and Ma Teng also scattered, and they also wanted to find the emperor. In fact, Lu Xie had long been taken away by Guo Feng, he and Li Qiu had a recent relationship. After receiving Li Xie did not come back, he knew that something had happened, and later even Dong Zhou did not return, he fled to Chang'an with Lu Xie and his men. Zhang Chuan did not block, anyway, leaving Lu Ban in Luoyang was a big trouble. Ask for her flowers. After a while, the sound of hurried footsteps was remembered outside the main hall. Yuan Shao Cao was the first to break in, and Cao saw Zhang Chuan's appearance and immediately asked with a somber face. Renai Yuan, where has your majesty gone? Zhang Chuan looked at them, and many people came in behind them, one by one, looking at Zhang Chuan with sharp eyes. With 2 hands and 1 stall, Zhang Chuan shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, you should ask Dong Zhou. Yuan Shao's eyes flashed. What about Dong Zhou? Zhang Chuan clapped his hands, and a Terminator walked in outside the palace holding Dong Zhou in his hand, and then threw it in front of Yuan Shao and Cao. Everyone looked at Dong Zhou on the ground. Yuan Shao looked at Dong Zhou even more with fire in his eyes, and the look of wanting to kill him could not be concealed at all. Cao hurriedly stepped forward and removed the rag from Dong Zhou's mouth, and Dong Zhou exhaled a heavy breath, which made him feel better. 0. Cao said anxiously. Dong Zhou, what about your majesty? Dong Zhou looked at so many people and was first stunned, and then looked at Cao doubtfully. Your majesty, isn't your majesty in the palace? After saying that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Chuan. Dong Zhou had a look of wanting to eat people in his eyes and said hysterically. I think Dong Zhou slept with the emperor's woman, and also sat on the dragon chair. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of your little child, ahem, I am not willing. Cao didn't care about Dong Zhou, and looked at Zhang Chuan again, with a serious look. Zhang Chuan, where did your majesty go, what happened last night, and how did you catch Dong Zhou? Zhang Chuan suddenly stood up with a sneer. I said I don't know, and what else did I do last night is necessary to tell you. Oh, Fen Shui Pass, Tiger Prison Pass, Luoyang, which of these is what you have beaten down? Without me, you are still outside the Fen Shui Pass, what qualifications do you have to question me? Well, Dong Zhou was also caught by me, naturally I should deal with it, kill him, and I should also go back to the state. Dong Zhou is dead, and this should be considered to be completed. Everyone was dumbfounded, and it seemed that Dong Zhou had been caught, and their alliance was almost over. Yuan Shao saw that everyone's eyes were not right, and he quickly drank. Zhang Chuan, the matter is not over, you can't go, you must hand over your majesty. Zhang Chuan's steps toward the door were slightly slight, and he turned his head and looked at Yuan Shao coldly. Yuan Shao, do you want to go to war with me? Yuan Shao staggered when he heard the words, squirmed his lips, and fought with Zhang Chuan. He was really a little worried. Zhang Chuan said suddenly. Zhang Yi, take Dong Zhou out, divide the body of the 5 horses, and let the whole city come to see it. Dong Zhou heard the words, his face was miserable. Zhang Chuan dog thief, you are so fierce, you are so poisonous. Chapter 80. Zhang Yi stepped forward and continued to block Dong Zhou's mouth with a cloth, carrying him out after Zhang Chuan, and everyone watched Zhang Chuan's back gradually disappear. Cao sighed. I reckon that your majesty must have been taken away by Dong Zhou's remnants, so let's send someone to the direction of Chang'an to see it. Sun Jian's eyes flickered and he suddenly spoke. Now that Dong Zhou has surrendered to the Fa, then I am ready to go back. Yuan Shao's face changed, it seemed that this alliance was about to disperse, he had not done anything for a few days, and he had not done any merit, it was too humiliating. Yuan Shao looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were wandering, and he knew that people's hearts were scattered. Just as he was about to say yes, suddenly a young general under his command hurriedly ran to Yuan Shao's side and said something softly. Yuan Shao's face suddenly changed drastically, and his eyes looked at Sun Jian, and his eyes showed anger. Sun Jian's heart was sudden, the secret path was not good, and sure enough, Yuan Shao roared. Sun Wenta, what did you get that you want to leave in such a hurry? Everyone's eyes showed a look of surprise. Qi Brush looked at Sun Jian, what exactly did he take that made Yuan Shao so angry? Sun Jian pretended to be confused and pretended not to understand. What? I didn't take anything. Lord, did you hear me wrong? Yuan Shao smiled coldly in his eyes. Sun Wenta, you should still hand over the Chuangguo Jade Seal, my soldiers have seen it. Sun Jian was shocked, and regretted in his heart how he did not clean up the neighborhood at that time, but he still said calmly. Haha, allied lord, can you really joke that the Imperial Jade Seal should not be on His Majesty? Everyone's eyes were on Sun Jian, and the expression on his face was cloudy and uncertain. Could it be that Sun Jian really got the Chuangguo Jade Seal? Yuan Shao suddenly spoke. Since that's the case, search yourself, Sun Wenta, do you dare? Sun Jian's face changed drastically, and then he suddenly roared angrily. Yuan Shao, don't deceive people too much, although your Yuan family is the 4th and 3rd dukes, my grandson Jian is not a good bully. Shi Ke cannot be disgraced. I Sun Jian can swear to heaven that if I take the Chuangguo Jade Seal, let me die with 10,000 arrows through my heart, ahem, since you don't welcome me, I will not stay in this place. Sun Jian turned around and left. Everyone looked at Sun Jian's back and looked at each other, not knowing who was telling the truth. Yuan Xiaotie's face was blue, and he secretly hated Sun Jian in his heart, and his dark eyes stared at Sun Jian's back with a fierce look. After this incident, this alliance immediately dispersed. Almost most of them chose to leave. Luoyang without the emperor has no value. Gongsun Zan and Ma Teng also bid farewell to Zhang Chuan and left. Dong Zhou paraded the streets to show the public, almost smashed alive by the things thrown by the people of Luoyang, and finally was divided into 5 horses, which made the people of Luoyang cry out in pain and happiness, and also deeply remembered the name of Zhang Chuan. Cai Mansion, Zhang Chuan sat at the head of Cai Yang. Uncle, go, your majesty has been taken to Chang'an, you still follow me back to the state. Cai Yang looked solemn, watching Zhang Chuan suddenly open his mouth. Ren Yuan, did you deliberately let Guo Feng take his majesty away? Zhang Chuan looked at Cai Yang's affirmative eyes and sighed in his heart, these old foxes are really not good at fooling around, and nodded. Almost, I'm also afraid that Guo Feng and his dog will jump the wall and hurt his majesty. Cai Yang took a deep look at Zhang Chuan. Alas, I'm too old to take care of your young people. There was a sudden pause, and it was faintly inaudible. Remember to keep your majesty alive when the time comes. Zhang Chuan's 5 senses were very acute because of the growth of his soul, and naturally when he heard this, he looked at Cai Yang unexpectedly. Cai Yang diverged from the topic. Well, I'll go with you and see how you govern. Zhang Chuan didn't say this question again, laughing. It won't disappoint you. Cai Yang moved too many books, and Zhang Chuan simply swept away the books treasured by the royal family, leaving Zhao Yun specifically responsible for shipping these books. There were many people and great strength, and Zhang Chuan quickly set off to go back. This time Zhang Chuan did not ride a horse, but sat in a carriage with Guo Jie. This is a specially customized carriage by Zhang Chuan, which has a lot of space and a small table in the middle. On the way, Guo Jie smoked a cigarette and said curiously, Lord, why did you let Lu Xie go and leave the Son of Heaven behind to make the princes bad? Zhang Chuan smiled slightly and did not answer, but looked at Shizongdao. Zhike, what do you think? Shizhike took a sip of tea and opened his mouth. No need, Feng Xiao Xiao, do you think that if we take your majesty from the state, those ministers will follow? What if those relatives of the emperor and the state and the magnates wanted to occupy the land of the people? If they were all killed, it was estimated that the lord was Dong Zhou II, and Guo Jie thought about it and nodded his head. Isn't the lord afraid that others will hold the Son of Heaven hostage to order the princes? Zhang Chuan didn't care. Now that the prestige of the Han chamber has been greatly reduced, as long as we are strong enough, do we still need to fear them? Guo Jie said curiously. Are we strong then? Zhang Chuan looked at Guo Jie strangely. Didn't you see that we had effortlessly taken down Shui Shui Pass? Guo Jie suddenly seemed to remember something and was horrified. Lord, are the 18 men who besieged the city? We were more than 18 people, smiling mysteriously. And guess what? Shi Zhong and Guo Jie looked at each other, and suddenly there was some frustration in their hearts. This time they followed the army to fight. It seemed that no plan was of any use, so they easily pushed it across. The people sent out by Cao soon found the Western Liang cavalry advancing towards Chang'an, especially the Golden Dragon plucking in the army, which was very conspicuous. Cao immediately told Yuan Shao when he got the news, but unfortunately Yuan Shao had time to pay attention to this, and was discussing with the councillors to take Jizhu from Han Fu's hands. Cao had no choice but to pursue the Western Liang cavalry with his 3,000 men and horses alone. As a result, he was ambushed by Su Rong, and the damaged soldiers would almost not be able to return, or Xiaohe Chun desperately tried to save each other before escaping. When Cao returned to see that most of the people in the alliance were gone, he was discouraged and returned to his hometown in a huff to retrain his soldiers. Lu Buletin circled around and met with Zhang Liao, and suddenly heard the news that Dong Zhou had died, and his heart was overjoyed, and when he learned that the emperor had been taken hostage to Chang'an, he immediately led his army straight to Chang'an. How to say that he was once Lu Buletin's righteous son, Dong Zhou was childless, and everything that Dong Zhou left behind should be his. After Zhang Chuan returned to Hezhu, he got the news, and after Lu Buletin returned to Chang'an, he fought a big battle with Guo Feng. How Guo Feng was Lu Buletin's opponent, Guo Feng was defeated and withdrew from Chang'an, and Chang'an was completely controlled by Lu Buletin. Yuan Shao returned to Bohai County, summoned all his advisors over, and looking at these people, Yuan Shao nodded with satisfaction. I want to take Jizhu, why do you teach me? The people below looked at each other, and their eyes turned. Lord, Jizhu Hanfu has always been timid and afraid of things, as long as we can let him take the initiative to hand over Jizhu. Yuan Shao glanced at Feng Ji, he had always been good at Feng Ji's image, and nodded. Then how can we let him take the initiative to give up Jizhu? Feng Ji smiled slightly. Just scare him. Everyone was stunned, and Feng Ji continued with a triumphant smile. We just need to find someone to attack Jizhu together, and then we will send people to persuade us, believing that with Han Fu's boldness, we will definitely let Jizhu go. Yuan Shao's eyes lit up, and he immediately hesitated. Then who should we unite with? Hezhu Zhang Chuan. Gongsun Zhan. Two different answers from Feng Ji and Guo Tu almost at the same time, the two eyes fiercely 5.9 fierce look at each other, eyes full of unkindness. Yuan Shao couldn't help but be big, and what bothered him most was that his subordinates had different opinions, but they could only do it. Then you all talk about the reasons. Feng Ji preemptively opened his mouth. Lord, and the state is already barren, and it is a small child's governance. Presumably there will not be too many soldiers, we just want to scare Han Fu. This strength is just right. If you choose Gongsun Zhan has been fighting with the Hu people in the steppe for many years, and Bama Yakong is even more famous in the world, what if he directly surrenders Han Fu? Guo Tu is not willing to show weakness. Gongsun Zhan is all cavalry, and he is not good at attacking the city at all, how can he scare Han Fu into surrendering? And the state is even more barren, is also a big state, have to guard. Yuan Shao suddenly sounded the story of Zhang Chuan attacking the city with 19 people. It seemed that there were not many soldiers and horses in Zhang Chuan, and only one state brought 10,000 cavalry. Gongsun Zhan, this time he has no loss. Yuan Shao's eyes must have been. Well, let's choose and state Zhang Chuan first. I will write to him in a letter, to see if he is willing or not. If he does not want us to choose Gongsun Zhan again. Chapter 81. They soon entered the territory of Hezhu. Cai Yan and Cai Yang sat on a carriage, but outside Cai Yi did not go up, but walked next to the carriage. Hearing that he had arrived in Hezhu, Cai Yan opened the curtains and looked outside, only to see that the fields outside were open. Many people were already busy in the fields, looking at the cavalry on the road. Many people were not afraid, but also desperately shouting and greeting. Cai Yan had never seen such a warm people, and he couldn't help but marvel. It seems that Brother Chuan has managed the state well. Cai Yang's eyes showed essence, he was not a little girl like Cai Yan who didn't know anything. Looking at the spiritual outlook of those people, this kind of vibrant state did not even have the people of Luoyang. I didn't expect to appear in the barren land of Hezhu. And from here you can know that Zhang Chuan is definitely not simple. The road to Hezhu opened the eyes of the two people, whether it was the wide road or the horse-drawn carriages that came and went, and the large area of land, people could feel the richness of Hezhu. Back in Jinyang, Zhang Chuan threw Ji Zhong and Guo Jia to Tianfeng and Feng Ji and asked them to help Tianfeng. Zhang Chuan gave Cai Yang a mansion, which happened to be next to Zhang Mansion. And those books, Zhang Chuan built a special library, put a Terminator in it to keep these books. On this day, Zhang Chuan suddenly received Yuan Shao's letter, opened it, and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Shao is not afraid of stealing chicken and not becoming a corrupt rice? Immediately 05 called Tianfeng and them. In the Jiangfu Hall, everyone read the letter again, and Guo Jia couldn't help but laugh at first. Is Yuan Shao going to invite us to enter Jizhu? He is not afraid that we will really knock down Jizhu. Tianfeng's face was complex. After all, they had also served as officials under Han Fu, and their hearts could not help but be difficult to express. Zhang Chuan looked at the two and smiled slightly. Rest assured, it will be time to spare his life on the face of the two of you. Tian Fenghe was shocked and hurriedly surrendered. Thank you very much. Zhang Chuan waved his hand and asked with a smile. You see this as such? Tian Feng nodded. Yuan Shao has a high-ranking person under him, and he is very familiar with Han Fu's character, and if we attack Han Fu will really surrender to Yuan Shao. Shi Xiong also continued. Moreover, the equal division of Jizhu promised by Yuan Shao is probably just a cake, and the first thing Yuan Shao will deal with when the time comes, will be us. Frustrated and thought, he said. It seems that Yuan Shao and they don't know our strength at all, and if we really fight for Jizhu, it is estimated that the world will know our strength completely. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly. It's all right, sooner or later, there is nothing to hide from this situation in the world now. I'm going to settle this Jizhu. The four people couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuan in surprise. They couldn't imagine that Zhang Chuan would be so resolute this time. Didn't Zhang Chuan like to hide his strength before? Zhang Chuan looked at the four people and suddenly smiled. If Jizhu is really taken, it is estimated that you will work hard, but I want to make Jizhu the same as Hezhu. The faces of the four people changed when they heard the words, especially Guojia and Shi Xiong's faces were very solemn, and Guojia took a deep breath of smoke. Lord, Jizhu is no better than the merged state, and there are too many powerful families. Zhang Chuan smiled coldly. I know that when the time comes, I will teach them to be human, and you will leave this alone. The four of them looked at each other, knowing that Zhang Chuan had already made up his mind, and it was not good to say anything more. Guojia asked again. Lord, how many armies are you going to send to attack Jizhu? Zhang Chuan thought for a moment and said. Zilong took the heavy cavalry directly to attack Yuchen, and Wan took the light cavalry to attack other cities. 10,000 heavy cavalry and 30,000 light cavalry should be enough. Shi Xiong wondered. Then how many soldiers will the city send to guard the town? Zhang Chuan smiled mysteriously. One enforcer is enough, and spying on a city is more than enough. Shi Xiong and Guojia looked at each other. Law enforcers, they remembered, wasn't it the person who found them on the day they came?